As the protagonist entered the supermarket and casually grabbed a bag of chips, an announcement came over the speakers. Due to the recent sandstorms, citizens may have difficulty seeing the sky clearly. The moment he pulled the bag from the shelf, the bottom burst open. "What is this?" a little girl standing below him asked. "It's open," she told him. "Mister, you're a thief, aren't you? You were trying to sneak a snack, right? That's my favorite kind." He knelt to the floor and began picking up the fallen chips. "That's not it," he said. The announcement continued. "The weather is not suitable for outdoor activities." Suddenly the speakers crackled with breaking news. Hearing it, he stopped what he was doing and looked up at the speaker. "A sudden earthquake has occurred in a nearby region. The magnitude is still small and casualties are few, but according to the authorities, the earthquake is growing in scale, and they have announced that countermeasures must be prepared immediately." The earthquake began. Of the two female students near him, the one with black hair started filming with her phone and shouted, "Oh my God, what is that?" The speaker continued. "These solutions," as something erupted from the ground. People panicked and started scattering in all directions. "What the hell are those things?" Screams erupted. Dirt from where it had emerged flew everywhere, and the scene descended into chaos as people shrieked. The screaming echoed without end. The little girl, now protected in his arms, had tears welling in her eyes as she watched the scene unfold. Dust and dirt shot up to the ceiling, and the lights dangled from their severed wires. Someone shouted, "Is everyone okay? I've called for an ambulance. They'll be here soon." He asked the child in his arms, "Hey kid, are you okay?" The child replied, "Yes, thief mister, what is that?" After the earthquake ended, a colossal castle had appeared. These castles appeared all over the world in places like the UK and Japan. Strange, massive structures had sprung up in every city across the globe, and people called them the Towers of Terror. A yellow notification window appeared. "Congratulations, you have been chosen as a tower climber who will save the world. Will you answer the call? Accept, decline." A young man wondered aloud, "Tower climber," before pressing accept. The red-haired man was terrified by the beam of light that shot out from the yellow notification window. Those who answer the call are immediately transported to the battlefield and are granted the privilege of a system interface. The rules are similar to a game. One must fight to obtain items and skills. But people would soon realize this was no mere game. All who were summoned were gripped by anxiety and shock. In a moment, the tower's great quake will occur in this world. "Isn't that place outside the tower?" Outside the tower, construction was in full swing when someone said, "Hey, what's that?" As something inhuman walked out of the tower, someone else asked, "Why isn't that a person up there? Hey, it's dangerous." "Somebody call the police or 911 quick," a loud voice boomed. The being had wings and claws revealing sharp steel teeth and a jet black tongue when the monster roared. Other monsters began to emerge as well. A great catastrophe unfolded as the forces of the fiends poured out of the tower and descended upon the earth. The tower's great quake. An announcement came from the speakers with a crackling sound. A massive explosion occurred, killing many, and the military mobilized its firepower. The military fought the monsters, but their numbers were too great and their leader was incredibly strong and massive. Homes and surrounding buildings were destroyed by the fiends that poured out of the tower, and 1/3 of the world's population was annihilated. Everyone was in a state of chaos and terror. The people inside the tower could only watch the scene helplessly from before their eyes. The notification window appeared before them again. "Congratulations, you have been chosen as a tower climber who will save the world. Will you answer the call?" From within the crowd, a man with brown hair shouted, "A climber who will save the world." People inside began to talk amongst themselves. "Everyone, let's hurry up to the top of the tower." Someone replied, "That's right, it said we could save the world. Since we've come this far, we have no choice but to try. If we conquer this tower, this terrible ordeal will surely end." These individuals with special qualities and powers were humanity's last hope. The climbers began their conquest of the tower to prevent the extinction of all humankind, rising up against the monsters. A hand touched a rock wall. "How, you've got to be kidding me," he sighed, looking at the massive boulder before them. Someone said, "I don't think we can go any further. How do we deal with this?" "How about we just smash it? Violence isn't always the answer." Someone struck the boulder in front of them hard with a dagger. The black-haired man turned around and said, it actually worked. "Captain, look at this." A glowing stone fell out. They were surprised. What's this? This stone is glowing." The notification window appeared again. Regression stone. The user gains the ability to return to the past, to the point in time when they were first summoned. The user's memories will remain intact up to the present. Can be used by shattering the stone. Someone shouted, "What? We can go back to the past?" Another person replied, "An item this overpowered actually exists." The leader said, "Everyone." The captain paused for a moment before continuing. "I'll use it and let you know what happens." His name was Wang In-chan, the captain of the Climbers Association. He began to activate the stone's power. A dazzling light emanated from it. As the light slowly faded, the people opened their eyes and looked up. Someone said, "He's really gone." He vanished with the light. One of the team members asked, "But Captain, will he be able to come back?" Someone else answered, "Even if he went to the past, wouldn't he come back? Like Captain America." Among them, a man adjusting his glasses said, "You all seem to grasp the situation better than I expected." His name was Sakamoto, a former science professor, and he continued, "Mr. Wang In-chan has most certainly returned to this world's past," he went on. "But because the timeline has branched, he will probably never meet us again." Sakamoto explained everything using famous scientific theories like the multiverse and parallel universes. Our current situation is precisely when the universe's timeline has branched. In other words, the moment Mr. Wang In-chan returned to the past, he became a completely different variant of Wang In-chan, not the one from our world. Everyone's jaws dropped. Oh, is it that serious? He continued. I know you don't understand what I just said. In any case, one thing is certain. Mr. Wang In-chan has returned to the past. However, his return to the past does not mean that any changes will occur in this world. As far as I know, the items in this tower have never lied. He held up the stone and continued. This stone will return us all to another world in a branched timeline. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. We cannot rule out the possibility that everyone who uses this stone will meet in the same branched timeline. In any case, the items in this tower far exceed the cognitive abilities of humanity at this point in time. A massive peal of thunder and lightning struck from the sky. In the world outside the tower, the second tower's great quake occurred. A monster slammed its fist into the ground. The monsters charged toward us without stopping. All of humanity on Earth was on the brink of extinction. The sky around the tower turned blood red. The heavens were filled with monsters. The climbers had to use the regression stone to return to the past or remain in the tower and face death. The survivors fought ceaselessly against the monsters. The monsters relentlessly attacked the survivors, driving them to their deaths. A man screamed, "Save me!" But before he could finish, he was swallowed whole by a monster. Crunch, crunch, a horrifying sound echoed. A blonde-haired man was devastated. "It's over. There's no more hope for us. Damn it, how did things end up like this?" The man next to him replied. "Yeah, there's nothing we can do now." The red-haired man stood there, stunned. A black-haired man said, "I'm sorry, but there's no hope left." A beam of light shot out from behind the red-haired man. He fell to his knees. A monster opened its massive jaws in front of him. Just then, someone appeared, crossing their dual swords and slicing the monster into hundreds of pieces. The monster collapsed, and the man landed lightly in front of the red-haired man. The man who slew the monster asked him, "Are you all right?" He replied, "Yes, damn." At that sound, the red-haired man turned around. "Did they all run away?" a person said, approaching them. He looked at him with tears in his eyes. "Thank you for holding out until the very end. They are our hope." A hand held out a stone and then crushed it. He was one of those who had not succumbed to the temptation of the regression stone. One of them said, "Let's go. They are humanity's last suicide squad. They have more resolve and determination in their eyes than ever before." Next to a man's corpse, a ragged breath could be heard. His eyes were already as vacant as a dead man's. The surroundings were drenched in blood and ragged breaths escaped from his heavily injured mouth. "Ha," he thought to himself. "Where did it all go wrong?" A shadow grew darker over the rock, and then an arm fell off. A pained groan echoed, and he shouted, "Over here, you monster!" He charged forward quickly, saying, "Hurry, Juan!" Someone holding a sword descended from the air, yelling, "Don't worry." He thrust his sword forward and said, "With my comrades by my side." He shouted, "Die!" The helmet on the monster's head was sent flying, and its head was severed as well. His eyes were colder than ever. After defeating the monster, a voice was heard. "Are you hurt?" He replied immediately. "Fortunately, no. The injured will recover with some rest." While his comrades were being treated, he continued, "At this rate, we might be able to reach the final floor of the tower." At those words, everyone turned their heads and acknowledged him. Juan and he raised their hands in response. Just then, Juan noticed something and was surprised. Juan had seen a sword lying on the ground. As he wondered about it, a notification window appeared. "Dragon subduing sword." A sword imbued with the essence of the sun and moon, forged over thousands of days by the 85th floor's master craftsman Hogui to slay a dragon fiend. He picked up the sword, thinking, even more powerful weapons are appearing. Just as In-won said, we might be able to reach the final floor. He smiled and thought, but after that I thought everything would go as planned. Terror filled Juan's face. The system window read 98th floor, Chamber of Purgatory. While it opened its mouth as if to attack him, he stood boldly before the door. Amidst the dead, only the sound of breathing could be heard. All around, a blood-like liquid was emitting steam. Blood-soaked corpses were scattered about, and the ragged breathing wouldn't stop. The afterimage of a hand brushed right past his face, gone in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, he was slammed into a wall, coughing up blood. His vision blurred. It's no use, he thought, recalling the faces of his comrades. Everything we fought for together. Those scenes seemed to shatter into pieces. Looking at his comrade's face, Juan thought, could it be that all of it? His face grew pale as he lost consciousness. The monster approached and looked down at him. He continued his thoughts in frustration. Did I endure all that just to die a dog's death like this? The image of the attacking monster was reflected in his eyes. Just then, a figure rushed in from a distance. He approached the monster from behind and attacked. Wounded by the blow, the monster let out a pained scream. And then a more ferocious attack followed. "Juan, hang in there," a loud voice called out. Hearing those words, he whispered softly, "In-won." He continued to slash at the monster. Suddenly, he leapt high into the air, and as he came down, he shouted, "I can't kill this bastard on my own." The monster whipped around with a whoosh. Juan stared intently at In-won's hands, which were still gripping the sword tightly. Blood was flowing from his arm. The monster's horn had pierced his stomach. Seeing this, Juan shouted in concern, "In-won!" Then the monster quickly rushed forward and slammed its horn hard into a nearby wall. He was stunned by the sight, and he gritted his teeth. Juan struggled to his feet. He picked up a nearby sword. As he charged, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the monster and caught his eye. Seeing a strange object on the monster's head, he realized that was the source of the light. Dirt and stones scattered chaotically, and hot lava flowed out. He charged with a face full of hatred and determination, a sight that shocked even the monster. He followed the white beam of light and swung his sword at the monster. Finally, it was all over. The monster was laid to rest for good. The monster's corpse lay still in one place. Hot lava flowed out and the heat rose fiercely. The monster died in agony. He gasped for breath and said, "Let's go." Inwan, clutching his wound with one arm, he sat motionless in one spot. In his other hand was a stone. Juan's eyes filled with shock. "You," he said. "I'm sorry, Juan." He looked at him. A flashback scene appeared, him stroking his head. Kim Inwan, even inside this cruel and miserable tower, he had never lost the smile on his face. That's why the adventurers nicknamed him the Clown Knight, and that Clown Knight had lost his smile for the first time. He turned his head and said, "Go." Then he continued, "Get the hell out of here before I change my mind." He turned away, a thoughtful look on his face. As his back grew more distant, he said, "Juan, that guy, he must have noticed, right?" With his hand clutching the blood-stained stone, he continued, "Is it because this stone is too ugly?" He took one step after another, thinking to himself, "Juan, that guy is much stronger than I thought. Thanks to you I came to believe." He sat down on a nearby stone platform. He sat there and thought that I could reach the top of the tower. He continued speaking while seated, "If it's you, I'm so glad you're in this world." And then he slowly leaned back and said, "Juan?" He threw himself off. The scene shifts. Juan stands before a door ready to push it open. As his hand touches it, memories flood back, shattered fragments of memory. Suddenly he said, "Let's go." He moved forward. As the door began to open, a cold air blew in. The chilly wind brushed against his face as if trying to wash away the frustration in his heart. He said, "Is this a snowfield?" Current setting is the 99th floor. The 99th floor was covered in cold ice and snow. He was fighting a monster there. Juan seemed to be greatly weakened. He was breathing heavily. The monster shot chunks of ice at him, but he managed to dodge them. Sharp shards of ice continued to fly toward him. He spun around once and landed on the ground. The ice dragon said, "You damned bastard, you still have no intention of giving up?" Ice shards were already embedded in his hand, but he said resolutely, "Not a chance. Are you tired of playing with me already?" And he charged at the monster again to fight. His energy was spent and he was injured. His ragged breathing echoing in the ice cave where he was. He gasped for breath inside. He clutched the wound from the monster's attack, trying to endure the pain. The monster was sliding on the ice searching for him. Playing that useless game of hide-and-seek again? He gritted his teeth and watched the monster pass over the cave, thinking, "It's already been 10 years since I reached the 99th floor. I faced 1,000 dangers on the 98th floor, but the level of danger on the 99th floor far surpasses all the floors below it." As he thought this, he poured a bottle of red liquid onto his injured arm. He bit down on a piece of cloth to endure the pain without making a sound. He continued to think, Balissus, the ice dragon and boss monster of the 99th floor. Even with his cold resistance maxed out, it was difficult to block the dragon's frigid breath which hailed from the Forgotten Lands. He held his sword and thought, "If it weren't for the equipment fragments left behind by the climbers who departed this place, I would have died long ago. The dragon subduing sword I found on the 85th floor, the ice fiend armor Inwan gave me," and as he became lost in thought, a bitter look reappeared in his eyes. He clutched the Wawong bracelet, closed his eyes and lost himself in thought. Han Sol-yun. He pictured her in his mind as he recalled her name. She had a gentle smile. "I'm sorry," he thought. "I wish I had been stronger." Juan remained lost in thought, gripping the bracelet tightly and recalling past events, the moments he was injured fighting monsters. The scene shifts to a blacksmith's forge. A blacksmith approached him and called out, "Juan?" Startled from his thoughts, he looked up and replied, "Ah, sorry. Is something wrong?" the blacksmith asked, hammering away. Thinking of challenging it again, he answered, "Yes, of course." He lifted a cup of water and drank, saying, "I believe I can finally win this time." The blacksmith turned to him and said, "Oh, is that so?" He had a large scar over his eye. He was Ga, the blacksmith of Atopos. After defeating Anterminus Atopos, the boss monster of the 50th floor, the town recovered. Though corpses and injured climbers were brought in daily, the people never gave up hope. Priests constantly organized emergency rescue teams to quickly aid incapacitated soldiers, and the artisans in the forges tirelessly crafted new equipment for the Climbers Association, all for the sake of those who willingly sacrificed themselves to fight for the good of humanity, he said. "It seems you are the last blacksmith of Atopos, old man," he continued, hammering, and said, "No need for that. You're my only customer, aren't you? What's more important is that supplies aren't coming in as much anymore. It gets worse the lower you go. There's not much ore these days either. Just a few months ago we had some mineral resources." He fell silent, thinking, just as I expected, there are hardly any humans left alive in the tower. A shadow of thought crossed his eyes. The blacksmith continued, "I don't even know what year it is. The tower's great quake has happened more than 10 times now. And at some point humans were no longer summoned to the lowest floor to climb the tower," he continued. "All of humanity in this world must have been wiped out." Hearing his words, the blacksmith furrowed his brow slightly. He said, "Has something been bothering you while going up and down the tower lately?" "The tower is still the same." To his question he thought, "Now that I think about it, the place where I found the regression stone, the tower within the tower, the terror within the terror, there were a few graffiti-like marks there. It could have been someone's writing, but I couldn't understand what it meant. A tower within the tower, a terror within the terror. What on earth does that mean?" He scratched his head and said, "Nothing in particular." The blacksmith continued, "Mrs. Hillen disappeared 2 days ago." Hearing that, he suddenly remembered what the captain had said. Humans don't age inside the tower. If someone suddenly disappears from the tower, there are only 2 reasons. They either went back to the past or they jumped from the tower. Hillen from Hillen's pharmacy and Day from the blacksmith's forge. Both were among the few remaining rare climber support personnel. He continued to heat the metal for him, sweating profusely. Amidst the continuous sound of hammering, he suddenly spoke up. Jin, please teach me blacksmithing. At those words, the arm swinging the hammer paused. He looked at the blacksmith, who had frozen at his words with a serious gaze. Back on the 99th floor, the monster spoke. Human, aren't you tired of this game of hide-and-seek? No human has ever survived to the 99th floor alone since this tower was created. I'll admit you're an impressive human. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and thought, I can't believe the last one to acknowledge me as a monster, not a human. His eyes glinted coldly. Then in a contemptuous tone he said, it'll be really boring after I kill you. After all, you're the one who acknowledged me. In the blizzard, the monster said, Sorry, but that's not going to happen, human. Holding a newly forged sharp sword, he said, Well, how would you know? And he approached the monster. As he got closer, he stared with cold eyes and said, Even that armor you were so proud of is starting to crack. As he finished speaking, the ice shards attached to the monster's body slowly crumbled away at his words. The monster's pupils contracted slightly. Seeing this, the monster roared in fury, a massive ball of blue energy forming in its mouth. This monster was tired. The persistent bastard wasn't chasing anymore, and the two fought a fierce battle in the ice tower. A fierce battle ensued and blood splattered. He was impaled by a sharp piece of ice. The ice dragon was very triumphant. So you're going to fight to the end, no matter how much you struggle. The only fate you'll face is arrogant solitude. Rockhands called his name and grabbed him. What remained was an endless infinity. Figures made of ice descended upon him and embraced him. Despite his severe injuries, he struggled to fight back against the monster. Hey, you talk too much. He shot at a look like a bullet. Then he suddenly raised his sword and charged at the monster, aiming the tip. The monster was also ready to fight him, and he unleashed another slash burst. Give up, human. You can't defeat me with such a trivial skill. He gripped his sword, determined to fight to the end. A thought flashed through his mind. I started conquering the tower later than others, so I always missed out on hidden skills and items. It was always like that. So I decided to completely abandon all other skills and focus on a single technique, slash burst. I slashed and slashed again. I've slaughtered over 50 million boss monsters with my slash burst skill. When he killed monsters with his slash burst, people around him would stare and wonder, is that really slash burst? Was he a hornet warrior in a past life? My comrades knew my signature move was slash burst. My slash burst seemed to be undergoing a new change, faster, more precise, more powerful. Thus, my slash burst surpassed being an ordinary skill and began to possess attack power comparable to other hidden skills. And since it wasn't a skill, it didn't consume mental energy, so I never got tired. With sharp eyes and swift movements, he furiously charged at the monster. I can't believe hundreds of slash bursts only left a small scratch. The monster was no pushover either. It opened its mouth and attacked him with its light. He was horrified. Damn it, I can't dodge it. But when he saw the light, he suddenly realized something. He wondered, that light, it's the same light I saw on the 98th floor. If that's the case, he gripped his sword tightly, rushed at the monster, and delivered a fatal blow. He landed with his legs spread apart, his face cold. How dare you? The monster struggled to even utter two words. Smiled triumphantly and said, Tisk, still not enough. I should have blown your jaw off too. The monster cried out in pain. Don't get cocky over one little blow. This time I'll finish you with my own hands. Then it gathered all its strength and attacked him. Everything seemed to shatter and break from its attack. He couldn't dodge all of the monster's attacks either. Damn it, another aerial attack. Shit, at this rate, I'll have no chance to turn things around. Seeing him struggle to dodge its attacks, the monster said with glee, how pathetic. If there were just 10 more humans like you, maybe you could have defeated me. He too was exhausted. Shut up. You're still talking big when your jaw is hanging by a thread. If your conquest hadn't been led by the demon Dreamstone, your fate would have been completely different. What a shame. Hearing the monster's words, only the 3 words demon Dreamstone echoed in his mind. What are you talking about? The monster didn't answer his question and suddenly swung its claws to finish him off, but it didn't expect him to dodge. Leaning against a door, he panted and thought, if I had been a little slower, even a graze from those claws would have been the end. As he stood blocking the door, lost in thought, the monster's words echoed in his mind again. If your conquest hadn't been led by the demon Dreamstone, sweat beaded on his forehead. He looked up with cold eyes and repeated syllable by syllable. Demon Dreamstone. 5 years later, the monster's energy was also depleted. At this time, a new system notification appeared. You have achieved the terrible nightmare of the 99th floor. Your level has reached its maximum. Your stamina has reached its maximum. Your martial skill has reached its maximum. Your agility has reached its maximum. He sighed and pressed the system window. So many notifications, he said, leaning against the monster. He turned and asked the monster, hey, what exactly is the demon Dreamstone? The monster squeezed out its last bit of strength to answer. You already know the answer to that question. You will learn everything on the final floor. Suddenly, a notification appeared in the system. Ice Dragon Sword. A sword imbued with the cold breath of the Ice Dragon. Choose. The blade will let you know when its master is ready to fight. He looked at what was in his hand and thought, a sword? It doesn't even look like a sword. Isn't this a dagger? His eyes sparkled with surprise as he saw black droplets appear from nowhere and merge into a large door. The time has finally come. The final floor. Let's go. His eyes were filled with determination, and he stepped through that mysterious black door. The control floor. Let's check it out. and he stepped through that mysterious black door. He peeked behind the door slightly. His eyes lit up. There, scenes he had experienced before unfolded before his eyes. "This is the current tower, isn't it?" he said, puzzled. "The altar of summoning." Then a voice from somewhere whispered in his ear. Well, you've made it this far. I thought you'd return to the town first." On guard against the voice from an unknown source, he looked around. And the voice continued, "Oh, no need to worry. I forgot an important announcement. Just a moment, calm your mind and relax." Suddenly, a system window appeared. "Congratulations, you are the first to conquer all the tutorial games of world number 294. Your impressive achievement has been recorded in the immortal cosmic Akashic records. The recorded process can only be viewed by the lords of the great land." He looked at the orange window that appeared before him, puzzled. "What is this?" he questioned suspiciously. "Tutorial?" Suddenly, droplets of water floated up from somewhere and enveloped him. His feet were also surrounded by water. The voice spoke again. "Well, is this beyond your imagination? I hope you don't stay in shock for too long. Otherwise," another foot appeared opposite him. "You might be swallowed by your own emotions." The final boss, who had been watching him from a distance, continued, "TCH, it might be a bit late to say this now, but don't be too sad. You did pretty well for a human." As soon as he finished speaking, the calm surface of the lake suddenly churned, splashing water. A look of surprise crossed his eyes, and finally he revealed himself. Having found the final boss, he glared at him with cold eyes. Seeing him, the boss was very surprised. "You recovered faster than I thought. You bastard, who are you?" he interrogated him. My, I got carried away with the long story and forgot to introduce myself. I was just so excited to meet you. I can't believe you made it to the 100th floor all by yourself. This has never happened before." He continued to ramble on in front of him. "I am the demon Ben, the master of this tower of terror you just conquered." He didn't care whether he was a demon or not and asked, "You said everything up to now was just a tutorial. Does that mean the real game hasn't even started?" "TCH, you're quick on the uptake. But before that, there's something I want to show you." Then he snapped his fingers and a scene from the past appeared before his eyes. "What is this? It's like a game. What just happened? And what's this door? Can I open it?" He looked up at the familiar scenes, unable to hide his surprise. "I've decided to have Yun join our party this time," the boss continued. "Everyone looks so fresh-faced. It's been a while since I've seen this." In the small screen, a conversation echoed again. "Those are your friends, are you sure? Anyway, 3 is better than 2, and they fought together and achieved great things and went to meet the king." "Hello, my name is Juin. I'm from Seoul, Korea, and my main weapon is a sword," the boss spoke again. "Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen those faces. Ah, here it is. The scene is about to start." The scene he was about to talk about was when the 3 of them were fighting together, and the 2 who went in to fight with him were sacrificed. "Hey Juin, back then you guys had no idea what would happen next, did you? Stop stealing glances at each other and focus on the battle, you idiot. Seoul Yun, open your eyes. Seoul Yun, please." A tragic ending. Sob. I shed quite a few tears every time I watch this scene. "I'm sorry. Juin, how is it? Do you remember everything now? The pain, the anger, and the regret? It's not unreasonable to feel those useless emotions when faced with the past. I'll give you a new opportunity." Hearing his words, he glared with anger. "You can start this game all over again from the beginning." He looked at him with a wicked glint in his eyes and a grotesque smile, and continued, "Haha, isn't this a good deal for you? Starting life over is something that only happens in the novels of your world. A human who can start everything from scratch while retaining their current memories." He pushed aside the manipulative words and fell into thought. "This isn't the end yet. Weren't we supposed to be able to save the world if we reached the top of the tower?" At that moment, the system window appeared again. "Congratulations, you have been chosen as a tower climber who will save the world. Will you answer the call?" The system window showed 2 buttons he could choose from: accept and decline. He suddenly realized that he had been deceived from the very beginning. There's no way to stop the tower's great quake, and the only thing we can do is to keep conquering the tower. Saving humanity was just a vain hope. After thinking for a long time, he decided to speak. But he faced him and said, "Let me make this clear. I'm not going back to the past." His eyes were firm. Hearing his words, he changed his attitude and showed his true colors. He met his firm gaze, burst into a gleeful laugh, and said, "Still talking about the past, and let me make one thing perfectly clear to you. In this tower and even in the Great Land, there is no item that allows you to return to the past. Such an overpowered item that could send a person back in time never existed in the first place." "What do you mean?" "There was definitely an item called the regression stone in the tower," he asked, unable to understand, and for a moment his eyes widened in surprise. Then he suddenly recalled the words of the ice monster. "If your conquest hadn't been led by the demon Dreamstone, your fate would have been completely different." What a shame. Those words now struck his head like a hammer blow. "Let me tell you for sure. This isn't a regression stone, it's a demon Dreamstone. The demon Dreamstone doesn't return the user to the past. It traps them in a cycle of dreams created by the demon dream. Until you reach the 77th floor, I never imagined there would be those obsessed with returning to the past during their climb. You humans are the only ones so fixated on the past," he said. "Yes, I suppose so." "All right, shall we start the real game now?" he said with a triumphant smile. "You're not going back to the past. You're just starting the game over from the beginning." Then a system window appeared. "I trust you'll make the wise choice." At those words, he pressed the decline button. The triumphant man froze in an instant, staring at him with wide eyes, unable to say a word. He said, Thanks to you, I finally understand what this tower is. The moment his words burst out, he looked above his head with a bewildered expression. I've entered the dream of the demon dream that created the tower, he said firmly, and if that's the case. At his words, he couldn't hide his surprise. I will find you and move on to the next door. Juan's gaze was more determined than ever. I will defeat you. He stood tall, looking at him with his sword in hand, and he drew his sword and continued. And I will go to the next floor, Juan repeated once more. Seeing this, he sighed, raised his hand, and ran it through his hair as if he had no choice. The next floor, there's no such thing. This is the top of the tower. Hearing that, he said. I don't believe a word you say anymore, he continued. Ah, is the conquest reward not enough? Haha, it would be a shame to leave with just a few memories. The moment he spoke, madness filled his eyes, and a beam of light pierced right through his neck. Something black fell at his feet. Only black smoke billowed from his neck. He continued. Oops, even without a head he kept talking. All right, what do you want? Items, hidden skills, I'll give you whatever you want. You deserve it after all. He still had his sword pointed at him and said, I don't need anything. At that moment his face contorted and sharp teeth popped out. He said, don't you want to return to your original world? He crossed his arms and said with a triumphant smile, you must be on your guard now that you've realized the Tower of Terror is just a dream. But there is no such thing as the Tower's great quake. As if he couldn't understand, he asked, What do you mean? As his words ended, the surrounding scenery changed to the world he had lived in. A woman approached a group of her friends. Someone said, You're late. Sorry, the traffic was terrible, she replied. Did you book all the movie tickets? Oh right, I forgot, the man said. She turned and replied, Really? It's okay, I'll buy them, you guys go on in. Seeing this scene, he was puzzled. What on earth is this? Suddenly, the surroundings shook and he couldn't stand properly. The space changed again, this time to a hospital. He burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I see you're finally starting to understand what's happening. No one died, isn't that great? He looked at a young man's phone, stroking his chin, and said to him, I believe this is good news for a guy like you who has many special connections like family and friends. The novel this kid is reading looks quite interesting. Then, as if he had remembered something, he clenched his fist and said, Oh right, I almost forgot to show you the most important thing. The scenery changed again to a hospital room filled with numerous patients lying down. He asked, How are the patients? They haven't woken up yet. He approached a bed. The one lying in bed, that's you. That's me, he immediately replied. Surprised you're still in one piece. A century has passed here, but in your world only about a month has gone by. Then with his arms crossed he leaned against the wall and continued. Besides, you can't attack us. Between me and you who just finished the tutorial. The sword reflected their two different faces as one, and he said, There is a gap as vast as the difference between a human and a dragon. Hearing that answer, he said calmly, So what? I've killed a dragon before. He said this and triumphantly aimed his sword at him. Seeing this, he just laughed, saying, Haha, what an arrogant human. His eyes still gleamed menacingly, and he charged straight at him. The two then clashed, exchanging techniques. The scene shifts to a blacksmith's forge. The door opened. Covered in wounds, he entered, carrying 3 vials in his arms. He dragged his tired body inside and said, Dei, I'm here. Seeing the empty house, he called out again, Dei. As if he knew he was no longer there, he went in alone and began to forge a sword. With each strong strike of the hammer, he thought as he forged, Yesterday was my 72nd attempt. I challenge him every day, but I still haven't left a single scratch. Even so, I'm not dead yet. I don't know why, but he has no intention of killing me. If that's the case, no matter how many days or years it takes. Meanwhile, he was biting his nails and said, Patience. And he watched him on the screen, thinking, I have to be patient. That guy is a product I need to sell. A very special high-end product. Sitting on the sofa, he spoke from the perspective of a ruler. I've never seen a guy like that before. The ruler nurtures and tempers the product through a 2-stage cultivation process so that it can adapt safely to the great land. The first stage of cultivation is like selecting good seeds in farming. It is the process of finding good products through a tutorial game. The selected products are then appropriately nurtured through the main game. In other words, the second stage of cultivation is the process of watering and fertilizing the selected seeds to grow them. His eyes were cold, but a product like that was refusing to move on to the next stage. Then he continued to think, should I just kill him? If that guy dies in the tower, I don't think his soul will disappear. But what if his soul gets damaged because of the gap between me and him? At that thought, even he broke out in a cold sweat, afraid. The harvesters won't just stand by. When his thoughts reached that point, he shuddered. To sell him, I must find a way to nurture him without harming him. I'm about to become a high-ranking demon. I have to pay off the debts I borrowed from the tower after all. And he continued to think, that guy is an extremely special high-end product. Even the gods who never trade with demons have contacted me. Lost in thought, a sound came from the door and he stood up, turned around and shouted, Damn it! At that moment, he was holding a long sword, its tip aimed at him. He calmly asked, What do you want? There must be a reason for this. He asked him, Don't you ever get tired? Fending off his attack, he continued. To put it in your world's terms, starting the main game is beneficial for both sides. So why don't you agree? When he didn't answer, he snapped his fingers, sighed ha, and continued. Honestly. Then he disappeared from before his eyes. He appeared behind him, and as if sensing his presence, he swung his sword without hesitation. He gritted his teeth and looked back. With a loud noise, the ground and rocks exploded in all directions. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground, but was immediately grabbed by the neck and pushed against a wall. He said in anger, Answer me, what the hell do you want? I said I'd give you hidden skills and items. Why do you keep up this useless act? Seeing his frantic rage, he simply replied calmly, I'm going to kill you and go up to the next floor. He said again in anger, Not again. What the hell do I have to do to make you go to the main game?" Just then a thought flashed through his mind. "I got it. It was worth waiting until he lost his patience," a voice echoed. "I have something I want to ask," he replied. "Juan, don't be too surprised. The truth is, your universe is made up of more than one space." At that moment the two were sitting opposite each other at a round table. He answered nonchalantly, "I know, that's basic common sense. Things like the parallel universe hypothesis or the multiverse theory exist on Earth too." Hearing his answer, he asked in surprise, "What, really? Are you a natural sciences major?" And he continued, "Then let me explain in more detail. This universe consists of one main space called the Great Land and countless territories branching out from it like tree branches." He spoke with pride in his knowledge. And he continued, "Earth is a small planet belonging to one of the spaces scattered next to countless territories, and we call Earth World number 294. And in this Tower of Terror, walkers gain skills, items, and raise their stats." His hand grasped something as he continued. "So that you can adapt to the system of the Great Land, you've been given a chance to go to a new world." Suddenly, countless eyes of different colors appeared above his head. "And demon kings like me are in charge of supporting such games." He clenched his fists, maintained his composure, and opened his mouth. "Why do you guys do this?" His sharp teeth and not-so-friendly smile were revealed. "I don't think that's what you really want to know." He snapped his fingers and the scenery changed to another place among the countless territories beyond. "Why did the Tower of Terror appear in our world? That's what you really want to know, isn't it?" At his words, anger filled his eyes. Why humanity? Why did you have to face such a fate?" He gave a wicked smile. "Was your world chosen simply by chance?" Before he could finish, his words were cut off by him. "Wait," he fixed his gaze on him and opened his mouth. "What I'm asking is, why do you guys run things like the Tower of Terror?" At his question, he looked puzzled, a question mark appearing. And his smile gradually contorted. His words continued, "What's the reward you get for doing that?" Hearing his question, he stammered. That's just like volunteer work," he said, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Haha, by the look in your eyes you don't believe me, but we demons love volunteering. Some demons on other planets even like taking care of walkers who have given up. That place is called heaven, and humans, monsters, and demons coexist in peace," he said with an awkward laugh. A strange message appeared. "The king has sent a message regarding product cultivation." His head was filled with words. "The king has sent a message regarding product cultivation. Nurture the product for harvest. Do not kill it. Your debt can no longer be postponed." His face contorted and his smile became forced. He asked, "Do you believe me now?" After hearing all that, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He cut him off with one word: "Nonsense." A yellow notification window appeared showing user information: name, Juan. Top 100, you have reached your limit. Title, Nightmare of the 99th Floor. Swordsman. Special skill, Courage. Status information, Strength 100, you have reached your limit. Agility 100, you have reached your limit. Stamina 100, you have reached your limit. Willpower 100, you have reached your limit. Mana 100, you have reached your limit. Coming out of the 100th floor, he sank to the ground, looking at his notification window and asking himself, He drank a bottle of red liquid and thought, "There are no more stats I can raise," he thought again. And yet I couldn't even touch him. Lost in thought, he fell to the ground exhausted. He thought, are humans really defined by such stats? What on earth is the system of this world? Before he could think further, he felt a strange sensation in his body. He asked himself, what is this? I'm definitely feeling something very strange right now. And he raised his hand to his chest, feeling that strange sensation. Then he suddenly realized, seeing the glowing dots of various shapes floating in the air, he stood up. Is this a hallucination? He reached out his hand to touch it, then clenched his fist. Sometimes it felt like soft particles of light and sometimes like sugar cubes. They constantly changed their form and structure, and I instinctively realized, those are the forms that constitute the essence of this world. The scene shifts to another place. Just then a line of text appeared. The king has sent a message regarding product cultivation. He looked at him and asked, volunteer work, and what about this king? Are they the king? Seeing his question, he immediately answered, oh, finally getting a little interested, are we? The kings are the rulers of the Great Land. Those who complete the main game and enter the Great Land usually receive advice on power from the kings. Hearing that, he asked back, advice on power? He replied, yes. Depending on which king you choose, your future will change if you listen to me. I, Bran as a demon, will do my best to ensure that you receive the patronage of a great king, he said, putting his arm around his shoulder and boasting. He pricked his cheek with his claw and continued, of course that depends on how obediently you participate in my main game. He looked at him contemptuously and said nothing. After a moment he said, you sound like an insurance salesman. In his eyes he appeared as a demon wearing glasses and holding a stack of documents. Seeing him say that, he immediately replied, yeah, me, why would you say that? I'm not. Then he said in a triumphant voice, all right, I'll do as you say. He raised his head firmly. I will leave this place in exactly 10 days. The scene shifts to 9 days later. At that time he was training very hard. Watching him from beyond the screen, he just smiled and said, damn it, he's at it again with that useless stuff, just like a boring soldier. And he clasped his hands together and said with a serious face, yes, just a little longer. We're almost there. Then he sighed, but why did I get tricked by those nightmare bastards into buying this piece of crap tower? When his thoughts reached that point, he shouted in anger. Yes, it's all because of those scamming nightmare bastards. I was tricked into buying this tower because I heard it was made by a masterclass nightmare. He recalled what a nightmare bastard had said before. Mr. Sakar, a masterclass work at this price is an absolute steal. It's a jackpot. It's a first-generation artifact. so old that no one knows when it was made. If this were a third-generation tower like the ones on the market recently, it would have a function to forcibly end the tutorial without harming the product. If they didn't want to leave on their own, I would have poured them out at that time. He was imagining an image where if the building were a cereal box, the humans inside would be like cereal being poured into a bowl. Give me the decline button. He got angry, seeing him coldly press the decline button with the thought of no, and clawed at his own face. I will harm you. And he said, but this first-generation tower, damn it, I can't end the game unless the creations agree. Then he thought, so what can I do? It's a sin to be so poor. I'm still using it because it's still functional. He slid down on the sofa lying helplessly, and thought in agony. He continued to think, but this will all be over tomorrow. Then he sighed. 2 notification windows appeared in front of him. Helpful tips you must read before the main game. What is a phantom beast? After passing through the roots of the Wanyangsu. The structure of the Wanyangsu. Items obtained from the Wanyangsu. A complete summary of the Great Land, increasing adaptation rate to become an adapter. Must visit places at the risk of death. The 12 districts of the Great Land. The kings of the Great Land, who are they? 101 reasons why you must go to the Great Land. And another notification window appeared. New notification. The game manager is trying to end the tutorial game. You will be returned to world number 294 and can participate in the main game without losing any memories. Do you accept the manager's offer? 2 buttons appeared. Yes and no. He smiled cheerfully and said, have you memorized all the materials I gave you? He replied coldly, yes thank you. Then he urged him again. All right then, hurry up and press yes. You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. I'm so thrilled we can finally begin. He then raised his hand and pretended to wipe away fake tears. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck in the face by some force. After barely steadying himself, he said, Juan. Opposite him stood Juan. What do you think you're doing? At this point, he aimed his sword at him and said, can't you tell by looking? Gripping his sword firmly, he continued with a determined face, from now on I'll be hunting you. Then he swung his sword at him. At that moment he thought, ever since I started seeing those particles of light, my thrusting motion has become unstable. With every thrust I felt a strange dissonance, as if some sense within me had awakened. He said this as he fought him. A yellow beam of light flashed and a huge force was unleashed. He smiled and asked himself, is this what it feels like to be alive? The joy was short-lived as he stepped into a strange formation. Immediately, tree roots continuously sprouted from the ground. It was the black ironwood, a plant from the 91st floor. Seeing this, he said, I've really never seen a guy like you. It would have been better for both of us if you had just listened to me, he continued with a triumphant smile. Don't you think so? At this moment, completely bound by the wooden vines and unable to move, he said, what are you going to do? In the end, if you don't get my consent, you can't end this game. Hearing that, he just smiled and said, that's right, to be honest, I gave up on getting your consent a long time ago. This time let me ask you one thing. Why do you think this tutorial game will go on forever? Hearing that, he too was a little surprised. This Tower of Terror is programmed to automatically end the game 100 days after the tower has been conquered. Hearing this far, he looked at him with wide surprised eyes and said, so Juan, all you have to do is just stay put and quietly wait to participate in the main game. At this moment he still gripped his sword firmly and shouted, the 3rd-grade demon of the earth, the one called the young Lord of Control, right? Hearing him say that, he listened to him in surprise. You have lived for 784 years and have traveled through a total of 128 worlds. And you have continued your disgusting cultivation of the races of those worlds. He was startled and asked back, how did you? He continued, you're trying to hand me over to the harvester called the King of Black Darkness, aren't you? Hearing this, he was greatly surprised and shouted, who are you? He said, who am I? Yellow letters appeared. O King of Black Darkness, if you entrust me with the cultivation until the very end, the first cultivation will be finished. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he lowered his voice and said, I am the product you have nurtured for decades, he continued. But now I no longer consider myself a product. Then dirt and stones scattered in all directions, flying towards him at an incredible speed. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong vibration occurred, almost sending Juan flying instantly. Suddenly a blue light appeared. Juan, like an avatar, burst out from the thick smoke, swung his sword to cut off the monster's neck, and the monster couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His eyes wavered, extremely frightened, and he glanced at the sword strike from just now. In the next moment, the monster immediately swung its claws in a counterattack. Juan also swung his sword to block, and both were pushed back by the other's power. The monster clutched its injured arm and kept muttering, no, this is impossible. How can this be? His eyes were filled with fear, and he looked up at Juan and said, could it be? A sword of flame and ice suddenly appeared in Juan's hand, and a terrible thought came to the monster's mind. Transcendental adaptation. Juan stood tall in the midst of the tentacles, his calm demeanor exuding a frightening aura. Juan's eyes flashed sharply. At this moment a thought crossed Juan's mind. After first reaching the 100th floor, Juan began to have doubts. Could this tower also be a part of the nightmare? And Juan thought that the monster before him could not kill him. Juan even thought that perhaps humans were of no value beyond these stats. The essence of this world would collapse, and it was whispering in Juan's ear. And after countless doubts, when Juan no longer doubted, he awakened to his swordsmanship. Juan thought as he swung the sword in his hand, and countless beams of light flew accordingly, heading straight for the monster. The ground split violently. Seeing this, the monster gritted its teeth and struggled to block the attack, shouting loudly, Connect. In the next moment, the system screen immediately alerted. Synchronization limit temporarily increased. The monster's face became noticeably fiercer, as if it had gained strength. It rushed towards Juan like lightning. I won't go easy on you anymore, so give up. Countless attacks rained down on Juan, causing him to spit up blood. Juan gritted his teeth and endured. The monster continued to jabber. To think you've reached the second stage of adaptation right after finishing the tutorial game. You have extraordinary talent. Its claws dug into Juan's flesh and blood splattered. But you are merely a mortal, the monster said. The monster shouted, you cannot defeat me, Bren. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp spikes rose from the ground towards Juan and blood spurted from Juan's arm. At that moment Juan thought, is this the end of everything? In the next moment Juan's bloody hand gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and his stats constantly soared accordingly. The monster's foot stomped hard on the ground, cracking it. The two sides continuously exchanged techniques. The battle raged fiercely, and Juan's stats continued to rise. The monster smiled slyly and said, no matter what, you must participate in the main game. Doing this to me will only lead to the conclusion of defeat. Juan's sword strike flew and the monster leaned back to dodge. As his stats reached 10 billion, a light flashed in Juan's eyes. Juan retreated and the monster was surprised. It thought, that glowing thread has appeared again. It appeared suddenly, just like when I fought the Snow Mountain monster. Juan seemed to have realized something, aimed his sword straight and rushed forward. Countless dazzling blue lights emanated from the surroundings, and the monster was flustered, thinking to itself, what is it? The monster gritted its teeth, beads of sweat forming on its forehead, and muttered, no, this is not something like adaptation. How can this be? A streak of blue light flew over, interrupting the monster's thoughts, and a powerful force exploded out. The monster was stunned to see it. Juan, like a god of war, broke through the tentacles and charged forward rapidly. A lightning-fast attack landed on the monster's body, and it let out a pained groan. Juan pointed his sword straight at the monster and said with cold eyes, only once. A flash went through the monster's mind. Awakening. One side of Juan's face was severely injured, but his eyes seemed to glow, and he said calmly, humans are not a species for you to buy and sell as you please. Don't you dare evaluate and diminish humans with your damn numbers. Because we are not products for you to put a price tag on. The monster lay on the ground, staring at Juan with a ferocious face, but was startled when a sword suddenly came close to its face. From now on I refuse to follow the script you've laid out, Juan said. Juan raised his head, looked up and said, I will break this place and move on to the next floor. I will go up to a higher floor and I will continue to do so. Accordingly, the space also shattered like falling glass shards and Juan's gaze was still fixed upwards. He said, I will see the end of this damn world you've created. A dazzling light emanated from the cracks in space. A notification with unknown stats appeared on the system window. Looking at the scene before him, the monster could only groan in despair. No, please stop. The monster was terrified and shut its eyes tightly as the fragments continued to fall. At this moment the monster shouted, there is no next floor. Suddenly Juan opened his mouth. There is no next floor. The monster stared at Juan with wide eyes. It wasn't an unreasonable stubbornness for me to remain here, Juan thought, recalling the difficult times of climbing floor by floor, the graffiti-like writings left throughout the process of climbing the tower on the 47th floor. Juan touched them and said as if he couldn't understand. In the end, is the Tower of Terror just a replica of the original Tower of Terror in the Phantom Dream Tree? What made Juan feel like a painter suffering through pain? Juan looked up and said calmly, at the top of the Phantom Dream Tree, these writings were made by the water that created the Tower of Terror. The Tower of Terror is the second work of the Dark Architect, Emrock. Back in reality, he suddenly raised his sword and said coldly, do you know how to make this place the root of the Phantom Dream Tree? What are you trying to do? If there is a root, there must be a stem. If I destroy the ceiling of this floor, Juan said. As he finished speaking, a dazzling blue light emanated from the sword in his hand, flying straight up with his will. The monster was flustered to see it. No, my tower, the system immediately sounded, indicating a calculation failure. Searching for Traveler in the Tower of Terror, not found. Game completion failed. The tutorial game has been completely terminated. A moment later, a tropical rainforest appeared. Juan wiped the sweat beads from his face. He wandered through the vast forest and finally found his way. Juan said, one foot stomped hard on the ground and the surrounding scenery was chaotic. Deep in the forest he was surrounded by a group of ferocious monsters. He stood still, looking at them calmly. Suddenly a one-horned monster rushed towards him. It looked as if it was about to eat him alive. With a whoosh, he instantly cut the monster in two with his slash. He turned to look at another monster which seemed much stronger than the previous one. It was a five-horned monster, and it was slowly approaching him. He thought to himself, a slash won't be enough to deal with this one. The monster stared at him with a ferocious look, and he gripped his sword tightly. Immediately, the monster was pierced by a single thrust of his sword. It collapsed, and he used a powerful slash to finish it off. He walked around the monster's corpses and resolutely pulled out their horns. As he did so, he remarked, the monsters here seem quite weak. Then he organized the monster's horns and tied them to his back. When he turned his head, another group of monsters suddenly appeared, and they looked no different from the aliens he had seen before. He looked at them but couldn't understand a single word they were saying and immediately used his skill to translate their words. They said, "Mortal, how dare you?" Then the one who seemed to be the leader pointed a finger at him. He killed the 5-horned monster, cursing fiercely. His subordinates also looked in the direction he was pointing. He looked at them with sharp eyes. He thought to himself, even with the analysis appraisal skill, I can't understand what these guys are saying. He pointed to the horns on his back and said to them, "Horns, you want these? All right, let's make a deal. I'll give you these and you tell me where this is." Suddenly, one of them rushed at him and swung its hand to attack. He lightly dodged its attack. While dodging, he said to it, "Hey, you bearded bug, one more time and I'll kill you." The creature still didn't seem to understand his words and continued to attack. Perhaps he had lost his composure as he immediately drew his sword. Blocking its attack, he said coldly, "Die." A moment later, under the permeating sunlight, he had annihilated them all, leaving only the leader. He pressed the creature to the ground and said menacingly, "Hey, answer me, where are we?" The monster seemed to resist. How could a mere mortal? Before it could finish its words, he grabbed its beard. It cried out in pain and the surroundings were filled with screams. He said to the monster, "Speak in a language I can understand." The creature still wouldn't submit. "Human, I will kill you for sure." Shouting, the creature bit its own tongue and committed suicide. He looked at it with an expression of incomprehension. This guy bit his own tongue, he thought to himself. I thought they were weak, but their willpower is stronger than I thought. He looked at the creature's beard in his hand and thought of something, then stuck it in the ground as if to set up a gravestone. Standing up, he walked around the monsters he had just killed to see if there were any useful items. As he walked, he complained, "I didn't get any information." Then he suddenly found a small space pouch among the pile of corpses. It was a multi-dimensional item for storing a large number of tools, providing 2 cubic meters of storage space. He lifted the pouch and marveled. It's an item that serves as an inventory. I can't use the system interface since I left the Tower of Terror, so this is a real relief. He was lost in thought about not being able to use the tool appraisal function. Really, he thought. I thought I'd be able to use the system interface of other variant worlds like the Almighty Land. He cursed that scamming lion bastard in his mind. Thinking so, he put the horns into the pouch he had just picked up. Seeing the sparkling stones on the ground, he said, "Fortunately, I can still check the tool information with analysis appraisal." A notification window appeared. Essence Energy Stone has the ability to forcibly strengthen a certain amount of the adapter's mental energy. He picked up a stone and looked at it for a moment. Although the colors are different, they all have this kind of stone. Are these guys jewel crafters? Anyway, these are all valuable. After thinking, he immediately put all the Essence Energy Stones into the storage pouch. There were too many things he couldn't take with him. He felt a little regretful. Suddenly, the weapon tied to his waist vibrated. He lifted it up and thought of something, and suddenly it opened its mouth wide and swallowed all the monsters he had just defeated. He looked to see if there was anything useful left on the ground. What caught his eye was a map. Unfolding it, he found the 2 characters for chaos. Holding the map in his hand, he thought, "This place is not in the information that damn demon gave me." The scene shifted to a place not far from where he was, where there was a group of 1-horned monsters. They were chasing a group of people, and a red-haired girl was in the lead. She glanced around and threw a knife. It hit a certain red-haired man. She stopped and apologized to the person she had intentionally thrown it at. "I meant to throw it in another direction. My mistake." The man didn't know yet that it was her intention. He forced a smile. "It's okay." She still wanted to tease him. "I'm going to hunt, so everyone please get out of the way." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I'll let it slide once because you're cute. How bad can her knife-throwing skills be to hit my knee? Damn it." A moment later she shouted again. "Oh, sorry," the man shouted and scolded. "What's wrong now?" The people in the group looked towards her with pale faces and said to each other, "It's a 2-horned monster." She attracted a 2-horned monster. Not far from there, a monster was chasing her. The people shouted. "Damn it," everyone gathered. He stood on a cliff looking down at the people below, thinking to himself, that woman seems to be the strongest among them. Are they not on good terms? If this continues, they'll die. With that level and skill, how could they have passed the Tower of Terror? The red-haired man from before stepped forward with a sword and fought the monster. "The Breath of the Fire King technique," she shouted again. "I'll help too," and she threw a weapon at the man's face. In an instant he disappeared from above the monster's head. A golden light pierced through its head and blood splattered everywhere. Splashing onto the red-haired man's face, his hand glowed blue and appeared opposite the man. As the dust slowly settled, a blue light was revealed and he appeared coolly with a glowing sword in his hand. Seeing his lifeless eyes, the man shouted loudly, But are you really okay? Can our squad take the corpse of the 2-horned monster?" A voice from a discussion could be heard. The red-haired girl bit her nails and went, But are those horns important? Of course. 2-horned monsters are creatures that take at least 10 people to hunt." While their murmurs could be heard, he was lost in thought. "The monster I killed with the powerful slash had 5 horns, so it seems the more horns, the stronger it is." The red-haired girl continued to bite her nails with a worried look on her face. She took a step closer to him and asked with an unfriendly expression, "Hey, who are you?" Hearing her question, he only turned his head slightly without answering. She frowned in annoyance. "Among the adapters in chaos, there is no one strong enough to kill a 2-horned monster with a single attack. Where the hell did you come from?" Hearing that, he turned back with a judgmental look. He slowly opened his mouth. Chaos. Facing her, he said, "What is chaos?" When she was asked back with such an ignorant question, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Her body stiffened. "What did you say?" He stood on the monster's corpse looking down at the people, and someone shouted, "You, who are you?" After a moment, the group began to calm down. Someone asked him, "Hey, did you say your name is Juan?" Due to the language barrier, he could only understand what they were saying. Communicating with them was still a bit difficult for him. Hearing his question, he only replied coldly. The red-haired man looked at him with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, asking various things. "And you were just passing by," he replied. "Yes, and you can't speak the language here." To those questions, he nonchalantly answered with a single word. "Yes?" He had a surprised expression. How strange. A language barrier is really rare here, but he still looked at him with a disbelieving, searching gaze. But he didn't seem to care much. "Are you really okay with this? Can our party take the corpse of the two-horned monster?" They walked ahead and talked while the red-haired girl behind them still stared at him with murderous eyes. He replied coldly again. The girl's searching gaze behind him grew fiercer. She thought to herself, "That man who said he was just passing by killed a two-horned monster like that and didn't even use a skill." The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. The notification window only showed "cannot be investigated." She used her information-seeking skill to see where he came from, but kept failing, she thought. His willpower is only at the level of an unadapted person. What kind of monster is that guy? Suddenly, she called him again and whispered to him, "I have a question for you. In Chaos, the number of adapters who can kill a two-horned monster with a single attack can be counted on one hand. Tell me who you are and where you came from." Hearing the question, he only looked at her with a searching gaze. He turned away with an expression of incomprehension. "Chaos? What is chaos?" she shouted in surprise. "Are you kidding me now?" He calmly replied no. She asked him again, "Then why are you asking that? Is it because you don't understand what I'm saying?" She looked at him with her chin in her hand and said. He was lost in thought for a moment and said nothing. Her expression changed as if she couldn't understand the person standing before her. "Is asking for your identity too difficult for you to understand?" he replied. "I see what you mean." He fell into thought again. He recalled his past, moments of the pre-apocalyptic world and his close friends, the places he belonged to and the relationships he had on Earth all became meaningless the moment he entered the tower. In return, he gained new comrades and memories. He inadvertently thought of Inwan and Dei, but when the tutorial game ended, they all disappeared as if they were illusions. Though the comrades who fought with him were surely somewhere on Earth, and the reward was that he could keep all those memories when he started over. But they wouldn't remember him, nor would they remember the memories they had in the tower. Back in reality, he answered her question. "I don't remember anything." She gave a sympathetic look. "I see. Gosh, is it amnesia?" But a moment later she shouted at him. "Did you think I'd be a fool and say that? It's useless no matter how seriously you say you have amnesia." He looked at her suspiciously. "When did I say I had amnesia?" she replied in annoyance. "What's the difference? Are you the Supreme Lord of Purgatory?" Despite her constant cursing, he retorted tiredly. "What on earth are you thinking?" she said. "I've figured you out. So don't whine anymore." Suddenly his weapon vibrated again. She thought in surprise. "A spirit weapon." She looked there in astonishment. "That's a spirit weapon." It opened its mouth and ate all the knives and swords. "That's right, it's not that he's strong but that he has a strong weapon. More importantly, a spirit weapon is right in front of me." At this time, the group that had gone ahead came back and started whispering to each other. "That looks like a spirit weapon. That guy is feeding his swords as prey. How clumsy." Thinking so, the group looked at him with evil thoughts. She recalled when he attacked the monster and thought a person like him would ruin her mission. "If it weren't for him, I could have completed the mission easily." Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. She said to him, "Fine, I won't ask who you are anymore. Instead, I'll make you an offer." She gave a wicked smile. "Will you listen?" And she began to introduce herself. She said her name was Mino. She briefly explained to him what chaos was. After that, the two started talking about the party. "They are cruel guys belonging to a guild. The guild's name is the Red Fox Squad." Do you understand what she means? She was asking him to kill those people. She said again, "You'll find out soon enough. They'll definitely follow you, so don't stare at them too much." As night fell, the red-haired man said to everyone, "It's getting dark, so it's better to sleep here for the night. It could be dangerous if we wander in the dark and provoke the horned monsters." They sat around a blazing bonfire. He recalled the map. According to the map, a village is near here. Nevertheless, he raised his hand and grasped the flame. It turned out he had awakened to the second stage. Now he could hear all the conversations the group was having. "Captain, that guy's spiritual power is only at the level of an unadapted person. It's even lower than mine. You saw it too, right?" "I knew it." "So the reason he could kill the two-horned monster was because of the spirit weapon?" "Yes. As far as I know, a spirit weapon is an item that can only be obtained in Purgatory." "Are you talking about the branches of the Phantom Dream Tree, that Purgatory?" Listening to their conversation, he thought, "It seems they're really plotting something bad. They'll be shocked if they find out I got this from the root of the Phantom Dream Tree. Judging from what that damn demon said, the equipment from the tower is not that impressive." Thinking of the ones behind it, he fell into thought, "But I don't think this is the Almighty Land." Then the group made their move and he thought, "They've started to move." She appeared from somewhere and said to him, "What are you doing? They're coming for you. You have that sword that eats weapons, right? Use it to get rid of them." She spoke loudly and pulled his head up. He replied to her as if it were too bothersome, I don't have it, I lent it to someone else. He said he wanted to take a look at it while on watch at night. She grabbed him by the collar in annoyance. You lent a spirit weapon for such a stupid reason? The captain looked at him and sneered. You idiot, I'll make good use of your weapon, even if you use it. The Red Fox squad is here, so it'll be useless. His subordinates started to complain. Did you call us all the way here for these two? I want to finish this quickly and go back. At that moment, she was extremely angry. You sons of bitches, you want to see blood? He stood next to her, looking at her and slightly raising the corner of his mouth. Finally, I can see her true skills. The red-haired man's order was given. Kill them both. The other groups charged in like madmen. The red-haired girl flicked her hand and her hidden weapons flew straight at their heads, giving them no time to defend. With a whoosh, she disappeared, and she flew back and delivered a lightning-fast kick to one of their heads, sending him flying. She caught her hidden weapon and threw it quickly. She landed lightly. Another one was hit in the middle of his forehead with a hidden weapon and collapsed. She gave a wicked smile. Sorry, my hand slipped. With numerous hidden weapons surrounding her, she spoke again. Actually, I'm a little angry right now. From this moment on, the others began to feel increasingly afraid. She declared, you will all taste hell. The minions were cleanly wiped out by the red-haired girl, all of them lying on the ground, the red-haired man said. But you're really a cruel witch. That girl looks so beautiful and fragile. The red-haired man, looking very resentful, questioned in a low voice. Who requested the help of the Black Plague? In contrast to his anger, the red-haired girl smiled and replied. She ignored his question. What does it matter? She answered him in a very sarcastic tone. But a moment later she became serious and sent numerous swords flying, saying, you guys have killed countless unadapted people, without knowing anything. I'm sure there are many people in chaos who wish you dead. The red-haired man, far from being afraid, laughed out loud and said, the Black Plague would never move for such insignificant people. The swords the red-haired girl threw were shattered by his counterattack. He held a huge sword and said with a very wicked smile, then you must have received a personal request. In that case you'll have to leave your life here. Cruel witch. Seeing the weapon in his hand, the red-haired girl showed contempt. You're going to face me with just one spirit weapon? He smiled slyly and said, I've made preparations. Hearing his words, she inwardly assessed. They've at least reached the first realm of adaptation. The red-haired man's subordinates were all smiling wickedly. They were all holding their weapons ready, she thought. 30 people, no 40? Red-haired girl Mino was puzzled. I feel the presence of many others, he answered. Did you think we'd pick a fight with the witch of the Black Plague and a guy who killed a two-horned monster in one blow without this much manpower? Ah, if only I knew I could get a spirit weapon so easily. Hearing his words, Juen glanced over. Suddenly, a huge monster flew over the red-haired girl's head. You didn't have to call the guild leader. The monster flew over her head and landed on the ground. The girl asked the Red Fox, are you here too? You seem quite free these days. Let me introduce you. This monster is Red Fox Glenn. He is also the guild leader of the Red Fox Guild and has reached the third realm of adaptation. He said that more than half of the guild's manpower had gathered to hunt her. Despite such a threat, she still replied nonchalantly, what an honor. Anyway, you have a lot of time on your hands. Wait a minute, but on closer look she was sweating and a little scared. The girl thought to herself, that guy is at the third realm of adaptation, so I'm not sure if I can win even in a one-on-one fight. The girl turned to look at Juen and called out, hey amnesiac, no, strong man of purgatory, I'm sorry. I don't want to say this, but I don't think I can protect you. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl threw a stone at him and said, so take this and run. Looking at what was in his hand, he thought, a nightmare stone, but looking at it again he asked, what is this? The girl replied, it's a regression stone. If you use it, you can escape to the nearest citadel. It's the only one, so you use it. At this moment, the red-haired girl was like a beauty struggling to protect a hero. She sent her swords flying to confront Glenn's group. It wasn't a stone to go back to the past, but something that could save someone in the present. What if I could have given this stone to Inwan back then instead of that useless rock? Juen asked softly. If there was a way to go back to the past, would you go? The girl answered. Do you have to ask such a question in this situation? What kind of monster are you? Of course not. Hearing her answer, he was very surprised. The girl explained, I do my best in my life. If I have to die, I'll die today, but I will never go back to the past. While speaking, the girl sent her swords flying again to eliminate those monsters. He lightly placed a hand on her shoulder and said, you won't die today. This scene was like a hero appearing to save a beauty in her most difficult moment. At this moment, he was really cool. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she asked back, what did you say? He quickly pushed her aside and rushed forward like the wind, cutting down one of the guys on the other side. Seeing him attack first, Kyu Eon hurriedly used the 14th formation technique of the Fire King. Immediately, flames ignited in the hands of the people on his side. He glanced at them with a cold look, used the Maze Talisman technique and then threw a punch at them. Kyu Eon of course didn't lose easily. He also attacked him, but he blocked his attack very quickly. He used even more strength. Suddenly something was sprayed on the red-haired man's face. The person who sprayed the liquid was him. In the dark night amidst a desolate landscape, the red-haired man knelt on the ground and offered his weapon to him with both hands. Seeing this strange sight, his subordinates hurriedly fled, but he was faster. With a sword in hand, he used a simple thrusting technique, and they were sent flying in all directions in a very miserable state with no time to escape. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, what in the world, how did one thrust? She recalled the red-haired man asking earlier, can our party take the corpse of the two-horned monster? At that time he had replied, yes. Back then she had inwardly assessed, he's just letting them take the corpse, is he an idiot? At that time she had thought he was a fool. The minions on the other side were whispering, that looks like a good weapon. It's a spirit weapon, he had said then. I lent it to them. They said they wanted to take a look at the sword. Because of this she had thought he was a careless fool. He was just too strong. The girl watched him from behind with admiration. In a short time he had annihilated a very powerful faction. The girl called out, hey, and hearing her call he turned his head to look. The girl asked, what is your real identity? Hearing this somewhat ignorant question, he chuckled and asked back instead of answering, asking for my identity? Have you forgotten already? You already knew my identity. Hearing this rather ambiguous answer, the girl looked slightly confused. What did you say? He replied. Gosh, did you get amnesia? I thought I was the only one. Hearing such self-deprecating words, she quickly retorted. Wow, that's really mean. You really don't just let my previous words slide, do you? Seeing how strong he was, she immediately regretted it and quickly demanded her things back. Give me back the regression stone I gave you. Of course I can't return such a good item. I don't have it, I must have lost it. The girl was fuming with anger. You lost such an expensive tool, he answered nonchalantly. If you want, you can look around for it. On a cold night a bonfire was burning brightly. He thought the atmosphere was a bit peaceful, but the red-haired girl was very ignorant, completely unaware that she was being thoroughly played by him. She wandered around looking for the stone, muttering, it's not here, as she searched. Really, why do I have to go through this because of a stranger? My regression stone, just take out your weapon. And he said, see, you knew all along. The woman was perplexed by his strange words. What do you mean I knew? He said. About my identity. I'm human. Hearing his abrupt statement, the woman asked, are you kidding me right now? He asked her if she was human. The woman replied, of course I'm practically human. He clenched his fist tightly. Then that's enough. The woman sat beside him, watching his slightly odd behavior. She wondered, what's with that expression? Is that really all there is to it? Is it really enough that we are human? The two were walking through the forest. The woman asked, when you came to Chaos, do you really not remember anything about your journey in the Almighty Land? Juan replied. Yeah, more or less. Hearing his answer, she looked a little sad and showed a hint of envy towards him. I'm really jealous. To have no memory at all. He was a little puzzled as to what was so good about losing one's memory. She explained that most of the people here would surely envy him, that it was the natural reason why people came to Chaos. Her words were vague and he, not quite understanding, asked again, natural, then how did you get here? Hearing this question, the woman stopped walking and stared at him with very sharp eyes. If you find out what you're trying to ask right now, you will surely regret it. The Gorgon Citadel. This place was very grand and magnificent, and in front of the castle gate 2 people stood guard. As the red-haired woman and Juan entered one after another, the woman said, we've finally arrived at the village. He glanced at something. Juan thought to himself, this place looks like the first stage summoning circle of the tutorial game. When the stairs suddenly started to glow, he was very surprised. Before his eyes, the scenery of the world he had been in was recreated. At that time, people were in great pain, constantly screaming and wailing. Save me, my arm, no, please have mercy. Honey, I won't let you go. Someone prayed, oh God, and another person clutched their throat in pain. He seemed to understand when humans made such expressions. Watching the people groaning in pain, she said, this time another bunch of damn bastards have been summoned. He asked, could this place be? She replied. Now you know, right, the way I came to Chaos. Don't ask that question to anyone here. She looked at them and said, welcome to the world of death, Chaos. Juan was puzzled. If we die in the Almighty Land, are we then transported to Chaos? She explained. Yes, if you die here, it's really the end. If you die, you just become nourishment for the Phantom Dream Tree. People won't bleed anymore, since they've already died once. A group of people approached. All right, everyone, let's get to work. They looked like soldiers. The one in front had shoulder straps, seeming to be the leader of the soldiers. Unlike the others, he ordered them to line up. We will guide you to the speech hall. The people inside the circle were all naked, and they covered their private parts with their hands in shame. He lifted a bag and said, wear these clothes and go over there to line up. He kindly dressed a boy. Here, you died because you were too weak. Stand up straight. Were you a webtoon artist or something? A voice called out, DM, he replied. It turned out the one who called him was the red-haired woman. DM asked, why did you suddenly come to the northern storage point area? Mino replied, it just happened that way. You know me, so I'd be really grateful if you'd let me pass quickly. DM refused firmly. He said as if he had no choice, Mino, I'm sorry, but the situation is a bit different now. I recently received an order that anyone entering the Citadel must have an ID. She asked back, you mean that outdated ID created by that classification captain? DM replied, it's always been like that. Mino turned her head towards him. Don't tell me you don't have an ID either? Mino's eyes suddenly sparkled. She was plotting something. Yes, this is it. She acted friendly and got close to him, calling DM. Then she lowered her voice and said, I'm sorry, I didn't bring my ID. Could you just take this and let me through? What she mentioned was the horn of the 2-horned beast he had defeated. Looking at the object in his hand, DM thought to himself, this is the horn of a 2-horned beast. Since the bribe was so valuable, of course, DM couldn't refuse. Ahem, he cleared his throat and said, I've checked the ID and we're not strangers. Bribery is different after all. The 2 soldiers standing beside him witnessed everything but said nothing. They seemed to be already accustomed to such scenes. On the other hand, Mino smiled very triumphantly. He. DM extended his hand to him and said, "You need to have your ID checked too," he asked. "I don't have one. What happens if I don't?" Seeing him in trouble, Mino was very triumphant. "Oh dear, it seems you're in a predicament. If you say, 'Mino, please help me,' I might just make an exception this time and help you," he said strictly. "You can't enter the Citadel without an ID," Juhan replied. "I understand." After speaking, he rummaged through his bag for something. Seeing this, Mino shouted, "Wait a minute, what are you trying to do?" At this moment, a very absurd scene was immediately drawn in Mino's mind. She thought, is this guy really planning to kill the guards? No, he might be crazy, but I didn't think he'd go that far. Mino's imagination was a bit over the top. She even imagined a scene where Juhan cut down all the guards and came back to her, saying, "Aren't you coming in?" Mino thought he might actually do it. Fearing that such a thing would happen, she hurriedly blocked his way and shouted, "DM, wait, this person is actually..." Suddenly, someone appeared, startling everyone. That person asked, "What's going on here?" Mino felt death was upon her and thought to herself, "Damn it, he's here." That person seemed to be a very high-ranking figure as all the soldiers stood at attention and shouted a salute. This person was a celebrity in the Gorgon Citadel. He was the captain of the cleanest storage point in Chaos, the captain of the northern storage point, the stubborn Catan. DM also stood at attention and saluted him. Catan asked, "Explain what's happening." After hearing DM's explanation, he summarized the situation. "So this person tried to enter the Citadel without an ID?" Catan said, "Of course he can't enter." And Juhan was puzzled. "Why?" he replied. "Why, if there is a person who cannot prove their identity, the captain of the northern storage point can prohibit their entry with their own authority. Gorgon Citadel Entry Law, Article 27, Paragraph 4. This is clearly stipulated." As he said this, a blue light suddenly shot out from his eyes. A blue circle also appeared around the necks and hands of the soldiers who were prostrated and saluting, and Mino was no exception. She endured the pain and thought, "He's even using penal law techniques. It's getting more and more painful," Catan continued. "And this law is to prevent similar precedents from occurring." He suddenly drew his sword and cut the blue circles on Mino's neck and hands. Catan ordered, "Stop." Juhan sheathed his sword and said, "I don't care about the laws you're talking about. What are the items on the ID?" Catan suspected inwardly. "What's going on? He can break the penal law." After witnessing that, Catan said with a bit of caution, "The ID requires a name, affiliation, and in addition, profession, main skill information, additional status information, judicial records, soul assimilation rate, and so on." Hearing this far, he felt that he didn't have what Catan listed and cut him off. "Then I don't need that ID. I will not prove myself," Catan thought to himself. "Why doesn't the penal law work on him?" Catan threw out a long winding chain and said, "Then in accordance with Article 2, Paragraph 6 of the Gorgon Arrest Law, I will arrest you." Those chains wrapped tightly around his body. Juhan showed no sign of fear and looked at them calmly. Then he lightly applied some force and the sturdy-looking chains were easily broken by his strength. The soldiers who witnessed this scene exclaimed in surprise, "He broke Captain Catan's chains?" Even the person himself couldn't hide his surprise. How could that be? He, as if nothing had happened, calmly pointed at Mino and asked, "Can't I do what this woman just did?" Mino thought, "What did I just do?" She recalled giving the horn of the two-horned beast to DM, and how DM, having received the bribe, easily let her through the gate without an ID. Hearing this question from him, the one who took the bribe and the colleague of the one who took the bribe felt that their end had come. Mino, fearing he would hit Catan, hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute." Of course, he didn't listen to Mino. He threw something towards his shoulder and he caught it and looked at it quietly, then said, "Take this and let me in." DM was extremely surprised and frightened to hear that. DM couldn't accept this and shouted, "How dare you bribe the captain, you monster! This fool should be executed immediately." Catan asked, "Did you say your name is Juhan?" He answered, "Yes." Catan immediately changed his attitude. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, messenger of the Whispering One." A guidance broadcast echoed, "Warning, soul assimilation rate has exceeded 15. You must receive treatment as soon as possible." That announcement came from the object in Catan's hand. It commented on Mino. He said, "Your soul has been assimilated. I don't need to explain what you have to do I?" Mino replied, I know. Juhan was a little puzzled. "What is soul assimilation?" Mino answered. "You really don't know anything, do you? I'm surprised I could even travel with you. Soul assimilation is a chronic disease that everyone living in chaos suffers from. Just by being here, your soul gradually assimilates, and when that assimilation reaches its maximum, that's why the horns of the horned monsters are so precious." DM announced, "All summoned individuals please move to a safe village." Mino still kindly explained so that Juhan could understand. "Did you see how captivated that guy was by it earlier? Horns are the only medicinal ingredient in chaos that can alleviate soul assimilation. It's a necessity for people living here. Although I got it for free thanks to someone." Catan brought the object in front of him and said, "I will now appraise you." In the center of the object was something very similar to an eye, and it shot a beam of light at his entire body. Beep, a warning sounded from the system, "Cannot measure soul assimilation rate." DM exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, this is the soul assimilation rate meter showed." Catan, as if he understood everything, said, "I see," and he took Juhan's hand. He placed the object in his hand and said, "I will return these magic stones to you." "The inspection is over," he asked, "and are these not needed?" Catan replied, "Magic stones are not something to be handed over to others carelessly. Messenger of the Six Paths. He immediately denied it. I'm not part of the Six Paths or whatever. Catan did not rebuke Juin but just smiled faintly and said, I know. Juin and Mino entered the castle one after another. DM asked, Captain, is it really okay to just let them go like that? Catan didn't answer and asked back, DM, do you know the purpose of magic stones? He replied, aren't they precious items that amplify an adapter's spiritual power? Catan said, that's true, but that's not all. DM's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Catan's hand was burnt black. It was even smoking, he stammered. Captain, your hand, is it because of the magic stones? Catan was silent for a few seconds before explaining, unless you belong to the Six Paths, you cannot use magic stones. They are the only ones who can possess these crystals and avoid assimilation. Although he didn't look like a person of the Six Paths to me, I witnessed that he could use the crystals. DM was puzzled. But how can you trust him? Catan replied, I don't trust him, I trust his soul. DM, unable to understand, asked back, what did you say? Catan said, do you remember what it was like when we appraised his soul assimilation level? He answered. There was an error in the results, right? He said. As far as I know, the measurement equipment never measures incorrectly. DM was puzzled again. What? Then what does that mean? Catan replied. There is only one case where the equipment cannot measure the soul's assimilation level. It means his soul is purer than anyone else's in this chaos, he stammered, slightly unable to believe Catan's words. How can that be? Catan said. Whether he is a person of the Six Paths or not, we just need someone who can use the magic stones. The people in the castle will now pass judgment on him. DM asked, is this related to the conditions of the castle manager? Catan replied. I don't know the details either. Suddenly, Catan's voice changed. Now then, I heard someone took a bribe and let others through the gate. Is that true? I think that person's name is also DM. When his bad deed was exposed, he shivered with fear. The scene changed to Juin and Mino walking in the village. He was walking normally, but Mino was very gloomy. He thought, why is the road so complicated? Now I'm even burdened with a wanderer. Who's the guide anyway? Catan had said earlier, Miss Mino, please be sure to bring your ID next time. Gorgon Citadel Entry Law Article 7, Paragraph 34. Anyone who does not possess or provide an ID, possesses a forged ID, or uses someone else's card may be denied entry or face severe penalties for their actions. However, you have been forgiven because Mr. Juin pleaded for your case, and you must not give bribes in any form. Gorgon Citadel Entry Law Article 11, Paragraph 6. Anyone who offers money or valuables as a bribe and anyone who receives such items. Not only that, he used his hands to teach Mino a lesson. This can be considered a punishment. After the incident, Mino became disheveled and shabby. On the other hand, Catan was calm. It will return to normal in a moment. Please enjoy your time in the Gorgon Citadel. Seeing her still looking shabby, he thought. Seeing that the effect of the command lasts this long, even though it sounded like nagging, he seems to be quite a troublesome person. As he and Mino crossed a bridge, he asked one of the residents there, Hello, I'm looking for a blacksmith who specializes in swords. This statement of his succeeded in attracting the attention of one person under the bridge. He observed him from below. He took out the sword and asked, Is there a blacksmith who can handle this kind of sword? Another person answered. I'm not sure. The person under the bridge gave a wicked smile. Oh ho, he said. Yes, Mino had returned to her normal state. She said, What? When did we enter the village? He asked. Are you finally back to your senses? Then we can go our separate ways now. She was a little flustered to hear this shocking news as soon as she came to her senses. What? Then she hurriedly followed him into the underground. Wait a minute, isn't it too heartless to abandon me like this? Or are you still angry because I intentionally left you alone at the castle gate? It was just a joke. I'm sorry, he replied. You guided me to the citadel, so that's enough. From here on you'll just be a hindrance. His gaze was very cold at this moment. He said something a little cruel. You and I are different. Hearing this, she suddenly stopped walking. He continued. So let's go our separate ways now. She stood there silently, biting her lip and suppressing her sadness. Then she shouted loudly, Wait a minute, and continued to chase after him. You barely know the way. What kind of trouble are you trying to get into on your own? He refused. I can just ask the people around, she gave a persuasive reason. Then just ask me. I know this place like the back of my hand. Hearing that, he sighed and said, I'm planning to go find a nightmare. In the end, he allowed Mino to follow him. She said, I know a place where one might be. Shall I guide you? He agreed. Suddenly he stopped. But before that, I think there are some guys who have business with me. Among those blocking their path was the man who had been under the bridge earlier. They laughed loudly. Hey, found them. These are the guys with the good swords. You said that was a flaming sword, right? Another one denied it. When did I ever say that? Worried for their safety, she offered a friendly warning. Who are you guys? Get lost if you don't want to get hurt. The other party wasn't scared at all. Perhaps they dared to block his path because they didn't realize their end was near. They tried to take his weapon. Hey, red-haired lady, you've got quite a foul mouth. You'd better be careful with your language. Our youngest gets excited when he hears cussing. He's only 12, so swearing is bad for a kid's emotional development. Now if you don't want to be stomped to death by our little brother, hand over that blue sword. As you know, this road has a toll. The 12-year-old he mentioned was a giant several times larger than an ordinary person. How was this a child in any sense of the word? He calmly refused. No, Mino was dumbfounded. That's the youngest. The 12-year-old kid got angry. What? Don't you understand the situation you're in? Hand over the sword if you don't want to get hurt. Mino wasn't concerned about her belongings being taken. She said, How is that the youngest? Don't be ridiculous. The giant charged toward him and her like an arrow. He raised his massive axe blade. I shall punish those who speak profanity. A stream of blue energy shot past her. When it reached the 12-year-old giant's hand, the other three stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened, and the giant collapsed to the ground. He said, "You guys are too loud." It turned out he had cut the giant with his sword, protecting her from the axe. He said, "If you want to fight, come at me." Seeing his comrade fall, one of them shouted, "How dare you cut off both arms of our precious youngest? I'll never forgive you. I'll make you pay for harming our cute little brother." Hearing them call that hideous and ugly giant cute, he and she froze on the spot. Another voice was heard. "Brother, he's not dead yet." They charged forward with their weapons. "I'll show you the bond of our brotherhood." He thrust his sword forward. He had already taken care of the group. They were all dead. Mino continued to praise him. "That's amazing. How could you take care of everything with a single thrust? Are your other skills strong too?" He answered. "Thrusting is all I know," she said. "You're kidding, right?" He continued. "A light thrust, a medium thrust, and a hard thrust." She was surprised. "Are you serious?" Mino said. "I just remembered someone who only used one skill like you, but that person only used slashes, not thrusts." Juin said. "Only slashes, just one skill." "That's strange." She was puzzled. "But why did your first attack miss?" he asked back. She pressed for more details. "Why did you hit the roof? Did your hand slip while controlling your strength?" he explained. "When we confronted those thugs, someone over there was using a stealth skill. It was a hassle, so I just intended to scare them a bit." She said. "Who blows up a roof just to scare someone?" he replied. "Does no one in one would have?" Mino asked. "Should I give your skill a cool name?" He was curious. "What kind of cool name?" she answered. "Something like Dark Drill of Destruction or Evil God's Combo Strike." He refused. "I don't like overly flashy names." She thought of another name. "Then how about Heavenly Annihilation Charge or Comet Strike?" He had little interest in naming things and refused. "Let's keep going." They arrived in front of a shopping district. Mino shouted, I found it. It's right here." Twilight. It's a blacksmith's forge founded by a nightmare, and it's also the largest forge in Gorgon. A person asked, "Are you customers here to place an order?" "I'm sorry, but if you order today, it will take some time." The person who had just spoken was a rather handsome young man, Niven, a craftsman of Twilight. Mino asked curiously, "Why are you fully booked?" Niven replied. "The master craftsman isn't here right now. Only the vice master craftsman is here, and he's busy testing the artisans today. If you're looking for something, it would be better to buy a ready-made item rather than placing a custom order." Over on the other side, people were gathered around something on a table. They said excitedly, "Wow, it's really sharp." They admired the object. "This is a sword made from a four-horned monster. If we just drill a hole and set a jewel, it would be perfect." They bickered with each other. One person said, "Master, please let me do it." The blonde-haired man said, "Me too. I want to try refining the horn of a four-horned beast." Morgan, the vice master craftsman of the Twilight Forge, said, "This is the horn of a four-horned monster. You want to drill a hole in something this hard, but I like your spirit. Whoever can drill a hole in this horn, I will grant them the position of Twilight's vice master craftsman for a day." After speaking, he handed them the horn. The two took turns striking the horn with a hammer and chisel. "Why is this damn thing so hard? Move aside, I'll do it properly now." "Ah, my hammer. How did the master even refine something like this?" Unable to drill a hole in the horn for a long time, the two kept grumbling. Morgan, disappointed in his disciples, let out a long sigh. "You soft-handed fools, you can't even leave a scratch by poking at it like that. I even gave you the chance to use this large forge for a whole day, and you can't even do this." "HMPH, tisk tisk," Niven said. "When will I ever get to touch the horn of a four-horned monster?" Juin walked past Niven. He immediately blocked him. Sir, please wait, you can't go in there right now." Hearing Niven's loud voice, the vice master craftsman glanced over. He said, "Let me give it a try." Morgan thought to himself, a wandering craftsman, he must have seen the horn of a four-horned monster and wanted to give it a try." He showed a contemptuous attitude. "I don't know which forge you're from, but go ahead and try. Don't think it'll be easy just because these apprentices couldn't do it. It's not that my disciples are lacking, it's that I am too outstanding. The horn of a four-horned monster is a difficult material to handle, so it's only natural for them to fail." Juin didn't pay much attention to his sarcasm and boasting. He pointed to one side of the horn and asked, "Right here, yes." He touched the horn with his bare hand. Smoke rose from it. Morgan's eyes widened in surprise. It was because he had pierced the horn of the four-horned monster with his bare hand. Oh, how surprising. Those two couldn't do it after a long time with a hammer and chisel, but he easily pierced it with his bare hand. He said, "Since I did it, that makes me the vice master craftsman for today, right?" He spun the horn in his hand and said, perhaps his grip was so powerful that the horn shattered into pieces. The others said, as if they couldn't believe their eyes, "It broke." "No way." Juin was nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. "Shattered," Morgan shouted in a rage. "You crazy bastard." It was only natural for him to be so angry, as this horn was very precious to them. He tried to hit him, but an apprentice blocked him. "What, a parry? Should I parry your head? Do you know how expensive that horn is?" he said calmly. But it was too easy. Everyone froze at his words. Mino had a "he thinks that's easy" expression on her face. He said, "Breaking it completely is easy, but breaking it just a little is very difficult. In any case, I'm sorry." Naturally, he didn't let it go. Is saying sorry enough? He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. That was the horn of a four-horned monster. Its property value is immense. What am I supposed to tell the Wanujui who ordered it from us? Far from being afraid, he spoke calmly. "I will repay you with a better horn," he sneered, thinking there was no way he could have something better. "Repay me? How can a beggar like you repay me with something better than the horn of a four-horned monster?" He took something out of his bag. It was a very long and large horn, he said. "With this, It belongs to a 5-horned monster. This is better, right? He continued to surprise the people here. The horn of a 5-horned monster, the horn of Ganak. He asked, will this be all right? I don't have any more horns from 4-horned monsters. Morgan was still in shock. He examined the horn and said, this is truly the horn of Ganak. He said, that's a relief. Then may I use this forge for a while? He turned around and said, boys, close the shop. The disciples immediately followed his order. He beckoned him to come over. Mino said cheerfully, looks like things worked out. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I'm going to step out for a bit. The shop door closed and a closed sign was hung on the door. Morgan introduced, this is Twilight, the largest blacksmith's forge in Gorgon. Since you are the vice master craftsman for today, you can use all the equipment and people here as you wish. He said, thank you. He was curious. By the way, how did you obtain the horn of Ganak? He answered, I obtained it myself. He greatly surprised Morgan once again. Are you saying you hunted a 5-horned monster by yourself? He said it as casually as if he had stepped on an ant. Yes, I fought a 5-horned monster, he thought to himself. Someone who can hunt a 5-horned monster alone? Such a person is rare in Gorgon. No, in all of Chaos, he said. I need someone to help me. I need a scabbard, but I've never made one before. I've only done repairs, he asked back. A scabbard? Wait a minute, a scabbard? Are you saying you're going to make a scabbard out of Ganak's horn? He delivered another big shock to him. He asked, then how good must the sword be? He quietly showed him his sword. He saw it and was immediately mesmerized. Oh, this is a replica of the Ice Dragon's sword. It was made by a nightmare, so it's rare and very beautiful, but I think it would be better to forge a new sword. Something changed in the sword. Suddenly, wings were revealed, startling him slightly. Could this be a spirit weapon? He stared intently at the sword and thought, from the spiritual power I can feel, it seems this sword contains the soul of an elite species. How can this be? Morgan said, your sword is evolving, judging by the change in its appearance. This is a major evolution. You'll have to give it a new name after the evolution is complete, he asked. A new name, he replied. That's right, when a spirit weapon undergoes a major evolution, it loses its original name. But the problem is, we're out of materials now. He looked at the sword and threatened, if you keep eating without permission, I'm going to call you Pig Sword. He said, it's all right. I have one more. After speaking, he handed him another horn. He realized, wait, it's a 5-horned monster, so it should have 5 horns. What was I worried about? He asked. Then how may I assist you, temporary vice master craftsman? He replied. First, show me your way of refining things, he replied. I understand. Is there a shape you want? He said. Do as you wish. You're the expert. Being able to create freely, he seemed quite pleased. In that case, I will show you the skills of Morgan, the blacksmith of Twilight, Gorgon Citadel. A person was drinking tea and a soldier opened his mouth. My lord, I apologize. I knew he was the one who killed those thugs, but I lost him. He knelt down to punish himself. The person enjoying tea in the citadel was the commander of the Gorgon Citadel, Yuhan Kai. He calmly asked, how were they defeated? He replied. Well, I'm not sure myself. When I came to my senses, I was knocked out on a roof. The invisible being he had mentioned was this man in black clothes. Yuhan Kai asked, so you were detected, he thought. To think he can detect the stealth skill of a 3rd realm adapter, he said. In that case, he must be at least a 5th realm adapter. Send more men and search every corner of the citadel to find him. The man in black said, yes, my lord. He left. Yuhan Kai was lost in thought. He held his head and sighed. Suddenly he noticed something. The tea in his cup, which had been still, began to ripple on its own. He pushed back his chair and clenched his fist, suppressing his anger. My lord, please endure a little longer. A voice came from a tavern. All right, here we go. This voice belonged to a girl. This week's CN Top 10 event. Unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye. This is our last video for today. It's a video familiar to everyone. The most popular video, the most talked about video, the solo conquest of the 99th floor. On the screen, a person appeared, thrusting a sword forward. About 3 people were drinking. They were talking together. One person said, I wonder what happened to that poor guy. Another person replied, yeah, all the monarchs must have wanted him. Another person said, what are you guys talking about? Didn't you hear that tower was banned? One person was curious. How, why? The other person answered, I don't know either. Probably some demon bastard got caught cheating. There's a rumor he ran away and abandoned his cultivation duties. I heard he blew up the tower he owned and ran away. That video must be fake too, right? I mean, how could anyone conquer a 1st-generation tower? But most demons can only buy towers through loans. To be able to destroy something like that, did that guy hit some kind of jackpot or something? Yeah, if it were me, I would have posted it on something like eBay. That person shouted, bartender, another round. The bartender immediately replied, yes, coming right up. The tavern door was opened with quite a bit of force by someone. That person was none other than our beautiful Mino. She gracefully walked into the tavern like a goddess. Her beauty was so outstanding. So all the men in the tavern followed her steps with their eyes. Someone even exclaimed, what a beauty. Mino didn't pay much attention. She sat down on a bar stool. A man, seeing such a beauty come in alone, tried to hit on her. Hey miss, I'm sorry if I'm bothering you, but before he could finish his sentence, she shot him a look and said, get lost. He immediately pulled his neck in like a turtle. Yes, that's right. I shouldn't do things I have to apologize for. She exuded a very cold, murderous aura. Damn it, why is this so frustrating? She placed a gold ingot on the table and said, give me a drink strong enough to kill me. Mino placed her empty glass on the table. As the alcohol took effect, it was time to spill her guts. So what I'm saying is, I just can't believe it. I'm having a really hard time because of that damned guy. Who does he think he is? And do you know what he said after that? The tavern owner, Cleto, was tired of this person drowning her sorrows in alcohol. She sighed. Ha, I've heard enough of your whining, so get a grip, you don't even get drunk. Stop pretending to be a drunkard. You can have any man you want, so why are you wasting your time on that guy? Mino slurred her words. Well, it's just that seeing that guy makes me so annoyed. He destroys everything whether he likes it or not. He swings his sword as if he doesn't care about the rules here. Back then, you said that was enough. And you just kept spouting strange things. When he killed those thugs, you said that he didn't hesitate to use his power, even though he didn't know what chaos was like. Most people usually hesitate, but when you said it was all over, he replied that they weren't human anyway. He also said that you and I are different, she said, quietly hugging her beer glass. That guy makes me feel like I'm nothing. You, me, and everyone here, we're all living tough lives, but he just appeared out of nowhere. You asked earlier why I was looking for a nightmare. If it was for revenge, he then sighed and replied that I wouldn't understand even if he told me. Hearing that made me feel quite wronged. He looked down on me with a face that seemed to say that he and I are different. Every time I see that face, it's really, Klee caressed her head. You're really still a child. Don't get involved in things like that anymore. Don't even go near that man, Mino said. But Klee threatened. If you get involved with that man, you could really die. Her expression as she said this was like that of a storyteller. Mino was also a little scared. What? Why do you have such a scary expression? Why would I die? Suddenly, something flew in through the door. Mino glanced back and saw that a bird had brought her a letter. To Mino of the Black Plague from Catan Xavier, captain of the Northern Checkpoint. As she read the words, she thought, why did that stubborn guy send me something like this? I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, someone called Mino's name. Are you the cruel witch? She replied. Some people call me that. The person who suddenly asked the question grabbed her hand firmly. The old man said, it's not that I don't want to touch you, but I'm busy, so I'll have to postpone it for another time. There's something I need you to do. Someone broke a bottle with a club. That person was Morgana's. He was fighting a huge ferocious monster. He shouted in terror, don't come near. Looking at the ferocious monster, he shivered and thought, how can I refine a sword like this? How can a sword change like this? He tugged at his clothes. He was reminded, hey, get a grip. Did you forget we're in the middle of refining? He stammered. No, he said. If you said you'd help, then help properly. As the monster swung something, dirt and stones scattered in all directions. After that, Morgan stopped refining and panted, exhausted. I can't do it anymore. My tools can't even reach it. This is far beyond my refining skill level. Juin said nothing and lightly placed a hand on Morgana's forehead. After that, Morgana's received a series of information. First stage of awakening, doubt. The power to break the true essence by doubting the world. Next was second stage of awakening, insight. The power to see through the broken world. After receiving some techniques from Juin, Morgana's began to continue his refining. He looked up at the horn and proceeded with the refining. The horn immediately reacted, spewing out a black liquid. Morgana's hurriedly covered his face. What on earth is this? After that, he once again had to face this huge beast. Morgana's couldn't hold back his curse. Damn it. Seeing Morgana standing still in a daze, Juin pulled him back and said loudly, get a grip. If you said you'd help me, then help properly. Having clearly seen the main body of that beast, Morgana's trembled in fear. What on earth is that? Is that the main body of a five-horned monster? Did I really use my clumsy skills on something like this? Morgana's turned his head and looked at the door. He thought to himself, no way, this must be a dream. I need to get a grip. Morgana's was so scared that he ran away. Damn it, this has to be a dream. Juin glanced at Morgana's, who was desperately running away, and sighed. Morgana's ran towards the door, shouting loudly, save me, but the sight before him horrified Morgana's even more. It was all corpses with only skeletons left. As Morgana's froze in fear, a voice was heard. Is the refining finished? Following that, the voice of the operational assistant was heard. You fool, you do not yet have the right to see this place. Morgana stood there, dazed, sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Juin was still fighting that beast. Juin picked up a hammer and struck the beast's body hard. The beast opened its mouth in pain and roared loudly. Without stopping, Juin continued to subdue the beast. He looked at it with cold eyes. Juin charged towards the beast at a rapid speed. He continued to put his strength into it and struck the beast's head hard with the hammer. Morgana's clutched his head and shouted, why me of all people? Back to the conversation between Morgan and Juin. There are actions in this world that are useless no matter how many times you repeat them. Is a mortal trying to catch up with a nightmare's technique or trying to overcome the limits of nature? Morgana said in a slightly tired voice, I think I'm too old to handle Ganak's horn. You should have found me earlier, Morgana's continued. Actually, you said you didn't come to find me, but the nightmare who is the manager of this forge. The manager left a very long time ago. I'm sorry that the only one who can help you is a pathetic guy like me. How can someone who has never even made a tower be a beginner? One's race doesn't matter. Hearing those words, Juin turned to Morgana's and said, all I need is for you to make a scabbard, so please continue. Morgana shook his head and replied, no, I've tried enough, Juin added nonchalantly. You can do it if you just try 100 million more times. Morgana suddenly snapped. 100 million times? Ha ha ha, you're so young. In your eyes it may look like I'm not trying, but I've really done my best. You may not believe me, but even watching you do it, I did my best, Morgana's continued. I have mastered all the skills related to refining. I can confidently say that I can now repair any weapon in the Nightmare's workshop with a 99% success rate. But after achieving that success, I had another thought. Perhaps I wasn't moving towards a 99 success rate but desperately trying to run away from that one failure. After receiving Juan's ability support for a while, player Morganus's stats continued to rise, reaching the maximum level. Juan listened to Morganus's words and acknowledged him. Yes, you are a person who works harder than anyone else, but do you know the principle of the processing technique? Morganus immediately answered Juan's question. The principle of the technique? The nightmare's processing technique is one of the fundamental techniques. It has existed from the beginning like fire and water. How can a human explain the origin of the world? And even if they could, what's the point of explaining such things? Juan continued. You mean you use the technique without even knowing what you're doing? Morganus listened to Juan's words, thought for a moment, and said, if you put it that way, the principle, I think I'm strengthening the hammer and chisel with spiritual power and finally controlling that power to subdue the horn. Morganus pointed at the people and continued, if the principle is that simple, why can't other blacksmiths use the processing technique? Because they haven't successfully awakened to that technique yet. Hearing this, Morganus suddenly realized something. Wait, if the principle of this technique is that simple, even if they haven't learned it yet, they should be able to do something similar at least. Morganus continued to raise questions. People use the technique without knowing what it is. You're talking as if someone uses a technique by understanding its principle. Morganus continued to ask Juan other questions. Do you know the principle of processing? Juan pointed at the horn and replied, I don't know, but I recently found out. Morganus was extremely surprised by Juan's answer. What? He asked in a trembling voice. How do you use processing? Meanwhile, wherever Juan's fingers touched, a horn was being refined. Juan continued with the refining. He said to everyone, come closer and tell me what you see. Everyone carefully observed the horn together and they were extremely surprised. Are the particles separating? It can't be easy. Juan immediately explained to everyone. Because your extraordinary efforts have condensed the walls of the world you can see to the maximum, Morganus asked. Because of my efforts, Juan replied. There's nothing wrong with you working hard, but shouldn't you have realized it too? Juan continued to offer Morganus the answer. If you can't do it even after trying so hard, what's wrong is not you but this world. After a while, Morganus realized something. He muttered, 2 worlds. A series of messages echoed in Morganus's mind. Do you not know why you always ruin everything? This is good even for someone like that. This is not originally a human method, but a nightmare's method. Morganus, not understanding, asked, Then what is the human method? The voice immediately answered, How would I know? Why would I know? I'm a nightmare. The voice continued to echo in Morganus's mind. If you want to blame someone, blame the race you were born into. You can't surpass the beginner level because you are human. Morganus was extremely defiant. The limits of a human, no, if I try, I can definitely become like a nightmare. Morganus continued to clutch his head at a loss. What should I do? Do you want me to fight against the world? He demanded madly. This is a realistic world where you get results for your efforts. What's wrong with getting used to this place? But Juan didn't think so. He replied with a growl, Really? A world that tricks you into not being able to do what you can? You may be old, but you can still fight. Juan pointed at the horn and said to Morganus, Look more closely. Don't rely on the system. Look with your own eyes. Hearing Juan's words, Morganus stared straight at the horn. Now before his eyes, the scene of Juan constantly charging and attacking the 5-horned beast unfolded. Has he always lived while seeing a world like this? A world without skills or an interface? At this moment, Morganus suddenly gripped his hammer tightly. A transparent world without exceptions. How can a person live like that without going crazy? How, or is he really crazy? At this moment, Morganus also seemed insane. He swung his hammer with all his might and struck the horn hard. After that, everything went smoothly. The next morning, seeing Juan leave, Morganus was a little disappointed. Are you really going to leave like this? Juan replied as he walked. The product is finished, so I must go. Juan looked up at the sword and said, And this guy seems to like it too. If it doesn't like it, it will surely eat the scabbard. Morganus asked, Have you decided on a name for the sword? Juan shook his head. No, not yet. Morganus saw it and suggested. If it's all right, may I name it? Juan lightly nodded in agreement. Morganus immediately named the sword. I decided to follow a martial arts term. It sounds very cool. I used a character that symbolizes a solitary existence. Maverick, like General Maverick? Juan asked, puzzled. Morganus smiled, nodded, and replied, Yes, I don't think there's a better name than that. After that, everyone said their goodbyes and wished him a safe journey. Niven also waved his hand and said goodbye, hoping to meet again. As Juan was about to leave, he heard Morganus call out, Wait. He patted Juan on the back. In the world he sees, he clapped his hands and beat his chest, asking confidently, How do I look? At this moment, Juan's voice was a bit cold. Human. Towards Juan, Morgan could only see an unforgettable crimson color. He did not look back. Juan walked straight ahead without looking back. I wonder if there is anyone else who can understand that solitary world. Just as Juan was about to leave, he noticed a shadow following him and opened his mouth. Why are you following me? The other person immediately replied. Why? Do you think I have some ulterior motive? Juan glanced back and said, What other ulterior motive do you have? Right? It turned out to be Mino. She approached Juan, smiled and said, How did you know? Mino looked at Juan with sharp eyes and said, To kill you. Juan was a little curious and added, What do you get by killing me? Mino thought for a moment and gave a reason. Living a luxurious life with the magic stones you have. Juan was still expressionless. Seeing Juan's expression, Mino said in annoyance, "Your expression is like that of a soulless person. Forget it." She threw a bag at Juan and said, "Take it." Juan asked, "What is this?" Mino replied, "They're your clothes. I don't want to use someone else's things for free. And I also want to apologize." "Is that so?" Juan said. Mino asked about Juan's next move since he couldn't meet the nightmare. "What are you going to do now?" Juan replied vaguely. "Morgana's told me how to meet them." "I will meet them, ask about the phantom dream tree and find a way to the abyss," Mino continued to ask. "Why are you doing that?" Juan asked. "Do you want to know my purpose?" Mino continued the conversation. "Let's say you're lucky and succeed in reviving the abyss. Those with the title of the Strong of the Abyss will return from there." Hearing this, Juan cut her off and emphasized, "I will not go back." Mino was a little stunned by Juan's words and paused after that. Mino stood up and demanded of Juan. "What are you?" Mino continued to shout. "What kind of monster are you to dare to do something so heaven-shaking? What right do you have?" Mino pointed straight at Juan, her voice getting louder and louder. "What gives you the right to do as you please without caring about other people's opinions? You always do as you please, you don't care about anything, and you're cold. And most of all, I can't stand the fact that you don't see these people as human." Mino continued to shout. "The people here and I are also human, even though we're not as strong and brave as you. But I am definitely human." Mino's words moved Juan's heart. Mino said very firmly, "If I have to die, I'll die today. I will never go back to the past." As Mino said this, a threatening voice suddenly echoed in her head. "It would be best not to do anything foolish, witch. If you break the contract, that old woman will no longer live. You should have tempted him with sweet words and brought him. But look at what you're doing now." However, they had no idea that Juan had also sensed their presence. Juan glanced and observed, thinking, "They have a hostage. Is it me they want?" He looked at one of the guys in the darkness. The one who was watching him from across the street was one of them. Juan thought to himself, "Should I risk my life here to save the hostage? It's a meaningless act." Juan began to think, "Is this really worth it? No matter how many times I save them, the truth will not change. What doubt shows is the truth of this world." He quietly evaluated this world, controlled by models of wealth and information and people who sell their souls to receive higher pay. Beings who are satisfied with the fact that they have survived another day together, having gone through countless things, even without a crazy dream or belief. That is the image of a human that I know. As Juan continued to be lost in thought, a hand reached out. "I should use this time to eliminate him and find the nightmare." Mino swung her hand, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, "You're the one who doesn't seem human for saying that. From now on, let's go our separate ways." Mino continued, "How can I cooperate with someone who thinks like that?" After she finished speaking, she turned around to leave and added, "We won't meet again." Watching Mino's resolute action, Juan thought again, "Why does that woman seem so human?" The guys in the darkness saw Mino's action and cursed in anger. "Damn it, that witch betrayed us. Let's go and report it. The plan to lure out the nightmare has failed." "But the nightmare is with those guys. I need to change my clothes first." A moment later, Mino arrived at the same tavern. Standing before the entrance, Mino fell silent. How did things get to this point? Deciding to open the door and go in, Mino muttered, "Boss, I'm sorry, I kept you waiting." As she stepped inside, a desolate scene unfolded, and Mino thought to herself, "I knew it. The Greenhorn gang along with Cleto and her group had been subdued." Cleto said in a rage, "I should have stopped you then. This time I might really die because of you." The opponent roughly pressed down on Cleto and shouted, "Shut up, you old hag." An old man glared at Mino with an ominous gaze and said, "Cruel witch, why did you come alone? What happened to our contract?" He was the eldest of the three Yania brothers and an elder of the John faction. Mino drew her weapon and said with a cruel gaze, "You're more naive than I thought. Have you ever seen a witch keep her promise? That person can't come here. He's already left." As she spoke, Mino swung her sword and attacked Yania. After felling him, Mino charged in to attack. The John faction elder shouted in a rage, "You've lost your mind, cruel witch." From behind the eldest Yania brother, a group of shadows rushed toward Mino. One of the shadows laughed and said, "Thanks to my ability to tempt countless beings, they call me the cruel witch in the hunting grounds I know. Let's see if you can still do that in this situation." Mino swiftly dodged the attack of the man in black. She spun around, swung her sword in a counterattack, and pierced through her opponent's body. Just as Mino was righting her posture to land, the John faction elder raised his sword and charged at her, unleashing a cross-shaped slash. Mino was hit by the attack and a part of her clothes was torn. After swinging his sword, the eldest Yania brother landed lightly. Looking at Mino, a subordinate said to the John faction elder, "That wench, doesn't a naked witch suit her better than a cruel witch, brother? Don't you think so?" Meanwhile, Mino was already injured. "Damn it, if I had fought outside I could have at least," as if sensing Mino's thoughts, the John faction elder said. "There is a sound-blocking barrier here, so no one will know what's happening inside. Stop this useless commotion and just bring that guy here," Mino threatened. "You will be hunted by the dark forest." The John faction elder, not at all scared, replied, "Don't try to trick me. I already know there is no such thing as the dark forest inside this Gorgon citadel." The eldest Yania brother grabbed the tavern owner and threatened, "By the time they find you, you and this old woman will already be dead." Mino, not giving up yet, swung her hand and created a stream of blue light. Soon countless swords flew toward the John faction elder. But the eldest Yania brother shattered Mino's attack with a single slash. "Your little cat-and-mouse game is quite cute," the John faction elder continued. I will personally tear you to shreds with my own hands, cruel witch. Mino was about to collapse helplessly, her eyes wanting to close. Only now did that question from before come to mind. Mino recalled Juan's words. If there was a way to go back to the past, would you go? As death approached, Mino had a different thought. I want to go back to the past. If I had followed him, could I have witnessed this world crumble? The eldest Yania brother raised his sword to strike Mino down, but suddenly a sword flew in from the entrance. The sword flew straight and pushed the John faction elder away. The men around him glared at the entrance with fierce eyes. It was Juan. He entered with a very cool pose. Mino clutched her shoulder with one hand, smiled and said, I really hate it when you show up like this. What happened to the world crumbling? Are you here to save me? While Mino was moved, Juan swung his hand and threw a bag of clothes. Those clothes don't fit me. Mino frowned and asked, so you came because the clothes don't fit? On the other hand, some of Yania's companions laughed bizarrely and said, so you're the one with the essence stones? This makes it easier for us. Is this what people call a location tracking service? Juan walked straight toward the group and said, you guys have a nightmare, don't you? Where's the nightmare? Bring it here. The men beside him made bizarre faces upon hearing Juan's words. Is that guy crazy? I heard he went against the Citadel. He's a madman just like the rumors say. Mino approached with a worried look and warned him to be careful. Be careful, that man is a 4th grade mocker. A 4th grade mocker is a high-ranking mocker, so don't underestimate him. Juan nonchalantly asked, do you think I'll lose? Mino shook her head. No, I don't think you'll lose anymore. The three brothers, furious at Juan's words, charged at him together. Arrogant bastard, he's just a reckless fool. I'll teach you a lesson. Juan reacted quickly. He pulled out a gun and shot it straight at the eldest brother. But surprisingly, the John faction elder dodged the bullet. Seeing the bullet miss, Juan was quite surprised and thought to himself, he dodged it. The John faction elder hurriedly retreated on high alert and said, this bastard, he's not a mocker. He might be one of those with the power of the abyss. Juan used the 5-horned monster he had previously defeated as an example. Until now, the only one who has dodged my full power was the 5-horned monster. Does that mean a 4th grade mocker is on the same level as that? How troublesome. Let's see how this fight goes. But Juan's gaze was cold. This isn't important. Behind Juan, Mino had a dazed and fearful look. She worriedly shouted. Cleto, on the other hand, the eldest Yania brother, used Cleto to threaten Juan. Come at me, but if you do, I can't guarantee this woman's life. Cleto shouted at everyone. Don't hesitate, attack. Seeing this, another man slapped Cleto hard across the face and shouted, shut up. If you don't want to get hit. Looking at Cleto, Mino said loudly, boss, just hang on a little longer. We will definitely save you. Then Mino turned to Juan and said, you can do it, right? Juan hesitated slightly. I came here to find the nightmare in the first place. Whether it's enemies or hostages blocking my path, I just need to eliminate them all. As Juan remained motionless, Mino tugged at his clothes. Her eyes were already red. That person is a human. Thoughts kept swirling in Juan's mind. He turned his body and looked at Cleto. Even while subdued, Cleto continued to shout loudly, what are you hesitating for? Attack now. Juan spat out a curse, damn it, and swung his sword, and a massive blue light engulfed the tavern. The light was so immense that even Catan was startled. What's going on? Catan stared intently at the place from which the light had erupted. Soon, Catan noticed something and instructed his soldiers, move out. The soldiers quickly followed. Yes, my lord. Over at the tavern, Juan's single blow had torn a large hole in the barrier. One of Yania's younger brothers said worriedly, brother, this is bad. The soundproof barrier is broken. Yania frowned, sensing something. Soon a voice was heard from behind Juan and Mino. Surround this tavern. Catan walked in and said, Mr. Juan, what is happening here? Seeing Catan, Juan explained everything. You've come at a good time. That man is breaking the law you made. Juan pointed directly at the John faction elder and continued. I don't know the details, but it seems he's violating the Gorgon Penal Code, Article 276, Paragraph 4 or something. He's using this tavern as a base to conspire with nightmares and destroy the world. Mino, listening to Juan's words from the side, asked bewilderedly, weren't you the one trying to destroy the world? After hearing all of Juan's explanation, Catan opened his mouth. Understood. In accordance with Gorgon Penal Code Article 174, Paragraph 4 and Article 124, Paragraph 6, I will detain all of you without a warrant on charges of illegal destruction of private property within the fortress and kidnapping of residents. One of Yania's younger brothers cursed in defiance, damn you doing such a thing. The John faction elder, judging that he couldn't win, stopped his brother. Let's retreat for now. Catan, of course, would not let them go. He swung his hand and sent out chains. Do you think you can escape? The men were quickly bound by Catan's chains. Catan swung his hand, brought out his weapon, and said, all resistance is futile. The John faction elder charged forward in defiance. Not a chance. Catan raised his weapon and blocked the John faction elder's attack. The two weapons clashed, emitting a powerful aura that blew away everything around them. At first the two seemed evenly matched, but soon the John faction elder's weapon couldn't withstand it and began to break. The eldest of the three Yania brothers sheathed his sword, charged forward, and attacked. You son of a bitch, go to hell. At this moment Catan swung several chains. The John faction elder's hands were immediately bound by the chains. Soon after, the eldest Yania brother was subdued and fell, and a pure beam of light fell where Catan was standing. The John faction elder, with Catan's scythe at his neck, said weakly, TCH, I surrender. It seemed like everything was over, but the John faction elder swung his hand and said with difficulty. Catan said in a sarcastic voice, a wise decision. The John faction elder added, I heard you were naive and honest, and I guess I was right. Then the John faction elder threw a small black sphere. Countless streams of poison gas erupted from the sphere, instantly enveloping the entire tavern. On a tree branch outside, a masked man observed and said, I don't think he needed to use poison gas here. It seems the youngest inhaled some. That fool, I always tell him to wear his mask properly. If he only inhaled a little, he might live. Just hold on a little longer. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind the masked man. I didn't think you'd use poison gas without the chairman's permission. Is the Witch of Slaughter that strong? The person who appeared was Hyoxian Ren, the demon of desire elder of the Golden Heaven Society. Didn't you say you would capture her and hand her over to me? But I don't want her to die. The masked man explained the reason for his failure. It wasn't because of that witch, there were two other tough opponents inside. The Golden Heaven Society's elder was quite surprised and asked, You mean that bastard who uses chains is in there? The masked man nodded. Yes. The Golden Heaven Society's elder laughed out loud. This is hilarious, to think that stubborn bastard inhaled poison gas. He must be a mess. I'll get to see something interesting today. Hyoxian Ren suddenly stopped talking and asked Yania. The Golden Heaven Society's elder pointed at Juan and said, Who is that guy? Juan walked outside with Mino. He swung his sword and Juan's slash flew straight towards the group. The John faction elder continuously retreated, asking himself, Who is that guy? Damn it, what I'm more curious about is how he can be unharmed in the poison gas. I've never seen him before, but whoever he is, he seems quite dangerous. Juan raised his hand and lightly supported Mino. The three Yania brothers and the Golden Heaven Society's elder gathered together. One of them said, It seems we'll have to take care of both of them. At this moment, Juan was truly angry. He swung his sword once again. This is so troublesome. Juan raised his sword and prepared to stab it into the ground. As soon as the sword was planted in the ground, a powerful force erupted. Even I don't want to use this. I really didn't want to rely on this thing's technique. A giant monster burst out from behind Juan. It opened its huge mouth and roared loudly. The men who saw the monster quickly retreated with frightened expressions. That's that monster. The monster behind Juan opened its mouth and roared, and countless attacks poured out, flying toward the group. The men had no time to dodge and were hit by the attacks. Juan walked past the corpses to destroy them. He walked straight towards the group of the Golden Heaven Society's elder. Seeing Juan, Hyoxian Ren retreated in fear. What in the world is that monster? Then the Golden Heaven Society's elder turned and fled. You guys take care of it. The John faction elder watched him flee and cursed, You son of a bitch. The John faction elder looked ahead. His two younger brothers were already dead. The John faction elder gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, to think it would end like this. Juan nonchalantly approached and said, There is a way for you to save your life. He emphasized each syllable. Answer me. Where's the dark zone where you are hiding? The John faction elder sneered and replied, The dark zone, even if I tell you, it's useless if I can't survive here. The John faction elder continued, If he finds out I'm a dead man. Juan was slightly puzzled. He, cornered, the John faction elder took something out. If I'm going to die anyway. The John faction elder took out a blue stone and swallowed it. Seeing the stone, Juan quickly recognized it as an essence stone. Looking at the others, Juan said, It seems the people here think it's like taking medicine. At least that's the misunderstanding most of them have. Mino also said from the side, But that's not medicine. They have no other choice but to eat that to alleviate soul assimilation. After swallowing the essence stone, the John faction elder clutched his head and kept screaming. His body began to grow larger and transform. Numerous tentacles sprouted from the John faction elder's body, looking very terrifying. The people were extremely frightened by the giant thing before their eyes. What in the world is that? The John faction elder had now turned into a bizarre and giant beast. The John faction elder, transformed into a giant beast, attacked in all directions madly. Numerous claws flew towards the group outside. The John faction elder, transformed into a beast, seemed to be able to feel something. In the John faction elder's eyes, the surrounding world was all red and filled with numerous zombies. Is this the truth of this world? What dignity is there in this world? What was I afraid of when I could have been this free? A gaze that seemed to see through everything was directed at the John faction elder, and he went into a frenzy. The John faction elder turned his body and roared at that gaze. You cowardly bastard, so you were there. The John faction elder controlled numerous tentacles to attack. The owner of that gaze was Juan. He was staring intently at the John faction elder. Even standing before this giant monster, Juan was calm. He thought to himself, Why are there humans in this world? Juan stopped thinking. What on earth is this thing? I can't even tell who it is using analysis appraisal. It doesn't matter. Juan swung his sword and ended everything. He aimed his sword straight at the monster. It's not important. Juan approached with his sword. Juan pierced the giant monster with all his might, and the monster, struck by Juan's blow, collapsed. Juan's blow had severed the monster's head. The John faction elder fell. Memories began to surface in his mind. The John faction elder recalled a memory from his childhood when it was pouring rain. It's raining again. As the John faction elder fell, rain began to pour from the sky as well. Tears flowed endlessly from the John faction elder's eyes as he recalled his sad memories. Seeing the John faction elder begin to disappear, Juan sheathed his sword. He observed for a moment and muttered to himself, What on earth happened to that guy? He walked towards the tavern. I need to find someone in the tavern's wreckage who knows about the dark zone. Juan walked around as raindrops continuously fell. As Juan approached, Mino stopped him. "Don't come any closer." Juan looked at Mino and said, "You are still weak." Just then, a soldier from behind Juan, terrified, ran up to him and called out. "Commander-in-Chief," Catan, covered in wounds, said with difficulty. "Quickly, we must report to the cabinet." Mino pulled on Juan's sleeve. Mino's body was already being consumed by a dark energy. She said to Juan, "Please kill me." Mino's voice grew fainter. "While I'm still in my right mind." Juan knelt down and hugged Mino. "This girl is human." Juan was deep in thought. "I don't understand. Why do I feel strange every time I see this woman, and why can't I maintain the allure of oblivion?" In any case, Juan drew his sword. Juan stood up with a cold face. "Emotions are unnecessary on the path I've chosen. I must not hesitate." From behind, a hand grabbed Juan's. "Wait." Cleto, worried about what Juan might do, said, "It's not too late yet." A soldier approached and said to Cleto, "Ma'am, you must go to the treatment facility right now." Cleto nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment." A moment later, a large army moved to this location. Mino was laid on a treatment bed. Juan asked worriedly, "Can you save this woman?" The person treating Mino replied, "If the corrosion continues, there's no hope." At that critical moment, an alarm sounded. A red warning appeared on the system. Gorgon Network Emergency Alert. A small number of ghouls have appeared in the Citadel. As an alarm blared throughout the Citadel, an announcement ordered all citizens to evacuate immediately. The people inside the Citadel panicked and began to scatter in all directions. "Everyone hurry! What in the world is happening?" a boy asked a soldier, terrified. "Where should we go?" The soldier had already been assimilated and transformed into a hideous monster. Numerous tentacles shot out toward the unfortunate boy. He was instantly torn to shreds by the monster. On another rooftop, a foot was seen running and several figures swiftly descended from above the monster's head. They quickly dispatched the surrounding monsters. A soldier in red robes holding a sword approached Juan's location. Just as he pushed aside the curtain to enter, Cleto's voice was heard. "You must be the one Mino was talking about, aren't you?" Cleto continued. "The only human who can defy all the laws of this place. You judge the world by your own intuition while stubbornly holding on to your humanity. I know people like you. I've seen them before." Cleto caressed Mino's mostly assimilated face. "People didn't come here because they were foolish. It was because they had no other choice." After a moment of silence, Juan also spoke. "You mean it was because they lacked courage?" Cleto asked Juan back. "Courage? Courage for what? Things like noble ideals and righteous struggles. You seem to be the type who pursues such things." "You're right. I lack the courage, so I don't understand your way of thinking," Cleto continued. "But there are some things I do know." She looked straight at Juan, emphasizing that he was a dangerous person. Mino, who was still conscious, opened her mouth. "I wish you wouldn't leave this place." But Cleto immediately stopped her. "You have to leave here," she explained. "Every time people see you, they will start to hope. If you stay, the people here will only fall deeper into despair." Meanwhile, people were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the monsters. Cleto gritted her teeth and said, "People like you make me." At that moment, Mino opened her eyes again, smiled and said, "Please don't give up on this world." Juan looked at Mino in silence. On the other hand, DM asked with great concern, "How much medicine is left?" An old doctor replied, "We used a lot to stabilize the fortress, soldiers, so there's not much left. Sir Catan is in critical condition in bed." DM immediately shouted, "Bring all the medicine you have." The soldiers hurried to comply. "Yes, sir." Juan watched from the side, thinking, "That's the horn of a horned beast. Is that how it's used?" DM began to detoxify Catan, but his condition didn't improve, and he shouted, "Damn it, even the horn of a three-horned beast can't purify his body." DM pleaded inwardly, "Please just hold on a little longer, Captain." Juan approached and asked, "Is there no way to turn someone who has become a ghoul back to normal?" DM shot Juan a displeased look. "If there were a way, do you think I'd be doing this?" Juan said nothing, and immediately grabbed Catan. "Hey, get a grip, I have something to ask you." DM's eyes widened at the sight. "What do you think you're doing to the captain?" In front of DM's group, Catan struggled to wake up. Catan said in a low voice, "Sir Juan." Catan continued, "I have a favor to ask. Please kill me." "You are the only one who can," Juan asked back, as if he couldn't understand. "In a situation like this, shouldn't you be asking for someone's help?" Catan answered with difficulty. "Gorgon Special Law, Article 1, Paragraph 4, anyone who has been assimilated shall be eliminated." Juan looked at Catan with admiration. "Such stubborn loyalty, but if there had been just a few more people like you, I wouldn't have been trapped in that damn tower for 40 years. An alarm sounded soon after. "Warning, soul assimilation rate has reached 94. Conversion to a ghoul will begin shortly." A black liquid had already consumed most of Catan's body. As everyone was at a loss, a voice rang out, "Everyone stand back." The person who had arrived was Zahia, the commander of the Ghoul Execution Squad, a 5th-grade mocker. Seeing him, DM's eyes filled with fear. The commander of the execution squad, Zahia, approached Catan, drew his sword and said, "In accordance with Gorgon Special Law, Article 1, Paragraph 4, I will carry out the summary execution of the Northern Checkpoint Commander Catan and one other," Zahia declared. "I will immediately eliminate the Northern Checkpoint Commander Catan and one other." He swung his sword down, but Juan blocked it with his hand. Zahia was slightly surprised. Juan opened his mouth. "I won't let you kill him. I still have a lot to ask him." Zahia thought he was very brave for blocking his sword with his bare hand and offered some advice. "Sir, I don't know who you are, but that man named Catan over there is about to become a zombie. If a 5th-grade traveler becomes a zombie, it will bring about a terrible disaster. We are here to prevent that." Juan lifted the blade and said, "He will become a zombie, but I think this might help him." Then he took out a large horn. The people there were extremely surprised. That's Ganak's horn. With that, we might be able to turn him back to normal. When Juan suddenly broke the horn into several pieces, one person shouted, "Ah, how can you break something so precious so carelessly?" A moment later, Catan and Mino drank the finely ground horn pieces in turn. Thank goodness, it seems the damn numbers on the meter aren't changing anymore. DM, standing beside them, sobbed. He called out in a low voice, "Captain." A member of the Northern Storage Point discovered Mino's dangerous condition. He shouted, "Her body is too weak, so the transformation process is accelerating." The system immediately issued a warning. "Soul corruption has exceeded 95. Conversion will begin shortly." Mino's body slowly decayed and one side of her face fell off. Her transformation could no longer be stopped. Zahia drew his sword once again. Cleto immediately knelt down and pleaded, calling for Chunghyo. "That old man can use the self-severing slash." Someone said the self-severing slash can cut off only the damaged parts. Juan really couldn't understand what a self-severing slash was. Despite Cleto's desperate pleas, Zahia answered coldly, "The divine physician is handling an important matter within the citadel. We cannot ask him to come all the way here for such a trivial matter." Then he had someone drag Cleto away. He really didn't know that such a life-and-death matter would be called trivial. Zahia approached Juan and said, "There is no compromise. Stand aside." Juan looked at him with a determined gaze and placed his hand on his sword. Juan suddenly opened his mouth. "I will end this woman's life. She asked me to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword without hesitation and stabbed Mino in the heart. Seeing this, Cleto shouted, "What are you doing right now? Stop immediately." A beam of light slowly emanated from the spot where she was stabbed. Juan's eyes filled with sadness. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands. A white droplet of light fell at his feet, and then a dazzling beam of light shone upon Juan, and he slowly opened his eyes. Juan was surprised by the unfamiliar space before him. "Where on earth is this?" He saw a raggedly dressed old man next to Mino's bed. The old man lamented, "Hey, why has my lovely Mino ended up like this? Poor child, I will help you." Then the old man tried to touch Mino's face. The old man suddenly raised his head and noticed someone looking at him. He was startled and shouted, "HMPH, who are you? How did you enter my world?" The old man looked at Juan with a searching gaze, then grabbed his long beard and said, Why does such a noble soul have a mind as narrow as a 5-year-old child's?" Juan stared intently at the old man and thought, "Doubt doesn't work on him. That old man is the source of the corruption. If I kill him, she might be able to live." Juan immediately raised his sword to attack, but the old man blocked it with a sword. To think he could block a young man's attack with his old and frail appearance, Juan thought, "He blocked my sword." The old man said, "How did you block my basic attack?" The old man suddenly felt a strange sensation from the ground. Sure enough, the ground began to crack. Zahia saw the old man and opened his mouth. "That person is—" The old man got angry and cursed at Juan. "What have you done to my world? Who the hell are you, you bastard?" The old man suddenly noticed that his sword hilt was broken. He cried out in pain, "No, my precious sword made from the horn of a 3-horned beast. I can't believe you broke my precious sword." Juan thought, "But you broke it yourself." The old man's expression was truly shameless. Unexpectedly, he was the divine physician of despair, Chunghyo. Zahia asked, "Divine physician, the head of the fortress, why are you here?" The old man said angrily, "A beautiful young lady is dying here. What does it matter if I'm the head of the fortress or not?" Zahia had a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" Chunghyo pointed at Juan. "More importantly, what is this bastard trying to do? My self-severing slash was completely cut off because of you. The self-severing slash can only be used with a sword made from the horn of a 3-horned beast or something better." The old man suddenly noticed the sword on Juan's body. "Ah, that sword is—" Chunghyo immediately changed his attitude and couldn't hide his joyful expression. "Where did you get such a beautiful and magnificent sword? The scabbard is made from the horn of a 5-horned beast. Wow, look at this sparkling hilt. How could you have such a precious thing?" Juan immediately grabbed the old man's wrist tightly. He made a condition. "If I lend you this sword, can you save that woman?" Chunghyo smiled slyly. "How are you really asking?" "Of course, it's possible." A moment later, the old man finally borrowed the sword. Chunghyo thought, "This guy lending a sword to someone he just met, he must be very confident in his abilities. But that's not important right now." The old man carefully examined the sword from beginning to end. "Oh, what a mysterious energy. A sword that resembles its master." The people there were extremely surprised. Chunghyo gripped the sword tightly, stood on his tiptoes and rested the sword on the ground. The old man smiled and said, "Let's test this guy's ability." A dazzling beam of light emanated. Juan thought, "Has it been a hallucination all this time? No, this is the same as what I see when I use doubt." Chunghyo opened his mouth. "Be patient, kid. It'll be over soon." The old man was drawing a portrait of Mino with Juan's sword. Juan realized that this was how that old man saw the world. The sword suddenly fell to the ground and Chunghyo also collapsed completely. Juan called out in a low voice. The old man answered with difficulty, "Damn it, I'm out of soul energy. If it weren't for that administrator bastard." Juan suddenly noticed something strange. The world was crumbling and Mino's portrait was also slowly disappearing. Chunghyo was extremely disappointed. "No, my painting," Chunghyo cried out in despair. "I'm sorry, this is truly shameful." The old man suddenly saw Juan lifting the sword. Chunghyo said, "HMPH, really? You can't even enter my world, yet you dare to imitate my ghoul severing?" Juan replied, "I cannot cut it." But he gripped the sword tightly. Even if it was just an imitation, Chunghyo shouted, "Stop, ghoul severing is not something anyone can do. Don't be mistaken. What you're doing is not courage but recklessness." "A guy like you," Juan said. Shut up. For the first time he pointed the tip of his sword towards the ground, and from there the first drop of ink flowed. I raised my sword to save people. Changhao was horrified. What did you say? Juan was lost in thought. What did that woman look like? Ah, right. He dipped his sword and began to draw the first stroke. She was an assassin, yet a stubborn clown. She was also a person who was easily hurt. Thinking, he continued to draw. She was loyal. He opened his mouth. Something feels lacking, right? Juan placed a dot on Mino's face. She trusted people easily. Thank you for reminding me that she has a mole. And the painting was completed. Light emanated from Mino's bed. Juan watched her intently, and finally Mino opened her eyes. Someone said, the degree of corruption is decreasing. The ghoulification has stopped. Zahia had a look of disbelief. Cledo ran to check. Mino, are you okay? She replied in a low voice. Cledo, why are you crying? Changhao approached Juan. Your narrow-mindedness has lessened a bit, but you've only gone from being 5 to 10 years old anyway. Who are you, ghoul severing? No, I should call it ghoul thrust. Where did you learn something like that? Zahia asked. Divine Physician, did this person really use something similar to ghoul severing? Changhao replied. I don't want to admit it, but yes, my ghoul severing is not a skill, so no mocker can learn it. But there are exceptions. Changhao said that Juan was an awakener, an exceptional being who can deviate from the laws of the system. There are a few humans who have obtained a wondrous and powerful strength by rejecting imitation. They possess enough power to completely change the power structure of chaos. Throughout the entire land, only a very few are known as awakeners. Zahia said to Changhao, since he is an awakener like you, he can use ghoul severing. In that case, the old man hurriedly answered. Calm down, we don't even know who that guy is yet. Zahia continued. But didn't you say that if someone else could use your ghoul severing, you could save the administrator? Divine Physician, nothing is more important than the administrator's life. Changhao turned his back as if he didn't want to hear his words. The curtain suddenly fluttered and sunlight poured in. Someone's voice was heard. I have received permission from the Citadel. Stand aside. Zahia turned around unexpectedly. It was the captain of the Dark Blood Squad. The commander's escort squad members were also with him. The Dark Blood Squad, Zahia thought. Why are those bastards here? The Dark Blood Squad shouldn't be related to ghoul hunting. Besides, our squad has already taken care of all the ghouls. The captain of the Dark Blood Squad approached and knelt before Juan. He bowed his head politely. Emissary of the Blue Peerless, will you accompany me to the Citadel? He was surprised to see that Changhao and Zahia were also here. The two asked him if he was the Blue Peerless emissary. After that, Gorgon Citadel. Someone's hand was stirring a hot cup of tea. The person saw a distinguished guest entering and opened his mouth. We finally meet Mr. Juan. Before we get to the main point, I should introduce myself. My name is Juran Zyver, the commander of the Gorgon Citadel. Juan also introduced himself, but he already knew. Zyver asked, Mr. Juan, I will ask you directly, are you the Blue Peerless emissary? Juan replied nonchalantly. No, Zyver smiled. Just as I thought, the captain of the Dark Blood Squad next to him shouted. You're not the Blue Peerless emissary? Changhao called out to Juan. Hey kid, let me ask you this. Essence stones are famous for amplifying soul energy, but they also serve as proof of membership in the Blue Peerless Society. If you're not a member of that society, where did you get the essence stone, and how can you use it without damage to your soul? Juan replied. I picked it up and I used it because I could. Changhao continued to ask. What happened to the original owner of that stone? Juan replied coldly. He's dead. Zahia felt this matter was too absurd. Dead? Who would dare to harm a member of the 6 great guilds? Juan opened his mouth. I killed him. He immediately shouted in Juan's face. What did you say? Zyver hurriedly calmed him down. Calm down, Captain. I'm sure Mr. Juan had his reasons. He backed down, but his anger still remained. Juan had no choice but to speak. They started a fight with me first and they took my horn, so I struck them. Hearing this, Zyver fell into thought. The Blue Peerless Society is a guild that is very greedy for resources. I see, he called out to Juan. Can you tell me more about what you experienced after coming to Chaos? A moment later, he said. I understand. Let me summarize what you've said. You were accidentally caught up in some incident and came to Chaos. And you happened to obtain an essence stone from the 6 Paths clan and enter the Citadel, happened to get caught up in this riot and meet the doctor, and tried to imitate the doctor's ghoul severing which you saw for the first time today. Is that it? I understand. Changhao immediately shouted. Commander, do you really believe this guy's words? Zyver replied. I do, Changhao continued. Did something happen to your head after Stellan disappeared? Zyver smiled and said, Doctor, to gain someone's trust you must first trust them, he said to Juan. If you don't mind, may I ask a few more things? Juan replied. Yes. Zyver crossed his arms and thought of a few questions. Your body is alive right now, am I correct? Juan was slightly surprised to hear that. He thought he had escaped the nightmare in a spiritual state instead of participating in the main game. The phantom dream tree must have mistaken him for a dead soul and sent him to Chaos. If it was his physical body, it would surely be on Earth. Juan opened his mouth. How did you know I'm not dead yet? Zyver replied. I came to Chaos by getting caught up in an incident by chance. No one in Chaos describes their death that way. Are you being threatened by someone? Is that why you don't want to reveal your identity? Juan said, I will neither confirm nor deny it. Zyver continued to tap the table with his fingers. So that means both yes and no. To be honest, there are a few things I must apologize for. For the past 4 days my men have been tailing you, Juan replied. I know, the one on the roof was one of them, wasn't he? Zyver said. To think you knew. Your skills are far greater than I expected. It was very difficult to track you, but that doesn't mean it was completely useless. He opened a system window. He carefully examined each item. Target's risk level, target's combat power, unmeasurable. Estimated financial loss, approximately 380 million hun. Do you know what they call people like this? Chung Hyo immediately shouted. A madman. Zahia was the same. I can't tell if he's a hero or a criminal. Chung Hyo continued to shout. I told you, that guy is a madman. Zyver said to Juan. Some will call you a hero and others will say you're crazy. People will surely call you by different names. I call people like you protagonists. Protagonists have one common characteristic, which is that they are all famous, but you don't seem to be famous at all. That means some power is intentionally restricting information related to you, and that power doesn't seem to be very friendly with you. If they were the ones controlling you from behind, you wouldn't have had trouble over a mere ID. In my opinion, you seem to be a protagonist who fled to chaos by chance while escaping from some huge power. Juan thought, a power behind me, I'm not sure, but it could be the King of Black Darkness, one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Land. I don't know how strong those called monarchs are. Zyver continued. I won't ask what your identity is. I won't hold you responsible for the damages you've caused, and the Gorgon Citadel will protect you. Juan opened his mouth. Does your Gorgon Citadel have the power to stand against the 12 monarchs of the Great Land? Zyver replied. Are you saying the one behind you is one of the 12 monarchs? Perhaps. That's good news. The monarchs are not allowed to directly intervene in the affairs of chaos. Juan grasped the situation and asked, What do you want in return? Zyver replied. Mr. Juan, you only need to do one thing for us. Please save our land Castellan. 2 hours later, a masked female assassin holding a candle led Juan and Chung Hyo down the stairs towards a certain location. She reported, The commander of the northern checkpoint and that woman are recovering in the infirmary. She turned to Chung Hyo and asked, But are you really taking him to the training grounds instead of the guest room? The old man replied. I need to settle which is stronger, that bastard's thrust or my slash. Juan opened his mouth. That's exactly what he wants right now. Chung Hyo suddenly said. Brat, you're one of those who passed the master's tower, aren't you? Juan asked, puzzled. Old man, what do you know? The old man stopped his reply. I know what I need to know. Finally, they arrived before the door of a large room. Chung Hyo entered first and said confidently, If you can defeat me, I will answer any question you desire. Of course that won't happen. A brazier hanging from the ceiling suddenly fell. Juan looked intently at the ground. A small pit was dug into the floor and smoke was rising from it. A voice was heard. Let's fight again. Juan saw Chung Hyo's marks densely covering the wall. Juan said, The result seems to be out already, old man. The old man didn't give up. I haven't used my ultimate skill yet. If I had, you would be dead. I'm holding back out of concern for you. Juan felt annoyed. He had been repeating those words since earlier. Chung Hyo was extremely angry. You disrespectful brat, how old are you? Juan hesitated and replied, I'm probably around 60. From inside the pit, Chung Hyo shouted, You damned little brat, I'm 1,000 years old. You've only practiced thrusting for a mere 60 years. Juan was skeptical. Have you really practiced slashing for 1,000 years? The old man quickly replied. That's right. Juan gave a scornful look. From what I can see, it looks like you've only practiced for about 10 years. At these words, Chung Hyo crawled out of the ground. Dirt and dust flew everywhere, forcing Juan to cover his eyes. Chung Hyo leapt high, spewing curses. You bastard, he charged with his sword. Let's see if you can still say that after taking this. A majestic beast's form appeared next to the sword, and the two clashed head-on. Juan's and Chung Hyo's swords clashed fiercely. They fought a very intense battle. Unable to endure any longer, they broke apart and slid a long way across the ground. Chung Hyo laughed cheerfully. Oh, not bad, brat, Juan thought. To be pushed this far even when I used an ordinary thrust. Chung Hyo opened his mouth. Your technique is very useful. What do you call it? Juan replied. An ordinary thrust, the old man said. You've named it too lightly. That's ordinary? With that name, someone would think there's a stronger technique. Juan suddenly replied. There is. Something stronger. He immediately transformed into a more dangerous and powerful form. Chung Hyo was horrified. What is that? The old man's eyes widened, and a terrifying image was reflected in them. Ah, the sole Emperor of Chaos, how could I forget the terror of facing him? It reminds me of him. Can I cut that down? It's not on par with the sole Emperor, but it's a very powerful attack. The Gorgon Citadel or something. Juan opened his mouth. Here I come. Before he could even take a step, Chung Hyo was terrified and flustered. Wait a minute, I lost, you damn brat. The scene shifts to another space. A place with giant gears and tall buildings. It was the 5th district of the Great Land, the Thorn District. From a room there, a man's voice was heard. Say that again. What did that King of Black Darkness bastard do? A subordinate reported. According to my investigation, the King of Black Darkness is communicating with Chaos. Another person turned his head. It was the Thorn Monarch Hoyu. He asked, Chaos? Why, all monarchs of the Great Land are bound by a contract that prevents them from intervening in the affairs of Chaos. The subordinate below suddenly trembled and stuttered. That's a bit complicated, please. Please look at the screen. On the screen, Juan's back appeared. Hoyu assessed the video as fabricated. The title is Solo Conquest of the 99th Floor or something. What is this? Isn't it fake? The subordinate explained. The product in this video is the very product the King of Black Darkness from the 9th District is involved with. Hoyu asked. Where is that product now? He stuttered again. That, according to rumors, after refusing to complete the tutorial mode he broke through the tower's ceiling and escaped to chaos. Hoyu had a surprised expression. How can that be? There should have been an administrator on the 100th floor to track him. The subordinate replied. He killed that administrator. He was skeptical. You're kidding, right? The subordinate replied. I don't believe it either, my lord, but the king of black darkness is very certain of this fact. Hoyu asked again. Are the other bastards from the 9th district also involved with chaos? The subordinate reported. No, we haven't figured that out yet, but the king of black darkness has been intervening in chaos for a very long time. One of the 10 great sects of chaos has been regularly communicating with the king of black darkness. Hearing this, Hoyu fell into thought. What are you plotting, black darkness? He immediately gave an order. Send a notice. That I will go to chaos. The subordinate had a worried expression. My lord, are you planning to intervene in chaos? Hoyu said. I'm just going to observe what's happening. Summon 10 first-grade elite golden warriors and the 5th-grade traveler Haiyang. That should be enough. The subordinate immediately followed the order. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, what a relief. He didn't shout in my face. Hoyu crossed his arms, looked down from a high place and thought. Chaos. I wonder how Changhao is doing. If it weren't for his stubborn personality he could have lived for a very long time. I hope that old man hasn't gotten into trouble. Just then on Juan's side, Changhao shouted madly, I won't let you. Don't you know how to respect your elders? He was hugging Juan's sword tightly. Juan said weakly, I understand, so please come down now. Changhao finally jumped down. He demanded, how is this possible? How could you reach such a level by just thrusting a few dozen times over a mere 40 years? Juan replied nonchalantly. I think I've done it about 10 billion times, Changhao shouted angrily. Don't try to fool me. Are you saying you thrust 8 times per second without eating or sleeping? Juan replied. I can thrust 100 times in 1 second. It was a truly extraordinary ability. Juan bent his waist and asked, why do you think that movement is only possible with a sword? Numerous sharp needles suddenly sprouted from his body. Changhao was utterly horrified. Wait, could it be that sharp foreign energy I felt when we first met? That wasn't really energy. It wasn't like fighting spirit either. It was a killing intent and ambition to purify the world. He touched the needles and thought, this is the thrust itself. I can't believe it. Brat, you have made yourself into a thrust, and even at this moment you continue to pierce through this world. Juan opened his mouth. I told you I've done it 10 billion times. Took out a piece of paper and showed it to Changhao. By the way, do you remember this paper? Old man, it's the contract we wrote before we fought. The loser agreed to grant one wish of the winner. Juan, read what was written on the paper again. I, Changhao, the divine physician of despair, stake my honor and all the most beautiful things in this world and guarantee that I will unconditionally follow this contract. Changhao immediately shouted, damn it, yes I know, are you trying to make me your slave? Juan replied. There's no need for that. My request is simple. Please answer my questions truthfully. Is that all? Changhao agreed. Alright, but before that, let's go outside for a walk. And the two walked down the corridor. Juan asked the first question. Old man, what is the Master's Tower? Changhao replied. You know well that it's the nightmares who create the towers, right? Towers created by nightmares are graded from F class to S class. But there are also nightmares who don't care about grades. A master refers to those who completed an S class as an apprentice and became a Grand Master of Architecture very early on. But just because a master created it, it doesn't automatically become a Master's Tower. Only towers specially created without relation to the seed can become a Master's Tower. Juan continued to ask. Why were such towers created? Changhao said. I don't know either. No one in this world knows what the masters are thinking. Everyone says the masters are the ones behind the truth of the world. But one thing is certain. Every time a certain amount of time passes, an awakener appears from among those who have passed a master's tower. Juan asked him. Did you also come from a master's tower? Old man Changhao replied. That's right, I came from the 4th master's tower, Melb. It's a tower known as the Moby Dick of the world. On the first floor of the tower a giant white whale appeared and relentlessly hunted humans. It might sound like a ridiculous story now, but to me back then it was a disaster. Countless martial artists from the martial kingdom lost their lives. It was truly a miracle that I passed that tower. You seem to have come from a master's tower as well. Hearing that, Juan replied, Mulk. I think that was his name. Changhao looked back at him with a surprised expression and sighed. Ha, to think an awakener who passed Mulk's tower would appear, Juan said. You know him, Changhao replied. Of course I know him. I've even traveled with him. The master's tower is actually not master as in owner, but masters as in those who have reached a skilled level in a certain field, if we go by the original meaning. So why did they choose the meaning of master as in owner? Because these two characters include all of the original meaning. They are masters and at the same time the ones who created the tower, and one who owns something is its master, Changhao said. I've traveled with him before. Juan opened his mouth. With Mulk, the old man took a step. It's a rather long story. Let's walk a bit. The two arrived at a street. It was bustling with bright lights and many people at Cleto's tavern. Changhao ordered a one-horned beast skewer. She brought it immediately. Changhao asked, Are you running a stall outside now? Cleto replied. Someone destroyed my shop. Here, 2 more beers. The someone mentioned here was Juan, Changhao said teasingly. To be doing business after going through so much in one day, you're crazy for money, Cleto said. Just drink. June looked at the delicious skewers on the table, then at the people on the street. They all had the same gloomy faces. Someone's voice brought him back to reality. It seems you've noticed something is strange. Chung Hyo drank his beer and said, the people here all look dead, yet food still exists in a world where humans don't feel hunger. Right? He put down his glass and explained, chaos was actually a world of blessings. A place where souls tired of the wars in the great land could get a sweet rest. People regained their lives after being freed from life. Warriors could put down their weapons and singers could sing about peace, not war. June suddenly noticed the sound of cursing from outside. You bastard, you blind. It turned out two men were arguing just from bumping into each other slightly on the street. Chung Hyo asked, what do you think is happening over there? June lifted his beer glass, drank and said, aren't they just fighting because they're drunk? June evaluated the beer. This tastes like water, Chung Hyo replied. That's right, they're not fighting because they're drunk, they're just pretending to be drunk and fighting anyway. In chaos, people don't get drunk, hungry or old. But in a place like that, a paradise, people started to want the exact opposite. They longed for a reality with death and they started acting as if they were living real lives. A life where you die if you don't eat and get drunk if you drink. A life with a real body and a beating heart. He suddenly put one foot on the table and shouted loudly. But one day those drunkards started doing something new. An expedition that dreamed an impossible dream and gathered people to reclaim their true lives. That was the Abyss Expedition, Chung Hyo said in a proud tone. June wondered why of all places they had gone to the Abyss. Chung Hyo spoke as if he were tired of the question. It was to find the fruit of resurrection. A fruit that grows on the branches of the phantom dream tree at the end of the abyss. June was extremely curious. Resurrection? Did that mean even the dead could come back to life? Chung Hyo nodded. Yes, the only way for the dead to live again in this world is to eat the fruit of resurrection. The Abyss Expedition was a union formed to find that fruit. I had already awakened by then. I was at an age where I feared neither heaven nor earth. The age he mentioned was specifically 150. June asked, was Mulk also a member of the expedition? Chung Hyo replied. Of course, he was the captain who led the expedition. He was a truly special fellow. He began to tell a story from the past. In a forest where swarms of fireflies glowed and dragonflies flew over bamboo stalks, a stream trickled by and Mulk's voice was heard. Awakening, interesting. To think one could awaken imperfectly without abandoning emotion. You are walking a unique path of awakening. It must have been quite difficult. This was directed at Chung Hyo. He opened his mouth. Take that back, Mulk continued to taunt him. You seem displeased because of the cultivation. I suppose you can't stand it any longer. Chung Hyo gripped his sword tightly, turned and tried to stab Mulk, but the blade missed and struck a tree trunk behind him. He asked, why has a nightmare like you come to the abyss? Aren't nightmares always cooped up in their rooms, building towers? Mulk replied, I have nothing to say about that. It would be useless even if I apologized on behalf of all nightmares. I've never heard such a thing, as it's something I'll have to regret for the rest of my life. Chung Hyo wore a contemptuous expression. A nightmare regretting having built a tower? Unbelievable. Mulk drew his sword. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but the reason I came to the abyss in search of the phantom dream tree is because of that very tower. A tower to end all cultivation. That is why I joined this expedition. After speaking, he returned the sword to Chung Hyo. Back in reality, June wondered. To end all cultivation, did the expedition ultimately succeed? Chung Hyo said, I fell behind and could only go as far as the entrance to the abyss. But Mulk seemed to have reached the top of the phantom dream tree because fruits began to fall from its branches. Thus each member of the expedition was able to return to chaos with their hands full of fruit. June felt something was strange. Wait a minute. If you obtained the fruit of resurrection, why are you still in chaos, old man? Kledo suddenly spoke up. Tell him the truth, old man. The expedition failed and you know it. Chung Hyo snapped in annoyance. What do you know? You weren't even there, Kledo continued. They only succeeded in obtaining the fruit. Chung Hyo reluctantly continued the story. Yes, when we returned to chaos, those damned bastards were waiting for us at the exit. A horde of ferocious monsters appeared, the monarchs and chieftains of the almighty land. We didn't have the courage to go back into the abyss, so the 4 citadel lords and 10 sect leaders who were expedition members at the time were no match for those bastards. The difference in power was too great. They were beings from a completely different dimension, so our fruits were stolen. Those damn bastards use the fruits we lost to resurrect themselves every time they die. They've been doing it for 900 years. It's as if there's another place built for them, known as the Hall of Resurrection. The monarchs and the 5 great families take turns resurrecting every time they die. The ones who would survive were decided from the very beginning. The only ones who could live ordinary lives. Juen finally understood the problem after hearing the story. So that's why everyone was so indifferent. They realized that the true life everyone wanted, that fruit, was something they could never obtain. He opened his mouth to ask, oh right, I just remembered, what about Mulk? Old man, no. Chung Hyo was already fast asleep. Kledo, who was beside him, sighed. It's no use, he's really drunk, probably the result of pretending to be drunk for 1,000 years. From what I've heard after the expedition ended, no one ever saw that nightmare again. It seems he said something before he disappeared. Suddenly, someone interjected into their conversation. It failed, but it wasn't a failure. Isn't that right? It turned out to be DM. He smiled and said, thanks for your help earlier. If it weren't for you, our captain would have died. Seeing Juen sitting there blankly, DM hesitated and asked, you haven't forgotten me, have you? He put on a cheerful face again. Haha, next time you come to Gorgon, come to the North Gate. I know your face, so I won't check your ID. Of course, keep it a secret from our captain. This person really talks a lot. Juan was at a loss and said nothing. Someone was screaming and running towards them in a hurry. It turned out to be Zahia. Everyone wondered why the commander of the Ghoul execution squad had rushed here in such a hurry. He shouted loudly, "This is a disaster." Juan immediately followed Zahia, carrying Chunghyo on his back. Sensing the unusual phenomenon, he guessed inwardly, "This energy, it seems the Citadel Lord has fallen into that state. A ghoul, the spiritual pressure is 10 times stronger than the other ghouls I met during the day. Deep inside the Citadel, or more precisely beneath it." He suddenly recalled Shiver's words, "I will not hold you responsible for the damages you've caused. Our Gorgon Citadel will protect your safety. Mr. Juan, you only need to do one thing for us. Please save the Citadel Lord." Juan opened his mouth. "Your Citadel Lord is transforming," Zahia replied. "That's right. He suddenly went on a rampage. It usually happens once a week, but something is strange today," he carefully added. "To avoid any misunderstanding, I must tell you this beforehand. The Citadel Lord is a good person. He was a living legend before he began fighting the transformation. He was one of those who went on the Abyss expedition with the Divine Physician." Juan really couldn't understand what the Abyss expedition was. Zahia opened his mouth and asked, "Hey, come to think of it, you can use ghoul severing, can't you? Since the Divine Physician is asleep, can you take his place?" Juan replied bluntly. "No, I only imitated what he did. My ghoul severing is not as good as his. It might have been different if I had been taught by him directly." The two stopped in front of the Citadel. Zahia was greatly surprised. This vibration, could it be? A huge explosion occurred outside the tower and dust and dirt scattered in all directions, forcing everyone to be on alert. The situation was very chaotic. Juan and Zahia stepped back and covered their faces with their hands. Zahia suddenly spotted something in front of him. Sure enough, the commander of the Tower of Corruption and the commander of the Tower of Despair had suddenly appeared. The corrupted one laughed and said, "It's been a while, commander of the Ghoul Execution Squad. Is that the guy who can use ghoul severing?" Zahia opened his mouth. "Move aside, you know the situation is urgent," they said. "That's the problem. We have received an order." Zahia questioned them. "An order? Whose order?" Are you daring to defy the heavenly mandate?" the commander of the Tower of Corruption proudly declared. "Defy the heavenly mandate? The only heaven we have is the Golden Heaven Society." They began to dance in the air, their speed astonishing. Zahia quickly pushed Juan and shouted, "Get back, sir!" The ground where they had just been standing exploded. Zahia risked his life to block their direct attack. Juan, who was outside, assessed him. He's quite skilled. As Zahia fought, he thought, "To think the bastards from the Golden Heaven Society have infiltrated the Citadel." He said, "You guys from outside the Citadel have improved quite a bit. Do you know who I am?" The commander of the Tower of Despair immediately replied, "You shouldn't think we're the same as we were in the past." Zahia stepped back and shouted loudly, "Think carefully, commander of the Tower of Corruption, commander of the Tower of Despair. If you back down, the Citadel Lord will surely forgive you." The commander of the Tower of Despair jumped down and said, "Which Citadel Lord? You mean the one rooted in the ground? A man who can't even control his own power and can't distinguish between good and evil. That is not the heaven we serve. Commander of the Ghoul Execution Squad, you still follow him, even after seeing the current situation with your own eyes." Zahia replied, "I believe he will return," the opponent continued. "And that's why this conversation doesn't suit us." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the Tower of Corruption struck his face from the left with a giant hammer. Zahia tried to endure the pain, but he was miserably beaten. The commander of the Tower of Despair looked down from above. "If you were just a little smarter, you wouldn't have had to fight like this. Right, commander of the Ghoul Execution Squad?" Zahia struggled to his feet. He guessed inwardly, "Those two are only 4th grade travelers. Even if they combine their strength, they can't defeat me. A 5th grade, how can they do this? I can't gauge their speed and power. This isn't just improvement, it's like a transformation. Something is strange, it's too dangerous." Before he could tell Juan to escape, Chunghyo's small body flew into his face, and yet he could still sleep. After putting down the burden, Juan began to do something. It was in return for being pushed aside earlier. Zahia stood there, stunned. "What?" the corrupted one interjected. "Hey, I haven't gotten an answer yet. Are you the one who can use ghoul severing?" Juan replied coldly. "What if I am?" The two commanders conferred with each other. "He doesn't look like a traveler on the outside. I can't be sure if he's bluffing. He uses ghoul severing with that sword. He's not even half my size. He looks like he couldn't even throw a punch." Immediately, a voice was heard. "Are you talking about this punch?" Juan suddenly appeared beside the two commanders. He delivered a painful blow to the face of the commander of the Tower of Corruption, sending him crashing to the ground. The commander of the Tower of Despair called out worriedly, "Commander of the Tower of Corruption." He took a defensive stance and blocked Juan's next punch with his spear. He said, "To call this a defense, it has too many openings." The commander of the Tower of Despair, like his comrade below, was hit by a punch, but he still had the strength to fight back. The commander slid a long way across the ground and attacked again with his spear, but Juan quickly dodged. Not giving up, he continued to swing his spear around like a windmill. Juan dodged once again. The commander of the Tower of Despair wore a contemptuous expression. Weakling, after speaking, he gripped his spear tightly and charged at his opponent. Juan thought as he dodged, "I can feel a strong energy just like before. What is it?" "Vengeance. A heart filled with hatred." No, that was the commander of the Tower of Despair who didn't surrender even after being beaten to the point where his mask broke. He spat out words of contempt. You might be able to get close to him, but do you think someone like you can save the Citadel Lord? Juin thought. To think of betraying each other with this level of skill, it's truly ridiculous, he said. I can't save that person. That's the old man's job. But Juin suddenly used the commander of the Tower of Despair's spear to leap high into the air. The commander of the Tower of Despair and Zahia looked up at Juin. At this moment, Juin was leaping down toward where the commander was. He continued what he had said before, but getting rid of you two is another story. The scene shifted to a dark prison cell, with torches sparsely hung on the walls. In one cell, Zyver swallowed and said, It hasn't even been a day since the Divine Physician performed ghoul severing. How did he end up like this? He looked at the Citadel Lord's form and thought, I witnessed it myself. The Divine Physician came this morning. The ghoulification process and his energy had stabilized, so why did he suddenly go on a rampage again? Why did this happen just when there was a glimmer of hope for a cure? If the Citadel Lord could have held on for just one more month, maybe we could have saved him. Zyver recalled Chungyo's words. Not right now, that guy's ghoul severing is still at the level of imitation. Unlike Mino, the Citadel Lord's state of collapse is very severe. A normal person would have already become a ghoul long ago. It's only because his will is so strong that he's been able to hold on for this long. But in a month, that guy's ghoul severing might actually be a gamble worth taking. I've never tried it, but there are probably only 2 people who can perform it. And if it's that guy, he remembered Juin. Zyver looked at the people behind him and thought, one of them definitely knows about Mr. Juin. I already knew there was a traitor among us. Mahan placed both hands on the stairs and said, Someone who can control the mental collapse has appeared. Zyver opened his mouth and asked, Even if they are not from the Six Paths clan, Mahan replied. That's right, that's why I want to go and meet that person myself. Zyver had a surprised expression. Yourself, but matters related to mental collapse are very dangerous. Why don't you send someone like the captain or the vice-captain? Mahan laughed and said, Haha, you don't trust me at all. Have you forgotten who I am? I survived that hellish war. I may have lost the fight for the fruit, but I will continue to help with matters concerning human life in Gorgon. Hearing this, Zyver recalled the terrible state of the Citadel Lord when he had just returned. He guessed inwardly. The Citadel Lord fell into a state of mental collapse right after returning from inspecting the troops, and the people who witnessed that were. Zyver never thought that the person he suspected was Mahan. Mahan immediately gave an order. Everyone strengthen the guard. This is a serious situation. Zyver stepped forward to stop him. It's dangerous. Let's wait until the Divine Physician returns before going inside, he replied. If we delay any longer, it will be the end of Gorgon, Zyver persuaded him forcefully. But if the Divine Physician isn't here, we can't perform ghoul severing. Are you planning to kill the Citadel Lord? Mahan replied. You know as well as I do that we can't defeat the Citadel Lord, even if we all join forces, Zyver said in frustration. So what are you suggesting? Mahan immediately said. I will perform the ghoul seal. This statement shocked Zyver to the core. He shouted frantically, No, that's a last resort. Mahan remained resolute. If we wait any longer it will be too late. We must at least protect the Citadel Lord's spiritual energy with the ghoul seal. Someone opened their mouth. But we don't have the essence stone to use for the ghoul seal. Mahan suddenly called out to the commander. Everyone already knows, so there's no need to hide it anymore. He's here. All eyes turned towards the door. A shadow was slowly entering. It turned out to be the captain of the Dark Blood Squad. He was holding a box in his hand. Zyver was greatly surprised. He couldn't believe that the captain of the Dark Blood Squad who belonged to the command headquarters was the traitor. And in that box was Mr. Juan's essence stone. Mahan questioned Zyver. This is the future of Gorgon. Why did you try to hide and monopolize such an important item? You know better than anyone what will happen if the Citadel Lord really turns into a ghoul, don't you? Or are you planning to turn the Citadel Lord into a grand ghoul? You witnessed it yourself. How much of a threat just one mid-level ghoul is to Gorgon. A grand ghoul is a disaster that controls countless ghouls and brings destruction wherever it passes. Do you really want to see that happen? Zyver clenched his fists in anger. He thought, the Citadel Lord is going crazy and the Divine Physician isn't here. His perspective right now is very rational. Zyver hesitated and said, But this isn't something anyone can do just because they have an essence stone. The ghoul seal is a secret technique of the Six Paths clan. Don't tell me you're planning to bring a member of that clan here now, Mahan replied. Don't worry, I've already summoned those who have learned the secret technique. They are not of the Six Paths clan, no, but they can at least perform the seal, Zyver thought worriedly. Things have gone wrong. If the ghoul seal is performed like this, the Citadel Lord's spiritual energy will be sealed in the essence stone. Since energy is not hereditary in chaos, if someone gets their hands on the essence stone containing the Citadel Lord's spiritual energy, they could possess his spiritual energy and become the master of Gorgon. If Gorgon falls into the hands of a villain, who other than an extraordinary person like Mr. Juin, a non-member of the Six Paths clan, could handle the essence stone? Mahan suddenly said. Someone who can control mental collapse has appeared. Zyver was horrified. Control mental collapse from when the Citadel Lord started having mental collapses half a year ago to his madness today. Could it all be part of the Outer Commander's plan? He immediately shouted loudly. Is anyone there? Stopped the Outer Commander. but no one stepped forward, and when Zyver turned around they were all standing indifferently, showing no reaction. Zyver knelt down in pain. "No, they've all betrayed me. I can't do anything. I'm sorry, my lord." And so the ghoul seal ceremony proceeded. Zyver was filled with regret. "I couldn't protect Gorgon because of my arrogance. I'm truly sorry." While his tears flowed endlessly, the dirt and stones above suddenly crumbled, creating a large circle. Light from the outside poured in, and a powerful energy rained down, blowing away many stones and other things. The scene in this prison was very chaotic, but it seemed as if nothing was happening outside. The people in the prison were terrified and looked up to see what was happening. Zyver was stunned to see someone jump down, and the captain of the Dark Blood Squad clicked his tongue. That person finally landed on the ground, and it was Juan. Zahia followed, carrying Chunghyo on his back. Zyver felt as if he had found hope for life. Juan and Zahia suddenly appeared. With Zahia carrying Chunghyo on his back, Maihan shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you set foot here?" Juan stepped forward to stop him. "Outer Commander, please stop." The commander of the Tower of Corruption and the commander of the Tower of Despair suddenly flew towards him in a miserable state. Juan continued, "Your act of betrayal has been revealed to the world. Your subordinates have confessed everything." Maihan was furious, and the commander of the Tower of Corruption said with difficulty, I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded, ending his life. Zahia saw the scene and shouted, "What are you doing, Maihan?" The outer commander replied calmly, "He chose to commit suicide after being exposed. Why are you blaming me for not being able to stop him?" "Nonsense." Zahia immediately announced, "Everyone be on your guard. This is a rebellion. If the seal proceeds, everything the outer commander has planned will become reality." As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of a sword was pointed at his neck. It was the same on the other three sides. Zahia asked, "What are you doing?" One of the subordinates replied, "I'm sorry, Commander of the Ghoul Execution Squad. The outer commander Maihan's wish is, please do not go against the wishes of the Golden Heaven Society. We must subdue you, Commander, until the Citadel Lord's sealing is complete." Zahia cursed, "Cowardly traitors." On the other side, Juan said to Zyver, "In exchange for saving the Citadel Lord, Gorgon will protect me. You made an impossible promise. Gorgon doesn't have the ability to do so." Zyver hesitated and asked, "Does that mean," Juan proposed, "let's change the terms of that agreement. I will save the Citadel Lord and kill all the traitors here. In return, hand that old man over to me and I will restart the Abyss expedition. You will have to help me." Zahia and Maihan also heard this. Maihan opened his mouth. "All nonsense. I've heard the stories about the one who killed Yania the Ghoul in a single blow. I thought it was an exaggeration, but it seems to be true. In that case, we will also fight with all our might." Juan gripped his sword tightly, preparing to fight to the death. One by one from Maihan's side they rushed in, instantly overwhelming the place. It was truly a situation of the strong ganging up on the weak. Anger filled Juan's eyes. Juan killed them one after another. Zahia also fought with all his might, needing to protect the old man Chunghyo safely. The captain of the Dark Blood Squad was beaten until his mask broke and parts of his body gradually fell off. He could only curse. Damn it. One by one they rushed at Juan, surrounding him from all sides. He thought of them relentlessly charging at him. Juan stopped fighting and waited for them to come, then sighed, and Juan pointed his sword forward, and a powerful energy erupted, felling the group of cunning traitors. Maihan tried to block this fierce attack, but it was useless. "I was wrong. I can't block that attack." He seemed so small in the face of Juan's power. He had no choice but to flee. The energy struck the hard wall, and dirt and stones flew in all directions. Maihan looked back in fear. Right where the Citadel Lord had been tied, a deep round hole appeared in the wall. Maihan let out a sigh of relief. "If I hadn't stopped in time, I would surely be dead." On the other side, Zyver helped Zahia up. They were greatly surprised by this destructive power. That group began to murmur and discuss among themselves. "Great Elder, what should we do? Even if we continue with the plan, if we can't proceed with the seal, we have no choice but to switch to plan B. We must use the Black Cloud, even if it means wiping out all of Gorgon." Juan's gaze sharpened. He opened his mouth. "Maihan, you are the outer commander of the Gorgon Citadel and a great elder of the Golden Heaven clan. I don't know what your purpose is or why you want a tainted soul, but I know one thing for sure." Juan stomped his foot hard on the ground and continued, "I like guys like you." Maihan immediately shouted, "Take that bastard down no matter the cost." His subordinates charged once again. Juan continued to express his gratitude. "I'm truly grateful. Thanks to guys like you." Nevertheless, he was able to defeat that cowardly group. Juan continued what he had just said. "I can destroy this world with peace of mind." He aimed his sword at the sky, and a shining tendril of power erupted like a giant whirlwind. It shot straight up high into the sky, and from there it split into several smaller tendrils and poured down like fireworks, but with the difference that it could destroy everything below. Zahia grabbed Shiver's hand. "You must leave, Inner Commander." He was watching those tendrils of light with tears in his eyes. To Zyver this seemed like an overwhelming hope. He recalled what the Citadel Lord had said before, "Juran, the people here need hope and overwhelming hope." Those tendrils of light finally fell to the ground, causing the earth stones and even human bodies to explode, the Citadel Lord had said. An overwhelming hope will not fade no matter what it faces, Zyver thought. I can't believe I'm feeling the overwhelming hope the Citadel Lord spoke of. From a man who wishes to destroy the world, the tendrils of light gradually disappeared, and Mai-Han was also torn in two by that power, dying without a trace. He struggled to say his last words, this monster, but it was too late. Gorgon is, Juin approached and stabbed him, causing the corpse to explode. Zahia opened his mouth. Sir, Juin asked. That old man, is he still asleep? He replied. Yes, he won't wake up no matter how hard I try. Juin had no choice but to grab Changhao and throw him hard against a wall. Zahia's mouth fell open in shock. Sir, what are you doing? But thanks to that, Changhao woke up. The old man cried out in pain. This old and weak back can't handle such a shock, Juin said calmly. You should have woken up on your own. Their gazes turned to the Citadel Lord. His terrifying hand suddenly began to move slightly. At this time the system also warned. Target soul corruption has exceeded 99.9. Conversion will now begin. System warning, soul damage level. Target has exceeded 99.9. A string of data connected by a red circle suddenly appeared above. Everyone was extremely curious, not knowing what was happening. System notification calculating target's risk level. They called out to the Citadel Lord, but he was still tied in that corner, the system announced again. Calculating, system prediction impossible, extremely dangerous ghoul. Changhao, having woken from a deep sleep, was now conscious. The Gorgon Citadel's automatic alarm activated. The residents outside panicked and fled. The scene was very chaotic. DM ordered, evacuate all residents to a safe place immediately. So we don't have to worry about it anymore. The squad members immediately followed his order. DM looked up worriedly. What on earth is that? What in the world happened inside the Citadel? The scene changes to inside, Juin said to the commander of the Ghoul Execution Squad. Take the inner commander to a shelter. He quickly complied. Changhao stepped forward and drew his sword. Kid, open the way. Your thrust is too sharp to save people. Juin was curious. When did you get a new sword? The old man shouted in annoyance. You broke my sword, don't you remember? Enough with the chatter. Changhao immediately began the ghoul severing ritual. He rested the sword on the ground and drew the first stroke in front of the Citadel Lord. The tip of the sword moved flexibly over the hard stone floor. Changhao was doing his best to save the man. He evoked the Citadel Lord's past memories. The time when he happily drank beer with Zyver, Changhao and Zahia. My lord, stop drinking. Never, it's just water anyway. My lord, you look really cool when you drink. Ha ha ha, stop with the empty flattery. Back in reality, Changhao said. Deeply engraving forgotten memories is the purpose of ghoul severing. You did the same when you saved Mino, right? If their hearts are filled with memories, they might be able to overcome even the worst situations. Suddenly, the sound of someone's sigh was heard. The old man turned to look at the Citadel Lord, and a bloody, horrifying scene of a massacre unfolded before his eyes. A vicious person was strangling a weak person. His face was very terrifying. Changhao was stunned. That's not the Citadel Lord. The Citadel Lord's eyes suddenly glowed red. Juin approached and asked the old man. Changhao replied in fear. Something is coming. It's not the Citadel Lord. It's something else. The chains binding the Citadel Lord began to wriggle, then they shattered into many pieces. The Citadel Lord suddenly stood up. Changhao and Juin looked up at his face. At first there were no eyes, only two deep black holes, but a moment later 2 eyes burned red. His 2 arms from the shoulders down looked as if they had been cut by someone, and blood flowed profusely. The Citadel Lord stared intently at the 2 people before him. Changhao said, trembling. That's definitely not the Citadel Lord. That being slowly placed its toes on the ground, then planted its entire foot down with force. Juin and Changhao froze on the spot for a moment. The fake Citadel Lord opened his mouth. Surprising, I never thought I could enter this world with this body. So this one became a ghoul in the end? He saw a familiar face. It was Changhao. He opened his mouth to reveal grotesque teeth, smiled, and asked Changhao, Second-rate Awakener, why are you still in chaos? Didn't you find what you wanted beneath the abyss 9 years ago? Changhao looked at him and thought, the master of the Reaper's palace at the center of chaos. The only one who can open the gate to the abyss. He quietly called out the Soul Emperor Jiang. He thought, even using doubt I can't identify that thing. It's similar to a ghoul, but what kind of monster is it? The Soul Emperor swung his arm and shining white tendrils flew towards Juin and Changhao. The 2 immediately blocked them with their arms. The Soul Emperor continued. Don't tell me you want to protect this world, Changhao thought. With just a flick of a finger he can scatter the world I created. The Soul Emperor gave a cruel smile and looked at Juin. You are an interesting human. A fully awakened being who still has a heart. Changhao sat down on the ground in fear, his hands and feet trembling. The Soul Emperor's authority, possession. The Soul Emperor must have taken over the Citadel Lord's body through possession. Then the thing before them was just his replica. To think a single replica could be so terrifying. Someone's voice brought him to his senses. Old man, it was Juin. He asked, it was a failure, wasn't it? I plan to eliminate that thing. The Soul Emperor opened his mouth. You're saying you'll kill me? He opened his mouth wide and laughed. How interesting. Changhao reached out his arm to stop him. Kid, don't do it. You can't do anything to him. Even Mulk couldn't injure the Soul Emperor. This is just a replica, but Juin still stuck to his decision. Don't be afraid, I can defeat him. Changhao was worried. Kid, how can you be so calm when you're at a dead end? The Soul Emperor laughed again, but this time he opened his mouth very wide and laughed continuously. This vicious being suddenly stopped. It was as if something was stuck in his throat and he could no longer laugh. Juan still observed his every move intently. The Soul Emperor opened his mouth as wide as possible. A sword hilt suddenly popped out from there. He grabbed it tightly with both hands, pulled out a large sword and wore a contemptuous expression. "Do your worst, you foolish awakener with a human heart in your chest." Changhao froze when he saw his sword, the Sword of Nothingness, a terrifying weapon that turned half of the expedition members into ghouls in an instant. "I never thought I'd see the day I'd see it again." The Soul Emperor charged fiercely. He clashed head-on with their swords. This ghoul saw Juan's strong, sharp gaze and opened his mouth. "I have seen another with eyes like yours. Do you wish to go to the abyss?" Below, Changhao was horrified. "What, the abyss? Our side has no information on him, and he's trying to enter the abyss." The Soul Emperor extended a huge hand and said, "To think there is still one who wishes to reach the end of the world, but you are too weak." With his lightning speed, Juan was instantly caught in that hand. He grabbed Juan's head tightly, spun him around and still spat out words of contempt. "You are not even as strong as the nightmare of 900 years ago." Juan struggled to break free from his hand, but it was useless. He took advantage of a moment when the Soul Emperor was off guard and quickly cut off his hand with his sword. And he was left with only one hand. Juan also escaped from danger. He landed on the ground and thought, "Good, I cut off his hand." Next, with no time to prepare, that ghoul attacked once again. He raised his sword high and brought it down. Fortunately, Juan noticed in time and dodged this attack. The blade only grazed his body. The Soul Emperor swung his sword again. Unfortunately, Juan was wounded in the arm. His cloak was also torn to shreds. Not surrendering, Juan gripped his sword tightly and bravely pierced through his body, but this much damage was nothing to him. The Soul Emperor suddenly stabbed his sword into the ground, and the force of it sent dirt and stones flying in all directions. The blade was stained with Juan's blood. He smiled sinisterly. Corruption is in essence a disease of time. Just one small wound from the Sword of Nothingness and centuries, no, millennia will pass. A soul that cannot endure time will grow old, become corrupt and turn into a ghoul, Juan replied. Things like these, a large amount of waste suddenly spewed out from the wound on his arm, he continued. I just have to get rid of them. Nevertheless, the author was not the least bit afraid. "Oh, to be able to cut off the corrupted part of your soul so easily, that's unexpected. Your willpower is strong, but that's as far as you go." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth wide and laughed. Taking that opportunity, Juan immediately pierced his body with his sword, leaving only a skeleton. The Soul Emperor seemed to feel no pain, and only then did Juan feel fear. He smiled eerily and split his sword into several blades. He controlled them to fly down, and just before they reached Changhao, Juan quickly saved him. He struggled to block these swords, knocking them away one by one. The Soul Emperor opened his mouth. Looking closely, the sword in your scabbard is a replica made in the Tower of Nightmares. Quite impressive for a toy made by a nightmare. Unable to hold on any longer, Juan slowly let go of his hand and the swords pierced through his body. Changhao, who was next to him, shouted loudly, "Brat!" Fortunately, Juan could still answer. "I know." He gripped his sword tightly and stood up resolutely. As the opponent showed signs of charging, Juan also rushed forward quickly, and so their swords clashed fiercely. This fight was not over yet. The immense force created by the clash of the two powerful beings sent Changhao flying far away. The Soul Emperor uttered a threatening remark. "If you keep fighting, your soul won't last long." Juan was lost in thought. He's right. I can't keep this up. No matter how many times I use doubt, I can't find his weakness. And I can't concentrate because of these strange objects that keep appearing before my eyes. He suddenly recalled Chungyu's words. My own domain is the White Realm. It's a place where I engrave those who have disappeared and recreate them with my imagination. Every awakener has a unique domain. A domain is created with a keyword obtained upon awakening. It's something similar to desire or emotion. A powerful awakener can bring countless creatures into their world. These words made Juan come to a decision. He sheathed his sword and landed on the ground. Juan's eyes suddenly flashed, emitting lightning. It turned out he was casting the gazing moon formation. From where Juan stood, another space covered this one, and it was only orange and red. Changhao recognized this place as hell. He was surprised that Juan had always lived in such a world, a gloomy place made of helplessness and anger. The Soul Emperor sneered. "Is this your ideal world? How interesting indeed." Taking this precious opportunity, Juan once again thrust his sword into his mouth. Fortunately, he succeeded this time, and there was a moment when he too fell. Juan said to himself, "Those annoying patterns are finally gone." He thrust it in so deep that almost all of his teeth were broken, and he continued until the Soul Emperor fought back. He wrapped his hands around Juan's neck and said, "You are just rushing at me without even knowing how to end it all." He swung his arm and slammed Juan into the ground. Juan didn't know what to do. The dirt and stones below moved violently, and a moment later they scattered in all directions. Changhao was terrified and backed away, cursing. "Damn it!" The large rocks above suddenly began to rain down fiercely. After that, the Soul Emperor stomped on Juan's body. He had already lost consciousness long ago, he said, "one who never gives up on their grudge. It's been a very long time since I met a being as interesting as you." He pulled out the sword embedded in his chest. With the intention of killing Juan, he smiled. "It's a shame this fun has to end." And the tip of the sword slowly approached his face. At the last moment, Juan suddenly opened his eyes. A black shadow was seen quickly moving backward. In a moment the monster didn't expect, a sword struck the middle of its head. The monster's head was separated from its body and flew several meters away. Its eyes still didn't seem to understand what had happened. Juin was completely drenched in sweat. "Your fun time is over, isn't it?" He barely stood up, leaning on his sword. "My turn has just begun," suddenly a voice echoed. "Ridiculous. You won't be able to leave a single scratch on me." The monster's body began to change, and its head was smiling triumphantly. In this process, everything around them became blurry. Juin blocked with his hand against the terrible power emanating from the monster. The wounds on his body healed so quickly that they were visible to the naked eye. He could only curse in anger upon seeing this sight. Damn it, the current monster looked much more hideous than before. Juin stood still and assessed the situation. What on earth is this? As if on guard, he did not act immediately, and the monster attacked first. Fortunately, Juin dodged to the side in time. It did not stop and let out a loud roar as it extended its arms. In an instant it reached him, easily sending its opponent flying and creating a dazzling red trail. Juin crashed into a cliff and the surroundings were filled with dust. He painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. The monster attacked again, chasing him to the end. But it seemed as if someone had brushed past from the side, and Juin stood up and moved behind the monster. He held his sword ready for a surprise attack, but the monster extended its arm to smash its opponent. But its speed was not fast enough, and Juin already had his sword pointed at its eyes. The monster suddenly opened its mouth. "I have watched the creatures of this world to create it." Everyone tried to climb to the top of the phantom dream tree to satisfy their curiosity. His eyes widened as if to see through his opponent. "Are you also trying to find your own answer to this world? What is your question?" The monster also attacked with its sword, and whether it hit him or not was unknown, but dirt and stones flew in all directions. A sword larger than a person was embedded in the ground. He exclaimed as if he had realized something. "Ah, I see." The current situation was very disadvantageous for Juin. He looked small in front of the monster's sword. A voice constantly echoed in his ear. "Could it be that this world is the question you are looking for?" Juin gritted his teeth and held on, ignoring the monster's words. The sound of weapons was extremely grating to the ear. The monster constantly threw out questions. "Then what meaning does this world have to you? Destruction, annihilation, or slaughter?" Juin jumped up once again and thrust towards his head. From beginning to end it was the monster's monologue, and there was no answer. "Ah, I see." Everything around him was the most perfect answer. "The end, that is the only name that suits this world." Looking at the person before him, he couldn't help but admire. How arrogant! To think a small human is asking about the value of this world's existence. He extended his long hair and said sarcastically, "You are within this world. Will the existence of this world help you find your answer?" Juin held on with his feet and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." The monster exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Seeing him struggle to hold on, he sneered and asked, "Is that so? Then you haven't felt it yet, nor have you found the answer you want." Juin was silent for a long time. He began to search his memory. "This situation, everything before my eyes is very familiar. I've definitely experienced this somewhere." A similar scene suddenly flashed through Juin's mind. He realized something. What I'm fighting is a replica connected to the main body. In other words, Juin implicitly knew what he had to do. He immediately jumped up, let out a sigh of relief as if he had put down a burden, and finally charged with his sword with all his might. The monster's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening, and Juin unleashed a blue power towards him, causing an explosion that shook the entire area. Everything was in chaos and the dust was thick, but the monster had not yet been annihilated. He put his hand down to get up and said, "Your games are endless." He closed his eyes and ignored the monster's words. He roared in anger, "Do you know that you can never kill me? You fool." He delivered a final blow and said, "I'm tired of this, let's end it." He opened his mouth wide like a hungry ghost trying to swallow his prey. A yellow flash appeared in Juin's eyes and a streak of light was seen grazing past the monster's head. It was none other than Juin. He floated in the air looking down, and the yellow floating objects reappeared. At this moment Juin saw it become a shining golden thread and enter the monster's body. He was sure of his guess. "I knew it." Juin gripped his sword tightly. The connection to the main body. He charged with all his might, shouting as if to encourage himself, and strongly pierced the monster's head, cutting off its supply. He was surprised, his eyes wide. "Impossible. Riot's ultimate technique." Juin gritted his teeth and continued to push deeper, finally piercing through, and the surrounding dirt and stones shattered. A voice was still faintly heard from somewhere. "O you who live for the end, I will be waiting for you at the entrance to hell." A drop of water fell, tinged with a deadly red color. He leaned against a rock, his whole body drenched in sweat. He finally relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and breathed evenly. Juin's consciousness always reminded himself that he had to become stronger. "Besides thrusting, I need more techniques, especially a powerful slash. That technique is suitable for fighting large armies, but when fighting a powerful individual, the range of the technique is too wide, greatly reducing its effectiveness." Juin's two eyes were still firmly closed. "This time I only used it to divert attention, to buy a little more time. I need a new technique, a special technique to fight one-on-one against a powerful enemy." After a long battle, the black clouds in the sky cleared and the sun revealed itself. Old man Chunghyo was already unconscious at that time, covered in dust and dirt. Two people rushed over to help him up. Juin seemed to have regained his senses after hearing someone call his name. You, he saw the man collapse next to him. He said with difficulty, can you come over here for a moment? There were only the two of them inside. I became a bloodthirsty demon, but I have always been watching you. Juan listened quietly. Thank you so much for fighting against the Soul Emperor. And then he suddenly grabbed Juan's hand tightly. He was a little surprised and said, hey. But the other person cut him off. He seemed to be speaking with his last breath. It's time for Gorgon to change. Please accept this. As he finished speaking, a yellow light flashed and something seemed to enter Juan's body. He spoke again. You look very familiar. I could feel the warm memories of Juan's friends and comrades. His body showed signs of disappearing. Please do not let the heart within you grow cold towards hope. After he finished speaking, he became a yellow light and scattered in all directions. On this side, a group of people ran over and asked worriedly, Is everyone all right? Old man Chunghao cried out in pain. My back, but there was something that surprised them even more. Heavy footsteps were approaching the group. One person exclaimed, My lord. Juan noticed something strange had appeared on his arm. Everyone was surprised. That symbol is. Everyone knelt down in unison and mourned. Yuhan Kai Shiver's 2 eyes were already wet. The ruler. His image immediately appeared in his mind. I understand if this is the Citadel Lord's will. Everyone shouted in one voice. We pledge our loyalty to the new ruler of Gorgon. Juan just looked at them and said nothing. 2 days later, the village was under repair and Yuhan Kai Xiver opened his mouth as he looked at the person before him. I'm sorry, my lord. Juan rested his chin on his hand and said with a bored expression, I'm not the Citadel Lord. I told you I won't do it, but he still had to listen to the other person's nagging. It seems my lord has forgotten the promise, so I will remind you once again. And indeed, Juan's promise also appeared on the system. Save the Citadel Lord and kill the traitors. Yuhan's promise, help deploy personnel for the Abyss expedition. He frowned and said, Are you saying I have to take responsibility because the Citadel Lord is dead? He replied. Yes, something like that. Juan was not happy at all. The Citadel Lord is gone now, but since I'm the one who was entrusted, you want to make me the ruler of this citadel? Yuhan smiled brightly and said, That's right, and now is the time to keep your promise. Since Sir Juan is now the Citadel Lord, he clutched his head and thought, Damn it, how did things get to this point? I can't waste my time in this citadel. I must keep moving forward. I have to go to the Abyss. The sound of discussion echoed in the room. Can I pass this ruler position to someone else? The other party immediately refused. You cannot. Gorgon will not acknowledge that person. Juan stared intently at the tattoo on his arm. Gorgon, you mean this symbol? I was chosen by this? Yuhan's voice was heard again in his ear. That is why you cannot just hand over this position as you please. The ruler of Gorgon only changes when the current ruler no longer exists. And then he placed a pile of documents on the desk and continued, These are the documents that need to be processed today. He flipped through the documents while still having to listen to Yuhan's nagging. Since Sir Juan has just become the Citadel Lord, I have added some records and information that might be helpful. He glanced through it once and thought to himself, What a strange law. Is that why everyone spoke so well of the Citadel Lord? Yuhan introduced again. You may use the items in the drawer as you please. I will go and sort out a few things. Please call me if you need anything. Out of curiosity, Juan opened the desk drawer and happened to have his gaze fall on something inside. It was a crumpled piece of paper. He was curious what this was. Juan was a little suspicious of the word 17th ruler. It seemed to unfold on its own without a human touch. He stared intently at the paper. Congratulations, I don't know who you are, and then it folded into something else. If you have found this and it eventually became a talking paper doll, it means you have become the new ruler. You must be wondering how to govern the Gorgon Citadel, right? Juan looked at it with a contemptuous gaze. What is this, magic paper? No, is this a paper doll made with spiritual power? The paper doll advised again. But first, rest. The ruler has only one job. Find pleasure. A good ruler is a person who has a lot of pleasure. He was dumbfounded to hear that. The words still continued in his ear. Leave the security of the Citadel to the inspection department, internal affairs to the internal affairs team, and foreign affairs to the foreign affairs team. They will handle everything. I'm not giving useless advice. This has been accumulated through generations of Citadel Lords. Juan frowned and wondered to himself. Were all the previous rulers this lazy? According to my data, half of the rulers were overworked. This led to fatigue of the soul and body. None of them lived long. He was lost in thought for a moment at these words. He could imagine what he looked like when he was writing the letter. This advice is not just for you but also for Gorgon. I hope you will not be greedy. Do not try to change anything and do not exhaust yourself. Everyone here knows that this world is very difficult to change. So strive to maintain the status quo and change only a little bit. Therefore, do not make decisions from the perspective of the majority. Do everything according to your own heart and will. Please do not be greedy. Do not try to change what cannot be changed. The only good ruler in chaos is the paper doll seemed to go limp, and after leaving its final words it returned to its original form, a ruler who does nothing. Juan was silent and thought. Now I think I know what a ruler is in this place. A light shone upon him like a halo of enlightenment, a being that shatters the hope for survival, a being that prevents the changes that have been maintained here for generations. Yuhan saw him looking lost and called his attention. My lord, what are you lost in thought about? Juan suddenly opened his mouth and called out one word. Yuhan. and then he looked at him resolutely and said, "I will abolish the ruler system of Gorgon." He asked in surprise, What did you say?" Those words meant he didn't care about other people's thoughts. He began to make a plan. "I have to start from here, Yuhan. What is a citadel?" He rubbed his chin and thought, what a strange question. A citadel is a fortress, and a fortress is a military structure that protects an alliance from enemies." Juan heard those words and said coldly, "Then what if enemies no longer exist?" Yuhan froze upon hearing this opinion. What if no one could invade the citadel? A cold sweat began to run down his face. The citadel would no longer have a reason to exist, then a ruler would no longer be needed. But he thought a citadel without enemies was impossible. Juan said firmly, "No, it's possible." His face was serious with a grand thought. "Because I will unite chaos. There will no longer be funerals in chaos. Instead, there will be a soul festival to joyfully send off those who have disappeared forever. If a funeral is a ritual to honor the deceased, the soul festival is a ritual to erase them. The story of a soul that has disappeared forever will be retold over and over again, so that it is never mentioned again after the soul festival. That is the last gift chaos can give to those who have left it." Yuhan opened his mouth. "We all know Rojik, but we cannot bury him." In front of them was a portrait of the former citadel lord. "He no longer exists in this world. No body, no soul, only memories left behind as nourishment for the phantom dream tree." Everyone was somber and sad. "And so we will forget Amel Grozek forever." Changhao would also attend the Soul Festival, which would last for a week. "We will honor him one last time with all our hearts. We will repeat stories about him until there are no more stories to tell." A man with a sturdy build, his arms crossed, silently repeated the name, Amel Grozek. It was Juan. He stood there, lost in thought. "I finally know the name of that strange man who put me in the position of ruler." Juan suddenly heard whispers about himself. Can an outsider wearing the ruler's clothes become the new ruler? They seem to be insubordinate. Is that small lump of a soul going to be the ruler? I hear he hasn't even lived for 100 years. Could it be that Yuhan has other plans? He glanced at them languidly. "They look like people worth fighting." A veiled woman noticed him. The corner of the woman's mouth suddenly lifted. Someone approached where Juan was standing and called out. A man with a rather ridiculous hairstyle asked, "Are you the new ruler?" Changhao appeared from somewhere and teased, "Oh my, you're a step too late, Vice President of the Saintess Council. It seems the old man from the Simlim Scholar Society was one step ahead of you." The woman looked at the two and said with a smile, "How interesting. Divine Physician, who will you bet on?" He replied with little interest. "A bet? That's something you do only when there's something worth betting on," a voice echoed inside the banquet hall. "Excuse me, may I ask your age? I heard you are very young," Juan replied. "I'm about 60, the man stroked his chin. 60, huh? Has Gorgon started a hereditary system? Are you the ruler's son?" Hearing this, everyone else looked at the two. "Him, his son? No way. That old man is so rude. He is young, but he knows exactly how humans came to chaos." He extended his hand and said, "Anyway, let's get along." The man smiled, revealing a distinctive gold tooth. "I am Kong In Han, the Vice President of the Simlim Scholar Society." Seeing the other party's cold attitude, he cried inwardly, "HMPH, so the rumors that the new ruler is in cooperative are true. I can finally repay the humiliation I suffered in Gorgon 10 years ago." At that time he had to kneel and say, "Please allow us to establish a branch in Gorgon. I was caught bribing the army at the northern checkpoint by that foolish commander there." It was Catan. He extended his hand and ordered, "You are under arrest for bribery." The former Citadel Lord had laughed loudly and said, "How can I allow a branch that bribes the army and causes a disturbance?" After that, I was flatly rejected by the ruler. What a foolish man, just like that checkpoint commander, he thought triumphantly. But now the ruler is dead and that northern commander is dying in a hospital bed. Kong In Han looked down on Juan as if he were a child. "The new ruler is just a kid. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." As the two shook hands, he secretly used a top-grade illusion formation technique. An invisible thread wrapped around his arm and finally entered Juan's brain. The scene before his eyes suddenly turned into the Nine Hells. A door radiating intense heat opened, and a fire dragon appeared behind him. It slowly opened its mouth and spewed a ball of fire towards where Juan was standing. As he seemed dazed, people began to whisper, "The Citadel Lord seems a bit strange. That bastard, did he use the Nine Hells on the Citadel Lord? What? How can he act so viciously? How can a 60-year-old kid endure that?" Kong In Han thought triumphantly. "How does my top-grade illusion technique taste? You will now experience the illusion of the fire jewel of the red dragon Tiamat. You will soon be wailing and following my demands." He was startled to hear the other person's voice. "Chaos has a very special way of greeting people." Juan deliberately squeezed the other's hand tightly and said with an overwhelming gaze, "HMPH, now it's my turn." The red dragon from the Nine Hells was annihilated by him. Extreme fear appeared on his face. Juan immediately used the divine soul projection. Kong In Han was dragged into a place dominated by the crimson color of death and a watchful eye. He screamed in terror, "H hell," and he suddenly knelt down helplessly. Seeing this, people began to wonder, what's wrong with that person? Don't tell me he overcame the 9 hells. Juan finally opened his mouth. You have insulted the ruler, so according to custom you should be punished. I will spare your life this time, but there won't be a next. Kong In-han still couldn't come to his senses. Chung Hyo pouted in dissatisfaction. What, is that it? How boring. Others were also watching. It looks like that person was stabbed several times. The veiled woman was horrified. Who on earth is that person? A voice echoed from within. Then we will continue with the ruler's inauguration speech, Yuhan introduced. This podium has been equipped with voice amplification technology, so please press here and speak. Chung Hyo stood among the people and thought to himself. This guy is giving an inauguration speech. HMPH, no, I have a bad feeling about this. He stood on the high podium and opened his mouth. My name is Juan, the new ruler of Gorgon. I do not know Amel Grozek, what he did, what kind of life he lived. When he said this, the people below were caught off guard. Even those closest to him were slack-jawed in astonishment. Ignoring the people's reactions, Juan continued his speech. I also do not know what kind of ruler he was. Yuhan stared at him with a blank expression. To be honest, I don't care. In front of many people, Juan spoke frankly to everyone. I know you are dissatisfied with me. You probably think I'm just a kid with ordinary spiritual power who became the ruler by sheer luck. To some extent, you're right. I really didn't intend to. I just suddenly became the ruler. He clenched both his fists and said, You are dissatisfied with me as the ruler. I also don't want to be in this position, so how can I bring you the best result? After thinking for about 30 seconds, I found a solution to this situation. Juan pointed his index finger towards his chest. Challenge me with confidence. The one who defeats me in a one-on-one duel will become the new ruler. Important things must be repeated. The first person to defeat me will become the ruler. Suddenly a hand slammed down on a table. Haha. This person was Cayman, the president of the South Sea Society. He praised, indeed a brave ruler. Mel chose an interesting person. So is that all? Are there no other conditions? Juan immediately replied, of course there's more. The time limit is 1 month. Those who challenge me and lose, he spoke as if he had already calculated something, will become members of the Abyss expedition that will depart in 2 months. Upon hearing this, all the attendees were taken by surprise. People were very curious about what this Abyss expedition the ruler spoke of was. Alai Yuhan believe in Juan. He protected Gorgon from enemies and was acknowledged by the former Citadel Lord. Even though he has declared very unreasonable things like destruction or even the unification of chaos, and even though he stood on the podium and gave people a sense that something was wrong, I have still decided to see what he will do. Now there is no one who does not know about the events of the inauguration day. Anyone who wants to become the ruler must accept the challenge. The citizens were also very dissatisfied with this. What? How can that outsider become the ruler? Is that person from the samsara? What will happen to us now? No matter how strangely he acts, he is still our Citadel Lord. The soldiers outside were having a very hard time. Stand back, you cannot enter any further. But they forced their way in. We have the right to protest to the Citadel Lord and present our opinions. Open the gates. The guards being pushed by them could only shout continuously. Stop, block them, a guard cried inwardly. Someone come and help us, something is harming the future of Gorgon. I believe he wouldn't do such a thing without a reason. Inside the Citadel, a door was opened very roughly by someone. A man burst in holding out a notice and said, I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning. It seems the matter has become more serious. On it was written special interview. I have defeated a Citadel Lord before. Not even this entire world of chaos combined can defeat him. Yuhan froze on the spot. He had been putting on a cucumber pack, drinking tea and eating a sandwich in the early morning, and he couldn't help but exclaim, My goodness! The sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor struck fear into people's hearts. He soon arrived in front of the ruler's room. As soon as the door opened, a storm of documents poured out before Yuhan's angry face. Like a teacher checking homework, he asked the student, How much work have you left undone and piled up? Yuhan climbed onto the pile of documents and called out, Citadel Lord. He still didn't know that the person inside was not Juan. You can't pretend to be working in such a messy place. Yuhan was stunned. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the hospital? He lamented, not being able to watch Juan 24 hours a day. From inside the Citadel, Yuhan's angry voice echoed, Where on earth have you been? Meanwhile, he seemed to be at a place with a statue of Catan. Suddenly the statue was shattered by a blue force. Chung Hyo patted the statue's head and said, Fallen angel Catan, there are too many poses of Catan suffering. You fool, do you know how much this costs? You were looking at the Catan statue collection. The one young women like to use as a training target. Catan must be going crazy in the hospital, Juan said, unconcerned. Never mind that, old man, I just thought of a new technique. He made a sound. Oh, slightly curious. What kind of technique? Juan planted his feet firmly on the ground, holding his sword, and a thick power emanated from his entire body. Chung Hyo laughed cheerfully and said, Your stance is definitely more proper than usual. Seeing your sword's movement, it seems influenced by my swordsmanship, right? He finalized the matter. Then the name, yes. How about piercing strike? Juan immediately shot back. Do you want to be pierced like that name, old man? Chung Hyo rolled up his sleeves in anger. What, I gave you such a good name, that's it. You're too arrogant. Remember that I, the divine physician, am not just an empty name. He didn't notice Juan had let go with one hand and continued to ramble on. I'll show you a bitter taste and make you realize the cruel reality. How about it, Citadel Lord? As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked, and his opponent had to hastily dodge. Changhao fumed with anger. Are you really attacking me? You bastard, don't you know how to respect your elders? He exploded in anger, shouting, respecting elders is basic courtesy. A sound of something falling very hard was heard from behind. Both of them looked towards where the sound came from. The unmoving hand still had the aura of Juan's technique. Seeing the person lying on the ground, Changhao exclaimed, what, isn't that guy the president of the Thunder God Society? To be precise, the young man who was hit by him was Yun Yang, the president of the Thunder God Society. Juan was curious. How did he end up like that? Back to a moment before, in a deserted place, someone's voice was heard talking. Are you sure the Citadel Lord is really in the meeting hall? Another person answered, I'm sure, I've confirmed it. So he peeked through a crack. Yun Yang pressed his face close to where the light was leaking and looked inside, unable to hold back a word of praise. This place is nice, emitting lightning from his entire body, he thought to himself. Today I will become the best. Extending his hand, he ignored prejudice. I don't care if people say my actions are cowardly. To me, assassination is the same as a one-on-one duel. He chuckled triumphantly under his breath. As long as I can take down the opponent, it's all the same. But who would have known that he would be hit squarely by the new technique Juan had just thought of? This incident completely changed the image of him in Yun Yang's mind. The Citadel Lord, Juan, exuded an aura as if he had an invincible halo, a solitary yet peerless presence that made him see him in a different light. All the information about him was inaccurate. Yun Yang looked at Changhao like a child, then suddenly opened his mouth, making Juan turn his head. Last time doesn't count. He emitted a belligerent electric shock again and said, if we fight again I will definitely win. How can a president like you stoop to ambushing others? Changhao really had nothing to say to this guy. You don't seem to know shame, do you? Juan didn't back down from anyone either. He opened his mouth right then. Fine, and he gestured, saying, then come at me. Veins stood out on his face and blue lightning flashed. In an instant his figure disappeared from the spot. By this time he had already attacked, but he easily dodged by ducking. Yun Yang smiled cruelly and said, you're faster than I thought. In his hand was a pair of scissors that emitted lightning. Try dodging this technique too. Juan's face was expressionless, not showing a hint of fear. The power of those scissors shot out like a storm, tearing apart everything in its path. One could lose their life if not careful, but he still landed safely without a scratch. Yun Yang was not very surprised by his opponent's skill. Instead, he took out his trump card. I didn't want to use this. It was still a technique related to the lightning element, but this time the scale was much larger. He called it the descent of the Thunder God. Yun Yang smiled slyly. If I use the power of the Thunder God this time, I can end the fight in one blow. He didn't expect that Juan had already moved behind him. He even pointed it out. That technique takes too long to cast. Hearing this, Yun Yang's face turned pale and his triumphant look from before was gone. A door suddenly opened, sending a little dust flying. At this moment he obediently placed his hand on his forehead and gave a salute of submission. The Citadel Lord defeated me in an instant. I will keep my promise to you. Changhao sat on a training dummy, rested his chin on his hand and said with satisfaction, good, well done. From now on this idiot will follow you around and help you. But Juan's face still held a cold expression, neither hot nor cold. It took exactly 100 years to get here. The Yun family, one of the 5 great families of the Great Land, and I, Yun Yang, am a member of this family. To be precise, he was wearing clothes made of coarse cloth and his body revealed many large and small scars. I am a slave of this family. My other comrades who attacked the tower with me also became part of this family, living out the rest of their lives with them. But one by one they were either dragged off to the battlefield or died as slaves. And so I worked here for nearly 100 years and most of my fellow slaves were already dead, yet I miraculously survived, thanks to the trust I had built over those 100 years. I finally attained the position of a servant, but on the very day I became a servant, I decided my own destiny for the first time in my life. I could no longer live like this, betraying the trust I had built for 100 years. I stole the Yun family's precious secret technique, and the ultimate technique I obtained through this method was the Thunder God Arts. The moment I obtained it, every cell in my body was purified, allowing me to use the full potential of the Thunder God Arts. It was once the secret technique of the Yun family, and of course, because of that, I was hunted by the Yun family for 20 years and was eventually beheaded. Even after being summoned to chaos thanks to the Thunder God Arts, I secured the 9th rank among the 10 great sects within 100 years. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, looking very angry. But this person, who hadn't even lived for 100 years, is the ruler of chaos. Moreover, Yun Yang wondered how someone like him could become the ruler. Old man Changhao laughed and replied, that's right. Nothing about him makes any sense. Thanks to his experience during the Abyss expedition, the divine physician knew more about despair than anyone. He smiled again. With tens of thousands of questions, he still smiled as he gave advice. A newcomer, consider yourself lucky. He looked at Juan and said, because you met that guy before you knew what true despair was. He was still focused on the statue in his hand. What? This is the last statue. Yun Yang still couldn't feel happy. He looked at him as if wondering just how great his potential was. Old man Changhao said immediately, a week before you arrived, Gorgon was almost completely taken over by the Golden Heaven Society. This statement piqued his interest a little. Yun Yang opened his mouth to ask something but couldn't get the words out. He unknowingly bowed his head and said, I don't know what methods they used either to win over Gorgon's personnel to their side, but I had a feeling they had been preparing to bring down Gorgon for a very long time. However, there was someone who raised Gorgon from the brink of collapse and defeated the sole emperor who was inside the body of the former Citadel Lord. And that person is our current ruler. He was a little surprised to hear that fact. Really? Yunyang said reproachfully. You should have told me something like this sooner. Old man Chunghyo really wanted to punch this guy. Who was it that tried to assassinate him before I could even say anything? Does this brat dare to blame others for his own mistake? Suddenly someone entered and both their gazes turned that way. A sturdy man opened his mouth. I will fight you one-on-one, ruler of Gorgon. This person was Kong Ho Wong, the leader of the Wawang sect. He reached out his hand, preparing to draw his sword, and said, The leader of the South Sea sect is also with me, but may I fight you first? A cold voice came from the other side. No, there's no need for that. He glanced at them without really looking at them and said, Come at me all at once. I'm busy perfecting my swordsmanship right now, so I can't afford to waste time. Kong Ho Wong was a little surprised. What? Old man Chunghyo crossed his arms, sat to one side, and predicted, There will be many injuries today. Kong Ho Wong planted his feet firmly on the ground and held his stance. Fine, and with a triumphant laugh he said, I'll make you regret those words. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Juin and attacked. His weapon was accompanied by a fierce flame, and though it was only a few centimeters away from Juin, he easily ducked and dodged the red flame. If he had been hit by that technique, he would have ended up like those stones. They would have been burned beyond recognition. Old man Chunghyo shouted in anger. You brat, are you trying to burn this whole place down? Yunyang said with a blank expression. In such an agitated state he won't listen to anyone. Indeed, he was right. When Kong Ho Wong couldn't land the technique, he gritted his teeth and used another tactic. A saber and a sword clashed, and their power was so evenly matched that neither gave an inch. So he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, a bit too soon. Aren't you afraid of my flame sword? Juin clenched his fist, preparing to attack, and answered, No, I don't feel anything. After throwing a punch through the blazing flames, he immediately withdrew his hand and focused his power into his sword. And he said coldly, In a moment you'll have to tell me whether this fist of mine is scary or not. Kong Ho Wong's eyes widened, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. Juin stood like a pillar and no one could move. He rubbed his hands, assessing and adjusted his power to make it lighter. But he was still not satisfied. Old man Chunghyo was a little perplexed. How am I going to explain this to Yu Han later? Suddenly a sword appeared from within the water. The air was filled with the breath of the sea. A voice came from behind Juin. Kong Ho Wong will be fine. He gave a displeased glance. I told you to come at me all at once, he replied. I hate the heat. And he reached his hand back, preparing to draw his sword. His entire body exuded a refreshing challenge. Fine, then continue fighting me, ruler. Next up was another exciting showdown in this endless power struggle. A voice echoed, Then fight me. The president of the South Sea Society approached and said to Juin, Citadel Lord. Juin thought to himself, annoyed. Lightning and fire, now water, reminds me of Pokemon. He observed the president of the South Sea Society and thought to himself, he definitely looks stronger than the other two. The fight began in earnest. Juin attacked the president of the South Sea Society first. His gaze gradually changed. The two fought, entangled with each other. While fighting the president of the South Sea Society, Juin thought, this guy is different. He looked at the president of the South Sea Society. He wasn't recklessly aiming for him like the other two. He's trying to control my movements. The blade came and the president of the South Sea Society struck down hard at Juin, but it missed and shattered the ground. He stood there dazed for a moment, and when he looked up, Juin had already flown high into the air. Juin swung his sword powerfully toward the president of the South Sea Society. He quickly dodged Juin's attack. The president of the South Sea Society was sent flying far away. He looked at Juin and couldn't help but admire him. If I'd been hit by that attack, I'd be dust by now. Juin watched the president of the South Sea Society speak. A pity, Juin approached and said, you still haven't used your full strength. The president of the South Sea Society sheathed his sword, laughed and said, haha, the outcome is already clear. What difference would it make if I used my full strength or not? He smiled at Juin and said, all right, I've lost. Let's talk about the Abyss expedition. Wawang shouted in displeasure. President of the Thunder God Society, you damn bastard, what are you saying? That you only lost a little? Chunghyo smiled at the angry Wawang. Why blame him? You should blame yourself for losing. Hearing Chunghyo's words, Wawang cursed inwardly. Damn it, the president of the Thunder God Society wondered. But what are you two going to do? The president of the South Sea Society said immediately. Since we lost, we just have to obediently participate in the Abyss expedition. Hearing that, Wawang glanced at Juin, who was grinding his sword behind them. The president of the Thunder God Society looked at Juin. I came to participate anyway, Wawang stammered and asked back. President of the South Sea Society, are you serious? The president of the South Sea Society answered immediately. Of course, Wawang thought so. Cayman, president of the South Sea Society. That's right, although he was a close friend of the former Citadel Lord, he couldn't participate in the Abyss expedition because he lacked the strength. Wawang recalled the situation back then. When all their achievements were stolen and everyone lost hope, he witnessed the collapse of the Abyss expedition. Wawang looked at Cayman, the president of the South Sea Society, who was smiling normally. That incident happened 900 years ago, and it seemed he had been training steadily, waiting for this moment. Cayman stepped forward and said, I also intend to enter the Abyss in the future. Chung Hyo was surprised by his words. Came and you? Chung Hyo sighed as if he was tired of it. He asked back, I see. Then what will Wawang do? Wawang crossed his arms, shrugged, and answered, It's obvious, isn't it? Since I lost, I have no other choice. Chung Hyo immediately asked the president of the Thunder God Society. What about you, No-sung? No-sung opened his mouth at this moment. I just made a decision. Chung Hyo looked at him, slightly unable to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran while everyone watched. Seeing No-sung run towards Juan, Chung Hyo was flustered. Where are you going? Whoa? He shouted loudly and reached out his hand to stop him. Don't tell me you haven't come to your senses and want to fight again. No-sung ran towards Juan and shouted loudly. Lord Juan, I thought he was going to fight again, but unexpectedly he prostrated himself on the ground. Everyone was shocked when No-sung knelt before Juan. Chunggyeo's face fell at this moment as No-sung bowed to Juan. Al Yun-yang, president of the Thunder God Society, pledge my loyalty to you, Citadel Lord of Gorgon. Juan was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. There's no need to pledge loyalty. No-sung still said resolutely, No, I swear my complete loyalty. I will be loyal even in death, Juan asked back as if he couldn't understand. But you're already dead. No-sung was adamant. He still wanted to be loyal to Juan. In any case, please accept me into your family. I will accept it even if I am just an ordinary captain. Chung Hyo was curious. Family, what are you talking about? No-sung said, crying. I won't steal your secret technique. Please accept me. He had stolen the Thunder God arts after becoming a member of the Yun family. Chung Hyo was helpless before No-sung. No-sung, you are the president of the Thunder God Society. Why are you saying such things? What about the Thunder God Society? Hearing Chunggyeo's words, No-sung clenched his fists. He muttered, The Thunder God Society no longer exists in chaos. Chung Hyo didn't understand and asked back, What do you mean, it doesn't exist? No-sung began his story. Including me, only 7 people survived. He trembled. He delivered the shocking news about the Thunder God Society. It collapsed a week ago. A look of defiance was clear on Noizong's face. A drop of water fell and a voice echoed. You mean? Chung Hyo hesitated and asked back. The Thunder God Society collapsed. No-sung nodded and answered. Yes, when did it happen? As I said, a week ago. Chung Hyo closed his eyes and pieced the story together. So to summarize, the Thunder God Society collapsed, and just then, Gorgon Citadel announced a tournament to decide the new Citadel Lord. So you came here aiming for that position, thinking it was all or nothing. But when you fought him, you were overwhelmed. Chung Hyo sighed. Your society collapsed and you couldn't become the Citadel Lord, so you have nowhere to go and that's why you want to follow him? Hearing that, No-sung nodded as if flowers were blooming around him and answered. Yes, Chung Hyo, helpless, scolded him. How shameless. Chung Hyo was a little curious. But if the Thunder God Society collapsed a week ago, why haven't any rumors spread yet? Cayman then answered. No matter how far Manticore and Gorgon are from each other, a week is too long. No-sung, still kneeling on the ground, hesitated and asked Chung Hyo, Divine Physician, you said the Citadel Lord saved Gorgon, right? I told you so, didn't I? That guy saved Gorgon from the Golden Heaven Society. Those bastards. Chung Hyo paused mid-sentence as if he realized something. Wawang also felt something was strange and asked back, Wait, the Golden Heaven Society? Cayman also continued. The commotion in the Citadel a week ago was because of the Golden Heaven Society? Chung Hyo pulled down his hat. Yes, the Golden Heaven Society. He asked No-sung back. Did the Golden Heaven Society destroy your Thunder God Society? No-sung lowered his head and answered. Yes, No-sung said sadly. The Thunder God Society wasn't the only guild that was destroyed. The third-ranked Black Rock Society and the first-ranked Heavenly Dragon Society as well. None of them could escape the destruction of the Golden Heaven Society. Wawang was surprised by Noizong's words. What? Chung Hyo asked tensely. Then what happened to Manticore Citadel? No-sung began his story. Manticore Citadel was completely taken over by the Golden Heaven Society a week ago. Chung Hyo immediately continued. Now everything makes sense. They couldn't have hidden that information for a week. Not unless the Citadel itself blocked the news. The purple circle surrounding it means the Golden Heaven Society has occupied Manticore and is controlling the magic circle network, blocking any techniques that can transmit information. Wawang, confused, held his head. Wait a minute. I don't understand, he asked back. Are you saying 3 of the 10 great guilds of chaos were defeated at the same time, and the culprit is the 10th-ranked Golden Heaven Society? Exactly. I also heard rumors that the Golden Heaven Society was growing stronger, but how could they have become strong enough to control Manticore Citadel in just a few years? Juan, who had been listening quietly, finally opened his mouth. So does that mean the lower the rank, the stronger they are? Juan slowly approached. No-sung was horrified. He helplessly asked Juan back. No way, you're the Citadel Lord, and you're only just learning this now? Juan asked back as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? As soon as he spoke, everyone around was shocked. No-sung also felt that he was doomed to die. Juan's murderous gaze was fixed on No-sung. He stammered and explained, No-sung immediately put his hands together and begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry, I will explain everything. Please spare my life. Juan looked at Noizong's state and nodded in agreement. No-sung sighed in relief. I'm saved. Chung Hyo, who was next to him, laughed inwardly. Hey, that guy almost died and came back. You know there are 4 great citadels, Gorgon, Manticore, Rad and Garuda, and 10 guilds that rule chaos, right? Those 10 guilds are not actually equal. There's a ranking from 1st to 10th, with 1st being the strongest, and there's a huge gap between the weakest 10th and the top 1st to 3rd ranks. And yet the 9th-ranked Thunder God Society, the 3rd-ranked Blackrock Society, and the 1st-ranked Heavenly Dragon Society were all defeated by the 10th-ranked Golden Heaven Society. Manticore has also already been taken over. No Sung bit his lip hard. It's not certain what kind of support they received, but it's certain that there's someone behind them. Juan thought to himself, the Golden Heaven Society. At first I just thought they were ordinary people who possessed a nightmare. He recalled when he confronted the Golden Heaven Society. I heard you guys brought a nightmare, is that right? They tried to take over Gorgon. Their first target was Manticore Citadel and they succeeded. They are conquering the citadels one by one and their goal, just like mine, is probably to rule all of chaos. I don't know how much the nightmare influenced this objective. A nightmare, if I told you, how could you survive in this world? If he learns the truth, he would rather wish for a quick death, Juan wondered. The person he mentioned must be in Manticore Citadel. His face darkened. The scene shifted to another place and a head fell. In the end we didn't get what we needed, a voice echoed. Well, what can we do now? A person was sitting on a throne and below him corpses were strewn about. He was Jin Hong, the president of the Golden Heaven Society. The subordinates of the Golden Heaven Society reported, we have locked the president of the Heavenly Dragon Society in prison. After cutting off his limbs, the president of the Black Rock Society and his comrades are still holding out. Jin Hong raised a knife. But everything will end soon. He spun the knife in his hand, and he plunged it straight into the head of a guy lying on the ground. He chewed the apple in his mouth and asked, good, and have you caught the head of the Thunder God Society? The subordinate stammered. That's still. Then Jin Hong's knife plunged straight into his shoulder and he screamed in pain. Immediately he knelt down. Please forgive me. Jin Hong calmly chewed the apple in his mouth and said, you are still doing well. Jin Hong continued to ask, have you found where he is hiding? The remaining subordinate answered, he probably went to Gorgon. Jin Hong thought to himself, I didn't think the presidents would start forming alliances as soon as I took over Manticore Citadel. He was lost in thought. Gorgon. Juan's image came to mind. He had heard some guy had appeared there. The man was said to have seized the position of Gorgon's Citadel Lord, and was rebuilding the Abyss expedition. To think someone with such ideas still existed in this chaos, fewer troops were dispatched there than to Manticore, but Elder Mai-Han is still working hard to lay the groundwork. I'm ashamed to face the Black Darkness Monarch. Jin Hong, who had been lost in thought for a moment, suddenly opened his mouth. A video of Juan fighting appeared before the president of the Golden Heaven Society. Jin Hong, he asked curiously. The new Citadel Lord's name is Juan? A subordinate immediately answered. Yes, that's correct. Jin Hong moved closer to examine it. Upon a closer look the face was familiar. A message appeared on the screen. This is a message from the Black Darkness Monarch. He sighed as if he were tired of it. Is this a demand to compensate for the runaways? Jin Hong lamented. Damn it, why are they asking me to compensate for their own failure in management anyway? Tell them I've caught the runaways, so they'll stop nagging, the subordinate answered immediately. Yes, Jin Hong sat in his chair, tapped his fingers and then opened his mouth. Hey, his subordinates trembled in fear at the cold aura emanating from him. Don't you guys think this makes less sense the more you think about it? The subordinates' legs trembled. They say that Citadel Lord Bastard defeated all the elite troops I sent all by himself. Jin Hong laughed loudly. And on top of that he's thinking of unifying chaos. The subordinate suddenly collapsed to the ground. Jin Hong's gaze suddenly changed. Do you think that makes any sense? The subordinate answered. It doesn't make sense. Jin Hong replied cheerfully. Right, he must be a madman. It can't be true, the subordinate asked back. What should we do about the president of the Thunder God Society who fled to Gorgon? Jin Hong answered immediately. He's lost everything, but I heard that upon hearing the news of the former Citadel Lord's death, all the presidents of the 10 great guilds gathered in Gorgon. They must be scheming to take the position of Gorgon's Citadel Lord. This ragtag bunch is no threat at all. From my perspective, it's not bad if that Juan fellow becomes the Citadel Lord. His plan to unify chaos aligns with my own intentions, so it might even help my goals in the future. Jin Hong's face turned cunning. But soon Gorgon will be swallowed by ghouls. Jin Hong recalled the existence of the true ghoul that had appeared in Gorgon a week ago. It was definitely the Soul Emperor Jiang. The Soul Emperor's presence disappeared in an instant, but that wasn't the scariest part. Because of the connection between the ghouls, from now on they will slowly and more clearly feel why the Soul Emperor is considered such a terrifying being. The scene shifts to Juan's group. Are you saying someone is sponsoring the Golden Heaven Society? No Sung answered. It seems to be one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Land. Impossible. According to the treaty, the monarchs can no longer intervene in chaos, but to sponsor one of the 10 great guilds of chaos, one would need power at least equivalent to a monarch. Hualong replied, I heard there's a war going on across the Great Land recently. We can't rule out the possibility that someone took this opportunity to intervene in chaos. So how about contacting the Hall of Resurrection? Cayman heard this and hesitated in surprise. The Hall of Resurrection? The Hall of Resurrection is a place that governs all life and death in the Great Land. It holds immense power and there is little known information about it. The hall is almost like a legendary existence. Wawang continued, even so, if one of the 12 monarchs really did intervene in chaos, isn't that a violation of the treaty? Chunghyo stroked his beard and answered, that's right. The Hall of Resurrection, along with the power to control the entire Great Land, made a pact with the 12 monarchs and the 5 great families. Everyone agreed that the 12 monarchs would not intervene in the affairs of chaos. We must investigate whether one of the 12 monarchs has intervened in chaos. Kamen continued, there's no concrete evidence yet. It's all just speculation. His eyes were filled with hatred. And above all, I don't want to ask them for help. What if that foolish Hall of Resurrection sides with those bastards? Wawang hesitated and scratched his head. Well, Chunghyo sat down. He turned to Juin and asked, the situation is more serious than I thought. What's your plan? Manticore Citadel has been occupied and 3 of the presidents of the 10 great guilds have surrendered. If you continue with your plan, a large-scale war will break out, Juin answered. No problem. I'll have to fight them sooner or later anyway. He recalled Yuhan Kai Shiver's words. It seems the Citadel Lord intends to unify chaos, eliminate all enemies, and then abandon his position. If enemies no longer exist, the Citadel will no longer exist, and the position of Citadel Lord will no longer be necessary. Impossible. Are you really planning to unify chaos? Unifying chaos is a completely different matter. It's different from conquering the 4 citadels and the 10 great guilds, Chunghyo slowly explained. The Hall of Resurrection is a power even stronger than the 4 citadels and the 10 great guilds combined. Juin was still listening quietly to Chunghyo's words. With your current abilities, it's impossible. No matter how strong you are, there are things you can't do alone. Sunlight streamed down, slowly spreading in all directions. Juin answered calmly, it doesn't matter. He looked at Chunghyo and said, that's why you're here, old man. Juin's expression was extremely serious, and at this sight, Chunghyo's face turned pale with shock. Juin turned his head. As you said, old man, I lack experience and haven't lived long. But since you're here, it doesn't matter. Chunghyo's face turned beet red and he shouted, hey, when did I ever say I was going with you? Juin still answered Chunghyo calmly. Didn't you? Chunghyo was surprised. He pressed his lips together and thought, to feel a sense of trust in a kid like this, I can't believe it. Juin looked at Nosung and Wawang and said, and you too, as you've heard, I don't want to create the Abyss Expedition. First, I will unify chaos, and I will destroy the Hall of Resurrection that has ruled the continent for too long. The Abyss Expedition will begin after that. What I need are true comrades who can cooperate to achieve that goal. If you're not confident, leave. Kamen opened his mouth and asked, what will you do if none of us help you? Juin approached and said, then I'll do it alone. Kamen immediately answered, didn't you say it was impossible to do alone? Juan's face turned serious. I came this far alone. Everyone was startled to hear that. Kamen laughed loudly. Ha, making Wawang flinch. Kamen declared, all right, I'll go with you. Whether it's the Abyss or the Hall of Resurrection, I will follow you. Nosung looked at Juin with sparkling eyes. Me too. It feels as if I have become one with you, my lord. Juin sighed. I believe I told you that wasn't necessary. What will Wawang do? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in unison, waiting for an answer. Wawang scratched his head. I haven't decided yet. Kamen and Nosung were surprised. What? Wawang shouted angrily. My reaction is the normal one. What do you know about that guy to agree so easily? And you're both presidents. Wawang revealed his true thoughts. Honestly, I don't know if the Citadel Lord has the ability to lead the Abyss Expedition. The enemies he has to face are too strong, so I'd like him to prove himself first. There are 6 presidents in Gorgon. If you gain the acknowledgement of the other 3 besides the 3 of us here, I will acknowledge you too. Juin, standing to the side, answered nonchalantly. Fine, let's do that. Wawang was slightly surprised. That easily, Juin approached step by step. But there's one condition. Everyone was curious. A condition? Juin answered immediately. If I have to be acknowledged by you, then you must also be acknowledged by me. Wawang asked back curiously. How do I get acknowledged? Juin answered immediately. A tournament. Everyone was surprised by Juan's words. As Citadel Lord, I will hold a tournament. Make it to the quarterfinals. If you meet that condition, I will acknowledge you. I will let you participate after that. Wawang immediately stood up. What do you mean? Kamen smiled and replied. That makes sense. Just because we're presidents of the 10 great guilds doesn't mean we're the strongest in chaos. So when does the tournament start? A person approached as fast as the wind. He came towards the room where Juan's group was discussing. Yuhan said calmly. That's... Just then the person roughly opened the door. His voice was urgent. Yuhan Kai Zyver came in with a menacing aura holding a notice. Juin looked at him and continued. It's already begun. The notice said that anyone who wanted to take the Citadel Lord's position should come here. The first Gorgon tournament will be held. The preliminaries begin today at 1800. The scene shifts to the Citadel. Yuhan Kai Zyver sighed as if he were tired of it. Ah, Gaya laughed weakly. Haha, the Citadel Lord must have some kind of plan. Yuhan Kai Zyver slammed his hand on the desk. What plan? The situation is worse than before. The outskirts of Gorgon are already packed with people. Strong individuals from all over Chaos are coming to participate, and even people who just want to watch the tournament are flocking in. All the checkpoints are struggling with identity verification, Khan replied. Inner Commander, it seems you are not pleased with the Citadel Lord's decision. Yuhan Kai Zyver clutched his head. It's not a matter of liking or disliking it. It's a matter of principle, Khan continued. Announcing a policy without a meeting is not a problem if it's an emergency and everyone agrees, is it? The Citadel Lord has already received the consent of the majority, Yuhan Kai Xiver stammered. The majority? Yes, because the majority of the 5 inspectors agreed. The 3 of you are all newcomers. Everyone focused. In the battle with the John faction, 4 of the 5 inspectors in charge of internal affairs died and the remaining one was disabled. Taking that opportunity, he appointed his own people as inspectors, Cleto in charge of finance, Gahia in charge of security and Khan in charge of law. That's why everything was passed so easily. Yuhan Kai Xiver looked at Cleto. How can a commoner who was just a tavern owner manage the finances? Cleto, seeing his displeasure, said, It seems you have an opinion on the Citadel Lord's policy. Do you know how much value this policy is creating, Inner Commander? Yuhan Kai Xiver didn't understand and asked back. Creating value, Cleto answered immediately. Yes, it's creating immense value. You're not looking down on me just because I ran a tavern, are you? Yuhan Kai Xiver tried to make an excuse. No, I mean, Cleto cut him off before he could speak. Your expression says it all, she answered. Where people gather, money gathers. Currently, thanks to the tournament, Gorgon is welcoming the most visitors in its history. Cleto asked Yuhan Kai Xiver. Do you know where the tournament is being held? Yuhan Kai Xiver stammered. I haven't checked that. It's in the Northern Commercial District on the outskirts. Yuhan Kai Xiver was surprised. What? That place is? Yes, it's the destroyed street. From the battle with the John faction, the citizens who lost their jobs are repairing that street, and they are now working as support staff for the tournament. Yuhan Kai Xiver stroked his chin and thought, I knew about the tournament, but I didn't expect him to secure personnel in a venue like this. In the battle with the John faction, we lost 12,787,000,000 hun. Then how much profit do you think this tournament has made in the last 2 days? Yuhan Kai Xiver answered. As far as I know, it's still being processed. Cleto slammed the desk. Her face was flushed with excitement. The total is 13,280,000,000 hun, and this is just the current profit. Do you know how big that number will get once the remaining sales are added? Cleto looked at the bewildered Yuhan Kai Xiver and wondered. Why are you so surprised? Cleto gradually regained her composure and sat back down in her chair. Whether in this world or another, counting money is my job. She hesitated. I'm not sure what the Citadel Lord wants to do, whether he really intends to create an Abyss expedition or whether he intends to fight all of Chaos, but I know one thing for sure. The scene shifts to Juin. From now on, Chaos will change. He looked up at the high sky, a certain sea where a whale swam by. The surrounding scenery was bizarrely beautiful. The southern part of Chaos, a vast ocean region. Here there was a castle named Ras. It was a castle naturally formed from a tree trunk and its nutrients. This plant-type guardian monster, a dryad, grows by absorbing the ocean's moisture. A strange voice echoed. The dryad's master, Issa Rincroft, sat on the edge of a rock. It seemed something bad is about to happen. She closed her eyes and used a high-level technique. Her eyes opened. Clairvoyance. Issa Rincroft's vision extended far into the distance. Something caught her attention. Issa Rincroft was surprised to see it. She wondered, why are the ghouls heading to Gorgon? And one of those 3 is Marjator, isn't it? The ghoul seemed to have noticed it was being watched. When it opened its eyes wide, Issa Rincroft received a backlash. She sighed. I must inform the master of Gorgon. She quickly transmitted the information. A messenger bird received the order and immediately flew off. Northern Gorgon. Cheers were erupting in the arena. A person in the audience opened his mouth. 60 matches in just 4 days. That's really fast. He was the leader of the immortal sect, Shin Mugok. It's because they're all strong. They already killed thousands and went wild in the preliminaries. Shin Mugok took notice as a person approached. It was Chunghyo. Shin Mugok greeted him. It's been a while, Chunghyo. Chunghyo also answered. It's been a long time indeed, Mugok. Chunghyo's eyes widened. He observed the strong aura emanating from Shin Mugok before him. Chunghyo smiled. Your skills have improved again. Shin Mugok examined Chunghyo and replied, You too, but I was really surprised this time. Mugok. Below, Wawang was fighting fiercely. You love fighting so much, yet you didn't participate in this tournament. I like to fight, but not meaningless fights like this. Chunghyo laughed upon hearing that. Haha, if that Kong Ho Wong fellow heard that, he'd be angry again. Wawang gritted his teeth. He unleashed a powerful blow at his opponent and flames blazed. Wawang cheered inwardly. Did it hit? But he soon realized something was wrong. His opponent had already flown up above him. He was dumbfounded by this fact, and a powerful blow rained down. The dust slowly settled, and Wawang was defeated at the hands of his opponent. Everyone cheered. Wu Kong Ho Wong lost again, Shin Mugok commented on the sight. The Jiul Shinsung that woman just used is very familiar. Could it be? Chunghyo, who was watching from the side, also answered. Yes, it's that bastard's technique, Langfeng Manbo of the concubine monarch Hoin. Shin Mugok wondered, why is Hoin's disciple here? Chunghyo said as if helpless. Who knows, it seems many monarchs are interested in this tournament. Gahia, commentating from above, announced that the round of 16 was over, and the most anticipated quarterfinals would officially begin shortly. Shin Mugok was impressed. Straight to the quarterfinals, isn't that too fast? Chunghyo smiled. The Citadel Lord seems to have quite an impatient personality, doesn't he? A person walked out from inside and the crowd got excited upon seeing him. The president of the Simlim Scholar Society has finally returned. Oh, he's finally here. A fan waved in front of the people. Are we finally going to see the techniques of Chaos's strongest warrior? The man who had just walked out was the president of the Simlam Scholar Society, Jainin. Chung Hyo looked at Jainin with a puzzled expression. When he smiled, Chung Hyo became slightly displeased. He clenched his fist. That arrogant bastard, is he greeting me with just a wink? Teach that guy a lesson. Shin Mugok immediately stopped him. Calm down, he's only 400 years old. Jun walked out confidently. Chung Hyo smiled and stroked his beard when he saw him. Good, now that you're here, you can smash that guy for me. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Juin and Jainin prepared for a formal showdown. Jainin smiled at Juin and said, I've heard your plan, but it's useless. Shin Mugok also noticed. The Citadel has a new master. Chung Hyo nodded and replied, that's right. He stared intently at Juin, and Jainin raised his fan towards the calm Juin. Shin Mugok looked at Juin and assessed him. Can that guy really beat Jainin? Shin Mugok looked at Chung Hyo with a puzzled expression. Strange. The aura he gives off is quite similar to yours. Is he your disciple? Chung Hyo smiled. A disciple? When Juin drew his sword, everyone around him was agape in shock. Shin Mugok was no exception, and even the judges were frozen. It turned out that Jainin had lost consciousness from a single blow from Juin. He was hit by Juin and slammed into the wall, which shattered into pieces. Juin was still in a fighting stance. Chung Hyo looked at Juin proudly and said, How can a monstrous guy like that be my disciple? Black smoke billowed and one side of the wall collapsed. There was no opponent in the semifinals. Jainin, who had been lying under the collapsed wall, propped himself up and said, Only later did I realize that the empty seat was the Citadel Lord's. Jainin continued to speak from amidst the ruins. Knowing that fact, I breathed a sigh of relief. The reason I participated in this annoying tournament was to let that stubborn Citadel Lord know, he said, filled with anger. He stood up and recalled the time he led the army. Since ancient times, there have always been those who plant hope in others. They made people who seemed lost find their purpose in life again. But that unrealistic hope inadvertently plunged them into extreme despair, making them suffer thousands, tens of thousands of times more than before. He stood up and continued. So I came here to crush that hope before it turns into despair, just as I have done for the past 400 years, he continued with a sinister gaze. That's why I can't fall here. Yes, I can never lose. Did you think you could beat me with just this much? Admitting defeat is like throwing away all the efforts of the past 400 years. Juin heard his words but seemed uninterested. Juin still stood there, and Jainin continued to speak. The Citadel Lord only mentioned a one-on-one duel. He didn't specify the rules. I want to have a battle of wits with the Citadel Lord. Juin still answered calmly. So? Jainin stared intently at Juin and said, I want to have a battle of wits with the Citadel Lord. Juin said, Does that mean I can fight however I want? The people there heard this and burst out in complaints. The Simlam Scholar Society is truly cowardly. Someone said to admit it if you've lost. Shin Mugok stared intently, and Chung Hyo said he knew it would be like this. Shin Mugok then opened his mouth. But if it's a battle of wits, it'll be hard to determine a winner, Chung Hyo said, looking quite angry. He'll surely propose a game that strategists love. Chung Hyo sighed with a slightly thoughtful expression. Now that Juin has agreed to a battle of wits with Jainin, how on earth is he going to fight? Jainin staggered and replied, Then I'll take that as you accept. Juin seemed to sense that something was changing here. Mountains began to form under his feet, followed by a river with interconnected tributaries. A bridge was built over the river. More tall buildings rose beneath Juin's feet, and soon a small city formed under him. A message appeared on the screen. Welcome to the world of strategy. Juin looked at the notification displayed on the screen. Since you are a beginner, you can check the game rules and controls in the guide at the top. Would you like to check? Juin still didn't understand what this was all about. Chung Hyo said, Strategy sounds a bit grand. To put it simply, it's just a game, Juin said. I heard that the game called Nightmare was inspired by some game at the boundary. Looking at the small objects at Juin's feet, it was like a miniaturized matrix city, but Juin was still calm. Jainin continued excitedly. Even the strategists of the Great Land love this game, and in hell I am the master of this game, Jainin continued. Since you're a beginner anyway, give me some time. Before he could finish, Juin said to him. No, it's easier than I thought. Juin placed a hand on his chin and thought. This game was inspired by a game at the boundary. Juin imagined a game at the boundary. The main scenario of that game was a conflict between three races. The core of the game was to devise a strategy to destroy all of the enemy's bases. By collecting resources and training troops in real time, Juin realized he knew a game with the same rules. Juin recalled a game he used to play. That boundary game must have been inspired by that game. In Earth, everyone knows that game. He recalled. It turns out it's a game I've played millions of times. What's the deal with Nightmare? This is plagiarism, you guys. Jainin continued. Are you sure you want to fight on this terrain? At this moment, another notification appeared on the screen. Jainin has chosen the Lost Garden battlefield. Juin stared intently and said, I agree, fine. The two began to enter the game. Juin chose the human race, Jainin chose the nightmare race. Jainin looked at Juin and thought to himself, he chose the weakest of the three races, humans. Such a show-off for a beginner. This nightmare race I chose. It gets stronger in the late game, and can even score a surprise victory in the early or mid-game. He began to move. He had a strategy. First, send a worker to build and establish a foundation, then win with overwhelming forces. Before the fight even began, Juan cut down Janan, and as the fight progressed the advantage shifted to Juan's side. Janan seemed to be at a great disadvantage. Janan's eyes widened and he shouted. "No way," he shouted madly. "What are you doing, attacking as soon as we start? How dare you bring peasants to fight?" His anger didn't stop there. He noticed a change on his side. When he looked down he saw that Juan's watchtower was being built at Janan's feet. He was very surprised. "What? Why is he building a watchtower in my base? I'm standing right here and he's acting like it's his own house." From Juan's side they began to aim their bows at Janan and arrows flew straight at him. He was angry. Hiding behind a watchtower and attacking, he began to worry. What on earth is this? In front of Janan's eyes were Juan's peasants, he thought to himself. He's placed peasants around the watchtower to prevent me from destroying it. Arrows from Juan's watchtower continued to fly towards Janan, he thought again. But I can't leave it like this. I tried to defend, but I can't do anything. I haven't even gathered resources to build yet. Juan's side seemed to have the upper hand. Janan saw it and thought, what kind of strategy is this? He read the comments on the screen. I went to buy chicken and the game was already over. So boring. Anyone who loses to a strategy like this must have a problem with their brain, right? Play like a human in the second set, lol. He read and thought, this is a very common strategy in Korea. Almost everyone knows how to counter it. If a pro gamer used a strategy like this, they'd get a lot of flack. The people on this side cheered very enthusiastically. Chung Hyo and Shin Mugok were still staring intently, and Janan thought, how does a beginner know a strategy like this? He said angrily. Does it make sense to play a game like this? He shouted in anger and continued to yell. Isn't it common sense not to attack for the first 10 minutes of a game? Juan heard this and said calmly. Common sense? He pointed at Juan. The first 10 minutes of a game are usually for building towers and gathering materials, Juan asked with a suspicious look. Is that written in the rules? Janan seemed to have nothing to say. If it's not in the rules, it's fine, Juan said. If it's not there, there's no problem. Janan began to kneel, seeming to crumble before this fight. Janan thought, this man is by no means simple. Who on earth is he? How can someone be so reckless? He breaks everything no matter what he does. Juan still stood calmly on this side. Janan realized he could no longer fight. So I can't figure out his true abilities. Janan could never understand Juan. Only then did he realize he couldn't win. Perhaps this is the moment I've been waiting for 400 years. I feel a sense of helplessness. He knelt before Juan and said, I've lost. Hundreds of people were watching the match. As Juan stood leaning against a wall, a question was heard from somewhere. He turned his head. When did you start learning military strategy formations? A foot was preparing to jump down to where he was. It turned out to be Chung Hyo and Shin Mugok approaching him. Chung Hyo opened his mouth. I thought you were a guy who just thrusts all day. Chung Hyo stroked his beard and said, the latest technique, the spiral slash, was also somewhat inspired by my technique, so it's not right to say he's only interested in thrusting. He recalled the techniques Juan had used, he continued. And the technique you used when fighting Janan, wasn't that the spiral slash? He asked back, recalling the scene where Janan was slammed into the wall. Spiral slash, isn't spiral slash the most fitting name? He answered calmly. I only thrust, he continued. Since it was inspired by my slash, it's a slash, or you can call it the Chung Hyo thrust. A man with a bandage on his head put a hand on his chin, thought for a moment and said, a thrust or a slash, they're both for killing enemies, so how about adding fatal, spiral fatality? And so they named Juan's thrust. Juan added, I seem to remember already deciding on spiral fatality. Chung Hyo seemed angry. What, you decided on a name, then what about spiral slash? Juan didn't back down either. He replied, I prefer spiral fatality, and he seemed about to say something more. He looked toward Shin Mugok and said, that person looks quite strong, shall we have a match? Shin Mugok stared at him without blinking. Shin Mugok said to Juan, are you the type who gets friendly while fighting? Chung Hyo said to Shin Mugok again. Didn't I tell you, that guy has no respect for his elders, Shin Mugok continued. See, that guy isn't satisfied unless he wins. Chung Hyo looked up. It's the first time I've seen Chung Hyo talk so happily since the Abyss expedition failed 900 years ago. Mulk. Although he was the captain of the expedition 900 years ago and all of Chaos's hopes were on him, in the end, all that was left for him was a symbol of hatred. They were recalling all the scenes of the expedition 900 years ago. They looked at Juan and thought, how does he compare to Mulk? Can he replace Mulk? They continued to talk, recalling the match just now. Looking at the match just now, he's extremely strong. In terms of potential alone, he might be even stronger than Mulk, but suddenly Shin Mugok stared intently and opened his mouth. I wonder if he can go far with that kind of personality. He was still comparing Juan and Mulk. I don't feel a strong sense of justice from him. He's the complete opposite of the mature and calm Mulk. He looked towards Juan and found that Juan was also staring intently at him. He continued, and what on earth is this strange killing intent? As if Shin Mugok had noticed something, his eyes burned red and his face turned pale. His hair stood on end and his gaze was filled with killing intent. He glanced at Juan but found nothing different. Everything around him was the same. Chung Hyo looked up and said to Shin Mugok, is that guy an awakener? Chung Hyo still said playfully, it seems you've noticed his power is by no means ordinary. A voice echoed from somewhere. The semi-final match will begin right now. For the best broadcast effect we will film on stage, Chung Hyo said loudly. The next match is about to begin. Juan looked towards the stage as if he was about to do something. He began to walk. Chung Hyo asked him, where are you going? It's not your turn yet. But he ignored Chung Hyo's words and continued to walk on this side. Shin Mugok was still lost in thought. A full awakening, then he turned his head and said, "It's a waste of time just waiting for things to happen." Both were puzzled. Did that guy surpass the third stage of awakening? At this time Juan was already on the stage, looking very dignified. Chang Hayo looked at him with a very worried gaze. What strange thing is he going to do this time? Juan still stood tall on the stage. In a ready-to-fight stance, all eyes were on him. He looked around and noticed. Among them, besides Kamen and Yun Yang, those three are quite strong. Especially, he glanced at them one by one. One had his face covered with a mask, and another had his face covered with a cloth. The remaining one had a very sly smile, and finally his gaze stopped on the third one. He continued. That woman with the chain scythe, she's something very strange. It turned out the third person was a woman, but she looked no different from a man. He still didn't know who she was. Who on earth is that woman? A person approached him and said, Citadel Lord, it's not your turn yet. Why are you here? All the spectators, reporters, all shouted loudly. The Citadel Lord has come on stage. What is he going to say? A reporter said to another reporter. Hey, turn on the recording. Juan took out a walkie-talkie and began to speak. Everyone listen carefully. He continued. I have seen the strength of all the contestants, and I know all their positions. I'm starting to get tired of watching from the side. Everyone below was very surprised by Juan's words. Chang Hayo and Shin Mugak couldn't help but be surprised. He continued. I intend to change the rules of this tournament. Wait, a voice came from somewhere. It turned out that the person with his face covered in cloth had spoken. He said, What are you doing now? It turned out he was the president of the Friedist Society, Gigi Gyorian. He continued. Who gave you permission to do as you please? And why are you changing the rules now? Juan continued as if he didn't care. I will abolish the one-on-one duel rule, Gyorian asked back in disbelief. Are you saying we should have a team battle? Juan replied. Yes, you could say that. Gigi retorted. No, it's difficult to divide the contestants into teams, so how will we decide the winner? Juan heard this and answered. It seems you've misunderstood my intentions. I have no intention of making things complicated by dividing into teams. There is only one team, the 6 of you, excluding me. Gigi asked back in surprise. What? Everyone was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Gigi continued. Wait, Juan said. Yes, I will fight all of you alone. Everyone heard this and was very shocked. The surprised man stared intently and said, I promise to hand over my position as Citadel Lord to the first person who defeats me. Chang Hayo and Shin Mugak were both very surprised. Everyone seemed quite worried by Juan's words, but they still trusted and supported him. This is a chance to witness the Citadel Lord's power. Show yourself, Citadel Lord. Suddenly, laughter burst out. Ha 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 ha. It turned out to be the person he was most suspicious of, she said. I was wondering. Juan looked at her with a suspicious gaze. She continued. It seems something interesting is about to happen. Her gaze was very angry and dangerous. Juan shouted loudly, I promise to hand over this position of Citadel Lord to the first person who defeats me. After speaking, he threw the microphone to the host. He hastily caught it. After speaking, he thought, actually what I need most right now is everyone's trust. He looked down at everyone cheering for his words. He recalled what someone had said to him before. Trust is built as a relationship deepens. And that depth is created by investing time, but thinking about this doesn't make me feel very good. In any case, I don't have any more time. There's another way to gain trust in a situation like this. And that is to show overwhelming skill. He seemed to have made a firm resolution for this match. As he was stealing his resolve, a woman appeared from somewhere. He said in surprise, You? An alluring woman in black clothes stood right in front of his face. Everyone who saw this was surprised. Not a single person was unsurprised by this scene. The two looked as if they were lovers. The woman leaned in very close to his face. Let me tell you, you're quite my type, the woman added. So it would be a waste to kill you here and now, therefore I shall take my leave. After finishing her words, the woman didn't forget to wave at him as she left. Juan watched the woman go, but he still couldn't understand what was happening. Someone who saw this scene said, What in the world is this, to think she'd forfeit when she has such an overwhelming advantage? The woman didn't forget to leave Juan with one last word. Besides, you're about to face a rather difficult ordeal, she added, because that person will appear soon. Hearing those words, he didn't know who the person the woman was talking about was. His eyes were lost in thought. That person. As he sighed, another man with an excited expression stood up and raised his hand. Me too, I will also forfeit. With my current skills, I don't think I can beat the Citadel Lord. Everyone who saw him forfeit thought, that cunning bastard from the Thunder God Society, he's probably saying he'll be a subordinate because he doesn't want to lose face, right? But his inner thoughts were different. In any case, I made it to the quarterfinals. Another man raised his hand and said, There's no need to be so humble, he continued. I also admit that I am not strong enough to defeat you, but his inner thoughts were different. A one-on-many fight is unfair anyway, a few people who heard him said. Does the president of the South Sea Society really want a fair fight? Those guys are completely useless, Juan thought. If it goes on like this, he watched the 3 people who had forfeited walk away, and looking at the remaining people he thought, even if I defeat those remaining guys, the picture I was hoping for won't be perfect. Arian saw this and opened his mouth. What a shame, I didn't think things would go your way. Juan seemed dissatisfied. He thought, TCH, still, shouldn't at least you 3 be able to beat me? A few people said sarcastically. How incredibly arrogant. They think they're just saving your face, Gigi's subordinate said to him. President, please show that bastard our skills. No matter how strong that guy is, he won't be able to withstand our coordinated attack. Gigi Gyorian said. Calm down, Vice President. Have you forgotten that we didn't come here to fight the Citadel Lord? The Vice President replied. That's true, but looking them over one by one he waited. He wondered, why aren't they attacking? President Gigi asked. What are you thinking? He replied. I'm just observing the situation a bit more. Who on earth would dare to defy the will of heaven and stop the Citadel Lord's actions? Gigi opened his mouth. I can't be sure of anything. Let's just finish what we originally came here to do. Gigi seemed to be sending some kind of signal to the Vice President. The Vice President agreed. Understood. Then what should we do now? We want to know that guy's role. His role. Those guys are trying to see what use he has as a pawn. Gigi said. I see, a voice was heard from somewhere. Lord of Gorgon, Gigi heard it and replied. We have no intention of fighting you, Juan replied. Then are you giving up? Gigi Gyorian said. I don't think those two are related. Not wanting to fight and raising the white flag are two completely different things. Juan replied calmly. So you're saying you won't fight? Gigi Gyorian said. What I mean is we will voluntarily join the Abyss expedition. Changhao was very suspicious upon hearing those words. So was everyone else. Their eyes were filled with incomprehension. Juan also heard it and asked back, puzzled. What is your motive? Gigi replied. Motive? What do you mean? Gigi continued. Does one need a motive to help people trapped in chaos return to an ordinary life? Everyone there was suspicious. They began to open their mouths. What are you suddenly talking about? Do you want to fight? The people said even harsher things to Juan. We just came here to have a proper conversation. It turns out you had no intention of giving up the position of Citadel Lord from the beginning, did you? Juan seemed to be at a loss for words, not knowing what to say to them. Gigi continued. Because this conversation was never meant to pick a new Citadel Lord in the first place. Everyone was surprised by these words. It was to recruit more members for the Abyss expedition. To be honest, I was quite impressed by the Citadel Lord's methods. Everyone heard it but couldn't believe it. He continued to say, after the failure 900 years ago, no one has been able to hold such a large-scale selection. So I am very proud to be standing here with all of you. Gigi said loudly, I believe the audience feels the same way. You didn't just come here out of curiosity about the Citadel Lord, did you? Gigi continued to speak, and Changhao had a suspicious look. Gigi tore off the cloth that was covering her face and threw it into the sky, revealing her face. It turned out she was a woman with large eyes. She began to fly up, dyeing this place purple. She flew high up and said, I want to hear your true thoughts. The people who saw this scene were filled with surprise and shock. Their true intentions were revealed in their eyes, and looking at her, they were made to reflect on their own true feelings. She asked everyone there, what brought you to this place? Everyone was lost in thought. She continued, was it because of the match before your eyes, or was it because of your uncertain lives and future? She used a top-grade technique. She continued, I believe that chaos has forgotten your aspirations. The eye of truth appeared in her eyes. The Abyss expedition. They looked at each other and said, yes, the president of the Saintess Council is right. The president replied. Why is that? Everyone reconsidered their reason for coming here. Was it really the techniques we wanted to see? Juan looked around at the purple-dyed surroundings, he thought. The people seemed quite excited. Juan thought, should I end it now? A wrinkled hand came up and said, I agree with the president of the Saintess Council. It turned out to be a white-haired old man. He continued, I did not come all this way just to watch some pathetic fight. The people who saw him shouted, it's the Sword King. Everyone was surprised as if they couldn't believe it was really the Sword King, and all eyes were on him. Gigi Gyorian also turned around at this moment. She looked at Han Moyin and said, Han Moyin, who is considered the strongest of the 10 great sects. Juan watched everything that was happening and thought, what are those guys planning? Are they colluding with each other? Meanwhile, inside a magnificent castle, a person with long hair was walking very slowly. He stopped and sighed. He walked to a room and opened the door with both hands. Inside the room, a blue eagle was sitting on the central table. He walked closer and said to the eagle, a messenger eagle, but the study has been empty for a while. When did you arrive? The eagle looked at him with an uncomprehending gaze, then showed him something as if it were writing. He seemed very surprised to see it. A ghoul army, including beginner ghouls, is heading towards Gorgon Citadel. The Lord of Rad, he asked with a puzzled expression, but the eagle didn't answer and flew away, leaving him with only questions. As he looked out the window, a whirlwind was approaching. My goodness, meanwhile, Juan was still quietly watching, not understanding what was happening. As the night deepened, Han Moyin continued, that's right, we must not cause internal conflict anymore. We must cooperate with each other, she continued. So let's end the tournament here. We have already achieved our goal. In the end, countless souls who were ready to sacrifice their lives for the Abyss expedition had gathered, she thought to herself. I have taken control of the crowd. Her eyes looked afraid at this moment. So the last thing to do now is, she continued. But everyone, there is still one important question left. Who will become the commander of the Abyss expedition? At this moment her gaze was. Hearing this, Changhao opened his mouth. Are you kidding me right now? Shin Mugok agreed. That's right. Shin Mugok looked at her with a suspicious gaze, he thought to himself. First, she uses the Eye of Truth with high-level illusion magic, and now she's casting it again. He asked Han Moyin, what on earth are you planning, president of the Saintess Council? She continued to speak. I would like the Lord of Gorgon to take on this role. Juan still didn't understand what was happening, she added. someone with power superior to the leaders of the 10 great sects and intelligence higher than the president of the Simlam Scholar Society. I believe the Lord of Gorgon is a rare genius in the history of chaos. Everyone heard and agreed in approval, as expected of the Saintess Council. To praise someone else instead of herself, what a respectable person, she said loudly towards the president. Is there anyone who opposes my proposal? The Sword King on this side opened his mouth. The position of expedition commander is not something that can be handled with just strength and intelligence. Han Moyin asked the Sword King back. Then what are the qualifications for a commander that the Sword King has in mind? The Sword King replied. It must be someone with the leadership to lead hundreds of members and the character to match, he added. Regarding the Lord of Gorgon, I think I can only make a decision after careful consideration. President of the Saintess Council, I believe you are more than capable of doing that job. Han Moyin was surprised by the Sword King's words. Me? How could I? Han Moyin looked at Juin and said, or how about we try using the Eye of Truth on the Citadel Lord? She smiled slyly at this moment. Everyone shouted loudly. If she uses the Eye of Truth, we can surely find out about his character. Cast it quickly, the host began to speak at this moment. I request the President of the Saintess Council to use the Eye of Truth. Everyone except the Citadel Lord please leave the stage, the President of the Saintess Council said at this moment. TCH, then I will not refuse if you all wish for it. She began to cast the technique and the surroundings were dyed in a purplish color. At this moment someone asked, Juin, Lord of Gorgon, what do you think? Someone continued to ask, can you pass the Eye of Truth and take the position of Commander of the Abyss Expedition? He seemed surprised, not understanding what was happening. Changhyo gritted his teeth at this moment. The old man seemed a little angry. So that's it. The Eye of Truth, we were completely fooled by her, Shin Mugok said. Most people know about the Saintess Council President's Eye of Truth. Those who can adapt to high stages request her to use the Eye of Truth to gain enlightenment and advance to the next stage. But I've never tried it. The Saintess Council President's gaze looked very sinister at this moment. Changhyo imagined, if he sends everyone flying into the sky like usual, the Abyss Expedition will be over. Because no one would follow a commander who can stab his comrades in the back, he continued to think. But if he does nothing, his life will pass the trial. To think she'd use the Eye of Truth to test his character, I never would have imagined it, Changhyo wondered. Brat, what are you going to do? Juin heard everyone agreeing to the Saintess Council President using the Eye of Truth on him, and he agreed without hesitation. Fine, Changhyo had an incomprehensible expression on this side. Does that mean Han Moyin flew into the air and said to Juin, are you saying you will accept the trial of the Eye of Truth? He replied. Yes, Han Moyin said. Good. The people in the audience wondered, why have the two of them been standing still since earlier? When are they going to start? As soon as the words were finished, Han Moyin began to act. Everyone was surprised. What? At this moment a video of a ship fighting against giant waves appeared. The ship was continuously hit by the waves and split in two. Juin was on the ship holding on tightly to the ship's railing. The stage for this Eye of Truth trial was the ocean, Han Moyin declared. Before Juan's eyes a vast ocean unfolded. Han Moyin continued, most oceans have such dangerous waters. Juin was still fighting against the fierce waves. All the items on the ship were swept away by the waves. Han Moyin continued, so as you can see, a ship sinking like this can happen anytime, anywhere. The ship was still battling the waves. A few people had already fallen into the water. The person still on the ship desperately passed an oar to save the people who had fallen into the water. Grab it, Han Moyin said. Fortunately a lifeboat appeared and saved one person, but there is still one more person who hasn't boarded the boat yet. The person on the boat shouted. This boat can only hold 10 people. If even one more person gets on, it will sink. We have to leave that person behind, otherwise we will all die. At this moment people grabbed Juan's hand. Commander, when Juan turned around, someone said to him, you must decide quickly. Juan thought, when did I get on the lifeboat? When he couldn't understand what was happening, a voice was heard from somewhere. All right, Citadel Lord. At this moment, text with two choices appeared on the screen. First, let the survivors continue to live and abandon the one person in the sea. Second, do not abandon anyone. Even if the boat sinks, everyone must be brought on board together. Han Moyin continued to cast the technique. She asked Juin, what will you do? Juin was just beginning to understand the situation. This is the test of justice. 1. Let the survivors continue to live and abandon only that one person. 2. Do not abandon anyone. If we die together. Han Moyin asked him, Citadel Lord, what will you do? In front of the two choices, one of the people who had fallen into the water said, if he chooses number 1, people will call him a cold-blooded person. Another person said, if he chooses number 2, they will say he doesn't know how to judge the situation. Whatever the Citadel Lord chooses, he will be doubted as to whether he is qualified to be the leader of the Abyss Expedition. Juin hesitated greatly between the two choices and finally made a decision. I will choose number 3. Han Moyin was surprised by his choice, which was not on the screen. Han Moyin asked back, What are you talking about? There are only 2 choices, Juin replied. Number 3 is I will save everyone and prevent the boat from sinking. Han Moyin thought to herself. Did that guy find a hidden option? Only 2 choices were displayed on the screen. First, let the survivors continue to live and abandon only that one person. Second, do not abandon anyone. If we die together. But in the end the choice only appeared when one found the answer for themselves. At this moment, a third choice was displayed on the screen. I will not abandon anyone. I will save the people who fell into the water and decide who will take turns in the water while waiting for rescue. Everyone was very happy to hear the Citadel Lord's choice. A choice that saves everyone and is humane at the same time, Han Moyin thought again. I tried to make him look like a terrible person by presenting only 2 choices, but I failed. She said to him, hearing you say that, what is your third choice? Juin stood at the bow of the ship and asked her back. Are they dying because of the sea, right? She replied. Perhaps, and these waves will get bigger. His eyes shone sharply as he said to her, I'll just split the sea. Han Moyin was horrified by his words. What is that guy talking about? Han Moyin began to worry. Is that guy out of his mind? Juin got into a stance. Juin was very resolute. Seeing that, Han Moyin shouted, Wait, what are you doing? Chung Hyo also saw that and shouted, Wait, that stance is. Chung Hyo ordered everyone run quickly. Everyone ran with all their might, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? A single one of his swords split the current of the water. Everyone covered their ears in fear. Han Moyin was also very surprised. Everyone was surprised and afraid of Juan's actions. At this moment a notification was continuously displayed on the screen. System error. He seemed to be submerged in water at this moment. He saw the swirling stream of water. It's a miracle we're alive. Captain, someone ran over joyfully and hugged him. He turned around, his gaze was stern. Let go. Everyone shed tears and thanked him. Thank you for saving us. He looked at them. At this moment he looked very handsome. Everyone continued to thank him. Thank you so much. As if he had seen something, text appeared on the screen. The trial of justice has ended. Han Moyin shouted in anger. What do you think you're doing, Citadel Lord? How could you? Han Moyin looked ready to attack him. Juin said, Stop your games now. Han Moyin looked as if her scheme had been exposed. She glared at him with angry eyes. A notification appeared on the screen again. Gorgon has received Gorgon Command Order Number 1. Han Moyin looked at the notification in anger. What on earth is this? Juin began to run with all his might. Seeing him run, Han Moyin shouted loudly, Citadel Lord. A notification appeared on the screen again. All events will be suspended and the Citadel gates will be sealed, effective immediately. Everyone was extremely surprised. What? That wasn't all. Another notification appeared. All citizens are to evacuate to the northern district immediately. Everyone asked each other, not knowing what was happening. What in the world is going on? Another person urged. Hurry up or we're all going to die. Everyone began to flee with all their might. People looked outside. One person opened his mouth. A swarm of ghouls is coming this way, another person continued. Are all those black dots ghouls? The Thunder God Society collapsed in Manticore, another person said. To think we have to fight ghouls in Gorgon now. I'm going to die today. You're going to die from just this? Then how are you going to go on the Abyss expedition? Wawong, your legs are trembling, another person said, as if he had been hit where it hurts. Wawong could only say, Shut up. Chung Hyo was deep in thought at this moment. Chung Hyo and Shin Mugok stood together, talking. They believed that a brat not even 900 years old had become the ruler of chaos and the leaders of 6 of the 10 great sects of the entire chaos realm. The South Sea, the Saintess, Wawong Nosung and others, had gathered here. Chung Hyo continued, I can't believe it. I never thought I'd see such a crazy sight again. Doesn't this scene remind you of 900 years ago? Shin Mugok opened his mouth. You mean when we went to the Hall of Ghouls? Chung Hyo answered. Yes, Shin Mugok continued. Yes, I saw a sight like this back then. But I don't know why that thing is here too. Chung Hyo's eyes grew suspicious. The ghouls have summoned other ghouls here. He recalled the scene 900 years ago when low-level ghouls gathered as a mid-level ghoul appeared. When a high-level ghoul appeared, the mid-level ghouls gathered. And in Gorgon a ghoul king with a very terrifying appearance had appeared. The ghoul king was the very reason the citadels had built high walls, bringing disaster to chaos as it headed towards Gorgon. The appearances of terrifying monsters emerged. Beginner ghouls, a truly horrific sight. A single Margitor, its eyes shining like red jewels. In the desolate and ruined landscape, screams and cries for help echoed continuously. Please save me. At this moment a man was holding a woman, and both their faces were filled with extreme terror. In particular, the woman had one of her legs cut off. It looked as if they had seen something very terrifying. The man screamed in terror. Arg, a woman next to him urged him to run faster, but it was already too late. The man was attacked by a swarm of monsters. Before he died, he could only scream in pain and despair. Kuar? Jan's eyes opened. She stood face to face with the swarm of ghouls before her. He instinctively took a step back without realizing it. Jaeon saw the man being attacked by the ghoul. Numerous black spots appeared on his face and body, then spread in all directions. He screamed in extreme pain. Kuar. The saintess thought, it's over. The man fled, but a ghoul behind him delivered a final blow. Jan's body trembled in terror at the sight. Everything was over. At that moment, an old woman who was running suddenly fell to the ground. The old woman trembled and looked back in fear. A giant ghoul was right behind her, preparing to kill her. Jaeon screamed in extreme terror. No! Numerous black tendrils flew swiftly towards the old woman. Not giving up, she continued to flee. She had to escape even by crawling, but the old woman didn't want to die yet. But at that moment the Sword King appeared. Jaeon was greatly surprised. The Sword King! She felt it was a great relief that the Sword King had appeared. Thank goodness. Jaeon shouted loudly so the Sword King could hear, filled with worry. Please save the grandmother quickly, but things did not go as she had hoped. The Sword King simply passed by the grandmother, and the old woman's stomach was pierced by the numerous tentacles of the ghouls. In the face of the old woman's death, the Sword King only said one thing: "My apologies. A ghoul of this size is a bit much even for me." Jan's eyes widened. They seemed to hold helplessness and despair. She so helplessly blamed herself. On the Sword King's side, numerous tentacles shot up from the ground beneath his feet. They grew rapidly and flew toward the Sword King's eyes. Facing the giant ghoul, the Sword King was also completely powerless. The Sword King's eyes, nose, and mouth were pierced by tentacles, and his body was wrapped up. This was a world where no matter what choice you made, it was ultimately useless. Jaeon shed tears in helplessness and despair. She was tormented by the fact that she had to keep witnessing death yet could do nothing. Innocent people were continuously killed by the ghouls. They died in despair and pain. Jaeon realized how absurd it was to hope for justice in this world. She looked up blankly, because there were no choices in this world. Jaeon faced the giant swarm of ghouls before her very calmly. There was no hope. But at that moment a ray of light appeared and sliced a ghoul in two. Gigi Gyorien was facing a giant ghoul, but she was greatly surprised when the ghoul before her was cut down, leaving only black smoke. When the black smoke cleared, Yoon-young appeared. The one who had just cut down the ghoul and saved Gyorien was none other than Yoon-young. His face showed no hint of fear. Yoon-young shouted to encourage Gyorien. "Cheer up, President of the Saintess Council." Not only Yoon-young but Kamen also appeared. He held a giant sword in his hand and his face was filled with a cold aura. Hwawong had a very wicked-looking smile. He stood in front of Gyorien with his sword protecting her from behind. Around them was a swarm of ghouls waiting to kill them. More people appeared, but Gyorien still felt that they couldn't defeat the ferocious swarm of monsters. She thought with great uncertainty, "Why, even if we fight back, it's just stalling for a little time. There's no way we can win." Gyorien remained silent and continued to survey her surroundings. She saw Yoon-young fearlessly leap up and stab a ghoul's head with his sword. She was very surprised. Is he fearless because he's ignorant? The first ghoul was killed by Yoon-young and he stepped back. Gyorien observed Yoon-young closely and realized it wasn't that Yoon-young wasn't afraid. No, he's shaking. That guy is scared too. Then what kind of hope is driving them? Yoon-young sighed in relief at this moment. He and Kamen were surrounded by a giant swarm of ghouls, but they could neither retreat nor be afraid. If they gave up, only death awaited them. HMPH, it wasn't an easy task anyway. Stop whining, there are even stronger enemies up there. Juin had his hand on the ground holding a sword. Juin was facing a giant ghoul, but he didn't seem the least bit afraid, and only he could defeat them alone. The ghoul opened its mouth wide, its face very terrifying. It charged at Juin, but unlike the other two, he struggled greatly to fight them. With just one hand, Juin lightly choked the charging ghoul's neck. From behind Juin, a swarm of countless ghouls madly appeared, flying through the air. Juin turned and left. In his hand was the monster he had just caught. Its head was cut off by him. The head of the monster Juin had just cut off had its mouth wide open, staring at him with hateful eyes. Dirt and stones suddenly crumbled and fell. The stones broken by the ghoul split into several pieces and floated above Juan's head. He looked up and warned the monsters with a very cold expression, "You'd better not break into someone else's house without permission." But his warning did not make them afraid or stop them. The pile of debris continued to pour down madly. Juin quickly jumped back to dodge. The pile of debris fell to the ground, causing a large explosion. The dust was thick. He used his feet to brake, preventing himself from retreating any further. The giant ghoul in front of Juin raised its huge hand to grab him. Amidst the pile of dirt and stones, Juin very calmly faced the ghoul. When its claw was almost upon him, Juin assumed a ready-to-fight stance. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, carefully observing the ghoul's attack pattern. Then he seemed to realize something. The bastard's technique. On the ground, wherever the ghoul went, the ground cracked. It still walked towards Juin quite ferociously, as if it could finish its opponent in one blow, yet it even dodged. Juin struck at it, but as expected. The ghoul was able to completely dodge it. Immediately, it gathered dirt and stones and threw a blow at Juin. Juan's eyes suddenly turned cold, filled with killing intent. He quickly jumped to the side to dodge. The ghoul's attack hit the ground and the dirt and stones shattered. Juin immediately leaped up to avoid the impact of the scattered dirt and stones. The ghoul opened its mouth wide and a black vortex appeared in front of it. Juin gritted his teeth and frowned, his face looking very displeased. Soon after, the ghoul's claws swung. Juin was still very calm, standing still and using his sword to block in front of him, defending against the ghoul's attack. Behind Shin Mugok, old man Changhyo was also fighting with a sword. The old man gripped his sword so tightly it trembled. Changhyo thought with great anger, "Damn it." The current situation reminded him of a fierce battle from the past. Everything was destroyed and even he himself was very seriously injured. Changhyo felt very helpless at that time when he could do nothing to save the people in danger. Just like then, can this small human do nothing? Amidst the densely packed swarm of ghouls charging madly, Changhyo realized that when faced with such terrifying despair, we can do nothing. Changhyo looked up and a ray of light shone down on him. He realized that the people living here needed hope. Changhyo recalled the man he revered and believed in, and hope seemed to burn within him, overwhelming hope. The sun began to rise at this moment, and the light drove away the darkness. Amidst the pile of ruins, a giant ghoul seemed to be falling. Looking closely, there was something on its body, and it was none other than the protagonist, Juin. He held his sword, gritted his teeth, and with force plunged the sword deep into the monster's body. Juin clenched his fist and put more power into the sword, a power that would not be defeated by anything. Finally, thanks to Juan's efforts, the ghoul was dead. A pillar of light appeared, directly blowing up the dirt and stones below. As the dust cleared, the previous pillar of light had created a large hole. Yun Yang hugged Gyorin to protect her from being pushed away by the aftershock of the explosion. Wawang covered his face with his hand and planted his feet firmly on the ground to avoid being blown away. Kamen was the same. He drove his sword into the ground and held it tightly to stand firm. Changhao looked at the scene that had just appeared with a very surprised and unexpected expression. As the dust slowly cleared, the shadow of a ghoul appeared and something seemed to be embedded in its body. The ghoul's body had numerous wounds and it seemed to be dead. Someone's sigh of relief was heard. Phew, in front of Changhao was the corpse of a dead ghoul, and the one who killed it was none other than Juan. He gripped the sword that was still embedded in the monster's body. Juan smiled very happily upon achieving victory. Changhao said with some regret, "I should have stepped in sooner." Suddenly, Changhao was greatly surprised. He shouted to Juan to be careful. "Watch out behind you." Following Changyao's warning, he immediately turned around. From behind Juan, a swarm of ghouls with their mouths wide open madly charged at him. Kamen sensed the situation was not good and he ran with his sword shouting, "Citadel Lord." Changyao's expression immediately changed. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with fear. Juan was now surrounded by a giant swarm of ghouls. He stood alone with his sword preparing to face them without the slightest fear. He stood in silence. The saintess coldly said to the swarm of ghouls, "Do not block my path." The swarm of ghouls madly aimed straight for their target, Juan. Juan pulled out the sword that was embedded in the back of the ghoul he had just killed, preparing to face the monster swarm. They continued to attack. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he raised his sword and charged at the swarm of ghouls. As Juan unleashed a blow filled with a very powerful force, the nearby dirt and stones were also sent flying. Chungyeo's mouth fell open, and his eyes widened in great surprise at Juan's power. Juan's attack created a dazzling sphere of light. "Then I'll just split the sea." The sphere of light sent dirt and stones flying. The people who were fleeing also witnessed this scene and had to stop in surprise to watch. The sphere illuminated the surrounding space, and at this moment a pair of a man and a woman were holding hands and fleeing. Seeing this ray of light, they stopped and looked towards where the light was shining. Kamen, Janan, Yun Yang, and Wawang's group were also very surprised and looked towards the source of the light. Shin Mugok drove his sword into the ground and exclaimed with great surprise and admiration, "How reckless." Chunghyo adjusted his hat, his hand holding a sword. The old man also agreed with Shin Mugok's words. "That's right, but that guy's recklessness is necessary." Shin Mugok heard Chunghyo's words and answered with curiosity. "Really?" Believing Chunghyo's words, Shin Mugok made a decision. "Understood, and we'll join in too." At this moment, Juan was no longer fighting alone. His comrades stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Shin Mugok and Chunghyo led the charge with their swords, followed by Yun Yang, Kamen, Juan, and finally Jaeon and Janan. Shin Mugok gripped the sword in his hand tightly. As he got close to the ghouls, he cut them down one after another. A fan appeared. Janan joined the battle with his fan. Chunghyo saw his appearance and asked with great curiosity, "Where have you been until now?" Kamen gripped his sword tightly and raised it. He bit his lip hard and charged with a very cold expression. Kamen and Yun Yang attacked a ghoul together from different directions. Kamen landed a blow on the monster's body, and Yun Yang, as he got close to the ghoul, used its momentum to leap up and get close. Approaching the ghoul, Yun Yang struck its head, causing it to open its mouth wide in pain. After landing a blow on the ghoul, Yun Yang landed on the ground. His face looked very pleased. "HMPH Wawang." Wawang was fighting with his sword behind him. Hearing Yun Yang's call, Wawang immediately answered, "What? I'm busy, don't talk to me." In front of Yun Yang was a three-headed ghoul, and after being hit by his attack it seemed to be rampaging even more madly. Yun Yang said awkwardly to Wawang, "It's a bit embarrassing to say this." But Yun Yang's eyes lit up and small sparks of lightning emanated from his entire body. Yun Yang shouted to Wawang, "I have to ask." Yun Yang rushed forward and with one blow cut off the head of the ghoul before him, finally letting out the question he had been curious about for a long time. "Why are you hesitating so much?" Yun Yang landed safely on the ground with his sword. After killing one ghoul, he made a cool expression and asked Wawang, "Don't I look cool right now?" Wawang still had no interest in him at all. He just continued to do his own thing, leaving only a very cold back to Yun Yang. Being ignored by Wawang, Yun Yang asked once again, "Hey, say something." A swarm of ghouls charged madly. Wawang was tired at this point, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead. He gritted his teeth. "TCH," Wawang thought in anger. "I'm getting slower from fatigue." Wawang was afraid that if this continued immediately, something black was flying towards him at a very fast speed. A ghoul had come right up to Wawang's face. He gripped his sword tightly and aimed it at the monster. Kong Ho Wang gritted his teeth, ready to fight the ghoul before him to the death. Unbeknownst to Kong Ho Wang, there was a young girl in very dirty and tattered clothes. The girl's front pocket was filled with small stones. The girl's face was filled with hatred and anger towards the swarm of ghouls, but not a hint of fear. The girl continued to throw stones forward, but at that moment the eyes of a ghoul noticed this girl. While Kong Ho Wang was wondering, the ghoul quickly passed him and charged at the girl with insane speed. The girl was in imminent danger in that instant. For her eyes was a gaping black mouth in the eyes of the ghoul. But the girl did not run or cry in fear. Instead, she summoned all her courage and shouted. As her cry ended, a shining chain flew past the girl, who had her eyes squeezed shut, unable to bear the sight before her. The chain circled around the ghoul and bound it tightly. Behind the hand that threw the chain, a pair of piercing eyes was revealed between the fingers. The one who had thrown the chain and saved the girl was none other than Juran Zyver and a few others. He said, "We have come to help you all." Wawang smiled with great joy upon seeing the reinforcements. Kong Ho Wang seemed to have gained more strength. He tore through the swarm of ghouls, shouting with a very excited expression, "Fighting like this is much more exhilarating." At that moment, in front of a young man with a bandage on his head, the body of a ghoul was pierced by countless blades. Mugak and Kamen were also slashing wildly. Janan stood in place with his sword, a strange circle before him. He suddenly lifted the corners of his mouth, a triumphant smile on his face. Juan raised his sword high, then with all his might plunged it into the ground. As soon as the sword was planted, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The light slowly spread, covering the entire city. The scene shifts to Gorgon Citadel, 10 days later. The damaged and collapsed buildings were all under reconstruction. 10 days had passed since the three great ghouls, Han and Marat, were defeated, and now only rubble and destroyed houses remained in Gorgon Citadel. The lucky survivors were picking up their belongings, looking for a way back home. The news sent all of chaos into an uproar. Just then, Mganaz was carrying something that looked very heavy on his shoulder. He was being interviewed by a young man. The young man asked him, "What do you think is the biggest change in Gorgon since that incident?" Mganaz thought about this question for a moment. After finishing his thought, he said, "It's become more comfortable to live here." The young man interviewing him immediately wrote down Mganaz's answer. He paused for a moment, stroking his chin, then asked again, "In what way has it become more comfortable?" Mganaz replied, 6 of the 10 great guilds of chaos moved their headquarters here, so the volume of trade has increased greatly, and thanks to that, the economy has grown rapidly." The young man glanced to the side and said hesitantly, "But from what I can see, the situation," following his gaze, the lucky survivors were together, cleaning and rebuilding the city amidst the rubble. The young man finished his observation and stated his feeling, "It looks quite bad, too much so to say it's more comfortable." Beside them, a man and a woman were talking. Both were injured, their bodies and clothes dirty and stained, but they both had smiles on their faces. Everyone looked very cheerful, with no sign of annoyance or discomfort. Seeing this scene, the young man was surprised and realized, "But strangely, the atmosphere is very lively and joyful." Mganaz confidently asserted to the young man, "You say that because you haven't seen the Path of Waves yet. 10 days ago, during the battle with the three great ghouls, a single sword had split the Black Sea. Those who witnessed it were as if under a spell. They rushed into the Path of Waves to fight the ghouls. Countless people lost their lives. What on earth did they see that day?" Mganaz looked at the young man with a very contemptuous gaze. He said, "A fool like you just has to say that life in Gorgon is much better now, that's all." The young man couldn't believe it was life in chaos. He recorded everything he had investigated and collected. The next sentence he began to write was, "The residents of Gorgon began to live." At that moment, something happened, and the young man's mouth fell open in fear. He even dropped the paper he was holding, but contrary to his fear, Mganaz remained very calm. The young man's face was filled with terror. He asked, trembling in fear, "What is this?" Mganaz showed the attitude of someone who had seen it all. He reassured the young man, "Ah, don't worry, it's a common occurrence these days." The young man with a very frightened face recalled what Mganaz had just said. "Ah, don't worry, it's a common occurrence these days." A loud noise continued to come from inside the citadel ahead. After a moment of wonder, he suddenly realized, "Come to think of it," he said, 6 of the 10 great guilds moved their headquarters to Gorgon," he exclaimed in great surprise. "Are the 10 great guilds fighting each other?" Mganaz replied hesitantly. "Oh well, something like that." Hearing the answer, the young man became very excited and madly recorded the scoop. Suddenly, one side of the citadel wall exploded and dust filled the air. The young man was extremely frightened, while Mganaz was very calm. It was as if this scene was all too familiar to him. As soon as the explosion occurred, 5 people were thrown into the sky. Those 5 people were none other than Janan, Gigi, Kamen, Yun Yang, and Kong Ho Wang. At that moment they were falling, extremely terrified. Seeing this scene, the young man's face turned pale, and Mganaz said with great interest, "It's 5 of them today." Juhan's sword was stuck in the ground, having split it. He was the one who had sent those 5 flying into the sky. He rested his chin on one hand and said to them with a very contemptuous attitude, "You're still not good enough." Elsewhere, a glass shattered. The red-haired young man was furious upon hearing his subordinate's report, and he couldn't even believe what he had heard with his own ears. "What did you say?" He angrily threw the glass in his hand at his subordinate. The red-haired young man ordered, "Say that again." The subordinate reported once more as requested by the young man. "The greater ghoul sent to attack Gorgon has died." The red-haired young man clenched his fists and trembled with anger. He still found it hard to believe that the monster he was so proud of was dead. Impossible. He recalled the power and ferocity of the greater ghoul he had sent to attack Gorgon. The greater ghoul has power equivalent to a 9th-grade traveler of the Great Land. It would take a high-level general or higher to face it. There are only 3 greater ghouls in all of chaos. How could this be? The red-haired man placed one foot on a chair and coldly ordered his subordinate, "Investigate thoroughly." The subordinate replied, understood, and disappeared from the spot. He stroked his chin and guessed, "This can't be. There must be something else going on." The scene shifts to 4 days later. Only a tattered flag remained on the flagpole, and the surroundings were engulfed in red flames. The news that the northern branch of the Golden Heavens Society had been destroyed spread in all directions. The room, the ceiling had a circular hole, and the light from outside shone in. A voice echoed, "Too weak." In front of Juan were the 5 people. Janan, Kong Ho Wang, Yun Yang, Gigi Gyurian and Kamen, all looking very exhausted in particular. Yun Yang's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. Jun questioned the 5 people kneeling before him. What have you all been doing for hundreds of years? Yun Yang shed tears and thought resentfully. At this rate who could possibly win? But Jun suddenly called his name. Yun Yang. Yun Yang, surprised to be called suddenly, answered loudly. Yes, Jun said something very serious and hurtful. You're only fast. Yun Yang could only remain silent at Juan's words. After that he began to point out each of their shortcomings. Kong Ho Wang. You're strong but you lack speed. Janan, you think too long before attacking. You need to be more decisive. Juan continued to assess Gyurian. She was pouting at this moment. Gyurian has good skills but lacks combat experience, and he came to the last person, Kamen. Juan very frankly stated his feeling. You're the best in this group, your foundation is solid, and you're not particularly weak in any area, but that also means you have no particular strengths. Juan coldly crossed his arms and said frankly without hesitation, finally a problem you all share. It's that you've never truly striven for victory. Chang Hayo stroked his beard. The old man laughed very happily at the sight of others suffering. Kiki, he hit the nail on the head. Shin Mugok stood beside Chang Hayo with his arms crossed. He just stood there silently and did not intervene. But Juan did not let them be. He said contemptuously to Chang Hayo, Old man, you've lived for 1,000 years and you're still that pathetic. Chang Hayo, being looked down on by a young brat, said angrily, What does a kid like you know? What was more painful was that it was true. Going back 900 years, the leaders of the 10 great sects all had to be at least 7th grade travelers. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon Society, the strongest among them, was a 9th grade traveler, but Mugok was several times stronger than him. They were all strong, but the Abyss expedition was still too far a story. The Abyss was such a place. The tattered flag had not yet been taken down, Juan continued. During the last conquest of the Golden Heaven Society's northern branch, they listened in silence as Juan pointed out their mistakes. We haven't even reached the Manticore headquarters, yet half of our forces are seriously injured and the rest are dead, he reprimanded them. We've only fought 1 guild and we're in this state, so how can we even hope for the Abyss expedition? Juan demanded of them. So from today we will conduct a week of special training. Janan blushed. He was very excited when Juan mentioned special training. This was a good opportunity to show off his muscles. Janan cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, he began to voice his question. The leaders here are all travelers. There are 15 grades to evaluate a traveler's skill, but it's not easy to reach that level in a short time. Normally, non-travelers take 10 years to reach the 1st grade. Janan recalled his seniors. He said 20 years for the 2nd grade, 40 years for the 3rd, and 80 years are needed to reach the 4th grade, he continued. But whether they can survive until they reach that grade is another matter. Janan thought, that's why 4th grade travelers are already considered master-level travelers. Juan seemed to have understood Janan's intention. You mean, Janan continued hesitantly, could it be that the Citadel Lord intends to make us awakeners? As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the people all looked at him in great surprise. Kong Ho Wang asked back in great surprise, An awakener? Seeing that everyone did not yet fully understand what an awakener was, Janan explained. I've heard that an awakener's power doesn't increase little by little like usual, but jumps to the next stage all at once. Juan had no intention of deceiving them either. He answered frankly, That's right, I want you to become awakeners. He extended his hand to them and said, The condition is that you must leave your own world. Yun Yang and Gyurwan's eyes widened in surprise. Yun Yang asked again, What do you mean? This time, Chang Hayo stepped forward to explain. The old man said, To succeed in awakening, you must go through 3 stages. The first stage is to destroy the simulated world we have lived in so far. Juan's eyes widened in surprise. He continued to listen to Changyo's words. Those who reach this state can awaken eyes that can see through this world. Juan wondered. Is he talking about doubt? Yun Yang tilted his head upon hearing Chang Hayo say to destroy the simulated world. Janan seemed to have realized. She explained, In other words, we have to give up all the benefits of the system, including skills and stats. As Gyurian explained, Yun Yang's face lit up, he said happily. Ah, I see, Janan asked him with great surprise. No, son, with an IQ like that, how did you get into the 10 great leaders? Yun Yang, hearing Gyurwan's question, answered very innocently. Why does a privileged traveler need a brain? Privileged travelers are those who receive many benefits from the system, receiving preferential treatment from skills to the interface. Such people can awaken at a speed 10 to 100 times faster than others. All the gods, including the 12 monarchs, enjoy this privilege. Kong Ho Wang was angry at Yun Yang's innocence. He scolded Yun Yang for being a fool. Who among us is not a privileged traveler? He thought to himself. There's no way they would easily give up this benefit. As soon as Kong Ho Wang finished speaking, Kamen, who had been silent until now, suddenly opened his mouth. He clenched his fists on both knees and said weakly, I'm not. Kamen opened his eyes and they were filled with hatred and determination. As long as I can become stronger, I am willing to give up everything. It doesn't matter if it's skills or the world. Just leave me my hatred for the monarchs. Gyurian, seeing Kamen so easily agree to Juan's words, got angry. Hey, President of the South Sea Society. Do you know what you're saying right now? He still remained firmly silent at her reprimand. When Kamen said nothing, Gyurian continued to persuade him, hoping he would reconsider. This means we have to give up everything we have. It's not as simple as you think. After a pause, she said again. Don't tell me you've forgotten the Great Annihilation? When Gigi mentioned the Great Annihilation, the expressions of Chung Hyo, Shin Mugak and Kamen all changed. Only Ju-en did not understand what was called the Great Annihilation. He repeated with great curiosity, "The Great Annihilation." Gyorien lowered her head. She said it all started with the appearance of the Fisher. Years ago, a Fisher suddenly appeared in the Great Land. They were a terrorist group declaring they would appear and fight against the apocalypse. They killed 4 monarchs who opposed their doctrine, very cruelly. And then they declared, "If you want to become an awakener, come to the Forgotten Land." They were the anti-world faction. Gigi Gyorien continued her story. Thousands of people flocked to the Forgotten Land, but no one knows what happened after that. Sunlight pierced through the hole in the ceiling, illuminating the inside. Gigi's voice echoed, "Because they disappeared without a trace." Young asked her in great surprise. "All of them." Janen closed his eyes and answered his question. "A few people returned. Among them was my colleague. She became an awakener. But she said that was just the beginning." Ju-en had his arms crossed. He asked a question. "What happened to them?" "A leaf blown by the wind from the hole fell. All of them." The leaf fell and covered Gigi's eyes. Only her voice was heard. "They all committed suicide. Everyone who went there suffered from severe schizophrenia. If they didn't go mad, they lost all their memories. Their symptoms were different, but they all had one thing in common." Everyone in the room was silent. Only Janen's voice echoed steadily. "They all didn't even know where they were." Ju-en's eyes were very calm. He suddenly opened his mouth. "Gyorien, first I will confirm 2 things." Janen listened to Ju-en's words very coldly. He said, "First, I have nothing to do with the Fisher. I know you suspect me because I am an awakener. Second, as you said, awakening is a very dangerous thing. That is why I am asking for your consent." Gyorien had not given up yet. She continued to ask, "What will you do with those who do not agree to awaken?" Ju-en answered her very confidently, "I will make them strong too." Janen was very surprised. "How?" Ju-en answered very easily. "I'll just raise their traveler grade." Hearing his words, Janen's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Janen was silent. Gigi said, "Didn't you hear what the president of the Simlim Scholar Society just said? It's impossible to raise a traveler's grade in a week. There's not enough time." But Ju-en asserted very confidently, "I can do it." He turned and left, saying to everyone, "Follow me." Outside the citadel, Ju-en brought them to a black building. Shin Mugak discovered them coming. He approached Ju-en, welcomed the new citadel lord, and greeted him first. Ju-en asked him, "Can we start right away?" Amganas immediately agreed. Yun-yang touched the building in front of him with his hand, his mouth agape in surprise. "Is this building made entirely of horns?" Ju-en ordered them to go. Light from inside the tower's window pierced through the glass and shone outside. Yun-yang, seeing the tower change, immediately withdrew his hand and said in fear, "No, I didn't do anything." At this moment, a notification appeared in front of Kong Ho Wang. System notification. "Do you want to summon the Tower of Nightmares CRPEDM?" Seeing the notification, Chunggyo's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the tower before him and said with wonder, "The Tower of Nightmares." The system then displayed a welcome message. "Welcome to the Tower of Nightmares CPEDM." They entered the tower one by one. The inside of the tower was a very large space. Seeing the scene inside, everyone's face was filled with extreme surprise. Chung Hyo said in surprise, "To think a human could build such a tower of nightmares," Kamen said in a very excited voice. "Even without building more floors, it's quite impressive, isn't it?" Janen was just as surprised. He said excitedly, "Just thinking about standing here makes my heart race." Although they had not come to conquer this place, Yun-yang's eyes shone. He interrupted Janen's words. "Me too, you said exactly what I was thinking." Jun gathered everyone and said, "Now that the surprise is over, listen up. All future training will be conducted here." He informed them that the time here flows about 100 times slower than outside. 1 day outside is about 100 days here. That is, 1 week outside is equivalent to 700 days here. So we will have about 2 years of training time. 1 week outside the tower is about 2 years inside the tower. Jun continued, "But the rate of soul collapse will be inversely proportional to the time dilation. The increased density of time distribution would cause their souls to tire quickly." He told everyone to prepare for that situation. If a person's soul collapse rate exceeds 80, they will be automatically logged out of this place. Jun reassured them, "The monsters are always waiting for us outside, so you don't have to worry too much about collapsing." Yun-yang, hearing Juan's words, his eyes sparkled as he said in a tone of great admiration, "My lord, I thought you were a cold-blooded and indifferent person, but you're taking care of us so meticulously." Juan, seeing Yun-yang's sudden flattery, asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yun-yang said with great admiration, "My lord, I will follow you anywhere." He ignored Yun-yang's ignorance. Juan continued, "Now we will divide into groups according to our respective goals, depending on whether you want to go through the awakening process or not." Juan drew a line in the middle, and at this moment Kamen was on his right. He said that those who wanted could cross to the right, and those who only wanted to raise their traveler grade should go to the left. Numerous butterflies flew inside the Tower of Nightmares, and with them Gigi's angry voice was heard. "How dare you!" She madly chased Yun-yang, unleashing attacks that ignored the skills of the Saintess Council. Yun-yang said very excitedly, "HMPH, no matter how fast you are." Yun-yang provoked Gigi Gyorien with a very defiant expression. "Don't even dream of catching up to the speed of the Thunder God." As Yun-yang fled, a huge flame suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fortunately he stopped in time. While Kong Ho Wong walked out of the flames, he controlled the flames to attack Yun Yang, but he dodged in time. At this moment, Kong Ho Wong charged in person. He said very arrogantly, "Speed is only temporary, destructive power is the truth, and I, Wong, will show you the truth." A feather fan appeared and blocked his path. Janan sighed. "Pathetic. That's why you don't improve." His words completely angered the other three. 3 pairs of murderous eyes stared at the old man. After that, the 3 of them seemed to get along very well as they chased Janan together. Janan realized the situation was not good and quickly fled. He shouted as he ran. Shin Mugak was very helpless at this sight. He crossed his arms and looked at them with an expressionless face. Juan thought as expected, with Juan as the center. They were now clearly divided into 2 factions. It seems Janan is the only one who wants to awaken, but Cayman was not afraid or regretful of his choice, but rather had a very confident smile. Gigi Gyorian threw out a question. "Then how will you raise the traveler grade of those who do not participate in the awakening?" "It's not easy for high-level travelers like us to raise our grade," she continued. "To do that, we need to reach a certain level of enlightenment or learn more advanced techniques to improve our abilities," Juan said very confidently. "That's not too hard to solve either," Gyorian shouted at him. "Listening to you, it's as if getting a book with such techniques is an easy task. Are you planning to rob the secret library of the 5 great clans?" Her words successfully stabbed at Yun Young's painful past, who had attempted to steal before. Juan said to her confidently, "You don't necessarily have to learn from a book. If there is a master will naturally emerge." Gigi Gyorian said in great surprise, "You mean you're going to teach us yourself?" Juan immediately denied it. "No," she asked with great curiosity. "Then who?" Gyorian's eyes widened. She seemed to have realized something. "Don't tell me," Juan smiled. He confirmed her thoughts. "From today, you will all be each other's teachers." Shin Mugak was very impressed by Juan's idea. To have everyone teach each other the techniques they have already mastered, what a groundbreaking idea. Our leaders, whose pride pierces the sky, would never have thought of this. Lightning struck, he thought, but the strongest here is. As soon as the words were finished, Yun Yang rushed in madly with a very excited expression. Kong Ho Wong was the same. He was no less excited than Yun Yang and quickly jumped into the fight. To see who was the strongest, Gyorian had a very displeased expression, but she did not give up the fight for the strongest position. The 3 of them fought madly, unleashing attacks that created a huge explosion, and the dust was thick. Then they shouted, "It's me, the Thunder God. It's me, the Fire God. It's me, the Saintess." Janan was caught in the crossfire even though he was just standing there. He dodged with difficulty and shouted angrily at the 3 fools, "You idiots." Shin Mugak still maintained that cold expression, but deep down he felt helpless towards them. He thought optimistically, "Everything will go well according to the Citadel Lord's plan. I wonder how Cayman upstairs is doing." The Cayman that Shin Mugak had just mentioned was at this moment madly practicing one technique over and over again. He seemed to be getting tired as he asked himself how many times he had repeated this technique. The exhaustion was evident on his face, but Cayman did not give up and continued to practice this technique until he was satisfied. Cayman asked himself inwardly, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Then he denied it. "No, maybe more than 1,000,000 times," Juan's voice echoed. "Cayman, pick up the pace." As soon as Juan's words finished, Cayman increased his practice speed. But he still didn't believe that he could become strong and become an awakener. Cayman asked Juan worriedly, "Can I really become stronger this way?" Juan seemed tired of Cayman's question. He said in a tired voice, "You've asked this question many times," he reminded Cayman. "Listen to yourself, you should be feeling it by now." Cayman continued to practice with a faster intensity than before. Juan continued, "It seems you're uncomfortable because you can't fight other travelers," Cayman said very confidently. "I know I'm not the talented type, but Juan didn't think so. No, you are different from the leaders out there. You have the natural talent to become a super powerful traveler. Your perseverance and your spirit to strive to the end have brought you to the threshold of the strongest individuals. Besides, with that fighting spirit, you won't lose control even if you reach the ultimate question." He saw Cayman not giving up and continuing to practice one technique. He asserted confidently, "It's not just talent but willpower that leads to true awakening." Juan trusted Cayman very much, but Cayman himself doubted himself. Did he really believe he could do it? Juan said something that doubled Cayman's belief. "I believe in you, so I hope you will believe in me too." Cayman's lips were sealed and his hands gripped the hilt of his sword, determined right now with Juan's faith. Cayman practiced the technique he had practiced millions of times before once again. Outside, the night sky was very beautiful with brightly shining stars, and someone seemed to be sitting on a high place. A woman was drinking from a wine bottle. She sat on a high place and drank. After drinking, she praised sincerely, "What good wine." From where she sat, Juan's Tower of Nightmares could be seen. She despised it very much. Tower of Nightmares, CRPEDM. An artificial structure. It seems that even after centuries, humanity still thinks they can change something. Fools, she seemed to be talking to someone. Isn't that right? Another person appeared from the darkness. Sioha, seeing the newly appeared person, called out with wonder, "Master." Changhao looked at her coldly. He asked Sioha with caution, "What are you plotting now?" Sioha said to Changhao, "Plotting what? We haven't seen each other in a long time and you're so malicious. Come back, everyone is waiting for you." Changhao's attitude was not at all gentle, and his words were filled with contempt and disgust. "I've already told you I will not return. I will never cooperate with inhuman thugs like you, Changhyo very resolutely stated his ideal. We will fight for humanity. Seoha stepped down to the ground and denied Changhyo's words. It is we who are truly fighting for humanity, she asserted very confidently. Only our fisher. Changhyo bowed his head and said, No, you are just using humanity. After that great annihilation, the fisher no longer exists. You are just a powerless group that has lost both its essence and its goal. Hearing Changhyo's words, Seoha felt it was very ridiculous. She laughed loudly. Ha ha, she covered her mouth. The shadows of the two were cast on the ground by the moonlight. Seoha approached Changhyo. She pretended to apologize for her rude behavior. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't think you would say that. A light wind blew and Seoha's clothes fluttered in the wind, she continued. And you too. She pointed out something Changhyo seemed unwilling to mention at all. You were one of those behind that damn great annihilation, weren't you? Changhyo passed her coldly. He immediately pointed out Seoha's lie. That's too distorted from the truth as well. Seoha didn't care about Changhyo at all. She said, Not everything went the way you wanted it to, but you couldn't stop the great annihilation. You just stood there and watched it happen. Seoha looked at Changhyo with great contempt and said, But I'm very grateful for that. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. She suddenly changed her form of address for Changhyo. Master. Did you know that many in the fisher tried to awaken in the way you taught? People with not a shred of talent, they still swung their swords at each other thousands of times. Seoha poured the wine from the bottle into a glass. She said in a very sarcastic tone, They swung their swords and continuously cut and killed each other. The scene was like hell, with corpses strewn everywhere and blood continued to flow. Seoha continued. A very small number of them survived and were able to swing their swords tens of billions of times. Only Seoha survived. She stood in the middle of a pile of ruins and looked up coldly. They became numb to life and death, and they were able to look out at this world beyond the limits of humanity. From beginning to end, Changhyo did not say a word. He listened in silence as Seoha recalled the past. That's how they obtained the first key to awakening, destruction. Changhyo quickly reached out and grabbed the sword at his waist. That is, he explained to Seoha as he drew his sword, not the right key. Anger began to creep into Seoha's eyes. She shouted, That again, how can you understand when you're not even a full awakener? Changhyo seemed to have no choice but to bow his head and listen to Seoha's reprimand. The White Realm. Your only world is still the same, a single brush, but within it hides a single sword. Ink was dripping on Changhyo's body. Seoha pointed out the fear he had long buried. You who fear losing your humanity will never be able to complete your only world. The one you tried to create after walking such a long path. A long chain appeared in her hand. Seoha held it in her hand and said very proudly to Changhyo, But I found my world and became the commander of the Fisher's Second Legion. As soon as the words were finished, Seoha swung the long chain towards Changhyo. He held his sword in front of his body to block the chain and shouted. More and more chains appeared. It surrounded Changhyo as if trying to create a prison to trap him. Changhyo was very surprised to see it. As the chain brushed past, Changhyo saw the shape of a mountain range on it. The chain created a giant net and trapped Changhyo inside. Changhyo began to raise his guard. He no longer looked down on Seoha. I heard you became a commander. Did you reach the third stage of awakening? Seoha heard Changhyo mention the third stage and said in a very sarcastic tone, This is not just the third stage, as if at this moment Changhyo's feet were like a lake, and on the surface of the water the events of the past were reflected. Corpses were strewn everywhere and it seemed only 2 men had survived. The corpses were gradually changing grotesquely. Blisters formed on their skulls, making their already terrifying faces even more hideous. Changhyo asked a very short question, but it was enough to show his surprised feelings. How? Seoha showed Changhyo something with eyes, a mouth and hands, and it was constantly dripping red liquid. She asked, Do you know what this is? Changhyo's eyes widened and fear began to creep onto his face. Seoha continued, This is the scene of the great annihilation. Changhyo and Seoha stood together in a sea of blood, surrounded by corpses being continuously devoured. Corrosion, she asked Changhyo triumphantly. How does it feel to appreciate your own masterpiece, the sea of blood of the legions? Seoha said with great contempt, Master, stop pretending to be dead while you're alive. You know that nothing can be changed in chaos, she asserted firmly. This world will not change. Then she tried to persuade Changhyo. So come back to the fisher with me. Changhyo still did not give up. He also asserted his point of view. It can be changed. Seoha was very surprised by his words and exclaimed, What? Changhyo repeated his point of view once again. I said this world can be shaken. Changhyo recalled Juin and said to Seoha very confidently, Chaos will definitely change at this very moment. In the middle of the bizarre sea of blood, Seoha's sarcastic voice echoed. I can't believe you can still make that expression. Did he change you? Changhyo just remained silent and did not answer her. Seoha did not at all think that Changhyo's words were right. She said coldly, You will fail again. She listed all the mistakes Changhyo had made in the past, just as you failed in chaos 900 years ago, and as you failed in the almighty land 700 years ago, and as you abandoned us and fled. Seoha turned and left in anger. She added, Do as you please. At the same time, she left a word of warning, But the fisher will always be watching you. A drop of water fell, breaking the calm surface of the lake. The first stage of awakening. Doubt about the world. After continuous training, he finally reached the first stage of awakening. Cayman had his eyes closed so he couldn't see another cayman on the other side of the water, smiling and staring at him. The second stage of awakening, understanding. The world was doubted. The third stage of awakening, forget the world, decision. Cayman closed his eyes tightly and sank below the water. Juan held his sword and jumped into the water. He swam to Cayman. He shouted worriedly to wake Cayman up. Get a grip, Cayman. As Juan plunged his sword hard into the ground, dirt and stones shattered. Cayman, who had just woken up, had to hurriedly dodge to the side. Cayman propped himself up with one hand on the ground. He spoke with difficulty. The dust from the shattered dirt and stones obscured Juan, but his voice, filled with disappointment, still echoed. I don't want to see such a weak side of you, Cayman. Juan charged with all his might. He leapt up with his sword and suddenly attacked Cayman. Fight for your life. Cayman's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Juan's sword approaching him. A black shadow appeared before Cayman. I never even thought I could do it. As Juan's sword struck Cayman, his body gradually began to disappear. I didn't even dare to find out why he was so strong. Cayman fell into the water and suddenly realized he had grown stronger. He asked himself, has it begun? At that moment, Cayman's face also began to disappear. He squeezed his eyes shut, lacking the courage to face reality. Cayman suddenly berated himself. What am I doing right now? Just then, Juan's voice echoed. Cayman, cast off every limit this world has placed upon you. Cayman's eyes suddenly flew open and his pupils shone. The third stage of awakening. Cayman stood on the surface of the water with his sword, and behind him waves raged fiercely. He gritted his teeth and his eyes flashed. Small ripples surrounded his sword. Juan smiled with great pride. Forget the self that this world has defined for you. Cayman raised his sword and charged at Juan to fight. His two eyes shone once again. The waves grew more and more fierce, gazing moon, then it poured down as a fine drizzle. Cayman plunged his sword into the ground, his body leaning helplessly against it. He looked up in surprise when he heard Juan's voice congratulating him. Juan proudly extended his hand to him and announced the joyous news. You have entered the third stage. Cayman took Juan's extended hand without hesitation. He still spoke in disbelief. Have I really become stronger? Juan asserted that he had become much stronger. But the Citadel Lord is also in the third stage of awakening. The raindrops continued to fall. I found it hard to believe in myself. I didn't think I had caught up to him. No matter how many limits I have broken. The scene then shifted to outside the Citadel, and the sound of an argument could be heard from somewhere. The current expedition system is extremely unstable. You speak as if you do not acknowledge the Citadel Lord becoming the commander of the expedition. Inside the Gorgon Citadel meeting room, the atmosphere of the three Citadels meeting was extremely tense. Someone said angrily, if Gorgon Citadel organizes the expedition alone, it violates the pact of the four great citadels. That pact is ancient. Why should we continue to follow it? Janan stood to one side and Gahia Khan was silent. Kong Ho Wang let out a long yawn, looking tired. Shin Mugok still stood to one side with a cold attitude. They watched as Yun Yang argued madly with the man opposite him, enraging him. Yun Yang said in anger, they did nothing until the Abyss expedition was formed, so why should we be fair to them? The man shouted in anger. No, son, those are harsh words. Yuhan Kai Xiver held his forehead, looking tired. As the situation grew too tense, he stepped in to mediate. The reason we are gathered here today is because of the Golden Heaven Society incident. Everyone please calm down and let's return to the main topic. A voice full of dissatisfaction echoed. Wait, since we are on that topic, let's continue. The Lord of Garuda Citadel, Gudong, said with great dissatisfaction, I believe the commander of the Abyss expedition should be fairly re-elected. The Lord of Rad Citadel, Issa Rincroft, also agreed with Gudong's opinion. I find everything he is saying to be reasonable. Suddenly, someone asked about Juan's whereabouts and Yuhan Kai Xiver was startled. Where is the Lord of Gorgon? He should have been notified of this meeting as well, right? Yuhan Kai Xiver thought to himself, right, you guys did send information about this meeting. He suddenly slammed the desk and stood up. When the Citadel Lord left, a plan for this three Citadels meeting was formed, and before we could even refuse it, a messenger eagle suddenly appeared above his head, from which he received news that the envoy of Garuda Citadel had already departed. The traveler group has all returned, but the Citadel Lord, who was in the Awakener group, has not yet returned. Now we lack the key figure to make a decision, and are being subjected to others' gossip. Gudong stood up and crossed his arms. He spoke to everyone at the meeting with great anger. First of all, how can we believe that a greenhorn who has only lived for 50 years created this Abyss expedition? And on top of that, to make him the commander of the expedition. Is everyone mad? He shouted in a rage. Are you all thinking of handing over the entire chaos to a nameless brat? Just then, Gudong was surprised as he realized something. Yun Yang, enraged by his words, lost his self-control and attacked him. He threatened, you dare spew that garbage one more time. A blade was pointed at Gudong's neck. He asked Yun Yang in fear, you bastard, what are you doing? The people in the room saw that the situation was not good, stood up and reached for their weapons. Gudong threatened Yun Yang. So you want to use fists instead of words? Kong Ho Wang bared his teeth, his eyes blazing, and held his saber in his hand. Yun Yang continued without a hint of fear. If you want to change the expedition commander, you will have to get past our dead bodies first. Because we have no intention of changing the commander. The meeting of the Citadel Lords eventually turned into a confrontation. Because Citadel Lord Gudong objected that it was unreasonable to make a greenhorn the expedition commander, and No Sung opposed his view, this scene was now unfolding. Citadel Lord Gudong said, are you really going to interfere? Do I really have to step over your dead body to stop this? Don't be ridiculous. No-sung had no intention of stopping, a sharp blade in his hand. As Citadel Lord Guodong continued to ask, he said contemptuously, "What, are you scared? Ah, so you really want to fight? Then I, Guodong, will not hold back any longer." He smiled at his opponent and said, "Then you come at me first." No-sung was as fast as the wind. In an instant he closed in on Guodong, got behind him and attempted to attack. "I was going to do that even if you hadn't said it. I hate guys who can't read the room the most." No-sung aimed for him and charged as if flying without hesitation. As he was about to get close, Guodong swiftly dodged. He was no simple opponent either. When his attack missed, No-sung was furious to see Guodong unharmed. "Then let's have another round." The fight did not stop. To defend his viewpoint he had to defeat him. No-sung got behind him again, creating a circular path of light accompanied by a blue glow and lightning. Everything was like a storm, but Guodong still stood still, doing nothing. He quietly observed No-sung's every move, first assessing how he moved and fought. Seeing No-sung's passion, Guodong couldn't help but admire him. "You're really fast." No-sung gave him no room to breathe. He immediately stomped his foot here and leapt high. He intended to launch a surprise attack from above on Guodong's position. He also followed his steps and raised his gaze. Suddenly Guodong's pupils widened, because before his eyes the scene of No-sung bringing down an extremely powerful lightning blade from above unfolded. It was aimed straight at him. Guodong blocked the massive damaging blow. At that moment Guodong created something like a golden shield with magic to block it. That very technique blocked the blade No-sung brought down. Amazing, No-sung. The two clashed like that. Citadel Lord Guodong blocked with all his might, and No-sung struggled to break through the barrier. He was still calmly chatting with him at this time. "Your ability makes me doubt that you're only a 7th grade traveler. I heard you just became a 7th grade traveler." Angered by his nonchalant attitude, No-sung confronted him and unleashed even more power. "This bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Is he now evaluating my abilities as well?" After a long fierce stalemate where neither could win, No-sung also grew more tired. Guodong had successfully defended until now. He pushed No-sung back. "You're stronger than I thought." More and more golden circles with special symbols created by Guodong appeared. They seemed to appear in the air according to some rule. Guodong admitted that No-sung was indeed strong. However, Citadel Lord Guodong was confident that no matter what No-sung did, he could not overcome the wall that was the difference in their levels. The levels were already clear. It was undeniable. Golden circular shields surrounded the spot where he stood. It seemed that this time he was truly using his power and techniques offensively. It was no longer a probing state like before. His two eyes began to shine, the shields gathered in one place. "You cannot defeat an 8th grade traveler like me, No-sung." Sung Rian-sok, the golden shields began to attack. As he launched a great number of shields, No-sung was instantly surprised. Because they flew in from all directions to attack, he couldn't react in time to block them. "The games are over. Time to get serious." His comrades on this side saw No-sung being attacked and shouted his name loudly. Facing Guodong was no easy task, and they were afraid he wouldn't be able to hold out. Guodong gave No-sung no room to counterattack. Seeing No-sung struggling and seemingly unable to resist any longer, he sneered arrogantly. "You fight well, President of the Thunder God Society. Who was it earlier that said it could only be decided over their dead body? Isn't it too easy to step over your corpse?" Guodong declared with satisfaction before everyone. "You have witnessed No-sung's defeat with your own eyes. Since I am the victor, Guodong, the expedition commander is." At that moment an interrupting voice was heard. "Who decided the fight was over on their own? I'm still fine. Don't look down on me like that." Commander Guodong. No-sung stood up after a moment. He knocked the shields that were attacking him back to their owner, and slowly regained his senses. No-sung began to use all of his absolute power, and blue lightning erupted from his entire body. His two eyes shone brightly, and his threatening aura was no less than Guodong's before. "I'll show you something interesting now. You must be tired from spouting all that nonsense, so I'll give you a reward." Guodong was angry. He too began to gather his power. He raised a hand to block, hoping No-sung would know his place and become a little less arrogant. He asked, "Don't you know when to give up?" No-sung didn't have a habit of talking as much as him. After regaining his strength, he rushed towards him as fast as a rocket. He looked down on his attack style. "Too simple. Is speed the only thing you have? You keep boasting about it. It's getting boring." No-sung's sword swept past, but instead of lightning this time it was a red flame. No-sung rushed in, shouting, "Waiyaunchal Paljawong." His two blades spread red flames in all directions, burning the entire area brightly. All of Guodong's shields were burned by him, turning from gold to black. Guodong was quite surprised to realize he could use fire. Wawung's technique, he can use this. The fire immediately spread to where he was, but then something else rushed in, and it seemed Guodong could no longer block it. In an instant the flames disappeared, but a thick blue mist-like smoke billowed in. Palmomyinjin. The blue mist began to surround Guodong, preventing him from attacking over a wider range. He could only stand there, flustered. No-sung is even using the Palmomyinjin that the president of the Simlim Scholar Society uses? It seemed there were many abilities he possessed that Guodong didn't know about. Commander Guodong was truly furious. He shouted in a rage, "How could the presidents of the various sects be so mad as to teach their secret techniques to an outsider like this? Have they cast aside their pride? I truly cannot believe it. Pride won't make you stronger." No Sung rushed through the thick mist and in an instant cut his opponent several times with the two swords in his hands before disappearing so Gudong couldn't catch him. He said, "I see, so this is what you wanted to show me." The blades from before had hit Commander Gudong's body. The clothes on one of his shoulders were torn and there was even a lightning mark left behind. After finishing his attack, No Sung returned to his original spot. Originally he had planned to corner him with the mist technique and attack with ease. He glanced at Gudong. He said, "What does that mean? In that case I'll have to fight more seriously as well," Gudong shouted. For a greenhorn like No Sung to dare show off various things and challenge him was truly audacious, but to be fair, he decided to fight him with his life on the line this time. No Sung was horrified to see the terrifying light he began to emit. Gudong created a giant beam of light. His power seemed ready to blow everything away. The people around who had originally come for a meeting were now caught up in this fight. There was no longer any benefit to staying. They began to pull each other and flee. "Run quickly, quickly, run as far as possible, don't get caught up in it." The leader on this side, Mugok, still calmly watched him face off against No Sung. Perhaps it was because he truly believed that No Sung would definitely resolve this fight. He just watched. Old Gudong had really gone mad. He glanced at his opponent, and the round ring of light grew larger and spun faster. It was like a flying saucer. As the beam of light scraped against the ground also shattered. This was the vast sea Sungrian technique. All the surrounding dirt and stones were swept up by the rotation of the beam, shattered and scattered in all directions. It was like a storm, and even worse than a storm. Anyone caught in it would surely die. Issa Ringcroft also witnessed the chaos and was horrified. Gudong stood in the middle of the storm of light and challenged No Sung to show himself. "Where are you, No Sung? Come out and face this technique. Don't you dare think of running away." His gaze suddenly changed when he saw the familiar blue silk above and the lightning surrounding it. It was No Sung. He was not the least bit afraid. And so, before he knew it, he chose the empty space above the storm and leapt in to face Gudong head-on. Did he think he would dare to run away? Don't even dream of it. This time it was Noizong's turn to seriously take him down. "Old Gudong, the games are over. Let's end this quickly." Unjimchondong. Noizong's technique was seen completely blowing away Gudong's swirling ring. At this moment he could no longer do anything. No Sung was rushing in to fight. "Well done, Lord of Garuda Citadel." A decisive blow came down before his eyes, putting an end to the fight. After the storm passed, the surrounding space returned to its usual state. Gudong could be seen staring in terror at the person before him. It was the one pointing the tip of their sword at his forehead. If it had gone just a little further, his blood would have been drawn. The leader of the immortal sect, Shin Mugok, appeared there in time to stop No Sung. "That's enough, stop here. That alone is sufficient to prove that your viewpoint has defeated his," Shin Mugok also reminded Gudong. "Lord of Garuda Citadel, end the fight. I hope you're not planning to use the horn of the Garuda Lord." At that moment, a feather-like mark appeared on his hand. Perhaps if someone hadn't come he would not have wanted to stop. Shin Mugok exposed him. "Stop it. The horn of the Garuda Lord is the ultimate weapon for fighting ghouls, not something to be used in a place like this. For coming out like this just because their opinions differed slightly." The Lord of Garuda Citadel, Gudong, clenched his fists and finally confirmed in a low voice, "I have lost. The match is over." As it seemed everything was resolved, Mugok no longer intervened. As he left, he patted Noizong's shoulder once. "Well done, No Sung." The leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, then declared to all who remained, "Gudong has lost to No Sung. Who's next? Who wants to face me?" He looked to this side where only a few people remained. "Issa Ringcroft, are you my opponent?" Issa looked at him with a disgusted expression. "Good. If there's anyone who wants to fight, feel free to come down." Shin Mugok would welcome them all warmly. "Who else?" At that moment a person suddenly came down to the arena and moved to where the Lord of Garuda Citadel was standing. Mugok asked her, "President of the Saintess Council, what are you doing now?" "What do you mean?" She calmly turned her head and answered, "As you can see, I want to switch sides." Shin Mugok immediately became suspicious and gripped the hilt of his sword with his hand. What are you planning? What's your scheme?" "President of the Saintess Council, weren't you on our side originally?" At that moment someone walked out from inside with a very dignified appearance. She seemed to have expected this person to come. It was because this side seemed to have a higher chance of winning. "What is that woman talking about? Didn't No Sung just defeat Gudong?" The person walking out had his white hair tied up. His appearance was not yet visible, but now everyone heard his voice coming from inside the tunnel. "Shin Mugok, I am your opponent today." The man finally revealed himself, looking like a white-haired warrior. His skin was tanned, but he looked very confident. He was the 9th-grade traveler, the Sword King. Bang Qianin. He was a cut above even Gudong. Everyone looked down in quite a bit of confusion, wondering, why is he here now? It makes no sense. He's been missing since the Three Citadels meeting. The leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, felt his blood boil upon seeing this person. He drew his sword without hesitation. "Bang Qianin, how dare you return in chaos? Aren't you the one who killed countless spirits here and took the fruit of resurrection 900 years ago? Is that so?" Sword King Bang Qianin was unfazed by Mugok's threat. He still maintained a gentle attitude and started the fight. "Don't be so narrow-minded, friend. Fight me, Mugok. I've missed you, my friend." Qianin asked Mugok, "Don't tell me you're serving the Gyeokjang monarch now." "That's right, so what? It's none of your business." "Oh, I have no intention of meddling, but my people are not very tolerant of warriors. The 5th Citadel is basically a downsized version of the martial world, so Heo will be done for soon, and yet to accept trash like you." To let you come back here and continue your more terrible trashy acts than before? Bang Qianin looked at Mugok and smiled. My, are you still angry because of everything that happened back then? Heo forgave me quite easily, but it seems you haven't. Your attitude towards me looks so sad. He was not the least bit ashamed and acted as if the old events had never happened at all. Don't be so heartless to warriors. Didn't we have many good times together in the past? Shin Mugok could no longer stand his attitude. HMPH went through the past together, don't lie. Leader Mugok gathered his momentum, ready to charge at Bang Qianin and knock some sense into him. He had never forgotten this grudge. Don't act friendly while spouting nonsense. It was you who betrayed us. How dare you say such things now? Just as Shin Mugok's sword was about to strike, Bang Qianin blocked it in time with his bare hands and force. It was as if he himself had made a sword with his hands. Qianin showed no signs of tension like Shin Mugok did. You've changed so much. Isn't this our first reunion in 900 years? Be a little kinder. Disgusting. This man's attitude angered him. Bang Qianin stopped playing games. The two brought up old stories while fighting each other. The events that happened back then were what made Shin Mugok so resentful. Answer my question. Since when have Radgaruda and the Saintess Council been deceived by you? Qianin answered innocently. I don't know what you're talking about. We just advised them to make a wise decision. After speaking, Qianin blocked Mugok's sword strike again and momentarily fixed it with an invisible shield. It was as calm as the surface of water. Bang Qianin pushed Shin Mugok back and retorted, Say what you want. From the beginning, the Lord of Gorgon and a few fools were just having a false dream. Bang Qianin smiled with satisfaction. It's truly a shame. Why do you deny reality and seek false dreams or ambitions? Shin Mugok couldn't silence him. Shut your mouth. Issa Ringcroft was watching the fight from a high place. Hearing the two of them mention that story, her eyes were filled with deep meaning. That incident that Mugok thinks everyone was deceived in long ago. Were they deceived, or was it truly to make a wiser decision? At this moment another stranger walked out of the darkness. He reminded her, saying, Do not be swayed, my lord. The man was wearing a black cloak and an iron mask. He spoke to Issa again. Your decision was correct. Issa Ringcroft did not even look at his face. Her mind was filled only with the memories of that time, memories that continued to torment her. The masked man came down and explained to Issa Ringcroft point by point. Think about it. The Lord of Gorgon is far more dangerous than the president of the Golden Heaven Society. He is trying to unify chaos using the Abyss Expedition. The person speaking to Issa was none other than the messenger of the Gyeokjang monarch, Weian. He was persuading everyone that the monarch considered the Lord of Gorgon a great threat. In this world, the word threat was a mark attached to any being that tried to change chaos. Whenever a threat appeared, a sign of hope would appear in chaos, encouraging those who wanted to rise up. But that was just their fantastical dream, too distant and unrealistic. And that mark would eventually lead to despair. If we do not eliminate him quickly, the stench of blood will permeate all of chaos. Weian tried to probe Issa Ringcroft's psyche. You have lived for 970 years, so you know well what happened 90 years ago, don't you? When the stench of blood was everywhere and bodies were piled up like mountains, it was truly terrible. We cannot let that tragedy repeat itself. The messenger of the Gyeokjang monarch, Weian, returned to the main point. So please cooperate with us to stop that threat and prevent the tragedy from continuing. In a week, the three citadels meeting will be held in Gorgon. Issa Ringcroft was not yet ready to answer, and she had not yet made a decision. But is this really the correct decision? Or, as Mugok said, are they trying to deceive them once again? On this side, every time the leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, slashed at Bang Qianin, he blocked it lightly. He suggested, How about we stop fighting? Mugok, you cannot defeat me. Don't be stubborn. You already know that, don't you? Shin Mugok was pushed back but still held on, and instead he gathered his momentum once again, charged forward and unleashed an attack. He aimed at Bang Qianin and executed the Chungom technique. The light of the sword burned like a flaming sword, but Bang Qianin created a wide, inviolable area with just a wave of his hand. Mugok's flame could not penetrate it and attack. Shin Mugok's sword could not touch Bang Qianin's body, as if he were surrounded by invisible armor. He said, Now, even among those at the same stage, there is a clear difference in ability. You and I are at the 8th and 9th stages, so the difference is needless to say. Face the problem. This old friend of mine, this can truly be called two different worlds. The leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, was genuinely resentful to see him continuously block his sword strikes, despite being so sharp. Bang Qianin pulled back Shin Mugok's sword-wielding hand and subdued it. With his remaining hand, he pressed on his body as if to do something. Come back and fight me after you reach the 9th stage. He placed a hand on his body and it gradually began to glow. It was as if he was concentrating his power to attack Mugok. Let me explain. Someone like you isn't even monarch level. You can't even leave a scratch on me. It's a bit boring. And Bang Qianin's powerful palm strike sent Mugok flying far away. The force spread out in all directions. The president of the Saintess Council had been watching the fight intently from the beginning. Is this the power of a monarch? To think the leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, would be pushed back by such a light technique. His whole body seemed to have been burned by that power. Mugok seemed to be quite seriously injured, but fortunately he was still holding on. She regained her senses. The Jade-Faced Gold Monarch, ruler of the 12th District, isn't even a Grand Monarch. Just below the Grand Monarch is the Major General and then the Lieutenant General. But he was neither a Major General nor a Lieutenant General. He was a Brigadier General, the lowest rank. And yet if his power is that much, those in higher ranks, HMPH, I don't even want to imagine it. She looked at Bang Qianin in fear. She couldn't believe they were conducting the Abyss expedition to fight such strong monarchs. There's no way we can win. Bang Qianin said the same thing to Shin Mugok as she was thinking, give up that dream. The empty dream of conquest, you can never win. Haven't you all obtained other high positions in chaos? Why don't you live quietly and insist on causing trouble? Mugok was still down and showed no signs of continuing to attack. Bang Qianin stood before the seemingly defeated leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, and declared to the one fallen at his feet, do not try to climb a sky you cannot reach. Give up. Shin Mugok still had no reaction, but a moment later one could see his two eyes flash open. Those eyes were filled with a killing intent and determination directed only at the opponent before him. He had not yet submitted to him. If you don't want to disappear forever. While Bang Qianin was speaking at length, a single technique from Mugok grazed his face, stopping him. He asked in shock, what were you just trying to do? Don't tell me you're going to keep fighting in that state. And indeed he was. The leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, was raising his sword again, preparing to fight him. He gritted his teeth and stared at him, covered in wounds, and his sword still shone majestically. 900 years ago it was you who, after being defeated at the Hall of Resurrection, stole our fruit of resurrection. And at that time we also lost our precious comrades. We have not forgotten the pain we suffered then. Not for a single day. At this moment rain began to fall from the sky. He shouted and asserted to him, Bang Qianin, everything is different now. Ha, different. Mugok swung his sword again and attacked. He looked at him and judged, you are truly too foolish. Leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, in the end, is death what you wish to choose? The sword was once again enveloped in a thin flame. This time Shin Mugok pointed his sword straight at the sky. It was a power bestowed by heaven and earth. Power was flowing into his sword, a heavenly sword cross-slash technique. Now even Bang Qianin could not help but be surprised. And with the sword that Mugok brought down, a massive power poured out. Heavenly annihilation formation. Die. A pity, Mugok. Bang Qianin extended his hand and caught Mugok's power with his palm. He successfully broke his heavenly annihilation formation technique, and the beam of light from the sky also gradually disappeared, turning into a deep night. Shin Mugok stood there dumbfounded and stared. What is happening? Your technique, Bang Qianin's midnight, has swallowed all power. In the end, you couldn't reach the sky this time either. It's truly a pity. To be swallowed by the darkness of my reality. The answer was no 900 years ago, and it's even more of a no now. While he was dazed, Bang Qianin placed a hand on Shin Mugok's face. He looked at him cruelly. You haven't changed at all, Shin Mugok. The comrades of the immortal sect wanted to come and save him. No, Mugok. Don't blame yourself, blame the Lord of Gorgon who planted a false dream in your head, this old friend of mine. It's a great shame that you still can't wisely cooperate with me. Suddenly, someone interrupted Bang Qianin's self-satisfied conversation. The person slowly approached and said to Mugok, I'm sorry, I'm too late. The Citadel Lord is a bit busy, so he will be a little late. The person lightly drew his sword, preparing to fight this arrogant man. Cayman, who appeared with his six-pack of muscles rippling, was cooler than ever. He had returned after training with the Lord of Gorgon. And of course, that training made him very different from before. I will handle things here now. You did well, Sir Mugok. The man from hell heard that the Citadel Lord had not yet arrived and worriedly asked him. His hand was supporting Nosung, who had fallen in the earlier fight. Where has the Citadel Lord gone? Is there anything more important than this right now? The Hell expedition is about to be finished without being able to do anything. Cayman comforted him. Commander, please calm down for now. I am here. He turned towards the leader of the Simlim Scholar Society, Shin Mugok, and asked about his well-being. Sir Mugok, are you all right? He weakly opened his mouth, wanting to urge him. Cayman, don't go, don't fight for me. You are no match for him. Listen to me. But Cayman answered very calmly and resolutely, Don't worry, Sir Mugok, and he turned and said to everyone, Your job is to leave this place as quickly as possible and be with the citizens. Everyone heard his words and did not understand his meaning. Even Sir Mugok is no match for him, and even if we all join forces there's no hope, let alone. At this moment the rain poured down like a downpour, and Mugok's sword also fell to the ground. Cayman was not swayed in the least by the people's words. He stood facing Bang Qianin, not afraid in the slightest. Please let me fight alone, everyone. Now he could no longer explain anything. The only thing he could do was step into the fight and use his own strength. Everyone was afraid he would be killed by him. It's absurd, don't be so arrogant, Cayman. Cayman gripped the sword in his hand tightly and said to the person opposite him, It's been a while. Bang Qianin looked at him, who didn't know his place, but it was also very interesting. He stroked his chin and asked, Hey young man, do you know me? I think we've met before. Is your name Cayman? Let's see. You're that rookie from back then, the one who couldn't participate in the Hell expedition because you lacked the ability, right? Cayman answered his words. That was in the past. Qianin looked at him and smiled. Seeing you just appear and try to stop me, it seems to me that you've improved quite a bit. You're very bold. I hope you've really improved. Cayman got into a ready stance. Wouldn't you like to see for yourself how much I've improved? At that, Bang Qianin's blood also began to boil. Let's see how long you can last. He madly threw a punch at Cayman, but he immediately ducked his head to dodge. His speed seemed to pose no threat to him. Bang Qianin tried to unleash a palm strike with his hand. Cayman quickly noticed. Instead of dodging, he swung his own large sword straight out to counter his technique. Bang Qianin's palm strike and Cayman's giant blade clashed head-on. He attacked his palm straight on, no matter how powerful his attack was. Bang Qianin stared with his eyes wide open in shock. What, this guy is piercing my palm head on? And as expected, he was immediately pushed back. Cayman's attack was not only equal to his in power, but it was also a fighting style he had never considered before. His right hand began to tremble, to the point where he had to support it with his other hand. What on earth is happening? No, he knows he is strong, so he shouldn't show any openings out of confusion. Not bad. What technique did you just use? Cayman gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and answered him. The last attack was weaker than a critical hit but much stronger than a normal one. It's called full power thrust. Using the full power thrust with Cayman's greatsword could inflict immense power and damage on the enemy. He could block slashes, but he never expected a direct full power thrust. Cayman threatened him without the slightest waver. Fight with all your might, otherwise you will die by my hand. The threat was like a breeze passing by Bang Qianin's ears. Threatened by a worthless brat? Are you kidding me? Bang Qianin's face darkened with anger. Die, I will die fighting you. Cayman's words succeeded in angering Bang Qianin. His eyes were no longer as peaceful as before. Power began to gather around his body. You think you can kill me? Don't be ridiculous. Cayman began to be on guard, seeing his state completely change. Strange space of darkness he had created earlier seemed to be about to rip the night sky apart. He said to Cayman, "A weak brat with no ability dares to dream of defeating me, ha," he shouted, exploding with power around him. The fragments of darkness he created flew fiercely towards Cayman. Cayman calmly took a step back at a time, dodging their attacks, and he held the sword in his hand firmly. As the fragments of darkness tried to envelop him, he thrust his sword forward and pierced through it. He successfully broke through the encirclement in front. Cayman had no intention of stopping his provocation of Bang Qianin. He glanced at him and once again asserted, "You will die here today." Bang Qianin laughed in contempt. This brat really doesn't know his place. The hands of darkness were once again under his control, flying towards Cayman, and there were many of them densely packed in front. Cayman had no intention of dodging, aiming precisely and confronting them. He recalled how Citadel Lord Juin had trained him then. He remembered that after he had surpassed his limits several times, he had extended his hand. "Congratulations. You've reached the third stage. Thank you very much." Cayman knelt before the Citadel Lord and asked Juin what he had always been curious about. "Can I really become strong in 2 years, Citadel Lord?" Juin heard the question and said, 2 years? He explained that the time on the second floor flows differently from the first floor where the presidents are training. "Do you think you can thrust your sword 10 billion times in just 2 years? Just then, the Citadel Lord made him realize many things. Cayman's eyes glowed blue just like when the other presidents activated their power in battle. A technique called Ocean's Wave. A wave of power pushed forward like the ocean waves under the hands of darkness. Bang Qianin saw Cayman's state, gritted his teeth, and realized he was an awakener. He had heard their Citadel Lord was also an awakener, but he didn't expect another one. Cayman tilted his sword forward, and he shot out a huge force of blue light, destroying all those hands of darkness. At the same time, it obscured Bang Qianin's vision, making him uneasy and causing him to shout, "Who are you trying to fool with such tricks? Come out!" Cayman didn't make him wait long. After his wave of power swept through like a tide, he suddenly appeared by splitting the wave in two with his sword, surprising Qianin. Cayman shouted with a battle cry, "This is a critical hit." He slipped through the gap in the wave, and the force of his movement was so strong that it rolled the wave up like a tsunami. With the fierce tsunami, the deadly sword strike got closer and closer to Bang Qianin. He could no longer resist and was frozen on the spot. He had no choice but to take this attack head-on. The rain was still falling like that, but perhaps the raindrops had lessened a bit from the beginning. The space returned to a strange silence at this time. Cayman rested his sword on the ground. Opposite him was Bang Qianin, battered and bruised by his attack. The ground was engraved with numerous traces left by the fierce technique just now. Bang Qianin looked like he could barely stand. He was busy coughing after being swept away by the wave, and on top of that he took another deadly sword strike. Seeing him in such a state, Cayman wanted to swing his sword again and finish him off completely. But just then, 2 people rushed out. Wei Yan, who was above, flew down to help Bang Qianin, and there was also the president of the Saintess Council. She threw a few throwing stars at Cayman. She had clearly been on their side. Cayman was slightly surprised. The president of the Saintess Council, he quickly jumped up to dodge those throwing stars. Cayman said to her in a stern voice, "The Citadel Lord once said that a time would come when you would betray us, and now you're doing just that, aren't you?" she shouted at him. "President of the South Sea Society, Cayman, stand down, don't fight anymore, no matter how strong you are. You can't fight a monarch after only 2 years of training. Haven't you considered the consequences if you continue?" Cayman did not yield. He lowered his stance and lightly stroked his sword. "Did you say I trained for 2 years? No, I've been training continuously for 200 years. Executioner's whirlwind." He used the technique from before once again. A huge beam of light attacked forward again. Everyone around had to struggle to hold on because of the immense power of the technique. Everything was gradually destroyed. Cayman's technique just now left a gaping hole in front. Leader Shin Mugak saw it and wondered, did he win? Is that really so? The rain had just stopped and the dark clouds parted, letting the light pour in. Could it be that the Citadel Lord had anticipated this and sent Cayman instead? He wanted chaos to stand on its own 2 feet, not just rely on the Citadel Lord. And Cayman fought independently with his own strength. The information that Cayman had successfully defeated one of the monarch's shields immediately spread throughout the entire system. Shocking news, a magnificent scene of a heroic battle. The winner is the president of the South Sea Society, Cayman. Issa Ringcroft was looking intently at the information on the screen even though she had witnessed the battle herself. At this moment someone entered and said to her, "You are the only envoy who has changed their decision, Miss Issa." Miss Issa quickly turned off the notification on the screen and looked back at the person who had entered. She greeted him, "Cayman." "Ah, you mean my change of decision? I am here because you persuaded me." But Cayman sat down on the chair opposite her. Issa continued to tell him what she was worried about. "We know better than anyone how strong those monarchs are, don't we?" she asked Cayman in a slightly worried tone. "Cayman, are you really planning to fight the monarchs?" "Yes, I am. I will fight them," Issa Ringcroft calmly analyzed for him. "People like the Golden Heaven Society are nothing compared to opponents like the Hall of Resurrection. Cayman might have defeated one of the 3 commanders of the Beast King Legion, but he is only the lowest rank among the 3 commanders there. That means you will have to fight monarchs who are much stronger than those commanders." Cayman placed his hands on his knees and affirmed his determination. "I know that." He understood everything Miss Issa was worried about, but they had already fled once 900 years ago. That is exactly why they will not continue to do so this time. Hearing Cayman assert so, including his resolute gaze, Miss Issa couldn't help but be surprised. As she recalled this young man used to be a simulant who was always anxious. Because Cayman was originally not a strong or self-believing simulant, he only knew how to bow his head. Cayman had despaired and collapsed without an exit when he hit a wall that could never be overcome with effort alone. But now the person sitting and talking in front of her was a completely different Cayman. As if he had been reborn. What was the reason for his great change? Was he really the Cayman she knew? Miss Issa didn't want to dampen Cayman's morale, so she supported his intention. "If you sincerely believe you can do it, I will believe in you too." At that moment, for some reason, the noise of the crowd outside was unusually loud. So Issa Ringcroft had to stop talking and go to the window to see what was happening below. She slightly parted the curtains. Below, thousands of people were flocking to the Tower of Nightmares. "What on earth is happening? What are so many people flocking here for?" Miss Issa turned her head to Cayman, puzzled. "Is this really the Tower of Nightmares? Why are people flocking there like that?" Cayman glanced and answered. "They are all owners and managers of the Tower of Nightmares. Suddenly today, as you can see, everyone seems to want to participate in the tower, to become a simulant." "Why did it become like that? What made them?" "It seems so, but not just anyone can enter that tower. Becoming a simulant is not as simple as you think," Cayman told Miss Issa. He explained that time almost stops inside that tower, and it is also very difficult to pass the trials given inside. Issa was surprised. That tower, a tower where time almost stops? But since Cayman knows that tower so well, could it be that Cayman's strength is thanks to that Tower of Nightmares? Cayman called Issa Ringcroft's name at this moment. He came over and parted the curtains wider so she could see better. Said to her, "Look down for yourself," Cayman said. "Chaos has now become able to exist with its own skill. Below, No Sung is arguing with those people. A really fun-loving friend and many others have gathered below." Issa Ringcroft was puzzled. Even ordinary people are flocking to enter the tower, although they are really afraid. Why? It is the longing that has waited for a long time to have a choice in this world. The wings of an eagle cover one side of the sky. It is the freedom we lost 900 years ago. Now hope is once again being restored in everyone's hearts. What's the point if we don't reclaim it with our own strength when the opportunity comes? Below the tower, people were looking up at the high blue sky. To reach the sky as free as those eagles' wings, they too had to pass through the floors of the tower that were just as high. Issa Ringcroft listened to Cayman's explanation in silence for a moment, then placed her hand on the glass to get a better view of the scene before her. She understood now. Cayman was trying to believe in himself once again, overcoming his weak past self and eliminating fear. Miss Issa asked Cayman how he was. "Where is the Master of Gorgon now?" Speaking of the Master, he was in a place like a desert. At that time, twilight was gradually setting in, and in the middle of the desert, next to a few tropical cacti, there was a clear sparkling lake. Despair. Divine Physician Chung Hyo was sitting by the lake, resting. The two were making a plan, but they still looked very relaxed. Chung Hyo asked him, "The meeting of the 3 citadels must be over by now, right?" Juan answered. "Yes." Divine Physician Chung Hyo asked him again, "Is it okay if you don't go there yourself? They might bring their strongest simulants," he replied nonchalantly. "Cayman will surely handle it well, I believe in him." After talking about this and that, Juan realized one thing. He looked back at Divine Physician Chung Hyo and said, "In the end, Cayman has now become stronger than you, old man." "Old man." Chung Hyo jumped up at those words. "Ridiculous. It's still too early. How can that brat beat me?" Seeing his attitude, Juan said with certainty, "Why is your attitude so sharp and resolute? Do you want to start again?" The old Divine Physician was discouraged. "Yes, but Juan didn't understand him. You should have already entered the 3rd stage. Why did it happen?" The old Divine Physician looked far away and wanted to take a sip of water. He answered, "Because I approached it the wrong way," Juan advised. "If you, old man, had awakened in a different way, you would probably be much stronger than now." The Divine Physician was also slightly surprised. "You knew that too. If I had awakened differently, perhaps it would have been different." He always thought about that matter and kept it in his heart. Juan sat calmly and watched the twilight. At least he knew that the way old Divine Physician Chung Hyo saw the world was very different from his own. Divine Physician Chung Hyo said no more, quietly looking at him and recalling the past of how he had awakened. He and the other awakeners from the fissure had all awakened in the same way. The first stage of awakening is separation. Passing the second stage is recombination. Finally, everything ends in the third stage. The last stage is submission. Everything was blood and only blood. The stages of awakening he knew were not very difficult to understand. He just kept cutting down every enemy he met on the battlefield. The separation stage did not ask him, and recombination did not bother him either. In that way he awakened without any obstacles or pain. But one day when he saw Juan, Changhao knew that this guy was different and very special. In his doubt he wondered why such a person was surviving and the reason for his existence in this world. So Juan, even after achieving results, was constantly doubting and endlessly suffering. It was a difficult path where he had to keep moving forward without a moment's rest, quite a thorny path. Changhao returned to the present, wanting to ask Juan what he was curious about again. "Let me ask one thing. How old are you now?" Juan sighed. "Do you want to talk about the age issue again?" He said the reason he was curious about Juan's age. "It seems the third floor of the tower was completed a few days ago. M. Ganas said that the time condensation density on the third floor is 100 times that of the second floor, and you were only on the second floor for 2 days. You've reached the third floor." Although he asked divine physician Changhao was convinced that Juan had already entered the third floor. "How long did you train there? Tell me the truth." Juan heard his question and smiled quietly, then answered after a moment. 2,000 years? Ah, what? 2,000 years? Changhao didn't want to believe it for a moment. "Are you crazy? Do you think I'll believe that?" Juan didn't bother to argue. He had only spoken the truth. He answered, "It's true. I'm telling the truth. Are you going to nag me again?" Changhao was immediately angry. "Are you making fun of me?" This crazy bastard, divine physician Changhao continued to ask. So in conclusion, what he wanted to ask was how long he had been in that tower. "I couldn't stay in the tower as long as I thought, so 2,000 years isn't long enough, you person." Anyway, it was already late. The twilight was about to completely set. Juan immediately stood up and prepared to leave. He saw the small divine physician Changhao standing next to him and said to him, "Let's go now." The two immediately ran to that place with flying speed. The old divine physician was still angry about the age issue. He said to him, "Whether you live for 1,000 years or 2,000 years, to me you're just a brat." Juan had no choice but to raise his hand to him. "Even if you live another 200 years, you won't change, old man." He returned to the main topic. But do you really want to go to the Hall of Resurrection like this?" Yes. As far as he knew, the Hall of Resurrection was no easy opponent. It wasn't too late even if they stopped now. The Hall of Resurrection was a very profound and mysterious place. Juan asked him nervously. "Do you really think those monarchs will be waiting for us there?" Juan continued. "They would have predicted that we would act after gathering the Awakeners, so we have to attack right when those guys are off guard," and he had no intention of confronting the entire Hall of Resurrection. "I just want to destroy the most important thing in the Hall of Resurrection," Changhao asked him. "Are you planning to steal the fruit of heaven?" Juan replied. "There's one more thing besides the fruit of heaven. The treasure of the nightmare, the narrow gate that turned a living person into an unrivaled being. If you use the narrow gate to enter chaos, it would be difficult to survive, right?" Juan stated his intentions. "If someone stole all the fruits of heaven and destroyed the narrow gate, the monarchs wouldn't be able to chase us all the way to chaos. Of course they could risk their lives and come to chaos through another path, but few would risk their lives to do so. In any case, to reach the Hall of Resurrection we must pass through this place. Manticore Citadel, at the entrance of the Hall of Resurrection." It was a large and quite sturdy gate with 2 stone statues on either side. They finally arrived here. Currently, Manticore is ruled by the Golden Heaven Society. There's no way those guys will let us in easily. The divine physician asked him, "Do you have a plan?" Juan immediately activated his power, and a beam of light shot up into the sky like a giant whirlwind or a waterspout. His plan was simply to do what he always did: fight. The divine physician Changhao was always on guard. He asked Juan with concern, "Hey, you know we have to fight the Acropolis with just the 2 of us, right? Isn't there another more feasible way?" Juan stubbornly replied to him, "I told you I'm going to do it the way I always do." Changhao was helpless. He glanced at him. "I expected too much from you. From now on you have to conserve as much strength as possible. Don't forget that Manticore is the only gate to the Hall of Resurrection." "I know, so stop nagging." Just then a group from the Golden Heaven Society rushed in to attack. Juan stomped his foot to gain momentum, and as he spun his body once, a blue energy enveloped him. As Juan shouted to use the sliding stop technique, those guys were sent flying in all directions before they could even lift a finger. 2,000 years of training is truly terrifying. A man with 2-toned hair sat lost in thought. He placed the fan in his hand on his forehead and tilted his head to look at the information in front of him, which had just been updated today. It was hot news that affected everyone. I've never seen a rumor that wasn't exaggerated. From the destruction of the Golden Heaven Society's northern branch to the Path of Waves, everything is the work of that damn Citadel Lord. Are you kidding me? But his power was truly extraordinary. He lightly scanned the information screen. "I didn't know he was the one darkness asked me to find. I wish I had checked that scene a little earlier." At this moment another person appeared. Seeing that his state was not very calm, she opened her mouth. You seem quite worried. Are you hesitating in front of the enemy, or are you scared? She appeared with a captivating pink aura. You've been spouting nonsense since a while ago. I heard it all. No wonder darkness wanted him so much. The person who appeared was a woman with pink hair who looked like a lynx or a seductive cat. She even winked at the man. Her appearance alone is like an ending fairy, an idol material. The young kids will like her. Hee. The man sitting in the chair called her name. Siren? She said to him, this is chaos. Wear those tacky clothes at home. Don't wear them here. Look at yourself before judging others. Siren sat in the chair next to him and criticized the people of chaos she saw on the screen. Do these martial artists think this is a real martial world? Why are they wearing such tacky clothes? My goodness. She glanced at someone on the information board, then pushed the man's head aside and rushed to the screen to see who it was in detail. Wow, look at that. What's so fun about that technique? On the screen, a blue beam of light passed straight through, annihilating everything. Everything disappeared like smoke in just one blow. Damn, that's crazy. He started to get annoyed. He removed her hand from his body. Siren, are you here to annoy me? Siren laughed cheerfully. Annoy you? Who has that much free time? I just came to tell you that something very interesting happened outside. He looked at her with curious eyes. Something very interesting? What is it? Siren looked at him and said, there's a rumor that the Jade-Face Monarch appeared in chaos. I heard that news too. So what? She continued. All the soldiers sent to the Golden Pheasant have been killed. It turned out that all those things were done by the Jade-Face Monarch. Instead of helping Golden Pheasant and Dryad, it seems he occupied those two fortresses. The pact between the monarchs, which states they will not intervene in chaos, is still valid, but I don't know why this happened again. Even the Iron Monarch's subordinates have started to move in chaos, while following the orders of the darkness. If this continues, the proxy war waged by the leaders of the Great Land will soon begin. Siren raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. She was also quite looking forward to it. Then she leaned in close to his ear and delivered the news. But I heard that Captain Bang Qianin was killed by one of those leaders. Did you hear this news? It's spreading everywhere. He was unknowingly horrified. What? Captain Bang Qianin is dead? Who did it? I didn't pay attention because I thought it was just a rumor. Who did it? She replied. It's one of the leaders of the 10 great sects. One of the leaders? There's no way they could beat him. Even if 10 of them joined forces, that wouldn't happen. Weren't you deceived by someone? Siren asked him back. But you know about the guys in the Abyss expedition created by the Citadel Lord of Gorgon, right? I heard that the president of the South Sea Society and that team killed the Jade-Face Monarch. He bowed his head upon hearing this, as if he didn't want to believe his own ears. The president of the South Sea Society alone cannot kill the Jade-Face Monarch. Even if he had been hiding his true power all this time, he wouldn't do something so foolish. He wouldn't have the guts. The Jade-Face Monarch is one of the 12 monarchs who rule the Great Land. In the Great Land, where the power struggle is at its peak, each monarch of intermediate or higher rank is very important. He would know best the consequences of laying a hand on the Jade-Face Monarch, wouldn't he? Seeing him too lost in thought, Siren opened her mouth to bring him back to reality. What are you going to do next? Because of your carelessness, the guy you were supposed to bring to darkness has become the Citadel Lord. If darkness finds out about this, won't he be furious? Actually, this is a good thing for me too. The guy that I first was looking for came to me on his own. He thought so. He waved the fan in front of him as if he were very relaxed. He said, I also sent the evil spirit soldiers. I sent the monsters you created to use the power of death there, so there should be no more problems. At this time at the Manticore Gate, the only passage to the Hall of Resurrection. All the soldiers were instantly defeated by Juin. They were scattered everywhere. The divine physician Chung Hyo said to him, I have a strange feeling. There's no way the Golden Heaven Society would use an army like that to fight all of chaos. It's too sloppy and weak. Juin immediately replied to the divine physician's words, Actually, old man, you're not entirely right either. His words meant that at this moment numerous shadows suddenly appeared from behind the gate and from the blind spots. As Juin had expected, they were very numerous and poured out from all sides. Chung Hyo shouted, What are those guys now? They are the ones guarding this gate, old divine physician. As you said, old man, this must be the work of the Golden Heaven Society. He felt a very unpleasant aura from these soldiers. Are they private soldiers? Their whole faces are wrapped in white cloth. Why do they have such a demonic aura? It's as if facing them is like seeing death. Just then, someone's voice was heard from above asking Juin, and he had to look up to see who it was. The person asked him, Are you the path opener who's been famous lately? It's truly an honor. Juin glanced at them numbly. The two of them quickly came down and stood before him. He said with admiration that he was very happy to meet him. I never thought I'd meet the protagonist of the rumors like this. He also noticed Chung Hyo, who came with him. Even the divine physician of despair is here. He had 2 scars on his mouth that were torn to the ears. The divine physician Chung Hyo asked him back with caution. Who are you? You speak as if we know each other. My goodness, have you forgotten? The man took out a sharp long red staff. I am the one who collected the horns for the hospital and was also in charge of moving the victims. The divine physician Chung Hyo's eyes widened at this moment as he stared at him. It seemed he had realized. You are? He said in horror. Are you the warrior of justice, Henher? He smiled with satisfaction upon hearing his answer. Thank goodness that you still remember me. But his appearance now was truly terrible. What have you done? How did a young man as bright as the sun change like this? The divine physician Chung Hyo really couldn't understand what had led him down such a path. He asked loudly, "What are you, the guardian of Gorgon, doing in the Golden Heaven Society? The Golden Heaven Society doesn't suit you. What are you doing with guys like them? Don't tell me you've really changed." He stopped him from saying more. "Divine Physician?" Hatred was in his eyes. He shouted at him, "You dare say such things knowing full well what I went through in Gorgon? How dare you ask me that?" The Divine Physician Chung Hyo gritted his teeth, but he couldn't answer his question. He couldn't say anything else. 100 years ago, everything was in chaos and a person ran and shouted, "What on earth is happening?" At that time Gorgon was at war with a sect called the Blood Mist Sect. It was a sect that no longer exists in Gorgon. They shouted, "The Blood Mist Sect will wipe you all out." The surroundings were really only left with the smell of blood. All 50 soldiers, including the commander of the Southern Gate expedition, were forever gone due to the assassination by the Blood Mist Sect, and only one man was left looking around blankly. In that massacre, only one person survived. Only Henhair survived, and he sat like that in the middle of the deaths of his countless comrades, and Henhair went to Chung Hyo and begged. He called him, "Divine Physician, please help me become stronger. You're from the martial world, so you must know a way." He went to the Divine Physician Chung Hyo like that. The Divine Physician asked him without looking back, "Is your name Henhair?" He said he fully understood the sorrow and loss of the weak, but at that time Henhair's 2 hands were still clutching his clothes, but the Divine Physician heartlessly pushed his hands away. He now turned his head to look at him. He answered, "Living in this chaos for over 1,000 years, I've seen countless guys like you. So I can't grant everyone's request." He coldly refused when Henhair was so desperate. He told him he was sorry and had no choice but to leave again, continuing on his journey, leaving the young man to face despair alone in an endless night. Henhair, now with many scars and changes on his face, lowered the cloth covering one eye and said to the Divine Physician, "I still remember what you said back then. To train hard until I become stronger, but you know what? Training hard is a real luxury." As he lowered his face covering, the Divine Physician was also horrified. Most of those in chaos cannot train hard. He threw the cloth covering one eye into the sky, and one side of his face was almost dead. It was burnt black and the eye socket was deeply sunken, leaving him with only one eye. He laughed loudly. "I also trained very hard. I trained to protect the justice I had kept for my whole life, and I also trained to break that belief." Juin had already assumed a ready-to-attack stance, and the Divine Physician asked him in a flustered manner, How did you end up like this? What happened?" Henhair aimed the sharp tip of his spear at them and declared, "The weak warrior of justice died 100 years ago." His one eye was bloodshot and filled with resentment. "Now I am Henhair, the Vice President of the Golden Heaven Society. You will have to face me at this gate. Prepare to die." This time the Vice President of the Golden Heaven Society, Henhair, was very interested to face the Citadel Lord of Gorgon, Juin, who he had heard of for a long time. Dirt and dust began to rise from all directions. Henhair held a large red and sharp spear in his hand. He aimed the tip of his spear and said to Juin, "Citadel Lord of Gorgon, I heard you only use a sword, and let's have a go." He was completely in a ready-to-fight stance, and a powerful aura emanated from his spear as well, the 8 fangs of the Gate Moon technique. In the red smoke, fangs appeared and wrapped around his spear. Bayu Chahangpa Gun. The fangs on the spear now turned into the face of an unknown monster. Henhair rushed forward and attacked by thrusting the tip of his spear. Juan's gaze was resolute as he stared at him. He had roughly figured out his fighting style. He just had to go forward as is. The monsters came rushing in more and more madly. To be more precise, it was the monster heads on Henhair's long spear. They were a technique, but they tried to bite Juan with their fangs as if they were living creatures. Juan stepped back and thrust the tip of his sword straight into the middle of them. It was similar to the full power thrust he had taught Cayman. In an instant, everything exploded from the tip of Juan's sword. The power of that thrust was strong enough to blow everything away. Even with hundreds of monster heads, Juan successfully broke that guy's technique. Henhair stared at him in horror. "That guy shattered my fierce technique with just one technique like that. How could that Gorgon Citadel Lord do such a thing?" Henhair was resentful and lowered his stance again, preparing for another attack. He wanted to take Juan down himself. Behind him was another person who came with Henhair. He had been standing still and watching from the beginning, only letting Henhair take the opening act. Seeing Henhair get too caught up in the battle and lose his reason, the black-haired man shouted, "Vice President, we must attack together. In any case, our mission here is not to focus on fighting that guy, but to protect the gate." He felt the situation was not good, and ordered the evil spirit soldiers to charge. "Everyone attack." The group with their faces wrapped in bandages began to flock in. They flocked in according to the order and surrounded Juan without leaving him a way out. Juan and the Divine Physician Chung Hyo had to put their backs to each other at this time and support each other's flanks. Juan's eyes still shone with a special golden light. He glanced at everyone as if to see how he would deal with them. In the place with the two-toned hair and siren, they were still turning on the screen and watching Juan's battle from afar. He had a horrified expression. What on earth is happening here? Looking through the screen, it seemed that Juan was now charging with the Divine Physician to deal with the monsters, and after giving those guys a good beating first, he would fight their master. He said, "How can Juan kill the ghouls in succession so easily? Since he has risen to the monarch level, if he attacks with the ghouls, he will be able to defeat the Citadel Lord of Gorgon. But based on this information, if they fight head-on, I don't know what the casualty ratio will be. If the ghouls are all defeated, his plan will be for naught. Please, you useless bastards." He saw Siren still sitting next to him and called her name, as if he had something to ask. Siren quickly read his mind. she lamented. Are you calling me again? Don't bother me anymore. I'm lazy too, I've already done everything you asked for before. She had finished the research on the black magic stone that created both the black clouds and the ghouls. Don't you have any intention of letting me rest? He was silent for a moment after hearing her answer. Siren couldn't stand his pleading eyes, sighed and approached him, lifting his chin to face her. In that case, Siren smiled meaningfully, if you want, shall we make a deal? Henhair had heard many stories about the Lord of Gorgon, Juin, and his special techniques, specifically, a technique called the Path of Waves. He was the legendary figure who had created it. The Lord of Gorgon was a man who had accomplished many impossible things, but the more Henhair learned of his strength, the more he would come to both hate and revere him. In just 1 month he had earned all those titles. Henhair didn't like any of it. Despite how much he himself had been through, the price he was willing to pay to become stronger, and how he had trained like a madman. He had lived for 200 years, but he was still just a guest. If that bastard became the Lord of Gorgon in just 1 month, I can't accept that fact. The Lord of Gorgon is too unfair to people like me. Henhair roared fiercely. He opened his mouth and something like a purple tentacle crawled out from within his body. He leaped forward toward Juin, rushing like an arrow without the slightest hesitation. The powerful red staff was still gripped firmly in his hand. I'll show you my power, watch closely. The tip of the spear immediately aimed for Juin's face, and he turned his head, momentarily diverting his attention from the evil spirit soldiers. Juin spun around and blocked the tip of his spear with his sword. The ground shook and all the rocks cracked. Look at my efforts, you son of a bitch. When the two's techniques collided, it was as if heaven and earth were being torn asunder. No one could clearly see what was happening. It wasn't even clear who was hurt or who had attacked. A thick cloud of dust rose around them, startling even the evil spirit soldiers on this side. They were just a collection of small beings that could be easily defeated. If they were caught in such a big fight, they would be blown away sooner or later. A man named Henhair stood up from within the pile of ruins. The long spear was still gripped firmly in his hand, and he shouted loudly at Juin, who stood before him. After the violent clash just moments ago, neither of them seemed to be seriously injured. Behold, Lord of Gorgon, this is the power I obtained when I abandoned my belief in justice and trampled on it just as others trampled on me. This is power I gained through my own efforts and no one else's. Don't you dare look down on me from there. Didn't the old divine physician say that to become strong in this chaos one has no other choice? Henhair was still drunk on his own power. He proudly raised his spear to the sky and was about to continue his long-winded speech about the power overflowing within him, but then Juin stopped him. He finally opened his mouth and told him to stop. Cut the crap. Look at the opponent you're fighting. Henhair didn't even have time to understand what was happening. He only saw a giant beam of light suddenly appear before him, obscuring his vision. He tried to scream, but it was already too late. The beam of light pierced straight through and enveloped his entire body. That single blow from Juin, Henhair took it head-on. I thought he had fallen, but he took a few steps back and tried to support himself by driving his spear into the ground. It was only after a while that he managed to stop. Henhair was panting, but he hadn't collapsed yet. He glanced at Juin before him, and his own blackened body, half of which must have been considerably wounded. Juin was not excited. He looked at him and said, "Is everyone in chaos like this? Do they show off their talents after a little effort, become arrogant about what they have, and only know how to see their own circumstances?" The other person who came with the Golden Heaven Society's vice president, Henhair, saw what a painful attack his comrade had just taken. He can destroy half the body of the vice president, who is a 9th-grade simulant. At this rate, the vice president is in danger. So he began to command the evil spirit soldiers loudly. Focus your attacks on that citadel, Lord. Don't scatter. Buy time for the vice president to heal. The divine physician Chung Hyo on this side was still struggling to stop the soldiers from causing a disturbance. Seeing them head towards Juin, he shouted loudly to warn him, "Watch out, brat. They're swarming in." Juin was busy teaching that guy a life lesson. He glanced at the approaching evil spirit soldiers and prepared to activate his power. Look, the people in this chaos just work hard, and then they all talk endlessly about their own efforts. As they charged in, he thrust his sword straight towards them. A blue light exploded from between them. The ferocious power of Juin's technique once again astonished everyone, including Henhair, and succeeded in blowing everything away. Henhair at this moment had no choice but to let go of the long spear in his hand in front of that light. This was the last moment of his life. He looked up at the sky with a desperate face. Before his eyes was the image of a giant tree. Everything was dyed in blood and an eclipse was occurring above. He asked himself, "What am I seeing right now? Could this be the world of awakeners I've heard rumors about?" Henhair's body was now shattered, leaving only a dry skeleton. And soon his bones were also scattering in the wind. If a human doesn't submit to the world, do they get to see its true form? The true form of awakening. A round circle like the scenery of an eclipse, that is the eye that witnesses and monitors everything in this entire chaos. You want to fight that, my adversary? This feeling, it's truly amazing. To think I can only feel it at this moment. You are truly mad, but I must say I'm genuinely in awe. How dare you challenge it? What if at that time, instead of giving up in front of that cold reality, I had remained an agent of justice? What if I had striven on a different path? On my own path, could I have continued to follow this path of chasing a dream? My condolences to the fool who ran, thinking it was a path, only to find it was a dead end. Only now did Hanhair realize that he had forgotten the most important thing from the start of his journey. "You truly are a monster," said the divine physician Chung Hyo after Juan was done. This place had now become a true chaotic mess. The ancient citadel made of solid stone walls had all collapsed from Juan's technique. "You just destroyed thousands of years of Manticore's history in an instant. Do you feel any guilt?" At this point, the remaining Golden Heaven Society colleague didn't know what to do. He couldn't just charge in and fight either. "Wouldn't it be more correct to call it a world sword rather than a heavy sword?" Juan reminded the divine physician Chung Hyo, who was still nagging. "Stop with the nonsense, old man. Let's keep going. I've opened the path for you. There are a few guys left, but they can't do anything to us, right?" he asked Juan. "Hey Juan, how did you do that? The world shattered wherever your blade touched. It's such a terrifying power. I've never seen anything like it before," he answered the divine physician nonchalantly. "I just cut it very strongly. Just cut it strongly. There's a limit to lying. Look at that indifferent expression. Has that guy already reached the state of enlightenment? But thanks to you, everything has become easier now. I don't feel the mental power of any general. It seems that last attack dealt a huge blow to the president of the Golden Heaven Society." Just then, the divine physician and Juan suddenly saw a strange pink light. Chung Hyo noticed the light. "Oh no, it's too late. What have you done? Is this a spatial rift?" A rift was opening, and it was a pinkish purple color. "No, that's not it. This is a transcendent teleportation technique." Siren flew out of the teleportation circle. She leisurely looked around and asked, "Why are my ghouls trembling like this? Who bullied you?" As far as the divine physician knew, only one race could use this transcendent teleportation technique. She was slowly descending. Juan, seeing the woman who popped out of nowhere, looked at her numbly and asked, "Who are you now? Those wings of yours, they're annoying." Siren paused for a moment upon hearing those words. "What, did this guy just criticize me? How dare he ask who I am?" she scolded Juan angrily. "You don't tell me you haven't seen this week's top 10 sexiest rankings, or at least top of the tops. Have you seen it or not?" Well, there was no way Juan would have seen something like that. He just got out of the tower, and he didn't have time to look. "I haven't." "My goodness, what a nerd. You don't even have a beauty ranking chart at home." "I don't." The divine physician Chung Hyo, who was next to him, quietly reminded him. "Brat, that child is a manga nightmare." Juan was puzzled. "A manga?" He coughed slightly, his face turning a little red. "Every man in chaos knows about her." Siren used a bit of her power to blow away the divine physician's bamboo hat. She teased him playfully. "You have good taste, you cute little old man." "What, a cute old man, this little brat?" She held the hat in her hand and asked him, "But how dare you call the succubus race a manga? The pronunciation is just the same. Don't manga come from various races?" She tried on the bamboo hat. It's really plain. You can have it, old man." And Siren threw the hat back to the divine physician. "At this age you should be a little wiser." She finally began to introduce herself. "My name is Ren Amail. I'm not just a manga, but as you can see, a very beautiful and captivating being as well," Juan thought to himself. "She's definitely a manga from the Golden Heaven Society. There's a lot I want to ask, but now is not the time. I have to get there first," he said to her. "Your introduction is over, so get out of the way." "Sorry, but I can't do that here. I've been given a mission." "My mission is to stop you, Lord of Gorgon, from proceeding any further." "You've already come far enough," Siren replied with a wink. It seemed he would have to face this woman again. Juan heard her words and understood her intention. It meant they'd have to fight to stop him. Whatever she did, anyone who blocked the path to the Hall of Resurrection had to be fought and defeated. There was no need to wait. There was no other way. Siren was flustered to see Juan draw his sword and try to cut her down. Hey, wait, why are you in such a hurry? Just wait a minute." She finally revealed her intentions. She had not come to fight him. Siren asked him, "Hey, how about becoming my property?" "Actually, the one who asked me to stop you is on the verge of death after taking that blow of yours. I'm going to forget that useless promise between him and me. You just have to become my property now." Juan attacked her at this moment, but she dodged it lightly. "Whoops, almost died there. Calm down a bit. Are you going to keep this up, getting into a battle stance as soon as you see me? You know what situation you're in, right? Don't be in such a hurry," Juan thought to himself. "This spiritual pressure is definitely much stronger than what I felt outside the castle. He might be at the major general level, one no." Siren calmed Juan down by explaining the situation. "Jaehyun is after you. You know what that means, right? But if you agree to become mine, I can hide you." She continued to tell Juan that story, having no intention of giving up. "If you become my property, I will perfectly guarantee that no one in this chaos can touch a single hair on your head." Juan looked at her and replied, "No, thank you." "So it comes to this in the end?" She was helpless. Siren snapped her fingers. Suddenly, earphones were in her ears. Virtual screens began to appear around her to display something. "In that case, I will make you my property, even if by force." The ground began to shake, and the divine physician Chung Hyo recognized her technique and shouted, "Be careful, that's a Mangma's illusory power magic." The dirt and sand from under the ground rose up and became several different shapes. Next to them were pink beams of power that controlled them. They were huge, and they appeared on all sides of Juan. Siren didn't forget to warn him. "If you change your mind, tell me anytime, then I'll stop this action immediately. I hate wasting my power unnecessarily." And that monster attacked Juan. It opened its mouth wide, and there was a strange power inside. Juin quickly and calmly swung his sword, landing a blow on that monster which almost lost its balance. Siren watched the fight from above on the screen, wanting to see Juan's every move. Seeing her own spirit creation get attacked, she shouted, "Oh, what are you guys doing? Why are you getting hit? Hurry up and move more to the left to surround them," she shouted loudly, commanding and controlling the sand monsters she created to continuously attack Juan and the Divine Physician. The Divine Physician Chung Hyo also said to him, "Brat, this isn't looking good," he answered calmly. "According to the plan in my head right now, I have to target those manga first," and he plunged his sword straight into the ground, and the ground slowly began to crack. It was impossible to know what Juan was trying to do again, but his power was always just terrifying. The sand monsters could no longer stand properly. They were slowly collapsing because Juan had applied a shock from below. The sand of the monsters swirled and was swept away by the power of Juan's sword. Everything below was truly like a sandstorm. Siren, who was sitting above, couldn't observe anything. She said, "He's got a good head on his shoulders, trying to hide himself in the sand dust." From below, Juan swung his sword several times and appeared, breaking through those sand monsters. "Is that woman trying to play with me?" daring to comment from up there. Siren was still floating in the air, looking at the screen. She said all sorts of things to Juan, but the Lord of Gorgon didn't listen. The only thing he cared about was whether he could defeat her or not. He leapt up, "But as you know," she calmly looked at him and winked, "I can see everything you do on this screen. I'm watching so carefully." Juan leapt as high as he could behind him. Her giant sand monster was in hot pursuit. He tried to catch her from above, but she was probably one step ahead of him. She looked at him. "You're more naive than I thought, fighting without any plan." The sand monster behind him completely swallowed him in its mouth at this moment. She was satisfied to see that she could easily suppress Juan's fighting speed. "Think it over calmly, young man. Consider my proposal. It's the last way for you and that old man to live. Think carefully," Siren continued. "I am the CN, the flame of fascination that can easily take the #1 spot in the popularity rankings with my captivating beauty." I thought Juan had fainted below, but unexpectedly, a large explosion occurred and sand flew everywhere. She stared at the situation with wide eyes in surprise. Juan flew up from somewhere again. He continued to swing his sword, causing the surrounding sand to swirl, and he was at its center. "If it's just this much sand, I can make my own sandstorm," she was puzzled. "Can that guy observe everything while trapped inside this sandbag? He's as terrifying as the rumors say. He really is a monster." As she thought that, Juan also charged in. He choked her and pressed her to the ground to subdue her. This woman had tested his patience too much just now. After successfully subduing Siren, Juan pointed his sword at her and considered whether to finish her off or not. He asked, "Do you want to continue?" This manga had no hostility towards him anyway, so there was probably no need to kill her. If he spared her life and made her a servant, she could be useful on his Path of the Abyss expedition. Juan also loosened the strength of the hand that was choking her. Perhaps he could find out information from her about the first manga that was said to have appeared at the top of the legendary Tree of Illusions. Juan had many questions for her. He opened his mouth and said to her, "If you come with me quietly to Gorgon Citadel, is that a surrender? Don't play games." Siren cut him off and laughed arrogantly. "Don't play games, there's no way I'll do as you say." Juan noticed that she was about to do something next. He could no longer restrain her. She created a sand pit beneath herself to distance herself from Juan. If Juan didn't dodge quickly, he would be sucked down and buried. The same high-level spatial teleportation as before opened up. Siren threw herself into it, trying to escape. As if nothing had happened, she cheerfully greeted Juan. "What a shame. I was almost subdued by you. Your strength is truly something to look forward to." Juan was angry that she was escaping right before his eyes, disappearing into the high-level spatial teleportation she had used to appear earlier. But suddenly, a pink-skinned hand touched Juan's face from behind. He was still looking up at where she had just been. In an instant she was behind him. Siren hugged him, trying to pull him into her special space-time. Since she didn't show any threatening actions towards him, Juan didn't resist very strongly. "Oh, did I surprise you? And I'll continue to surprise you even more." Suddenly, Juan was transported to a completely different space. It was so fast that he couldn't even feel his own movement. He recognized this place. It was the 8 gates of hell. A giant gate blocked his view, and the air was filled with gloom and the aura of death. Siren was right behind him. She appeared and disappeared repeatedly, and seeing his different attitude, she said, "You don't seem surprised at all. Do you already know about the 8 gates of hell? Are you wondering if this space is an illusion?" He answered, "It's a technique I've already experienced." "Oh really?" She became more interested. "But this is different from the fake 8 gates of hell you knew before, Citadel Lord. Can you be sure this is just a fake? Because this 8 gates of hell is a technique derived from the Tree of Illusions." Something appeared before his eyes like a whirlwind. He had to cover his face to see the situation. The first gate, the Gate of Storms, a strange green whirlwind-like thing tried to attack him somehow. The fourth gate, the Hell of Black Lotuses. At that moment the Hell Gate suddenly opened, and from somewhere chains rushed out fiercely as if trying to drag Juan into that dark place. Juan glanced at it, then moved as fast as the wind, using the chains to destroy the strange whirlwind from before. After that, Juan activated his power and dealt a fatal blow to the skeleton. This was the 6th gate, the Hell of Frozen Ice. Siren had deliberately put Juan here to defeat him, but seeing him still fight so calmly, she was a little scared. "This guy is really not simple." She hesitated and asked him, "Are you really human?" I'm at a loss for words because of you. Really, how can you just smash everything? He asked her back. If you have any tricks you haven't shown yet, show them all at once. Siren once again winked at him playfully. I admit you have truly extraordinary power, but the next attack will be much more difficult. Watch carefully and overcome it. Be careful, you might fall here. Light burst out. The giant hell gate from before shone and then slammed shut. In place of the previous hell gate, another stranger gate appeared. It emitted a suffocating evil aura along with a purple light. Above the gate were giant black hands. They put their hands in the crack of the door, and their arms opened the giant gate on their own. From inside the gate, a thick, dark purple liquid began to flow out. At first it flowed out slowly, then it poured out fiercely as if a dam had burst. Juin still stood firm, facing what was coming for him. But suddenly his eyes filled with shock. It was because he saw the thick liquid passing by his feet. Something like a dirty ghost clung to his soul. At this time the ground beneath Juan's feet was filled with black liquid. But above all, numerous human corpses appeared within that black liquid. Their bones and flesh were scattered everywhere, and their hands were still stretched out towards him as if asking for help. Weren't they his old comrades with whom he had spent time in the past? But they too were swallowed by the cruelty of the world of chaos, and now only Juin was left here to continue fighting it. Seeing him staring blankly for a long time, Siren was convinced that Juan's weakness had been hit. Because humans tend to become weak at points like this, she said that he too would eventually struggle in the illusion. Because ever since this 8 gates of hell technique was created, no one has ever passed the 7th gate. At this moment a man with a sword called out to him. Who are you? Uniquely, the swordsman was none other than another Juin wearing a fur cloak. Behind him were 2 more Juans from different periods. He asked Juin who he was. Juin could only face himself in shock for a while. What on earth was tormenting him so much? This was the 7th gate, the hell of demonic shadows. Could Juin really face himself? He had to overcome this stage to have a chance to continue moving forward, but those figures from the past were tormenting him. Never before during a battle had his mind been so shaken. The 7th gate of hell, the self. Not just 3 versions of Juin appeared, but countless versions of him appeared. What on earth is happening? Versions of him as a child and as a high school student. And from his military days they were all here. They came from different times, but they were all Juin. Juin gritted his teeth. Interesting. They say there's no fight harder than a fight with oneself. No wonder, but Juin quickly came to his senses. He noticed that his other versions were also beginning to take up their swords and get into a fighting stance against him. Oh, do I have to fight them? All of them? No. All versions of him were preparing to attack him at the same time. Are these guys not only similar to him, but do they also have similar techniques? The stance he took holding his sword and preparing to attack was exactly the same as his without the slightest difference. They also seemed to be able to act and make decisions like him. Juin also gripped the sword in his hand firmly and prepared to attack. This confrontation looked quite fierce. Even now they were trying to gauge his strength before attacking, just as he did whenever he faced an enemy. In that case he had no other choice. He had to use his techniques first and settle the match with skill. Each of his different versions had combat power equal to him from that period. A hell version of Juin attacked him at this moment as if flying. He quickly tilted his body to dodge his sword. As expected, except for a few of them, the rest were just putting up a fight. Seeing that my past self was also like that doesn't feel good. I just taught that guy about that point. One of that guy's swords grazed his body. Following that sword strike, a strange purple smoke rose. Juin noticed as the versions of himself rushed at him. Strange. What was that smoke that followed the sword earlier? It seemed there was smoke around them too. Damn, it doesn't seem to be ordinary smoke. At this moment one of them suddenly appeared from behind and tried to attack him. Juin noticed him immediately. He turned his head and delivered a blow that pierced through his body, leaving a large hole in it. The guy was hit by him and thrown into the air. Juin followed him with his eyes, and when he fell facing Juin, their eyes met. The look in that guy's eyes was like the 2 words death. He looked at him as if piercing his heart and said stop. And then his head suddenly exploded before his eyes. That strange purple smoke gushed out again. It was as if it was gushing out instead of the red blood of a living person. Juin was dazed for a moment. What happened again? The version just now was him from that time, and Juin had to experience it once again. Stop, Sergeant Juin. I'm sorry. That person entered a place filled with corpses everywhere. Juin in his military uniform was still sitting there. This was his memory. A memory from right before he entered the tower. Sergeant Juin, I really did my best, I really did. He knew. That person's eyes were full of tears and he looked at him helplessly. He asked him, if you were me. Having said this much, he suddenly bit his lip hard. And then immediately, he pointed the muzzle of his gun under his chin and left only one sentence, like a dead man's last words. Thank you for everything. Juin wanted to stop him. He knew what he was about to do, but he couldn't do anything. No, stop. The gunshot rang out just like that. He was his junior and counselor. All the absurd bullying people inflicted on him drove him to a point where he shot all his seniors and managers in the middle of the night and committed suicide. Juin was the only survivor in the unit after that incident. All the company commanders, battalion commanders, and even higher-ups were replaced afterwards. Juin was not suspected at all, because it was clearly written in his diary that Juin was not one of those who bullied him in the army. He was locked in prison for 15 days and always blamed himself. I could have saved him. Perhaps from that time he began to hate the system. Long before he came to a world where he was evaluated by skills or grades, he despised such predetermined things. Perhaps he had always lived in a world belonging to a system. He had lived in a world where a giant system oppresses and crushes each individual beneath it, pretending it was the right thing to do from school to work. Damn it, Juan suddenly became irritated and angry, and he was enraged by such thoughts. The image of his mother, Juan, his friends, Juan, thank you, and even the people he met in this world. Juan, I'm so glad you're here. Juan, please save us. Juan thrust the tip of his sword straight. Each and every tip of his sword was a ray of hope and a promise. Damn it, I can't give up. He hated that feeling. He hated the feeling of being unable to do anything to change and protect everything. A child fell to the floor, subdued by him. It was his childhood version. It asked him, "You, who are you?" It was a question that once again seemed to dig into the depths of his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was Juan. He raised his leg high towards that version of himself trembling on the floor and in one go cut off its head and annihilated it. Juan finally, with chaotic emotions in his heart, defeated all versions of himself. He rested his hands on his knees and panted. Siren opened her mouth at this moment. How is it? The feeling of experiencing the 8 gates of hell. She was sitting leisurely on the high gate from before. An awakener who has experienced self-abandonment becomes a new being and forgets their original self, right? Awakeners like you who have experienced self-abandonment are much more vulnerable to the 8 gates of hell. Even a beast would commit suicide in the face of the shame for the sins it has committed, because it cannot endure such a large self. Tears still continued to stream down Juan's cheeks. She continued. But you are human. Suddenly he heard the voice of divine physician Chung Hyo. Get a grip, brat, wake up, brat. He was trying to wake him up from outside of reality. In fact, Siren had taken his subconscious, but his physical body was still here in her hands, waiting for her to continue playing with his mind. But the forgotten self after self-abandonment, can they really endure returning to the past? These were the memories Juan had discarded during his self-abandonment, and they were here. A world where you have to kill yourself to move forward. In the deep darkness, one question still echoed to him. Who are you? Do you know who you are? Juan was fighting with all his might in his thoughts, his tears for the painful past. I am. He was being swept up in a vortex of memories. This place was, as its name suggested, hell. His body was so heavy and he couldn't see anything. Kamen asked him during training, what exactly is awakening? Why did Kamen appear at this time? Awakening is learning how to see. Awakening is the ability to perceive the truth of the world. A divine physician had said that to Kamen. Is this a memory of when they were teaching Kamen? An awakener sees the realistic values of the world and sees the material that constitutes the world. A simulant can read information that others cannot see and sees everything in a completely different way from an ordinary person's perspective. That is the state of self-abandonment mentioned in the awakening process. Instead, an awakener must be wary of becoming a bystander. The ability to see too much will cause an individual to lose their own perspective and get lost in their subconscious. I see. This is the bystander effect that old man mentioned to him. Those who see too much quickly lose their perspective. Those who hear too much become more and more desensitized. But isn't it true that all of that has no effect? Coming this far, he did his best. No one could come this far. He saw himself as a student and even as a crybaby child. In fact, he just wanted to say that he had gone through a very hard time, that it was never easy, and that he was all alone. Then he saw himself standing under a breathtakingly beautiful star-filled sky. Those hopeful meteors, they were reflected in Juan's 2 eyes, and the look in his eyes at this moment was truly different. Very different from always. His happy memories unfolded like a long movie. Was he like that? He knew how to laugh. And he knew how to get angry. The people who appeared in his life colored him, like starlight embroidering the night. Who am I? He didn't know who he was. Juan held his sword, and with that sword he drew beautiful lines of light in the sky. But he was here. The countless memories he had forgotten during 2,000 years of effort and training. The path of his sword connected the stars in the sky above and connected the countless memories. A dazzlingly beautiful connection. He saw something through those connections. Juan looked up at the sky at those connections. His eyes shone. This is me. The 8 gates of hell were suddenly engulfed in a storm. What is happening? He could see everything gradually being swept away and disappearing. His other versions were also disappearing. Why the 7th gate? Siren covered her mouth in shock. But then she seemed to realize, what is this? Don't tell me this is a backlash. Did that damn bastard manage to do it? Juan seemed as if he had fallen asleep, and then he snapped his eyes open with eyes as bright as the sun, an inviolable gaze. Siren was afraid. No, it's impossible. I've lived for over 2,000 years. In the meantime, everything in the 8 gates of hell was sucked into the void, and the space was now empty, with only dirt and stones left. Juan looked up high in the ambiguity. He wondered what the key word after self-abandonment would be. But now Juan turned his head and walked again. He stood before the giant gate of the 8 gates of hell. First, he had to leave this place. He had been through a lot and realized a lot. Those 2,000 years had taken a lot from him, but perhaps now he had regained enough to continue moving forward in the outside world. Juan had to get out of here first. He placed his hand on the gate and looked at it for a moment. The gate suddenly began to glow on its own as if answering him. The light passed through the various patterns on the gate, and the gate of the 8 gates of hell opened, revealing the scenery beyond. The other side was like a horizon, an indefinable place. Juan slowly walked out. He stood for a long time in front of that scenery, but he still didn't know where this was. There was nothing behind him, only that night sky. Why is this room so empty? In the sky, countless stars were silently in their respective places. Just then, something more that Juin had always been waiting for appeared. Suddenly, bright letters were written in the sky, as if that night sky was a page of it. The written letters began to form a meaningful sentence. The phrase said, "I will tell you a short story. To the one who has reached this place by passing through all the gates of hell." Juin thought this must be a message left by the creator of the 8 gates of hell. It must be what he wanted to say to the one who succeeded in passing through all the gates. More letters continued to be written. They contained a different message, and Juin focused without missing a single moment to see what was being written. The next message was, "I still remember the day the first Abyss expedition was dispatched." He's talking about the Abyss expedition. "I am Moonrock Amail. This is a confession of my failure." He's talking about failure. What could that failure be? At this moment, Manticore Citadel, after experiencing 2 battles, had returned to its original quiet state. They hadn't been able to leave yet and were temporarily hiding in a corner of the citadel. In the current situation, only Divine Physician Chung Hyo was conscious after the battle. Juin and Siren had both lost consciousness. Siren was awake at first, but when she failed to defeat Juin in hell, she was the one who ended up collapsing. The Divine Physician was on edge with the 2 unconscious people here. If something happened, what could he do with this old body of his? "You brat, wake up already." He wondered why Juin hadn't woken up yet. He had brought the manga who had used a technique on Juin, so why hasn't he woken up yet? Since the manga is unconscious, the illusion should have disappeared. Unfortunately, soldiers from the Palace of Resurrection arrived at that very moment. They were even carrying the flag of the Golden Heaven Society. Having heard the news that they failed to stop the one who destroyed the citadel, they had rushed here. Divine Physician Chung Hyo hid behind a citadel pillar in fear. He noticed that the scale of their march was quite large. It seemed they had brought a large army. Knowing their opponent was not to be underestimated, at this moment a man approached and asked, "Have you found them?" "Not yet." "Hurry and search every corner. They couldn't have gotten far. Don't miss a single one." The man had white hair and wore clothes that were predominantly white and orange. He looked around. They must be somewhere around here. Understood. That commander was none other than the 11th grade simulant, Yunhyang Wang Samyang Garam. The Divine Physician, hiding on this side, secretly peeked at him. He gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound for fear of being discovered. "My goodness, why is that guy affiliated with the Palace of Resurrection? To think one of the strongest simulants in chaos is here now." Yunhyang Wang Samyang Garam seemed to have sensed something, his subordinate asked. "What is it? Did you see something?" He immediately looked this way. It was right where the Divine Physician was hiding. It seemed he had been discovered. Samyang Garam did not hesitate in the slightest. As soon as he confirmed they were there, he attacked immediately. He stretched out a hand that looked as if it were covered in lava. "You're only good at running, you rats." Just as his fire fist was about to fly towards where they were, a familiar finger-snapping sound was heard. It was Siren's teleportation. The place where the Divine Physician had been hiding with Juin was instantly turned to rubble by Samyang Garam's hand. Fire ignited all around, burning the brick fragments. It was a light technique, but its destructive power was terrifying. With a single attack from him, Manticore Citadel was transformed into a completely different place. But it seemed the rats were no longer there. Did they escape? Samyang Garam turned to his subordinates and ordered them. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Continue to search for the president of the Golden Heaven Society. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Siren, who had used a high-level teleportation technique, had safely escaped to another place with the Divine Physician and Juin. If they had been just a little late, all 3 of them would have been burned to a crisp. She landed on the ground with a sigh of relief. "Phew, how many times did I almost die today? First because of Juin and now because of that unidentified guy from the Palace of Resurrection." Siren's teleportation was quite skillful. Since Juin was still unconscious, she had grabbed his clothes and dragged him along. Thanks to that, he landed softly on the ground. Only the Divine Physician was plunged headfirst into the ground. She looked at the Divine Physician and said, "Hey old man, I just saved your life, don't you have anything to say?" It took the Divine Physician some time to pull his head out of the ground. "You little brat." As soon as the Divine Physician managed to pull his head out, he got angry at her. "I'm the one who saved your life. Have you forgotten who protected you when you were unconscious?" She nodded perfunctorily. Yeah, let's just say we both saved each other, okay?" The Divine Physician asked her as if he understood. "What's the plan now?" Siren thought for a moment. "I'm not sure. I think it's best to go to Gorgon Citadel for now." "Oh, are you planning to surrender?" She denied it. "Of course not. I just have something to talk about with that man," Divine Physician Chung Hyo replied to her. "HMPH, is that so? Not a surrender?" "Yes. I actually sent a messenger eagle to Gorgon to deliver a letter, but I didn't expect the Lord of Gorgon to still be unconscious like this. We can't keep going in this state." But by now, the simulants of the Abyss Expedition should have received the letter and departed. It was at that point that Juin, the members of the Abyss Expedition, and Shin Mugok arrived at Manticore Citadel. Kamen said, "The Citadel Lord sent us a message. Manticore Citadel has fallen. From this moment on, the Gorgon Liberation Army will set out. According to the Citadel Lord's plan, they would pass through Manticore and attack the Palace of Resurrection." The expedition members all raised their swords, hardened their resolve, and roared. Kamen stood at the front. To boost the morale of the members following him, he ran forward and shouted, "Everyone advance!" They were now entering Manticore Citadel to fight the army of the Palace of Resurrection. To continue forward, they would have to step over their dead bodies. Not even the Palace of Resurrection can stop us. Leader Shin Mugok ran out in front. His sword created sparks as he swung it once. Right behind him was No-sung, who possessed no less power. He was young and had a crazed fighting spirit. Let's advance on the path to liberating chaos. That was the goal of them all. The white-haired man at the meeting was excited to see the fighting spirit of those around him. This is truly a miracle. An army of 300 awakeners, we might actually have a chance to win this time. Yunhyang Samyang Garam was sitting on a rock observing the surrounding scenery. He was already frowning, unable to understand what these crazy people were trying to do. He truly couldn't understand. Shin Mugok had already set off and arrived at Manticore Citadel. Cayman said, "The Citadel Lord sent us a message. Manticore Citadel has fallen, so from this moment on the Gorgon Liberation Army will set out. It would be much better if they just sat quietly and adapted to this world, so why did they have to torment themselves and pick a fight?" Samyang Garam's hands seemed to be getting more and more itchy. He pushed himself up with his hands and quietly threw a punch towards all of them. It was just one punch, but its power was no joke. Everyone in front was sent flying by its force. And he hadn't even attacked directly yet. What on earth is this? This power is too terrifying. No. Is this the power of the simulants from the Palace of Resurrection? At this moment, No-sung, after dodging the recent punch, looked up at him. Something seemed a little different. A rare fear appeared in Noizong's two eyes. Samyang Garam no longer seemed to have any intention of just sitting and watching. His appearance changed. The white hair from before was now burning like an unquenchable flame. Go back quietly. He took one step forward. If they fled now, he probably wouldn't chase them. But if they continued to fight, he might kill them. Everyone at the meeting was horrified. "No way!" No-sung rushed forward without delay. No-sung shouted to everyone and charged at Samyang Garam. He knew he had to deal with this strong opponent first. Attack Samyang Garam first, everyone. Garam's hand began to burn red again, and he clenched his fist. The flames blazed fiercely. "What foolish bastards, I told them to go back quietly, yet they insist on rushing to their deaths." He granted their wish. The fire fist created a huge explosion in front of the expedition members. No-sung used his speed to barely dodge the flames that were chasing him. Some people were frozen in terror. Samyang Garam's hand, although he was a simulant famous for his speed, felt a bit overwhelmed by this guy's attack speed. The fire chased him to the very end, and if it had gone just a little further, it would have engulfed both of Noizong's shoulders. What on earth is this guy? The Gorgon Liberation Army. The unit advanced to engage the army of the Palace of Resurrection at the threshold of Manticore, but in the end it seemed things would not go according to plan. No-sung turned his head and called to the people at the meeting. "Everyone has to retreat, run quickly." Even No-sung thought that in this fight they had to retreat first to plan for the next step. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the Yunhyang, the tide of battle had turned completely against them. Many lost their lives there, and only those who could escape in time survived. Not everyone could be saved. 10 days later, inside the meeting room of Gorgon Citadel. At this time, the expedition members and the leaders following them had gathered again to discuss, from the first command unit composed of 3rd-grade awakeners, to the main force composed of 9th-grade simulants led by Cayman and numerous tribal chiefs and other units. Half of the total forces had died in just 10 days. This was a serious loss, because they had lost 5 3rd-grade awakeners who were the main combat force. Issa Ringcroft clenched her hands tightly, nervous. She guessed that it would be very difficult for them to continue the fight. Moreover, the army of the Palace of Resurrection had already advanced to the threshold of Gorgon Citadel. The tension was evident on her face. If we accept the demands of the Palace of Resurrection, she was making the cowardly proposal of handing over the Citadel Lord. At this moment, Cayman opened his mouth. "You are right, we cannot hand over the Citadel Lord. You have sharp eyes that see through everything, but you cannot foresee the future. We must think carefully, not make a blind decision. Didn't the Citadel Lord already tell us? We just have to open the path." Issa did not agree with their opinion, because the situation was very critical. She said to him, "But as things are, we have no chance of winning. You know that too, Cayman, don't you? Or how about we ask other monarchs for help?" "Are you talking about Monarch Heo?" "Yes. Currently, all the monarchs dispatched from the Palace of Resurrection belong to the 9th Iron Fortress Jaeanyun, and everyone knows that there is a deep grudge between Nanchul and Jaeanyun. And have you forgotten we killed Monarch Heo's envoy, the Wall King? To be precise, he was not killed by those who entered chaos through the narrow gate. If they die, their souls will return to their bodies like a cycle," Cayman continued. "Even if Monarch Heo wants to help us, we cannot receive the support of other monarchs." Issa Ringcroft was puzzled. "Why?" "Because it will cause chaos." Siren had followed the divine physician and Juan back to Gorgon Citadel. The two were still waiting for Juan to wake up. He had been unconscious for quite a long time, but there was no way to wake him. Only those who liberate chaos can act as you say. Since the Citadel Lord hasn't woken up yet, does that mean next we either have to advance on our own or hand the Citadel Lord over to those guys? Divine physician Chung Hyo paced by the bed. He was worried about why Juan hadn't woken up yet. This guy has been sleeping for quite a while. He missed him too, but more than anything the people here desperately needed the Citadel Lord right now. He sat for a moment, then saw Siren relaxing nearby, and his anger flaring shouted, "You damn brat, you're the one who put him in that state, shouldn't you wake him up properly? What kind of illusion did you cast that he's been sleeping for 10 days? Siren frowned in annoyance. You're so noisy, aren't you a divine physician? Why don't you treat him? If you're so angry, do it yourself. HMPH, you insolent brat. If I could, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now, you brat." Even though the two were being so loud, Juin was fast asleep. If he didn't wake up, the Citadel was really on the verge of collapse. Divine Physician Chung Hyo glanced at her and asked, "By the way, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be with Monarch Jeon Yun?" Siren replied, "That contract is no longer important. We have already obtained a human who escaped the 8 gates of hell. This is more important to you." "The 8 gates of hell? You mean that illusion, the 8 gates of hell that you cast on him? Is that a technique other monarchs also use? But thinking about it, there's no way he would be defeated by such a trivial technique." "A trivial technique? This old man." Siren felt insulted. How dare he dismiss her technique? She gave the divine physician a piece of her mind. "The 8 gates of hell is a high-level technique, you old man. Besides, the 8 gates of hell wasn't originally created for humans. The true power of this technique is only revealed when a manga uses it, got it? But I wanted anyone to be able to use this technique, so I taught it to the other monarchs. In fact, no one has ever broken the 8 gates of hell, but I have seen it broken a few times. I could understand the reason back then. The ones who broke the technique then were the strongest simulants in chaos, and what was broken was not the technique itself but my spirit as the user. But Juin was different. He astonished me. He not only broke my spirit, but he completely destroyed this technique. He broke the 7th gate, which no one had ever broken until now, and reached the final gate, the 8th gate. Siren continued her explanation. "Let me tell you one more thing, divine physician old man. The 8th gate is a gate that contains a reward. Those who pass the 7th gate receive a very bountiful reward." The divine physician listened to her and fell into thought. If a human could pass through all the gates and reach the 8th gate, that person could become the king of chaos. That's what Jegomi had told him before he died. He had thought he was talking nonsense, but was it true? Divine physician Chung Hyo asked Siren, "Then what's in the 8th gate?" Siren was silent for a moment, then answered, "It's the legacy left by my godfather." "Godfather?" he asked, puzzled. "Who is he?" Just then Juan's finger moved. The old divine physician teared up, seeing his childlike son finally waking up. "You fool, you're awake." Juan sat up abruptly. His head was still hurting, and he wasn't fully conscious. What on earth is going on? It was afternoon when Juan woke up, but by the time the divine physician had finished explaining everything that had happened over the past few days, it was already night. "So that's what happened." Juan straightened his clothes again, came to his senses and processed the information. "I see." He finally got out of bed and headed for the meeting room. Divine physician Chung Hyo asked him, "Wait, where are you going?" "To the meeting room. You've slept for too long. You can't go there now." Divine physician Chung Hyo ran out with his small body and tried to stop him. He was just worried about him. "You can't go out now. There are even guys who want to send you to the Palace of Resurrection," he shouted. "If you really want to go there, you'll have to go over my dead body first." As soon as the divine physician finished speaking, Juan extended his 8-meter-long legs and really did go over his body. Since the divine physician was so small, he could get over him with just one step. Siren really couldn't hold back her laughter. "This old man is quite funny." Divine physician Chung Hyo could only turn his head and stare blankly. You really went over me at this time." Everyone in the meeting room was very tense, but when they saw the door being pushed open, they all turned their heads in unison to look. Divine physician and Siren followed behind him. Juan scanned everyone, and they all exclaimed, "Citadel Lord, you're awake? That's a great relief." Cayman and some other simulants were very happy to see Juan wake up from his 10-day coma. On the other hand, others like Issa Rincroft suddenly bowed their heads, not daring to look the Citadel Lord in the eye. Meeting him made them ashamed. It was they who had proposed handing him over to the Palace of Resurrection. Juan heard the different attitudes of the people towards him. He didn't answer, and after just waking up he announced some shocking news. "I will go to the Palace of Resurrection." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. "What is he saying, going to the Palace of Resurrection?" Cayman angrily shouted at the Citadel Lord. "What nonsense are you talking about? You can't do that. Going there now is no different from throwing your life away." No Sung had not expressed any opinion until now. But after a battle with so many sacrifices, he too could no longer stand by and watch someone put themselves in danger. He stood up and said, "Citadel Lord, please reconsider. You can't just go there like that." Juan answered calmly, "I'm fine, so don't all of you make such faces." No Sung slammed the table hard. "Citadel Lord." No Sung looked up at him, and his eyes began to well up with tears. "Do you know how many comrades were sacrificed while you were unconscious? If they hadn't come here to learn about freedom and hope, they wouldn't have been sacrificed like that." No Sung continued resentfully. "We didn't even have time to hold funerals for their souls." Juan lowered his head. He could only say he was sorry to them. No Sung vented everything he had been holding in his heart for the past few days. "Citadel Lord, I hate you to the bone. Because you gave us life, freedom, and hope in this world. When we dare to reach for such things, we are risking our lives." But even so, No Sung sobbed at this point and said, "We really need you." "Citadel Lord." All of them were showing their resolve. "Citadel Lord, please don't go to the Palace of Resurrection. Please stay here. We would all rather fight and die together than have you go there alone." Divine Physician Chung Hyo stared at them with wide eyes. Do they really think of Juin that way? Juin, look, you've given them something unbelievable that you shouldn't have. Now to protect what they have received, they are willing to lay down their lives for you. They too are very afraid. They yearn for freedom and they want to keep living, but above all they have to fight to get it. And now that freedom was close, but it was as if they had to cross another abyss to reach it. Juin looked at his team members a little embarrassedly. He tilted his head and said to them, I think everyone is misunderstanding something regarding his words that he would go to the Palace of Resurrection. It seemed everyone had misunderstood his meaning. He corrected, I am not going to the Palace of Resurrection to surrender and die. No Sung was puzzled. What do you mean? Could it be that Divine Physician Chung Hyo had guessed something? Hey, don't tell me, Juin said emphatically. I am going to the Palace of Resurrection to wipe them all out at once. What? That guy's at it again. You crazy bastard, you just woke up and you want to sleep forever? Everyone, including Issa Ringcroft, was stunned and dumbfounded upon hearing his words. No Sung asked him with his mouth agape. See, Citadel Lord, are you crazy? He answered nonchalantly. No, I am still very sane. Everyone was flustered at this time, stood up and asked the Citadel Lord, do you really want to destroy the Palace of Resurrection? When are you planning to make your move? But the losses we have suffered are too great. Juin glanced at them, taking turns being surprised. When do I make my move? Right now. I'm going right now. Siren was watching all of this as if she were watching a movie in a theater. She leaned against the wall and watched Juin, who had just woken up, make his decision. HMPH, what a strange human. It seems the words face reality don't exist in his dictionary. But a weak human will eventually kneel before the cruel truth. Look at the people here. In the end, no one will be willing to follow him. Understood? Since the Citadel Lord has said so, if we're going to do it, let's do it right now. Please let me follow you, Citadel Lord. Me too, let's go and smash those damn bastards. The atmosphere of the expedition team had never been so heated. Everyone was burning with fighting spirit, and contrary to Siren's expectations, they did not cowardly give up in the face of reality. Rather, in the face of a cruel reality, they were playing a bigger game. Siren stared blankly at all of them. She really couldn't understand humans. Are all humans that stupid? Are they really crazy? Why are they trying to stand up and rebel now? Until now, these humans had always lived under the submission and oppression of the Palace of Resurrection without any thought of rebellion or doing anything. Why did they suddenly become interested in freedom? Do they really want to live and be independent? Is it all because of that guy? Juin accepted everyone's passion, but he soon opened his mouth to clarify the plan. Not everyone was going together. He was deeply grateful to everyone in his heart, but this time only 4 people, including himself, would go to the Palace of Resurrection. He began to assign the mission. The one going was himself, and next was Divine Physician Chung Hyo. The Divine Physician, hearing his name called, said triumphantly, HMPH, where would you go without me, you brat? And Cayman would go too. Cayman was very excited when his name was called. It is a great honor, Citadel Lord. Thank you. Juin at this time pointed behind him to designate the 4th and final person. It was her, Siren Amail. What did that guy just say? Siren stared at him blankly. He had just pointed at her. What? Question marks. What are you talking about? She asked him, trembling with fear as she pointed at herself. Oh, why? Juin, without saying a word, turned his head, looked at her, and smiled. He just looked so handsome and sane. That's right, it's you. Siren froze like a log. She had no idea what was happening and asked him in a flustered manner, why do I have to go too? No way, 4 people are not enough. Please let me go too. This was the cry of the other members who wanted to go. Juin asserted that it was not allowed. 4 is enough. Siren got angry at him. Hey, you should at least listen to me, you bastard. Juin didn't pay Siren any attention for even a second. He said to the expedition members, the rest of you have a job to do. So don't be sad. Hey, you bastard, can't you hear me? I'm not going. Siren was still shouting in vain. Chung Hyo, who was next to her, opened his mouth. Hey, give me a break. I'm still standing here. A member asked him again. A job to do, Citadel Lord. What is it? Juin continued. Do you really think everything will be over if the Palace of Resurrection collapses? What do you think will happen if all the rebel forces gather? Issa Ringcroft nodded. With her wisdom, she also understood. There will surely be those who do not recognize Gorgon as the center of chaos. So it's clear that more forces will rise in the future. This will depend on how the remaining legions handle it, No Sung asked blankly. But is it okay to use those forces as a backup plan, especially after we destroy the Palace of Resurrection? In any case, if we destroy the narrow gate of the Palace of Resurrection, the monarchs will have to reconsider their future actions. Then we might be able to reduce some opponents in the short term. While everyone was seriously discussing, the Divine Physician and Siren were fighting outside. You really want to get lost, don't you? Say that again if you have the guts. Why are an old man and a young one acting so unsightly? Juin answered No Sung. Are you sure that destroying the narrow gate will end the war with the monarchs? You also know that the narrow gate is not the only way to chaos. No Sung was surprised. No way. That's very difficult, but it's an impossible thing, Citadel Lord. Juin said. His words meant that they had to prepare for all contingencies that might happen after the battle. They shouldn't just focus on the main battle and forget about the consequences that would follow. Siren Amail rushed in, grabbed Juin by the collar, and shouted, Hey, you bastard, I told you I'm not going. Juan pretended not to see her for a moment, but he soon asked a question that made her stop and think carefully. Don't you want to know what's behind your father's 8 gates? If you help me, I will tell you what I saw behind the 8 gates. How about it? Do you agree to go with me? And so everything was decided. Juan, Chunghyo, Cayman, and Siren Amail, the 4 of them would go to destroy the Palace of Resurrection themselves. At this time, Siren's private research lab, the whole place was filled with her characteristic pink color. It was a bizarre research space. Divine Physician Chunghyo awkwardly moved his hand and picked up a pink towel. Oh, this is Cayman, and the Divine Physician fiddled with objects like dolls and towels, and strangely, all of them had her picture printed on them. Everything was about her, as if this place was a downsized fan club. Cayman bluntly said a word. Disgusting. The manga are really self-absorbed. Siren was busy adjusting something on this side, but she couldn't stay still. Hey, I told you not to touch it without permission. And I didn't make that myself, okay? My godfather made it for me. Don't laugh at others there. Siren was adjusting something on the screen. Come to think of it, she couldn't believe she had let a stranger into her private lab. I wish their request for help wasn't to go to the Palace of Resurrection using my warp. I wish I didn't have to use the engine of my private lab to travel such a long distance. I'm angry. Sometimes a dream is just a dream. A warp engine is an engine that can bend space and allow an object to travel from one point to another. Instead of using a propulsion engine that applies Newtonian physics in this story, it can be understood as teleportation in a multidimensional space. Divine Physician Chunghyo saw something else and snickered. Look at this, you gap. Ah, this lady even made a tower like this. What kind of tower was it to look like a prince? Maybe it was her idol. The product information is as follows. Name, the one who retreated countless times. Detailed description. After retreating countless times, you will enter the land invasion blessed by the legendary manga. Siren Emil. I told you not to look, she shouted helplessly. But these people were looking at everything. Don't look. I was only 1200 years old when I made that. I was still a kid back then. Cayman glanced at her. Oh, his look said it all, roughly. Is this woman really one of the infamous 500 manga? It's really hard to believe. Hey, you bastard, what's with that look? Are you making fun of me? On this side there was curiosity about another item. Product information. Name, the farmer who does not cultivate. Detailed description. Oh no, the friend standing next to me is a farmer? It looks like something bad is about to happen. What on earth is this woman doing? Please just stay still. Siren really couldn't stop these people. I'd rather do a strip show than be embarrassed like this. I'm really crazy. Divine Physician Chunghyo quietly confessed his inner thoughts to Cayman. I must be really old seeing all these things and feeling nothing, he replied. It's been quite a long time, old man. Siren suddenly became lost in thought at this time. But it's still not good. Oh, these are all works I once created. The things trapped in my space of creation, the dolls I made for fun, they drew that future. Even the things I liked. But Siren fiddled with the wooden doll in her hand and broke its head. In the end, the workshop of the manga that specialized in making such things was destroyed. It was also very difficult for her to accept. At this time, Juan's voice pulled her out of her strange pile of thoughts. Hey, what's the name of this tower? Siren at this time turned her head to see which one he was asking about. It was a very grand-looking tower with a large tree and a red flame at the top. It had a very familiar feeling, similar to the scenery of when the manga awakened, she said. The world after the end of the world. That's the name of that tower. It's not finished yet, though. Juan was stunned for a moment upon hearing that name. Siren thought to herself, this tower has been forming in my mind since the first time I saw that person. To be honest, I can't imagine how he would feel seeing this. Miss Siren went up the characteristic pink stairs. Come to think of it, I've never thought about this tower from a simulant's perspective. Not even once. At this time, the high-level spatial teleportation portal was ready. Siren called them. It's connected. Go in. The other side was the scenery of the Palace of Resurrection. At this moment, Siren for some reason felt very strange in her heart. It was a feeling that something was going in the wrong direction. A feeling that something had changed within her. She didn't understand it well, but at this time, Juan stood at the forefront and passed through that spatial teleportation portal first. This scenery is really, when Siren's godfather set foot in the expedition team back then. Could it have been because of this feeling? The feeling she was feeling. The other side was a completely different world, a very mysterious place. Embedded in the mountain cliffs were diamond crystals glittering with all sorts of colors, and there was such a common feature everywhere. This was where the Palace of Resurrection was, a fortress like a castle in the Arabian Nights. It was very rich but felt suffocating. Below the Palace of Resurrection, a very loud noise was heard, and it was impossible to know what was happening. Below the Palace of Resurrection, a lot of people were crowded, and on a high place a guy was sitting and yawning briefly. He said, "Hey, get in line, you just cut in." He was very bored sitting here. It's really boring. If I were those guys, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of standing in line and would have just stormed the fruit warehouse. What useless guys. The man was wearing iron armor. He was the 72nd monarch of the Palace of Resurrection, the monarch of Mist Hicker, he said. You guys have been waiting for half a year, so you should also think about giving up. But monarch, you've been waiting for 3 years, he explained. It's not that I can't regain the glory of the Palace of Resurrection as before. The reason I'm here is just because of my position. What's the difference if you say that? The two guys argued. Monarch, your situation and ours are almost completely different. The monarch fiddled with a small mist in his hand. He was angry to hear that guy dare to say that to him. "You cheeky bastard, you dare say such things in front of me?" And Hicker shot the mist down and hit those guys. The mist flew quickly like a throwing knife. The two men couldn't possibly dodge it. They fell down after being hit by the monarch's attack and clutched their necks. "Breath, it's hard to breathe, I can't breathe, what should I do?" Monarch Hicker stood up and looked at them. He made the mist play around him again. He asked the two people, "Do you really want to die?" The two men knew they couldn't do anything anymore. So they bowed their heads, kowtowed, and begged him, "I'm sorry, please forgive me. Please forgive your subordinate." "My subordinate misspoke." Monarch Hicker sat down again at this time, and his anger also subsided. "Tisk, what an eyesore. If it weren't for that agreement, I wouldn't be rotting here either. I'm so bored I could die. The system of the Palace of Resurrection is as follows. The monarchs who fell in the war and came to chaos created a mission called Monarch of the Palace of Resurrection. The duty of the Monarch of Resurrection is decided after a new monarch disappears or appears in chaos. The monarch who had been waiting for the time lamented, "Next monarch, please appear quickly, so that I can escape this chaos. Just sitting here like this, it's really boring." Besides, a strange rumor was circulating that the Wall King had gone over to the rebel forces of chaos. The reason was that the Wall King was defeated by an awakener from Gorgon Citadel, and those guys had organized something called the Life and Death Expedition to attack the Palace of Resurrection again. The monarch clicked his tongue and laughed it off. "Impossible. There's no way those runts would dare to come all the way here." Of course, something had clearly happened, as monarchs from other regions had already arrived here through the narrow gate. "Because of my duty as the head of the Palace of Resurrection, I can't leave this place yet. Annoying. I have no way to check. If I keep sitting here, I'll be an old relic before I know it." Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the walls of the Palace of Resurrection. A man standing beside him spotted the crack. Soon the crack began to glow, startling him. It was more accurate to say the crack exploded with light rather than simply glowed. It was a familiar and powerful blue technique. It flew in like a giant cannonball, piercing the walls of the Palace of Resurrection and heading for the central gate. The Hicker monarch sensed it. He saw the incoming technique and stood up and adjusted the armor on his body. Then he shouted, asking, "Who goes there?" But it was no ordinary question. As he yelled, he used the air, shouting as if launching a special attack to counter the hidden person's technique. The Hicker monarch extended his hand to the side and summoned his sword. He did not take his eyes off the target for a single moment. Are they trying to face both sides at once? This meant the monarch had taken a stance to charge forward and attack. The one attacking this place must have skills at least equal to his own. "Let's see." The monarch swung his sword, trying to identify his opponent. He asked, "Are you the one they call the Lord of Gorgon?" The barrier was cut just like that. Another sword blocked his. "This sword, this power, is it a water attribute?" The blue flame pattern on the sword was drawing the power toward it. The mist began to clear, and the monarch could finally see the faces of his opponent and the attackers. The Hicker monarch gritted his teeth and stared at him. Cayman was the one who had faced him until now. He opened his mouth to greet him. "Long time no see." Beside him were familiar people as well. Cayman called out to him, "The monarch of mist, is it?" The figure of the little divine physician Chung Hyo also appeared. He was dragging a small sword, looking quite cute for someone who had come to fight. The three of them had come here directly as quickly as possible after teleporting. Cayman placed his hand on the sword on his back, ready to draw it. He declared that he had come to settle a grudge from 900 years ago. It seemed Cayman would now have to face the Hicker monarch, for he had drawn his attention. Cayman got into a ready stance to attack first, but he was quite cautious. The monarch was not one to wait patiently. He immediately sucked in a mouthful of air and blew it out, and a suffocating mist arose. The thick mist completely obscured Cayman's vision, so he could see nothing. "Damn it, this guy's technique is to create a smoke screen." Cayman covered his face to avoid being attacked by the mist, but he truly couldn't see anything. The feeling of fighting in this battle was as if the mist was not only attacking head-on but also spreading thickly in all directions, leaving no openings. "Damn it, Cayman, what should I do?" In this situation he was very anxious. Since the mist was his technique, he would easily attack him at any time. Cayman fell silent. He thought to himself, "Even after training so much, I can't predict the movements of any of them. Am I really useless and still weak?" For a moment, Cayman felt as if he had returned to his old self, but just then the image of the Citadel Lord who had looked him in the eye and told him he could do it, to believe in himself, came to mind. "Yes, that's right. That's what I need to listen to." Cayman came to his senses. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "I must never give up." In the mist where nothing could be seen, Cayman decided to close his eyes tightly and trust his intuition. Believe in all your senses." In the thick mist, just as Cayman had thought, the Hicker monarch suddenly swooped down from above to attack him. At that moment Cayman still had his eyes closed, focusing his senses. His eyes flashed. "This time he's dead for sure." But unexpectedly, thanks to trusting his senses, Cayman swung his sword precisely in the direction the monarch was attacking from. The monarch who was charging couldn't stop and took the sword strike head-on. The Hicker monarch was sent flying far away. Damn it, one side of his armor was shattered by the sword. Half of his armor was destroyed by Cayman's last sword strike. He panted and asked with difficulty, You're saying you read my next move?" Cayman had no intention of wasting time answering him. He continued to raise his sword, showing his intent to keep fighting, which angered him. This reckless fool, how dare he ignore a monarch like this? While Cayman faced the monarch on this side, divine physician Chung Hyo, Juan and Siren were dividing up their tasks. Juan said to him, Hey old man, I'm going straight into the Palace of Joy with the manga. Kamen will do fine here, he agreed. Alright. Siren was busy watching the fight, but the mist was too thick and she couldn't see anything. This is so boring, the divine physician advised Juin. The Palace of Joy and the narrow gate are on the highest floor of the Palace of Resurrection, and the fruit of resurrection is hidden deep inside. Be careful, brat. The energy coming from the Palace of Joy is unusual. Divine Physician Chunghyo and Kamen would try to reduce the number of monarchs heading to the Palace of Joy as much as possible to make it easier for when Juin returned. The plan began like that. At this moment, from outside the walls of the Palace of Resurrection, a few strange sounds were heard, and other guys came out. 2 guys with strange legs. They saw the scene in front of them and commented, well, look at that. 2 more monarchs had appeared for Kamen and Divine Physician Chunghyo to face. The one with a large build and red skin was the Warrior monarch, and the small old-looking one next to him was the Chilhyung monarch. They exclaimed, it's quite noisy and lively here. The Chilhyung monarch noticed someone. Behind the Hicker monarch's mist, a person with a small body and a bamboo hat was hiding. Chilhyung shouted at that person, hey, I know you're there. Why are you hiding? Are you still trying to play cat and mouse? Divine Physician Chunghyo was not one for many words and felt no need to greet them. He immediately drew his sword and rushed forward like an arrow, attacking the 2 chatty monarchs who had just appeared. He swung his sword without hesitation, hoping to hit them. But they were faster than he thought and dodged his sword in time. They landed again and recognized him arrogantly. The Chilhyung monarch said, oh, it's the divine physician of despair. We were ordered to take the Lord of Gorgon. Is there only one powerless old man here? How boring, the Warrior monarch asked him. How dare you come here and attack the Palace of Resurrection? Are you tired of living? The divine physician thought. For them to dodge my last attack so easily, I can't let my guard down when facing these 2. Warrior bared his sharp fangs and threatened the divine physician. It's not too late, old man. Hand over the Lord of Gorgon. Even if you can face the 2 of us, you won't be able to defeat the Brigadier General who guards the fruit of resurrection. At this moment, the 2 guys had changed significantly. These 2 massive monarchs would face him. The divine physician gripped the sword in his hand and the sword emitted a jade-colored light. He opened his mouth. Stop spouting trash over there and come at me now. Beside the divine physician at this moment, a majestic dragon was roaring at the opponent, while the Palace of Resurrection was in chaos due to 2 battles outside the castle walls. The inside of the Palace of Resurrection was still submerged in a tranquil space. Purple lights flickered and the figures of beautiful women were also around. Inside the Palace of Resurrection, the highest floor was the Palace of Joy. The powerful figures here were ignoring everything and playing leisurely. They were indulging in women and wine. A person entered and reported to them. He spoke softly with a slightly servile voice. I'm sorry, but the situation at the main gate seems to be unfolding a little differently than expected. Shouldn't we go take a look? The person who had just reported was a small rat-like old man. He was the Danso monarch Reika. Forget it, the Hicker monarch will take care of it. The person who answered Reika was the 2nd dragon monarch, and the one sitting next to the 2nd dragon was the 4th dragon monarch. He didn't care at all. Muhahaha, the ladies from Chaos are truly the best. At this table were 2 more red-haired guys. The red-haired one with long hair was the 5th dragon monarch, and the one with short hair was the 3rd dragon monarch. Women were also surrounding them, massaging and serving them. Leave it be, it would be a shame not to stop by here when we've come to Chaos. Anyway, it'll be a hassle if we get castrated by the Queen's Alliance of the Almighty Land. They filled their glasses with more wine. I don't want to be permanently disabled because of such a foolish thing. Ha ha ha, a voice was heard from behind a screen. It was not the common table they were at, but the highest platform in the room. What's wrong with the Chaos folks anyway? This place is so nice. The large man with his arms around 2 women was the great dragon monarch, the leader there. The wine in the glass shook slightly. It was probably due to the influence of the battle outside. Everyone could tell that the battle was getting fierce, but not these pompous monarchs. The Danso monarch Reika was worried. The situation had been bad for a while, yet they were still being pompous. Reika suggested helplessly, or how about we go out and take a look now? The 5th dragon laughed loudly and said, the master of the Palace of Resurrection will take care of everything, so let's not spoil our fun and enjoy ourselves. Danso Reika raised his voice slightly to remind them. If something happens, how will we handle the aftermath? As soon as he finished speaking, the wine glass flew straight at the Danso monarch Reika's face. Impossible. The brigadier generals were ordered to protect the Palace of Resurrection. The person who threw the glass was none other than the great dragon monarch. His eyes were filled with menace. Too noisy. Why does that guy keep spoiling other people's fun? He said to Reika. Shut up and sit still. Don't spoil our fun. If you're so concerned, go see for yourself. Having been insulted like this, the Danso monarch was filled with anger, but he couldn't do anything to them. He could only grit his teeth and endure this oppression. The great dragon smiled mockingly at him. Why, what's with that attitude? A fierce dragon's form appeared behind the great dragon, terrifying the Danso monarch. Go on, try it. Are you trying to defy us? From the 2nd monarch to the 5th monarch, they all looked at him with contempt. A chatty, troublesome old man, the Danso monarch trembled with anger. He gripped the staff in his hand and mumbled to them. Oh no, in that case, I will go out alone and check the situation. And he turned and went outside behind him. The scornful laughter of the generals could be heard. Ha ha ha, what a pathetic rat. The Danso monarch had always harbored resentment in his heart. Damn bastards, he vowed to himself. When the opportunity comes one day, I will definitely take revenge on all of you. The space of the Palace of Joy was still submerged in depravity. Through the thin screen, as if the great dragon had seen through the Danso monarch Reika's intentions and heart, his gaze followed Reika's back, making him feel a chill. Reika turned his head slightly to look at the great dragon and gulped. His face turned pale and was covered in sweat. The Danso monarch fled in fear. I'll be right back, please don't do anything. The great dragon satisfyingly placed his hands on the waists of the two women beside him, and his brothers praised him. Perfect. You really know how to shut people up, brother, the great dragon said slowly. I hate noise the most. He always showed off his power like a greedy boss, with a woman in his arms and treasure at his feet. If the Palace of Resurrection was guarded by guys like these, it would collapse sooner or later. When they had nothing more to say, they brought up the story of the Danso monarch Reika and laughed at him again. That stupid rat, isn't he hilarious? Ha ha! The purple candles in the room were still burning brightly at this time, but soon a pink trace appeared in the air. It was a sign of the familiar high-level teleportation. A teleportation gate would soon open here. A strange strong wind blew and the candles could no longer hold out and began to flicker. The great dragon monarch also sensed that something was coming. The second dragon was still holding a woman, but he saw something appear and looked up at the ceiling. His pupils widened in surprise. Siren's teleportation gate opened from the ceiling. She descended with Juan into the Palace of Joy of these philanderers. The fifth and third dragon monarchs were flustered by the surprise attack. They asked clamorously, "Who are those guys? Damn it!" Juan held his sword and attacked straight down. "Everyone get out of the way, he's attacking." And as Juan's attack came down, a huge explosion occurred. Everyone was sent flying by the recoil. Even the great dragon monarch who was inside felt its power. The second, third, fourth, and fifth monarchs were all dodging to reduce the impact. Juan blew everything away in a single blow and stood in the middle of the empty room. He glanced over the failed ones. The great dragon monarch inside was now furious. His eyes glowed red as he asked Juan, "Are you the Lord of Gorgon?" "I've heard rumors about you," he answered nonchalantly. "I am." He struggled to take another sip of wine. "How dare you come this far? You must be crazy. You're dying to die." He placed the glass down on the table. "Did you come to keep a promise, Lord of Gorgon?" Juan didn't want the great dragon monarch to keep hiding behind, so he approached and pulled back the curtain he was sitting behind. The women next to him saw it and fled in fear. He said, "I did not come to offer my life." Siren saw them playing and commented, "You guys have disgusting taste." Juan spoke with assertion. "I came to kill you all." The great dragon was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing those words. The great dragon monarch raised the corners of his mouth. "You kill all of us." His power began to overflow. "How dare a worthless brat like you from chaos come here and act like that to me?" A red spirit created by his power appeared behind him. "This arrogant guy deserves to die." Siren saw that the situation was not good and shouted to remind Juan. "Be careful, get out of there." Juan's eyes widened as he looked ahead. He couldn't dodge in time. He could only block it with his sword as much as possible. It was a very powerful blow and it pushed him back. Juan was thrown back and hit the pillar behind him. He immediately spun around, lowered his stance to find his balance and gathered his strength. As he had expected, two guys attacked from both sides. They were looking for a chance to ambush him. "Too arrogant. How dare you attack the Palace of Resurrection? Take our attack and die." The fifth and fourth dragon monarchs rushed in. Juan almost failed to dodge again. He jumped high to avoid the attacks coming from both sides. Since it was a sudden jump, he immediately landed and stabilized himself. Otherwise, with their greater numbers, he would easily lose his balance. Juan used the friction to stop on one knee. The great dragon monarch finally stood up at this time. He said to him, "Stand up, you will pay the price for daring to disturb my pleasant time." His voice was hoarse, but it seemed he really cared about his play being interrupted. The great dragon monarch stood in a high place, and below were his four comrades. They were all strong and looked forward to taking Juan's life here. Juan stared sharply at the leader. The great dragon monarch gave a light command, "Everyone attack." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates disappeared as fast as the wind. They scattered in all directions, attacking from the flanks. Juan, undaunted, swung his sword forward with all his might. One of them dodged his powerful technique and taunted him. "How foolish, your attacks are useless if they miss." No matter how strong, these bastards were blocking his path, relentlessly attacking him. It was truly annoying. They waited to finish him off from all sides, front, back, near and far. The third dragon monarch shouted at him, "Die!" His sword strike was extremely fierce. Juan barely dodged it. Seizing the momentum, he delivered a painful blow to the fifth dragon monarch. After a moment, Juan's sword and power reduced their attack range, and the momentum of their initial overwhelming barrage weakened. But just then, a red technique lunged from the darkness. Juan was surprised. "There are still more?" He immediately spun around and bent his arm to block the opponent's attack. The second dragon monarch got close to him and said, "No matter how strong you are, you can't beat us alone. Don't dream such a foolish dream." Then the fourth dragon monarch laughed. "Even the commander-in-chief can't defeat us. You know that too." At that moment, the muscles on Juan's arm bulged. He still gripped his sword tightly and replied, "Yes, you're right. It's a bit much to face you all alone." So, Juan's sword began to gather power. With a menacing aura, Juan aimed the tip of his sword forward. All the generals stared at him in horror, unable to tell how much more power he could exert. As Juan drew his sword back, a tattoo like ivy was engraved on his arm which had returned from the 8 gates of hell. He said, I'll blow you all away at once. He thrust the sword forward with all his might, and with that power a fierce beam of light shot out. This technique of Juan's usually destroyed everything in its path outside the walls of the Palace of Resurrection. At that moment the Warrian and Chilhyung monarchs noticed the loud noise coming from the Palace of Joy. Did that explosion come from there? Divine Physician Chung Hyo realized that Guy had started fighting too. The inside of the Palace of Joy was in shambles. Juan, panting after his last attack, stared at the other side with wide eyes in surprise. Unfortunately, his opponent's footsteps were still there. Juan stared at them with wide eyes. Unfortunately, all the generals were unharmed thanks to the protective shield cast by the great dragon monarch. He stared at Juan with a grim face. The fact that he had come down this far meant he intended to face Juan seriously, in person. Siren Amael had been floating in the air from the beginning, trying to avoid getting caught in the fight. But it was truly terrible below. They were protecting themselves with a huge shield. She continued to watch, surprised. To think that great dragon monarch can deflect that much of Juan's power. Are all those sent to guard the Palace of Resurrection so terrifyingly strong? Then what is that guy Juan supposed to do? The great dragon monarch planted his large sword in the ground and spoke to him again. I didn't think you'd dare attack the Palace of Resurrection with such a despicable trick. You think you can defeat me with that kind of power? You're clearly trying to insult us, aren't you? You should have come to offer your life. As the tip of his sword was planted in the ground, it suddenly began to glow. I'll show you our other power. To think a bug from chaos would dare crawl this far. The great dragon monarch was casting something, and his eyes were cold and numb. The other guys were gleeful that their leader was blocking for them. No longer worried about being attacked, red smoke rose, filling the entire room and covering everything. What kind of power of his is that again? Juan also covered his face with his hand, trying to see what it was. He opened his mouth again at this time and said to him, Consider this an honor. Behind the red smoke, a giant claw and a crimson eye, hundreds of times larger, were faintly visible. That eye was undoubtedly the great dragon monarch's. This technique of mine is too noble to punish you, but since you've made me so unbearable, I just want to finish you off first. Juan looked up. That claw, that eye had been hidden behind the red smoke. Now before his eyes was a dragon. You'd better do your best from now on. Juan was horrified to see the giant dragon. He has the power of a dragon too? What on earth is happening? The giant dragon opened its mouth wide, trying to swallow him whole. But he immediately jumped up to dodge. It was just so big that he didn't know where to dodge to be safe enough. Juan used his power to change his posture in midair and thrust his sword down at the dragon with all his might, his massive powerful blue beam of light. But just as the sword was about to strike, it was blocked by that red shield from before. No matter how hard Juan tried, he couldn't break through the dragon's protective shield in the end. He and his sword were pushed back. You think you can lay a finger on me with your pathetic skills? Look at yourself. The dragon roared fiercely at Juan. Juan was thrown far away again. He struggled to support himself, his footprints digging deep into the ground. Juan was horrified before he could even think about what to do next. The dragon was preparing to unleash a huge technique on him. It was gathering a massive amount of power in its mouth. A giant red sphere. Juan thrust his sword straight out. The technique from the dragon's sphere was also launched. He was facing that huge technique head-on. If he let go of his sword, the dragon's red and pink beam of light would swallow him. Only the sword was facing that terrible power. The dragon was pouring out its power. It wanted to take Juan's life with this one blow, and Juan was somehow holding on. But it rushed straight towards Juan. That terrible technique pierced through the walls and destroyed everything. At this moment, Juan was no longer visible. The glass on the upper floor of the Palace of Joy was also shattered by that blow. Everything began to scatter. After the attack ended, the giant dragon was still there. It began to look around, searching for its opponent. It extended a claw forward. The dragon looked pleased. What a shame. Where did my opponent go? If you had hidden a little better, you could have stayed alive longer. Lord of Gorgon, hide well, so that I don't catch you. Suddenly, from somewhere, Juan's hand reached out and grabbed its head. That power and blue lightning were Juan's. He said to it, That arrogant attitude of yours is what killed you. Juan jumped straight onto the dragon's head and stood before its field of vision. He glanced at him, and his gaze was like steel. Now it's my turn, you bastard. What is that guy trying to do? The giant dragon immediately deployed a red protective shield all over its body, wanting to see what Juan would do next. It arrogantly said to him, Have you learned nothing from before? Your attacks are useless against me, got it? You've seen it yourself, Juan said in a low voice. You'll know after I attack. The power Juan wrapped around his body at this moment was very different from before. It was a golden light, not a blue one. The tip of his sword began to pierce straight into the dragon's protective shield. The dragon was terrified to realize he was concentrating his attack on one point. This is really dangerous. What should I do? Can that guy succeed? You're really a bug. When the dragon felt the situation was not good, it flew high, spun around and tried to shake Juan off. It would not stand by and let Juan succeed. Did you think I'd let you bastard? And it plunged its head straight into the ground. It did that because it wanted to bury Juan in the dirt and rocks. It pulled its head out and observed, but strangely the Juan it had buried was gone. The only thing it had buried was its own head. This idiot plunged its own head into the ground. The dragon was furious. Where are you? Juan jumped down to this side at this moment. He glanced at it once and commented that it really talked a lot. And Juan's super powerful attack successfully came down on them. and it didn't even have time to deploy its shield. A powerful blow of light from the top of the sky came down and struck the Palace of Joy, and the whole area shone brightly. That beam of light caught the attention of Cayman, who was outside the gates of the Palace of Resurrection. It must be the Citadel Lord. Cayman lowered his sword, looked up, and smiled. His whole body was covered in wounds after the battle. It seems the Citadel Lord has done it. The divine physician who was sitting on this side also opened his mouth. It seems everything has gone quiet. That child must have done well. It was worth coming all this way. He patted his shoulder. Following that guy around is really tiring for an old man like me. My whole body aches from fighting all day. Nearby, both the Warrior and Chilhyung monarchs were lying on the ground. Yes, he was old, but his strength was still there. The Palace of Joy also became quiet. The giant dragon was crouching on the floor after being hit by the blow. It didn't seem to have any intention of letting go of its sword yet. That beam of light from the sky was truly like a miracle. Siren, who had been hiding all this time, finally dared to peek out. When he attacked the Palace of Resurrection with only 4 people, I thought he was being reckless. At this time, the dragon must have been released from its transformation. The great dragon monarch placed both hands on the floor. He had returned to his original form. He was truly resentful. He gritted his teeth. I will definitely make you regret this. I will never forget this humiliation. One of his arms was destroyed and his comrades were all down. He cried out in pain. This isn't over yet. I will definitely come back and tear you to pieces, you bastard. He continued to shout at Juin like that. He continued, no matter what you do, we are immortal. Juin answered. You're right, he knew that too. The great dragon monarch was dazed. Juin looked at him. I know, you passed through the narrow gate, didn't you? How? The great monarch was puzzled. How do you know that? And then he laughed loudly again. Haha, so what if you know? You can't change anything, right? You must not have seen it. Once our bodies and souls are connected to our brains, we become immortal. That's when we regain our true bodies in the almighty land. Juin swung his sword once. That sword strike of his cut something invisible, his invisible thread of connection, he said. It's too late to regret. What just happened? The great dragon monarch was dazed as if he were dead. The thread of connection he mentioned was severed. After realizing this, he madly covered his face and shouted at Juin, You severed my connection, how could you? And then he fell before Juin's eyes. He glanced at him and asked, How does it feel, you bastard? Great dragon monarch, how does it feel to face true death? Now I'll give you a chance to taste it. His hand was gradually turning into smoke and dust and disappearing. The great dragon monarch still couldn't believe what was happening to his body. I don't believe you can sever the soul connection. It can't be. I don't want to die yet. Only now did he realize that for his whole life. He suddenly fell into despair and shouted at Juin. Fine. What do you want? A powerful technique or a high position? Just say it. I'll ask the great king to grant it to you immediately. His comrades around him also began to evaporate. Great dragon monarch, just say it. I'll talk to Monarch Jaeon too. He will grant all my requests. I'll do whatever you want, as long as you spare my life. I swear I will never touch chaos again, so please. But before he could even finish speaking, Juin resolutely plunged his sword straight into his head. Everything in his body fell apart and was divided into several pieces. The last thing the great dragon monarch saw in his eyes was Juin's resolute face, and his head also fell to the ground. The great dragon monarch met his end like that. Outside at this moment, a pair of horrified eyes were watching that whole scene. It was the Danso monarch, Reika. He fell back in fear and couldn't even stand properly. No, it can't be. One of the 5 dragon kings is dead. What should I do? He had only checked the main gate and returned because he heard a commotion inside. He thought everything would be fine because the great dragon was very strong and immortal. But that guy can sever the soul connection. What kind of monster is that guy? No, at this rate I have to hurry and inform the other monarchs. Reika secretly backed away and tried to flee to deliver the news. If he stayed here for even a second longer, he would lose his life too. But he didn't know that the old divine physician of despair was ambushing him from behind. He approached him like a ghost. Who are you? What are you snooping around here like a rat? Reika almost fainted on the spot. Divine physician Chunghyo made a scary face and threatened. Why, who do you want to report to? I can't hear you well. Juin was standing in the Palace of Joy when he heard someone call him Citadel Lord. He turned his head and saw his comrades, Cayman and Master Chunghyo. The two had successfully cleaned up outside and were now dragging some opponents here. Cayman was carrying that monarch on his shoulder. South Sea Society President Cayman, I have completed my mission and have just returned. The divine physician grumbled. You really like to work old people hard, don't you? My back is about to break. Juin answered the two of them. Well done, Cayman, an old man. The divine physician reproached him. You sure have a way with words. I captured these guys as you requested. It was really too much to ask me to capture them. These guys are incredibly heavy. They dragged those guys over and laid them there. Pathetically, he saw a stranger the divine physician had dragged in and asked who he was, surprising Juin. Who is this guy? This guy. He was loitering outside the gate, so I caught him. Very suspicious. Siren Amel looked at that small guy for a moment and said, I know that guy. I remember now, that guy is the Danso monarch Reika. His power reached the monarch level, but his skills are terrible, so everyone hates him. The weakest junior monarch, the divine physician said. No wonder that guy was weak. By the way, he asked Juin, "Why did you ask us to capture these guys?" Juan glanced at them and answered, "I have to make sure they're really dead," and then Juan swung his sword and severed their soul connection threads. Only then would they truly die. With each downward swing of Juan's sword, another connection thread was severed. He repeated it several times to cut all their threads. The Danso monarch Reika witnessed this scene and was about to cry in fear. He pressed himself against the wall and backed away. That guy can really sever the connection threads. "Ah, save me." Unconsciously, tears welled up in Reika's eyes. "This is really a nightmare. Will that guy kill me too?" All this about the soul connection thread was because the monarchs had obtained the immortality they desired after the Palace of Resurrection appeared. Because of their limited lifespan, mortals had to count the days left until they died. But the monarchs who had gained infinite life thanks to that fruit didn't have to. That was how immortality had made them forget death for the past 900 years and live a wasteful and meaningless life. But they would soon die at the hands of this person. Reika was truly afraid of death, something he had long forgotten, and now that guy had brought that dangerous threat to him. The Danso monarch Reika had no other choice. He could only kneel at Juan's feet, kowtow, and beg, "Please, please, just spare my life." "I had no intention of fighting from the beginning." Juan didn't say anything and just stared at him blankly. He seemed to be lost in thought. Siren asked him, "What are you doing? You're not thinking of killing that guy, are you?" Reika lay prostrate on the ground, trembling. He thought he was about to die, but Juan finally decided not to kill this guy. He sheathed his sword and said, "I'll let this one live for now. We need a witness anyway, and Juan won't act recklessly." He asked the Danso monarch, Reika, "Hey, where's that fruit?" Reika still hadn't recovered from the shock of his fear. "Did that guy just spare my life?" "Ah, yes, your excellency. The fruit is over there." Reika pointed to the sky where the Palace of Resurrection stored the fruit. He said they kept them on top of that dome roof. It was the highest dome roof in the Palace of Resurrection, likely the safest place. That dome was firmly shut and couldn't be opened easily. It was called the Inverted Dome. The dome was made by a famous masterclass manga. I heard that it generates an endless stream of passwords. Without the master of the Palace of Resurrection who just died, it is very difficult to unlock, but the story changes if you have a masterclass manga with special decryption abilities. Hearing this, I roughly understood. Upon hearing that, Siren stepped forward voluntarily. Here. The masterclass manga is me." Juan glanced at the place and said, "I see." Then he drew his sword from its sheath and said, "Then can't I just pierce through it? It's not easy. But this is the only way." Hey, I'm still here. Is everyone deaf?" Divine Physician Chung Hyo and Kamen also held their heads helplessly. This seemed to be the only way they could do that. "Hey brat, control the power of your slash as well. Damn it, I wish we had a famous masterclass manga." Siren seemed to have grown a thick skin from being ignored. "You keep looking for a masterclass manga, but I'm right here. Right? What's wrong with you guys?" "Just kidding, Siren." But in the end, she had to use her skills to open the lock. She moved her fingers quickly over the keyboard. After a moment, she shouted to everyone, "I've unlocked it." Juan added a comment. "This dome is flimsier than I thought. If I had known, I would have cut it down earlier." Siren was truly helpless with these people. "What? It's not flimsy. I'm amazing." The dome glowed and slowly opened. The light spread in all directions. "Is that the light from the fruit?" Siren also looked up with interest. Kamen saw the fruit. At this moment he was the one with the most complicated feelings. Come to think of it, the old Abyss expedition had set out just to obtain it. Kamen was so moved he almost cried. He remembered how hard he had struggled to overcome his weakness and fragility, how difficult it had been until he completed 200 years of arduous training in that tower with the Citadel Lord. After overcoming everything, he awakened. After a long time, we finally have it in our hands. The dome on high opened and the glowing fruits began to fall slowly before their eyes. Kamen held a fruit of resurrection in his hand. It was as round as a pearl and very large, but above all it emitted a strange light. Kamen looked down at the fruit of resurrection in his hand. It was for this that people had to pay such a great price. It was for this that the expedition had set out, and now, after countless sacrifices, it was in his hands. They all held one in their hands. Siren held about 3, and Divine Physician Chung Hyo held 2 in his arms. Juan asked, "But is this all that's left?" It was less than he had thought. Divine Physician Chung Hyo explained, "It's because those guys have been using this fruit for 900 years. So it seems they've used up most of it. This isn't even enough to distribute to the people of Gorgon, let alone the whole of Chaos." Kamen knew that too. He looked down at it worriedly. Juan noticed Kamen's attitude and said to his comrade, "You can have it if you want, Kamen." Kamen looked up at the Citadel Lord in surprise. The Lord of Gorgon was still firm with him, and his eyes did not waver in the slightest, proving that he was not joking. "You can have it if you want, Kamen. You deserve to get your life back, so choose for yourself." Divine Physician Chung Hyo and Siren also seemed to agree, knowing that he deserved it. Juan looked at him and said, "Choose for yourself, Kamen. You have the right." Hearing the Citadel Lord's words, Kamen seemed to wake up from a daze. He began to think about it seriously. As everyone said, it was now his time to choose. Kamen looked again at himself reflected in the fruit of resurrection. It had been such a long time, a long fight. He had to go through countless hardships. Many lives were sacrificed and countless humiliations were endured to find the forbidden fruit. I really can't accept it. What are they trying to do after trampling each other to get this? After overcoming everything, the fruit of resurrection was the reward for that time. but after a moment of careful consideration, Cayman ruthlessly crushed the fruit of resurrection with his own hand. That was his answer to this decision. They all jumped when they saw it. Divine Physician Chunghyo, Siren and Reika were all horrified. Why is that guy doing that? How could he crush the fruit of resurrection so easily? He's mad. It was for that fruit that so much was sacrificed. Only the Citadel Lord seemed to have expected it. Siren asked Cayman in bewilderment, "Hey, what are you doing right now? Why can you destroy it so easily?" "No, the fruit of resurrection, the fruit of resurrection," Reika stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Juan was the calmest from the start. He approached and asked Cayman, "Cayman, tell me the reason. Why did you destroy the fruit of resurrection? What is the reason?" Cayman was silent for a moment. He lowered his head and quietly opened his mouth. Because there are only 10 left, the moment he held it in his hand he realized something important. These 10 fruits would surely become a seed of conflict, and everything they had sacrificed and changed with great difficulty would become meaningless. I thought the fruit of resurrection was the truth, but in fact it was not. Everyone had to face the problem. If there were 10 fruits of resurrection left, everyone would fight to be one of the 10 who would be revived. If that happened, chaos would never be saved. It would continue to repeat itself. The greed for immortality would blind people. Juan looked at Cayman and smiled, a smile of satisfaction and pride. He had always trusted his decision. It must have been a very difficult decision for him to make. Cayman looked at Juan as if he wanted to say something. He said, "Citadel Lord, may I dispose of the remaining fruits of resurrection myself? I want to do it with my own hands." Juan naturally agreed. He first gave the fruit of resurrection he was holding to Cayman. This was not something that just anyone could do, but it had to be done by someone who belonged to chaos. That was why Juan had brought Cayman. To let him decide this matter, someone from chaos would understand best and would be the most suitable person to do it. Juan, being an awakener, saw through to what was truly needed to end the suffering of chaos. Divine Physician Chunghyo had no intention of stopping him either. He understood everything Juan and Cayman had decided. He said half-jokingly, "The remaining people will surely be shocked when they see this scene, ha ha ha." Juan knew from the beginning that Cayman would decide that way, because he would choose despair for himself and find salvation within it. That was his way of doing things. Juan asked Cayman once more, "Will you not regret it?" Cayman looked at him and smiled cheerfully. "Ha, regret, Citadel Lord, what are you talking about? There's no way. I know what I have decided and chosen." Just then, the sky above Cayman's head suddenly became a little strange. It was as if something was swirling like a storm. A quiet but terrifying attack. Juan felt a strong pressure from that power. He shouted loudly at Cayman, telling him to flee from there. The Divine Physician also noticed in time, but it was already too late. The attack immediately came down from high in the sky and enveloped Cayman, and its power was extremely fierce. Nothing could be seen anymore. What on earth is happening? Juan, the Divine Physician, and Siren were all thrown back from there by the impact of the attack, and only the Citadel Lord held on a little more firmly than the other two. Juan looked ahead in terror. Cayman, his important comrade, had taken that attack head-on. He was motionless on the floor, showing no signs of waking up. The attack was truly too strong, and Cayman fell in a moment of carelessness. The ones who had just appeared said to them, "You truly are dirty bugs, to come this far and defile our palace of resurrection. Do you have no manners?" That person spread his white wings. A person with large wings like an angel appeared. It was the Wind Burial Monarch Kanilo, a 10th grade simulant. He questioned them. "How dare you lay your hands on our precious fruits of resurrection?" The Divine Physician shouted loudly, afraid they would kill Cayman. "Get up, Cayman." Immediately, he too was hit squarely in the face by one of them. That guy dragged him away without holding back at all. Divine Physician Chunghyo of Despair was hit and thrown to one side. The one who had just attacked Divine Physician Chunghyo was a guy with a skull-like white mask. His appearance was a bit unpleasant with long limbs. He was the Mute Monarch Majito, a 10th grade simulant. Divine Physician Chunghyo lost consciousness from the sudden and powerful attack. He was old after all. These guys really didn't know how to respect the elderly. Juan was extremely worried. He shouted loudly for Divine Physician Chunghyo to see if he would answer. The old man did not answer, because he, like Cayman, had fainted and lost consciousness. It was terrible. In just a few seconds after those guys appeared, 2 of his comrades had fallen. Another one on this side opened his mouth at this time. He said, "In the end, you have crossed the line." There were 3 of them in total, their strength all at the level of high-grade simulants, and their cruelty was immeasurable. The other one who had just spoken was Samyong Garam, whom Nosung had faced before. He had killed quite a few of the people who had set out from Gorgon Citadel at that time. Samyong Garam continued to speak to Juan with a serious expression. "This has now become a problem that cannot be solved even if you offer your life. Consequences you have left behind are too great." Juan glanced at him, his eyes filled with hatred. Is this son of a bitch a chatterbox? But he could feel that he was a formidable opponent. The Danso Monarch Reika trembled in fear when these 3 appeared, but he was especially afraid of Garam. He couldn't even pronounce his name properly and stammered, Samyong Garam, terrible. Samyong Garam is one of the 3 commanders from the 9th Great Land. He's extremely strong. Why is he here now? Who would have thought that one of the 5 strongest commanders from the Almighty Land would come in person? Reika resolved to himself. I have to run away quickly. Now that the fruits of resurrection have been stolen, I might be dragged away and killed for not completing my mission if I'm not careful. Samyang-garam's gaze was still numb. He opened his mouth and commanded, "Kanilo, Megito." That alone was enough for the two to know what they had to do. Kanilo and Megito rushed in like bullets. The two seemed to enjoy attacking people very much. Kanilo said, "That bug's head is mine," Megito replied to him. "Just don't get in my way." Juin clearly knew that the situation couldn't get any worse. Only he and Siren were conscious here. So he told Siren to take Kamen and Divine Physician Chunghyo and flee first, and she also quickly complied. Megito at this time flew towards where the Citadel Lord was. He said, "You won't have time to worry about others. You'll soon die at our hands." At this time black tentacles shot up from under the ground where Juin was standing. They latched onto him, trying to hold Juin tightly. Kanilo took advantage of him being subdued and approached. "Die, Lord of Gorgon." His attack powerfully brushed past Juin, but fortunately Juin leaned his body and dodged his attack in time. He jumped up and broke free from the suppression of those tentacles. Just as he escaped this guy's sight, Juin became the target of another one, Megito. He rushed at him again. "There's no way to escape. Surrender, you foolish bastard." Juin drew his sword and blocked his attack. That guy was terrifyingly fast, and his limbs were abnormally long, making it easier for him to reach his opponent. He blocked the attack in time with his sword, but he was a few seconds late, so his attack was too close, making it hard to endure. "Damn it, he's too fast." Juin rolled once more to distance himself from him, returning to a confrontational stance that was easier to fight in. Vegito's attacks were like a tireless automatic machine. He kept throwing punches, and he blocked his attacks one by one. Through their fighting style, Juin knew that they were on a completely different level from his previous opponents. In the distance, another one, Kanilo, was waiting for a chance to take him down. His wings were also his extraordinary weapon. He emitted power with a flap of his wings and said to Juin, "When rumors were circulating that you had become the Lord of Gorgon and so on, I had great expectations. I really looked forward to meeting you, but it seems your skills are nothing special." His wings gathered energy and power, and he attacked with a single flap. The technique from his wings was as sharp as a sword. It was enough to cut and break even the rock formations. If Juin hadn't dodged in time, he would have surely died. He was only slightly pushed back by the attack, but it seemed he felt the situation was not good. The air seemed to stop for a moment. A brief rest came in the battle. Juin was exhausted and had several wounds after being hit by the attack and continuously attacked by Kanilo and Megito in turn. He gasped for breath as he was cornered against a cliff. The two guys saw that he was tired and wanted to stop for a moment, because they wanted to play with him longer. It would be boring for them to finish him off early now. Kanilo asked, "What's wrong? Your skills are terrible. Or did you use up all your strength fighting those 5 Dragon King guys?" Megito looked down on him. "HMPH, no matter how strong he pretends to be, he's just an ant. Taking him out is a piece of cake." Samyang-garam had been watching the battle from a distance on this side, but he seemed not to feel any interest at all. "How disappointing, Lord of Gorgon." "All right, then I won't play with him anymore." Kanilo said to Megito, "Let's finish it quickly." "I was planning to, even if you didn't say it, you chatterbox." Then the two flew towards where Juin was and rushed to finish him off. Juin was at this time tied straight to a rock, unable to resist and break free. They were taking him as a target and were about to throw shurikens at him from this side. Juin looked up and glanced at them, and the look in his eyes was not that of a weakling who would easily give up in front of these guys. "I will definitely kill all these damn bastards." Juin at that moment recalled again the time when he was at the Manticore Citadel gate with the Divine Physician. After defeating Hanhair, the Divine Physician couldn't stop admiring him. "You truly are a monster. To split the thousands of years of Manticore's history in half in the blink of an eye." P.S. A manticore is a lion-shaped monster with bat wings on its back and a scorpion tail. This isn't just strong, it's on the level of the entire continent. What an amazing guy. Divine Physician Chunghyo had always watched Juan's battles, so he had noticed one of his problems. He reminded him with good intentions. The Divine Physician said, "But hey brat, you'd better restrain your techniques that use spiritual power." He explained the reason to Juin. "You are an awakener, so you can use your spiritual power to the fullest without restrictions, but the price is that you consume a certain amount of your vitality. If you use such a big technique recklessly, the one who collapses first will surely be you." He had to be careful. But in this situation, Juan's body trembled with anger, and he gritted his teeth. The damn bastards he was facing were on the same level as when he first set foot in chaos. He had to deal with them as quickly as possible while they were still underestimating his power. He would use all the strength he had to end this swiftly. Juin gripped his sword and broke free from the pile of ropes that had bound him earlier. In front of him, Megito and Kanilo were charging with satisfaction. Juin stepped back and assumed an attack stance. The moment the two got close to him, Juin began to use more spiritual power than before. Entangling with these two was quite a waste of time, so he had no intention of controlling it anymore. Juan's two eyes burned with a golden light and his pupils contracted. A tremendous amount of spiritual power gathered in his body, and it had a blood-red hue. His sword also seemed to be on fire. Juin shouted loudly to charge straight ahead and attack. With just one technique, this single technique, he would send those guys to the afterlife in an instant. Ogyeokyeonwon, a huge beam of light, was fiercely shot at Kanilo and Megiddo. It raged like a storm and a natural disaster, even imbued with the electric waves of spiritual power. In a truly instant moment, Juan's Ogyeokyeonwon turned the two of them into skeletons. Kanilo and Megiddo screamed in pain. Their flesh was corroded, and they had no time to leave any last words. The technique he used, which consumed a lot of spiritual power, was like a huge red sphere ready to explode. Everything happened before Samyeong-garam's eyes, but he didn't seem particularly scared or surprised. It just passed in a flash. Samyeong-garam did not take his eyes off Juan's attack on this side. Siren was just about to flee with Cayman in her arms, but she was caught in the power of this attack and had to endure it with difficulty. It was hard to even balance in the air with two people in her hands. After the terrifying technique that seemed to sweep everything away, all that was left was Kanilo's feathers scattering in the air. Come to think of it, his wings were quite impressive. What a shame. Samyeong-garam finally opened his mouth amidst this chaos. Truly amazing. I didn't know you could emit such great power just by using spiritual power. Juan was still pointing the tip of his sword at him. Using spiritual power had certainly consumed a lot of Juan's stamina. He was exhausted and panting heavily, but he could still stand firm, because there was still a guy waiting in front of him. Samyeong-garam looked at Juan at this time, and he showed a completely different, excited expression. His pupils expanded frighteningly, and he was interested. Very interestingly, he said. I didn't want to get my hands dirty for a long time, but having a go with you now is worth a try, isn't it? Samyeong-garam's golden eyes led him to a memory hidden deep in his heart. A long time ago, a manga went around looking for the lords of the 12 great lands, and that manga came to his place as well. He called his name Samyeong-garam. In fact, all the lords had refused the manga's request, but he had no intention of ever giving up. Strangely enough, he was really stubborn and foolish. Garam still remembered how the manga had stood before him and begged. He wanted to meet monarch Jaeonyun, and after passing through various places, the last land he set foot on was the 9th floor, ruled by Samyeong-garam. The manga proposed like this. Please lend me your power so I can climb the tree of illusions. He said that the value of existence and the preciousness of life in this world were very abnormal from his point of view. No, to be more precise, it was truly abnormal. Remember the anger and the things you had to go through when you were weak. If we can destroy the first nightmare at the top of the tree of illusions, this world can be completely changed. He looked up at a distant place. Samyeong-garam had heard enough to roughly understand, so he cut the manga off. Your ideal sounds quite beautiful. A red flame suddenly burned in his hand, he said. Now I see why everyone in Jaeonyun doesn't want to meet you. Truly a dreamer. Samyeong-garam's eyes glowed red as he got into a battle stance. The land of safety is only for the strong. If you want to change that, show me your ability, you manga bastard. And so, as Samyeong-garam demanded, the manga and he fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the 3rd day Samyeong-garam was defeated. In the middle of the 9th floor, he was sent flying by him. At this time he realized the manga's power. I can't believe a lord like you is a wanderer. What a shame, Garam thought at that time. If he has such power without even using magic, he is fully qualified to mention the Tree of Illusions and realize his ideals. But after the fight with him, the manga wandered all over chaos and then rushed into the abyss with the hope of changing the entire continent. But one day after the Lord stole the fruit of resurrection, suddenly no more news of that manga was heard. It was as if he had evaporated and disappeared. Nothing changed. His ideal of reaching the top of the Tree of Illusions became a thing of the past. Chaos and the other floors all still followed the same procedure. At this time, Juan used more spiritual power to continue facing Samyeong-garam. He thrust his sword straight at him with all his might. The sword strike and its power flew quickly towards him. Samyeong-garam said to him, I admit that your attack is very strong, surprising me and making me praise you a little, but you know what? That's not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his power seriously. He pushed his blood-red palm forward. His body also gradually transitioned into a battle stance. Samyeong-garam so easily blocked Juan's extremely powerful attack. He could block his attack completely, without the slightest error, with just a little strength. He still calmly said to him, although you have superior skills than others, you haven't learned from anyone how to use them effectively, correctly, and accurately. Juan still tried to attack using spiritual power, but he didn't expect him to be able to block his attack so easily. What should I do now? Garam pulled his foot back and prepared to jump forward. At this level, you're no different from a child who only knows how to hold a sword and swing it wildly. Isn't that right? Suddenly he had approached right next to Juan. He looked at Juan with contempt and sneered, and Juan still couldn't catch up to his speed. His fist came close to Juan's face, and at this time it was too late to dodge. Juan took the blow and was sent flying far back. A single punch was this much? Juan took a blow that made his whole body ache from the shock. He disappeared into a completely chaotic technique and a pile of dust. This guy was really too strong. It was no wonder he was one of the 5 strongest in the land of safety. Samyeong-garam, after the last blow, was not satisfied seeing Juan buried in the dust and smoke and said to him, Get up, it's not over yet. On this side, Juan put his hands down and tried to suppress the pain in seriously injured parts. He stood up with all his strength and fortitude. Of course, Juan couldn't give up like this. He gripped the familiar sword in his hand again. His gaze pierced him, and perhaps that was what excited his strong opponents the most. That gaze would never let him be defeated. Samyeong-garam called his title. Lord of Gorgon, he had completely changed into a battle stance. He beckoned him to have a serious fight. Lord of Gorgon, show me. How strong are you to dare to discuss the Tree of Illusions? This question was the same as the one he had asked that manga a long time ago. Now that another person who wanted to talk about the Tree of Illusions had appeared, he also wanted to see if that person could do what that manga had done in the past. Ju-in glanced at him. Samyeong Garam was truly an opponent he had to be wary of and attack very carefully. His power was immense, and he was more terrifying than two weapons combined. If he didn't know how to control himself while facing him, he would soon be exhausted. He had not used any special techniques on him so far, just a basic power punch. Even when he read Samyeong Garam with his eye of the mind at its highest, he could only see his combat experience and talent. How on earth can he be so strong? How? Ju-in thought while also pulling his foot back to attack, otherwise he would take another blow. This time Ju-in did not use a full power straight thrust but instead used spiritual power on his sword to swirl and thrust forward. He no longer knew how to face him. At this time Ju-in brought the tip of his sword close to Garam's body. He quickly stepped back to avoid the tip of the sword, and he was almost stabbed by him. How can he be so strong with just practical experience? Ju-an's gaze was firm when he attacked him. He never let his guard down and he was always serious in his fights. But the problem was probably that he still didn't know how to use his power effectively. He dodged the attack and provoked, "I hope these reckless attacks aren't all you have, otherwise it would be disappointing." Ju-in suddenly slid his foot to the side in the middle of his attack. It seemed he wanted to change direction. Samyeong Garam noticed it quickly, but he couldn't predict Ju-an's next move, so he was still stepping back to avoid the attack, and he didn't expect Ju-in to change direction to approach him from behind. He will definitely attack him here. Jaeonchan. A blow full of Ju-an's spiritual power was swung, but the blow did not hit Garam. He dodged as fast as the wind and turned his body to change his vision, and immediately he used a technique to face him. It was a spinning punch that gathered momentum from behind. HMPH, Ju-in. Are you playing cat and mouse games again? His fist flew straight forward. All that power was contained in a single simple punch, but it could be completely fatal. Tremendous power. The attack was also fatal to the opponent. Ju-in quickly stepped back, but he still couldn't help but be shocked in front of his tremendous power. Can he use Jaeonchan with just one punch? Samyeong Garam regained the upper hand at this time and began to attack first. He rushed from above into Ju-an's sight and threw another punch, not a straight punch but a hook. A hook did not injure a person any less. The power of the attack was still the same, but the important thing was that this time Ju-in could no longer dodge the attack. He took the punch and his body was slammed straight into the ground. Samyeong Garam stopped for a moment, knowing that Ju-in had been hit by him. He walked forward and his feet were only half transformed. He said to Ju-in, who was lying in pain on the pile of ruins, "Your spiritual power attacks are all useless against me." He patiently continued his explanation. "Because the spiritual power you are using is something the system cannot provide. Yet awakeners like you are trying to destroy this system world. Have you ever really thought about where the source of your power is? You can never become strong enough to talk about the Tree of Illusions that way. That's why you don't know." Samyeong Garam placed a hand on Ju-an's face. He grabbed his head and lifted him high with one hand. Energy was still seething around his body. He continued to speak to Ju-in. "This is a unique world of another dimension." Ju-in was still conscious. He just couldn't get up and fight right away because of his injuries. He heard every word he said. "Is that true? That guy's power is purer than spiritual power. This world itself is the source of his power, and he himself is the source of the system world." Ju-in looked straight into Garam's eyes, and his gaze pierced him deeply. He once again used the Eye of the Moon technique through his eyes. His familiar spiritual power erupted again, but Samyeong Garam was not greatly affected. Instead, he was seen gathering momentum and stepping back. "Are you using another non-origin technique? A unique world that doesn't know how to be created from the origin is no different from trivial magic. You use it without understanding anything about it, don't you?" And he attacked again at such a close distance. Ju-in took a blow that was painful to the bone, and because of that, he was sent flying a few more meters away, and the ground also collapsed. Ju-in fell to the ground and panted heavily, not even having time to get up. The spiritual power he had used from the beginning was considerable, and at this moment it was really a dead end. Ju-in struggled to get up after taking his two attacks. Garam approached and stood before him. He showed his attitude. "Oh, how disappointing." A red burning sphere gathered in his palm again. "The power of awakening I know is not such a clumsy magic that you possess. There are things that come from the source. Look at my power." The sphere in his hand grew larger and larger, and he aimed the sphere straight at Ju-in and shot it. It flew in like a cannonball. Ju-in stared in horror at the shining thing, or more precisely the fireball flying straight at him. He struggled to raise his sword to block this blow and minimize the damage to himself. The power of the sphere pushed him back without a place to stop. Ju-in barely blocked the sphere, but it still eroded a part of his body. The power was cutting away at his flesh little by little, and Ju-in was in pain but had to endure it. If he let go, he could die from this blow. Finally, the power of the attack subsided. Ju-in swung his sword once and completely destroyed it. His hand was now partially eroded and burned. Damn it, the shock of the Eye of the Moon I used earlier didn't work on him at all. He really wasn't affected. Samyeong Garam looked at Ju-in with contempt. He said, "I met a potential opponent, but this fight is no longer interesting. Hurry up and open your world of origin power. Show me your power, stop playing games. Juin heard about the power that comes from the origin that he kept talking about. The power of the origin, what should I do? Where is that power? The origin, Juin gradually began to recall the time when he was trapped in the 8 gates of hell. The origin was the reward in that room inside the 8th gate of the 8 gates of hell, but the letters that contained the message were the reward left by Moonrock Amail. The record of the abyss, a place that recorded the story of the awakening stages. The message on it said that according to the principle of awakening, the keywords could change, but it itself still consisted of 6 stages. They were created in order to destroy the existing world. Stage 1 is doubt, Stage 2 is insight, Stage 3 is self-surrender. This was the first 3 stages of the declining world, after the collapse of the old world. The next stage was born to create a new world. The declining world was from Stage 1 to 3, and the origin was from Stage 4 to 6. The 3 origin stages were the latter half of the process. Juan's next awakening stage seemed to be about to begin, and he could feel it. But he still didn't fully understand what the origin was. Samyang Garam opened his mouth again at this time. He was clearly waiting for Juan's awakening, but in his own way. This pathetic, ignorant bastard, can't you control your world of origin power? I can't wait until creation begins. In that case I will force it open and check it myself. He stretched out his hand this way as if ready to do something. Siren, who was hiding behind a rock, stopped her hand in horror when she heard him say he would open it. Juan stared at him madly and gritted his teeth. He ran to stop him. No, you can't, Samyang Garam continued. He looked at Juan's screaming face with satisfaction. It begins now. Samyang Garam smiled cruelly. Siren grabbed Juan's body in horror and stopped him. This life was all they had. Juan looked at the people and thought, I'm different. I can be revived at any time. But to them, this world was their one and only world. A black vortex opened up, sucking everything in like a black hole. Juan stood before it. He gripped the sword in his hand. Juan was gradually realizing something. Siren Amail was horrified to see him stand before that thing. That fool, he's really crazy. And then a huge explosion erupted and red flames engulfed everything. The great fire ignited everything it touched. The Palace of Joy, the highest point in the Palace of Resurrection, was now more devastated than ever. Siren was fine, thankfully protected by a rock, but the thick smoke made it a little hard to breathe. Cough, cough, she was worried about Juan, not knowing what had happened to him. She raised her head to look for him. Her pupils dilated as she saw Juan still standing there holding his sword. It seemed he wasn't dead yet. Your only world, perhaps he had vaguely understood it. Samyang Garam stood quietly, observing Juan. His only world had always been surrounded by the light of memories of being born and raised in the arms of his parents. Then he went to school and made many friends. He cried when he was sad, laughed when he was happy, and fell into sorrow and despair, destroying himself. Countless memories. Before, he had never questioned the world he lived in. He just accepted and understood everything as it was, letting it flow naturally. Juan could exist because he did not question the world, and the world system was built on firmness, not easily destroyed. This meant that what was needed to initiate the origin was faith in the world one lives and exists in. Juan gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Conviction is a forgotten faith. For a world to be born, an overwhelming conviction is needed. He couldn't do it alone, not through all the stages of time, not through all his different versions. Not just the present me, but the past me too must constantly yearn for a new world. Once again, Samyang Garam's flaming hands clenched into fists. He prepared to throw another punch. The voices of his past selves were heard. The world you speak of is all fake. Stop avoiding reality. The world you live in is not the world we exist in. There is no reason for us to help you. He could not convince all the versions of himself in his memories. Juan stepped back and took a defensive stance. In that case, his hand began to deliver a blow of faith. His past versions. If you won't help, then Juan gathered more and more spiritual power into his sword. He glanced at his opponent. He glanced at his past self. If you can't help, then disappear. Juan would no longer try to persuade them. They were him, but they were him from every point in time, not the present him. Therefore, for conviction to form in the world he stood in, he had to focus again on his present self. And with only himself, he would surely be able to do it. The scenery of the Palace of Joy and the Palace of Resurrection was now more tattered than ever. The glittering crystal glass and the initial magnificent appearance had disappeared somewhere after several fierce battles. At this moment, Samyang Garam's attack once again rained down on Juan. Juan was sent flying far away, his entire body crashing into a nearby railing. But before he could even come to his senses, his next punch was already right before his eyes. Samyang Garam mercilessly swung his fiery fist at Juan, and then continuously, a relentless barrage of attacks poured down, leaving Juan no room to escape. After taking all of Samyang Garam's previous attacks, a massive powerful flame was shot straight at Juan. Every time he attacked, it was in succession, giving his opponent not a moment's rest. At this point he came down and paused for a moment. Samyang Garam looked at the person before him with a calm expression. The person who had to endure all his fury. He exclaimed in admiration. Oh, Juan was on the verge of collapsing at this point. But he hadn't completely lost consciousness yet, just a little battered. After all, he had taken so many attacks. Well, you're completely exhausted. At this moment, a voice from his subconscious echoed in Juan's head. It called to him in a low, hoarse voice. Hey, are you planning to die so miserably? The one who asked the question was a Juan from a different point in time, and only he could see and hear him. If you die, we'll all disappear. His gaze was sad as he looked at him. And what he said was true. If his life ended now, his other versions would no longer exist. The past, countless painful memories once again filled Juan's mind. The injustice, the hardships when he had to live his previous life, and when he had to witness the sacrifice of his comrades. The other version reminded him again, "Have you forgotten all of that? The difficulties we all had to overcome to get this far? It was never easy, was it? Don't do something so foolish and run away, Juan. We have to face it, no matter the outcome." Juan was still trying to stand firm, but his strength gave out and he fell to his knees. "You look pathetic enough now, Juan." Samyong Garam became bored seeing Juan fall to his knees. "I thought you could last longer. How disappointing." Once again, ignoring everything from the turmoil around him, from within his mind to the background outside, Juan was still planting his sword in the ground and getting up. Who said he had given up? Both Juan's old version and Samyong Garam were surprised to see him get up again and glanced at Juan. He just needed some time to catch his breath and stand up to fight again. He was the most tenacious and stubborn one here. "What did you say was disappointing?" Juan stood up with his sword at this moment. His body was covered in wounds, but it didn't affect his will much. The versions of Juan from his various past stages all gathered there. They stood beside him and admired him. "Is that guy crazy? I almost forgot we're the same person, but fine, just this once." They would fight with him. Those different and talkative versions of Juan, they became a stepping stone for him from behind. Samyong Garam laughed with great excitement, seeing that Juan had gotten up and was ready to continue fighting and was even in better shape. "Ha ha ha, that's more like it." The various different versions of Juan began to disappear at this time. They scattered like golden sand dust and all gathered into Juan's body. Juan closed his eyes, feeling the energy and connection of the different versions within him. After everything was unified, Juan snapped his eyes open. His eyes had a new focus, with purple spiritual power being sucked into them. The glass above the Palace of Joy all shattered and began to float. The creation technique. Garam looked at Juan in horror. Over on this side, Siren Amael was busy protecting Cayman and the divine physician. But seeing the way Juan was fighting, she couldn't say anything more. However, she knew this technique. That bastard dared to open the creation technique. Creation? A giant eye like an eclipse or the top of a tower appeared before Juan's eyes. It was similar to the scenery of the high sky when he and Cayman awakened. Stage 4, the ability to turn the fake into the real. Small rays of power gathered from the high sky. Then it drew a large beam of light that shone straight down to where Juan was standing. It was as if it was slowly being assembled from many pieces and completed. This power is the power to turn conviction into reality. The power that is formed from conviction, from the intangible to the tangible. The light condensed into a giant sword and charged straight down. The sword was descending from above Juan's head. It got closer and closer, and it was Juan who had called and created it. The flow of power rushed there, and as it merged with the sword in Juan's hand, it overflowed with power. The purple energy was truly horrifying. Juan had officially awakened. Stage 4 is theory. Samyong Garam observed Juan's sword, which was burning with hellfire. He said, "So that is your unique world." He was intrigued. "Your appearance, which goes against the principles of this world, is perfectly fitting for me to describe it with the word corruption. What a truly pathetic world. A world created purely to destroy another world." He glared at Juan, then stomped his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum. As expected, Samyong Garam could no longer wait and rushed forward. Even with such a world, the result will be the same. Juan had regained his strength and had just awakened, so he did not fear his opponent and charged at him. Juan's sword crossed with Samyong Garam's fist, and impact occurred immediately. The terrifying power of the two strong men crossing spread in all directions, and even the bricks and stones could not stay still. Juan's sword still blocked Samyong Garam's fist. Unlike before, his power was renewed. Garam laughed loudly with satisfaction. He was like a beast. "Ha ha ha, finally, a proper fight." Juan, wherever the sword went, Samyong Garam's attack followed closely. The power of the two attacks was equal, no more and no less. The two fought for a while like that, and wherever Juan went, Samyong Garam followed closely and did not let go. With the naked eye, one could only see beams of light flashing back and forth, unable to keep up with the speed of these two monsters. Garam said to Juan, "The last time I was this excited was 1,000 years ago, when I fought the nightmare for 3 days and 3 nights. Thank you for reminding me." He still quickly dodged Juan's slash as usual. "You reminded me of that wonderful moment." But after saying this much, Samyong Garam grabbed him tightly by the collar. "There's a downside," he shouted. "But this has to end now, doesn't it?" He glanced at Juan and while holding him tightly by the collar threw him straight back. Was his strength only in his hands, or did he just want to use that much force on him? Juan was suddenly grabbed by the collar and thrown, but he quickly got up and regained his balance. To fight this guy, he had to be very fast. Otherwise it would be difficult to face him. Juan stepped back. When he gripped the sword in his hand and raised his head, he saw Samyong Garam had approached closely again. This guy really knows no waiting or patience. He just wants it fast, 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 damn it. The tip of Juan's sword and Garam's fist clashed again. Fortunately, Juan thrust his sword straight in time. Boom! Immediately after, a terrible explosion erupted and all the dirt and stones around were swept away. The shockwave of the attack was truly terrifying. It was like the power of a nuclear bomb, and it was impossible to see where Samyong Garam and Juan were hiding in the flames and explosion. At this moment, Juan was thrown out of the explosion. He sat by the window with two swords in his hands. One was the sword he always used, and the other was a sword from the technique of turning the fake into the real. It was thanks to the power of conviction. He always asked himself, why in this long life did he always have to cut to survive? Why did he have to do that? But he always diligently did this and that. Samyeong Garam still rushed to engage him without rest, and he just had to face him. His powerful punch aimed for Juin but missed and hit the wall behind. He always quickly dodged his attacks. It was still a bit difficult, but he was probably getting used to his fighting style. Everything he had been doing was just thrusting right and left with his sword, thrusting right and then left again, thrusting with all his might or thrusting cleverly. Those were the things he did to survive in this world. Juin saw himself as a child. It was when he was young. The child ran around with a sword in his hand. It was as if nothing in this world could bind him, the original freedom of a human. The child moved forward and smiled brightly. Was it just because it was fun to fight like this? Juin, after another clash with Garam, lowered his head, lost in thought. That Samyeong Garam suddenly laughed loudly, drawing his attention. He looked really refreshed when his attack landed. His face was full of satisfaction and a strange smile. Oops, my bad. He apologized to him with a mocking tone, but Juin seemed to understand why he was so happy. He realized, if he too fought now with the heart of a pure child holding a sword, this would be the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Even in such a situation, Juin genuinely enjoyed the fight and smiled. He started to fight again. Samyeong Garam was even more excited to see that his opponent felt the same way as him. That was the reason he wanted to put in a little more effort, not give up, and fight with all his might. Very powerful attacks and strikes continued to cross. Samyeong Garam jumped onto the railing and Juin did the same. He looked at him and said, "Is this all the system can do?" Juin rushed towards him like a madman. He also did not yield and faced Juin. "How dare you look down on me? No, there's much more. Don't take me lightly." Juin swung his blue sword and Garam blocked it. He never once allowed himself to be cut by him. The two faced each other with all their might and they drew out all their spiritual power. The shockwave of the next exchange was much more intense. It blew away the railings by the window, shot straight up and even destroyed the characteristic dome of the Palace of Resurrection. The Palace of Resurrection was now in name only. Siren tried to protect the two unconscious people. Why did a beautiful manga like her have to suffer so much? The Palace of Joy was almost more than half destroyed. Of course, the two protagonists were still getting up step by step, because they couldn't just end it halfway here. Ha ha ha, it's been thousands of years since I've rampaged like this. Samyeong Garam acknowledged his enemy. His voice sounded very satisfied. Who would have thought I'd meet an opponent like you in chaos at this point? It's truly amazing and moving. At this moment, Juin called his name. Samyeong Garam. Samyeong Garam wondered what he was suddenly trying to say to him. Since he had been the only one talking from beginning to end, he stared intently at Juin. Juin said, "I could feel it while fighting you, just as I've only used thrusts for over 1,000 years. You've also always used one technique for thousands of years, no matter who you fight." Juin looked at him as if he were seeing right through his mind and said, "It's a shame that someone like you is just a fake simulant. Unfortunately, a master like you is just a fake simulant." Those words from Juin reminded him of the appearance of the manga from that year. Samyeong Garam was dazed for a moment after hearing his words, and a thought flashed in his eyes. He asked Juin, "Let me ask you one thing. What do you want to achieve here?" Juin didn't need to think long and answered, tilting the tip of his sword forward. "I want to reach the abyss," and that answer was exactly the answer of the manga who had defeated him but disappeared suddenly. Samyeong Garam smiled and said, "Your answer is the same as the manga from that year. The abyss is a place full of beings more powerful than me, a place where even the great monarchs have fallen, and a place that even that manga could not conquer. Are you saying you dare to do what they could not?" At this moment, Samyeong Garam's body began to transform once again, and it would probably be the most intense and terrifying. His hands, feet, and body were engulfed in the red flames of hell, and the flames swirled like a fire tornado. He temporarily trapped himself inside it. Juin took a defensive stance with his sword to avoid getting hurt, because those flames were flying this way. A new entity appeared above him. It was like a god or a warrior, its hands clasped as if in sincere prayer to a supreme being. Its crimson wings spread wide within the sea of fire, a symbol of tolerance, protecting the small and the lowly. Juin observed for a moment and began to see the entity in front of him emerge through the flames. It was Garam's transformation. His face was covered in a black lava-like layer. He smiled and said to Juin, "Now prove that you can do as you said, Juin." He had truly changed into a completely different form. He was like an immortal from hell, and the god on the very top of his head was the Black Tiger Guardian. It had the appearance of a huge female angel. Siren Amael, sitting on this side, could not hide her astonishment. She could only cry out to the heavens. This was the Kanmun demigod. Samyeong Garam's power had completely surpassed the great monarch level. That damn bastard must have become a high general. The Black Tiger Guardian held a long staff in its hand preparing to attack Juin. Garam told Juin to prove his words, "Lord of Gorgon." He sighed and then unleashed a fiery blow toward where Juin was standing. At this moment, Juin became very small before it. He thought to himself, a gatekeeper who protects the system world. A madman obsessed with the system can summon something like this? The moment he faced the gatekeeper, Juin realized one thing, that he had lived until now to destroy this world. He used the two swords in his hand simultaneously. Samyeong Garam saw Juin preparing to attack. He was trying to combine the two swords into one to attack him. He would combine his journey in the moment of his breakthrough. I will pour everything into a single attack. As Juan raised his sword, his two eyes shone. Ha ha! Juan shouted loudly and charged with all his might. Juan thrust the sword which held the combination of the two swords toward his opponent with all his strength. And it clashed with that power of Samyeong-garam. The two powers were still locked in a fierce struggle, as neither could yet penetrate the other to land an attack. The light and shockwaves from the two powers spread throughout the entire Palace of Resurrection, resonating across the land. Siren also had to hold on quite firmly at this time to avoid being blown away, and she had to keep the divine physician and Cayman safe. Juan poured everything into it. He was still attacking with all his might. He praised Juan. You're quite something too, but you lack the strength to stop someone who has guarded the gate for thousands of years like me. He laughed loudly, thinking that Juan could not defeat him. But perhaps he was wrong. The power emanating from Juan's sword was gradually swallowing his technique and approaching him. Samyeong-garam's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this? How can that bastard's power be like this? Juan's fierce lightning pierced through Samyeong-garam's flames, and it was clear that he was gradually being pushed back. Almost there, Juan shouted. He poured out everything he had, even his fighting spirit. There was no way he would give up. Just a little more, just a little more. And Juan's technique successfully destroyed the protective barrier of Samyeong-garam's power. It aimed straight for the Black Tiger Guardian. The Black Tiger Guardian was instantly incinerated, and the entity screamed but could not escape its fate. His Black Tiger Guardian was shattered to pieces by Juan's technique. Samyeong-garam looked up at the scene. He didn't want to believe his own eyes. The Black Tiger Guardian was destroyed. Just then, Juan called his name loudly, making him turn his head. Hey, Samyeong-garam. He stared intently at Juan. Could this be the end? Juan raised one hand high, and that hand was holding the giant combined sword right behind him. He glanced at Garam once and said to him, "Rest in peace." Then Juan pointed his finger downwards, commanding the sword. Following Juan's command, the sword began to plunge downwards, its direction precisely where Samyeong-garam was. He lifted his eyes and looked up. Ah, that sword has truly combined perfectly. Garam smiled. What a spectacular fight. The tip of the sword came right up to his vision. Boom, an explosion more world-shattering than any before erupted. A large area of the Palace of Resurrection seemed as if heaven and earth were shaking and the ground and stones collapsed. A red light stained this place in the abyss, thick smoke billowed up and sharp objects seemed to pierce through Samyeong-garam. It was a truly terrifying sight. Garam lay motionless at the bottom of the abyss with only his last breath remaining. Perhaps he felt something, as he said in a low voice, "Did I lose?" His eyes were unfocused, yet he still couldn't believe he had been defeated and his body was not intact. It was only at the last moment of his life that he realized the scene was so clear. The image of a red eye as if staring at him, an eye that monitors and rules over all. A tree with hundreds of branches enveloped that red eye. The top of the tree of illusions at the end of the abyss and the place where the first nightmare appeared. At this moment, Juan's feet appeared before his eyes. "That is the place you must reach," he spoke to Juan, taking his last breath under the eye of surveillance. Juan stood beside the motionless Garam, and Juan's sword seemed to pierce straight through him. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and said, "No," he said loudly. "That is the place I must destroy." His gaze at this moment was mocking. He asked, "Juan, is that so? Your world will become insignificant in the abyss, and that fact will be harder to accept than losing hope," he continued. "No one would want to continue living after witnessing this scene when that bizarre thing floats in the sky. The eye of surveillance is always here." He laughed loudly and said, "But even so, if there is someone who believes in your world, they will find what everyone has lost. But in return they will have to live the rest of their lives in despair." At this moment, Chung Hyo, Shin Mugok and several others were also looking up at the eye of surveillance. "Now, sever the connection before my body returns to the earth." At this moment he looked very weak. After hearing all his words, Juan asked if he had any more last words. He still struggled to speak. "If you safely reach the abyss, find Genik and talk to him about this. And be careful of Mi. If he finds out you have opened creation, he will not leave you alone." It seemed Juan didn't want to hear him say such things anymore. Juan asked him, "I'll ask one last time, why didn't you kill me?" He continued to ask, "You had many chances to kill me before I awakened the final stage, why didn't you take them?" Garam's eyes widened as he answered, "A reason, who knows? Please lend me the strength to climb to the top of the tree of illusions. Although this world lacks the value of existence and the freshness of life, it is by no means insignificant." Moonrock looked on as Garam flew up. "This world can still be changed from here." Moonrock was still watching. "If we destroy the first nightmare at the top of the tree of illusions." Moonrock still seemed to be deep in thought. "But this world could not be changed, only the last voice of the nightmare which had long echoed in his heart remained. Is that the right answer for this world, or is it just your own thought?" he continued. "I think I've repaid my debt to Moonrock. This fight has been long," he said to Juan. "End it." At this moment Juan gripped the sword tightly with both hands and raised it high, towards Garam, and that day was precisely 917 years and 244 days since Munrak's Abyss expedition had failed. After the battle the three supported each other as they returned. Garam's eyes were still filled with anger and the smile on his lips was very frightening. Juan, in front of everyone, stabbed Samyeong-garam with all his might. Chaos was liberated from the Palace of Resurrection. The moon gradually rose, illuminating the magnificent citadel. Life here was still as usual. People still walked the streets and drinking parties were held. Although injured, they were still having a good time in the pub. In a room in the citadel, a person's shadow was visible, and a voice echoed, "You're alive." Juan approached and asked him, I didn't see you at the meeting, so I thought you had died. Jian Meng turned his head and said to him, do you think I would die so easily? I am still one of the 10 Citadel Lords. His body was also covered in wounds, and so was Juan's face. As he bandaged a wound on his face, he asked Juan, I heard you defeated Samyang Garam. He answered, yes. Jian Meng clenched the blanket beside him. From many perspectives, he was a great monarch. Juan asked him again, you know him? Jian Meng answered thoughtfully, everyone in the JN family knows the Samyang family well, he added. It was the Samyang family that drove the JN family from the Great Land and took their place among the prestigious families. They are also the family that produces the strongest warriors, he continued. It was because I attacked Garam, a member of their family, that they wouldn't stand by and intervened. Juan had come to visit him with a fruit basket. Juan said to him, don't worry too much, those guys can't cross the line. Jian Meng seemed surprised. He asked, who says you mean? He still didn't seem to understand Juan's words. He turned his head and asked with a surprised expression, don't tell me you've taken the narrow gate. Juan answered him. That's right, Juan added. So it's difficult for those guys to come to chaos. To come to chaos alive, they must pass through the narrow gate. After speaking, Juan turned his body. Jian Meng said from behind, but you can't let your guard down. Even without the narrow gate, those guys can come to chaos, Juan replied without looking back. I know what you're worried about, but if they're willing to risk their lives to come after me. At this moment he turned his face and continued, that would be something to see. After finishing, he walked away, telling him again to take care of himself. The door to the room slammed shut, and Jian Meng was lost in thought. From the beginning until now, that guy is still a very mysterious person. Night covered the citadel. Juan stood by the window looking out thoughtfully. He looked up at the ceiling and thought, it's been a while since I returned to Gorgon. He recalled everything that had happened in the past. A lot has happened, and I inadvertently, it was as if he had realized something, became a Citadel Lord. He looked at the pile of documents as tall as him and was disgusted. I still hate paperwork. He imagined a scene without him. Everything is really chaotic. I'm really busy these days, and the master has disappeared for several days again. The very day the Minister of Justice is crying. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, the Citadel Lord hasn't been of any help yet. Being a Citadel Lord is really busy. A call of hey brat came from outside the door, and he turned around. Chung Hyo and Cayman had run over together. Chung Hyo said, we came because this guy Cayman was nagging me to have a drink with you. Cayman followed behind and said, when did I say that? You were the one who suggested it first, old man. Chung Hyo turned and argued with Cayman. Are you saying that at my age I'd call that guy out to play? Cayman retorted. Then it's true, isn't it? Chung Hyo seemed speechless when Cayman said he was right. Ah, you're right. Cayman was at a loss for words with him. Hey, Chung Hyo shouted at Cayman. Did you think I'd say that, you fool? When an adult speaks, just listen. Bow your head and say yes, yes, Cayman retorted. If you want me to do that, you should use nice words, right? Cayman shouted loudly. And I'm 1154 years old. I'm not a child, Chung Hyo shouted back, not to be outdone. I'm 1200 years old, you clown. The two continued to bicker like that, and when Cayman said childish, Chung Hyo said again, what childish? Juan pretended not to hear their argument and thought to himself, I should get out of here quickly. Chung Hyo was still arguing here. Juan quietly looked outside, lost in thought. I'm starting to get attached to this place. Night covered Gorgon Citadel. Raindrops began to fall. When Juan turned to look again, the raindrops were hitting the window pane. In the room someone said to him, Citadel Lord, are you listening? He looked back absent-mindedly. Where were we? Cayman continued. We were talking about the Nightmare Tower CRPDM. A picture of the tower was displayed on the screen. He asked Cayman again, what about that tower? Cayman seemed angry. You're really not paying any attention at all, Cayman continued. What I'm saying is that this time amplification level is too high. Juan asked again. CPEDM? An image of a towering structure with hundreds of people at its base was displayed on the screen. Cayman continued. The number of people committing suicide among those challenging the tower for awakening is rapidly increasing. After hearing this, he seemed unable to understand how that could be, but when he imagined the tower in his head, he could understand. From the first floor, the amplification rate is 100 times. If the compressed time is too long, it will be harmful to the soul. Enduring hundreds of years is by no means easy, but if you don't make an effort, how will you obtain the power of awakening? He ordered Cayman to tell Michael to adjust the amplification level. Cayman followed the order. Understood. He tapped the desk lightly with his finger. You can't just awaken by recklessly jumping in and slashing. Don't forget to convey this message to them. Continue the long-term development system for awakeners. And stop immediately eliminating those who didn't want to awaken in the first place. He imagined everyone working hard, he added. Awakening is not the only way. You can also try to adapt. Cayman's eyes were full of doubt. Do you really think so? He answered. Everyone thinks differently. It's not that you can only be saved by awakening. There are also people who choose the path of changing themselves to survive. He seemed to have noticed something from Cayman. He asked again, what else? At this time, Cayman answered, you probably already know. He searched his memory and said, a while ago I broke through the third stage of awakening, but from then until now I still haven't seen my own unique world. He seemed a little disappointed in himself. Juan was surprised by Cayman's words. Impossible, he thought to himself. Although the state varies depending on the ability of each individual, everyone who reaches the stage of self-surrender sees their own unique state, their unique world. Juen rested his chin on his hand and thought. Could that guy's unique world be? He recalled the fight with Samyeong Garam. Even the spiritual power you use is just power obtained through the system, and yet awakeners try to break the laws of this world. That's why you don't understand. That this world itself might be someone's unique world. This moment he cupped his chin with both hands and comforted Cayman. Don't worry too much. Perhaps your unique world is this very system. After hearing this, Cayman asked Juen again, is that still okay? Juen answered, of course it's possible. Even I don't clearly know everything about awakening. Cayman still doubted himself greatly. If my unique world is this very system, will a day come when I have to face you, Citadel Lord? Juen thought deeply about Cayman's words. He said, if you truly want to protect this world, that is highly likely. Cayman's gaze was hard to read. Cayman bowed his head and asked, Citadel Lord, do you really intend to bring this world to an end? Cayman stood up straight and asked, Citadel Lord. He approached and slammed his hands on Juan's desk. Cayman placed a hand on his chest and looking very determined said, please take me with you on this expedition. Upon hearing this, Juen grabbed his head. Cayman looked very worried by this action of Juan's. Juen helplessly recalled the scene of Cayman and others pestering him to let them follow. Citadel Lord, when is the next expedition? Then please take me too. Me too. Please, I just escaped from those guys and ran here and now you're saying that too. Seeing Juen say this, Cayman immediately said, according to Gorgon Law Article 14 Paragraph 3, all captains of the Golden Star Patrol are obligated to protect the Citadel in all emergency situations. Juen frowned, but you're not the captain of the North Gate Patrol anymore, are you? Nonsense. At this time he stood up, bracing his hands. Besides, I won't be the Citadel Lord anymore either. In a week I will leave this Citadel. Cayman looked at him with suspicion in his eyes. Juen stood up and started walking. He said to Cayman, are you ready to take over as the next Citadel Lord? Cayman followed him and said, if you are no longer here, Citadel Lord. Cayman imagined a scene without Juen. Then Gorgon will collapse. No, not just Gorgon but all of chaos, Juen reassured Cayman. Don't worry, I anticipated that. He turned and said to Cayman, first let's get out of this room. We need to complete one last thing in our capacity as a Citadel Lord. The rain here had not yet stopped and it was getting heavier with thunder and lightning. On a staircase, footsteps were slowly ascending, the face of this person looking very tired. Everyone was worried about Juen. Someone handed him a raincoat. Citadel Lord, you'll get wet? He turned back and said, it's fine, and his footsteps continued onward. Juen stood on a platform without a raincoat, letting himself get completely soaked. He said, everyone, thank you very much for taking the time to come here. He lowered his head and said, we have done our best to protect Gorgon. You have all worked hard. The eyes of everyone here were filled with gloom, he continued. From this moment on, for the lives that have fallen to protect Gorgon, for those who have offered their pure souls, we will spend 3 days holding a ceremony to send them off. Isaac Kendall's sword lay neatly in a box. Everyone was now sobbing in the rain, their tears mixing with the raindrops. A red gem also lay neatly in a box. Everyone was downcast. They took off their hats as a sign of respect for the deceased. CM Janmeng's hammer was placed ceremoniously, but in the pouring rain. People noticed something strange behind them. Someone spoke up, what is that thing behind them? It's been there from the start. Juen continued, you all did very well in the war. As two people approached the strange covered object to remove its covering. However, as you all know, the war is not yet over. The war has only just begun. As he spoke, the two people behind him pulled off the sheet covering the object behind him. Someone recognized the object behind him as the narrow gate. Why was that thing here? Please destroy it. Citadel Lord, please destroy it, he added. It's too early for you all to be surprised. There's more. Everyone turned towards the aisle. A figure in handcuffs appeared. Everyone recognized this as a monarch. It seemed everyone was surprised. A monarch from the almighty land, someone exclaimed. My God, is that the Danso Monarch Reka? Juen slowly stepped down towards Monarch Reka, the rain still pouring. He brought his sword and approached Monarch Reka. She looked up at him, asking fearfully, are you going to kill me? She grew angry, raising her cuffed hands towards Juen and shouting, you bastard, if you want to kill me, do it quickly. She didn't forget to add a threat, but Juen sliced through the shackles on her hands. She was startled, not understanding the meaning of Juan's action. His sword plunged straight into the space between her two hands. Her hands fell, one in each direction. Her screams began to echo, blood streaming from her arms. He looked at her and said, I will not kill you. I want you to return to the almighty land and deliver a message to your master. If he wants war, he will have war. He looked straight at her and said, I will wait for him at the top of the tree of illusions. From afar a black crow appeared, staring intently at the citadel. The crow suddenly flew towards the citadel, causing an ant to look up. The ant looked up, still unaware of what was happening, but the crow's target was the ant. Over here, Juen was strolling through the citadel. Siren followed right behind him. Siren shouted at him, hey, you're the one who said you'd quit starting tomorrow. She added angrily, what were you thinking when you said those words? Juen seemed to pay no mind to her words and continued walking. Don't tell me you're planning to fight Monarch Jaean Yun, she continued. Before you let the Danso monarch go, you told her if you're going to destroy the narrow gate, you should do it quietly. Siren continued, what was your intention in letting the Danso monarch go? She feared they would surely retaliate. He continued walking, only telling her, stop making a fuss. If they come, they can only send a few brigadier generals at most. He stopped, turned back and said to Siren, there's a war going on over there. A lord won't be able to come here. Siren seemed to find his statement ridiculous. She said, I knew you were crazy, but I didn't think it was to this extent. She seemed more farsighted than Juin. You think only brigadier generals will come here now that the mute monarch is dead? It should be at least 2 or 3 major generals, right? She imagined the entire citadel surrounded by 3 major generals and continued her analysis. And if people from the 5 great factions come too, this won't be simple, Juin replied to her with excitement. That's exactly what I want, he added, if I defeat them here. Down below, the crow and the ant were still fighting fiercely. Said the tables will turn completely. In the battle between the crow and the ant, it seemed the ant was gaining the upper hand. Siren seemed to have understood his words. He turned to ask her, Did you come here just to ask that? She continued to follow him. I thought you had no interest in chaos. Siren seemed surprised by his question. She didn't answer, just said, Huh? Only then did she say, I came here to hear what you promised. He stopped abruptly at her words. Siren looked at him with pleading eyes. Tell me, what did you obtain in the 8 gates of hell? She was referring to his battle in the 8 gates of hell. Siren suddenly screamed. What? Her eyes were full of suspicion. She asked him again. Are you sure? She asked once more. Are you sure MLC Amel left this behind? He replied calmly. Yes, it's the memory of your godfather. She still didn't believe it after hearing it. How can I trust you? He seemed to be at a loss for words with her. He said to her, on a cold winter's day. Her eyes were very surprised. As he was speaking, she asked again, What? He paused and continued. The egg I obtained in the harsh winter of the Tree of Illusions. She listened to him, her eyes wide with surprise. He continued, in the 6th region. At the base of it, he remembered the scene of Moonrock under the Tree of Illusions. In this place that was cold enough to cut skin and flesh, a shining egg was waiting for me. The image of Moonrock stood before the egg. At that time I was very worried because it was the first time I had ever obtained an egg. I can't forget the moment of a creature's sprout of life, the image of a sprout gradually emerging, born and raised through a dream. The small life that appeared from behind the shell, the image of a lovely baby reaching out its hand. The moment I saw the face of the awakened child, I realized my godmother's words were right, he said. The child who was just born, he said as he moved closer to her. How could it be so cute? His face was now very close to hers. The two looked at each other, and she screamed, What? He said to her. This should be enough proof. She stepped back, shouting at him, Don't just read other people's memories like that. She began to think about what he had just said. Based on this memory, it seems all manga are born from eggs. Where is the trunk of the Tree of Illusions located? It's in the northern region of the continent. All manga are born from the dreams contained within the Tree of Illusions and appear in the form of eggs. After hearing this, she was startled and remembered to ask him, Wait, we can worry about that later. Did he leave anything behind? He left a message for me. There must be one, right? Juin replied to her. I'm not sure. He might have left something, or he might not have. She asked him again. What do you mean? He explained further to her. The memories of Moonrock that I saw were not in the form of a book. It was a very complex chain of memories with many fragmented memories mixed together. Perhaps Moonrock himself didn't want his memories to become a specific story. Siren seemed to get angrier as she listened to him. He was helpless against her anger. That's why even if I wanted to, I couldn't tell you exactly. She shouted at him. What, you liar? He asked her. But first, why are you searching for Moonrock? Is it just because he's your godfather? Siren's face showed her anger. What do you want to know for? Faced with her anger, he added, If you need MLC's memories, you should accompany me from now on. She was surprised by his words. He added, and the place where Moonrock disappeared is precisely the abyss, so there's no harm in you coming along, right? He advised her further. Consider it. She was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. After speaking, he turned to leave. She angrily planned to sneak attack him from behind. This bastard, so this was all his plan. She lunged towards him. You dare lead me on like a fool? Wait, the memories, she ordered him. Stay right there. He stopped and she continued. You said my godfather's notes were all left in the form of memories. He turned around and answered her. That's right. After hearing this, she continued. If so, I have a very good idea. She was now standing on the floor, no longer floating in the air. At this point, he had entered Siren's private office. He said to her, Didn't you once say you would never let me in here again? She shouted in his face. Shut up, that was before. It turned out this was Siren's room. She made him turn away. He called back. Are you feeling like I'm invading your private life? Siren shouted at him while doing something. I said that was before. Just wait there. I have to get ready.